简介：李长歌穿越到斗罗大陆，万念俱灰之下，觉醒想象系统。别人认为李长歌有多强大，李长歌便会有多强大。小五，这李长歌是封号斗罗吧？于是李长歌浑身气息暴涨，直接拥有封号斗罗修为。千仞雪，李长歌拥有6块魂骨，于是李长歌身体融合6块强大魂骨。比比东，他超越99级，于是李长歌突破神境。
Xiao Wu and Tang San stood in line, one behind the other. Tang San, donned in a simple blue robe, appeared rather unassuming, lacking the elegance of a nobleman. As his blue-silver grass had yet to awaken into the blue-silver emperor, and he had not yet mastered court etiquette. In contrast, Xiao Wu exuded a captivating charm. Her long, slender legs were enveloped in pink knee-high socks, complementing her petite and well-proportioned figure. Her raven hair was styled into a scorpion braid, cascading down to her pert backside. With a delicate, rosy visage and bright, dark eyes, she radiated a vivacious and mischievous aura. Before Xiao Wu stood Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, also waiting in line. Ning Rongrong wore a simple white dress, her hair cut neatly to ear length. Her skin exceptionally fair. She emanated an air of purity and cleanliness, her presence distinctly regal, setting her apart from the surrounding crowd. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a striking physique. Clad in form-fitting black leather pants and a jacket, perfectly accentuating her alluring form. Her beauty was mesmerizing, yet her gaze was icy. As if she kept the world at bay. Dai Mubai stood beside the academy's instructor, Li Yusong, arms crossed over his chest, his piercing eyes exuding a rebellious spirit. Occasionally, he would intimidate the students in line, while discreetly admiring the trio of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, reveling in their beauty. Not far off, Oscar, with a bushy beard, energetically promoted his freshly made sausages from a street vendor cart. What a splendid scene. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were all present. Soon, I would subtly hint to Xiao Wu that she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Then, I would weave a tale, giving the impression of being allied with a formidable power. Finally, I would employ an attack card to teach a lesson to some foolish soul masters. In doing so, I would leave a profound impression on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, potentially elevating myself to the level of a Title Douluo. Li Changge contemplated quietly, reviewing his plan in his mind. However, there was one concern that lingered: Tang Hao, who lurked in the shadows. Tang Hao is known for his jealousy. When Zhao Wuji and Tang San underwent their freshman assessment, Zhao inadvertently inflicted a minor injury on Tang San, leading Tang Hao to unleash a brutal retaliation on Zhao. The actions Li Changge was about to undertake were likely to attract Tang Hao's attention, potentially provoking him into action. Engaging Tang Hao at this juncture would not be a prudent decision. Yet, in pursuit of strength, Li Changge felt compelled to proceed. After all, Tang Hao was bound to remain at Shi Lake Academy for the foreseeable future. Li Changge, possessing a lackluster talent, found himself unable to gain admission to the Shrek Academy. After Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu enrolled, the opportunity to encounter these beauties became increasingly elusive. Moreover, the prospect of arranging a private meeting with Xiao Wu proved even more formidable. There was no need to wait for the hidden Tang Hao to strike. With Tang San's deadly methods and 2 concealed bone needles, he could swiftly bring his own life to an end. I must cast caution to the wind, boldly deceive in front of everyone, and make a grand display of prowess. The rest shall depend on the imaginations of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. You must contemplate just how powerful this could be. Envision it to the fullest. Li Changge silently prayed for good fortune. At that moment, a student had 20 golden soul coins confiscated, yet was denied entry by Li Yusong, who was met with a tumultuous uproar. You charlatans! On what grounds do you seize our registration fees while refusing us entry? Furthermore, your Shi Lake Academy is utterly inadequate. Had we known, we would not have come. Refund our registration fees immediately, or we shall not leave today, exclaimed an irate parent, who had traveled great distances with his son to reach the remote Shi Lake Academy, only to find their admission thwarted and their 20 golden soul coins withheld. It was an egregious act, deeply infuriating. Once registered, fees are non-refundable, Li Yusong declared resolutely, leaving no room for dispute. Then we shall remain here and contest this until the bitter end. The parent retorted furiously. Mubai, someone seeks to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it, Li Yusong remarked with a shrug, displaying an air of indifference. Very well, Mubai replied, a smirk gracing his lips. If you wish to recover your fees, then you must first strike me. I shall refund you in full. Without a moment's hesitation, Mubai rose and unleashed his martial spirit. A fearsome soul light surged forth, manifesting as a mighty white tiger that loomed above him. The vibrant yellow, purple, and orange soul rings floated into view. The overwhelming aura of soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air. The sinister glint in his eyes flickered ominously. The father and son's expressions soured, rendered speechless, feeling as though they had bitten into a bitter gourd, resigned to their fate. You Shi Lake Academy are truly tyrannical. I refuse to accept this. Another parent interjected angrily. voicing the grievances of himself and others. Do you not grasp my meaning? Registration fees, once paid, are non-refundable. Should anyone dare to create a disturbance at my Xiaowu Academy and disrupt the order, I would not hesitate to let them experience the might of my martial prowess. Li Yusong wore a solemn expression as he summoned his martial spirit, a patterned staff. The 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, floated around him, causing all the parents to fall silent. It was a clear case of inviting trouble rather than accepting kind hospitality. With an air of impatience, Li Yusong shook his head and subsequently retracted his martial spirit. Li Changge silently etched the scene into his memory, contemplating the use of an offensive card to voice the concerns of these parents. Next, Li Yusong stated casually, I wish to enroll. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, eager to sign up. Li Yusong accepted her registration fee, then gently touched her small hand and said, You have passed the preliminary examination. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San consecutively passed the initial assessment and approached Dai Mubai's side. Li Changge, sensing an opportunity, strode forward with an air of confidence, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 4. The sealed title, Xiao Wu's Panic. Now is the perfect moment. Upon witnessing Li Changge's sudden emergence, Li Yusong blocked his path, exclaiming, What do you think you're doing? Get back in line. Can't you see the throng of people queuing? Don't cut in, you're disrupting my work. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Despite Li Changge's striking appearance, which hinted at something extraordinary, the Xiaowu Academy was not a place where looks alone mattered. It was a haven for the extraordinary. Dai Mubai cast a glance over, momentarily taken aback by Li Changge's charm. A sense of unease washed over him. For Li Changge's allure was palpable, radiating the kind of appeal that attracted women, causing Dai Mubai to fear losing his own beloved. Rude? Li Changge scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? Li Changge exhibited no fear, casting a disdainful glance. Simultaneously, his large hand, concealed beneath the robe of his right arm, was prepared to unleash an attack card, intending to deliver a severe lesson to Li Yusong. What did you say? Are you tired of living? Li Yusong erupted like a detonated bomb, his fury igniting. A terrifying wrath spread within his chest, and the soul power around him surged, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The young soul masters and their parents queuing nearby were left astonished. They never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge Li Yusong's authority. After all, he was a 6-ring soul emperor, a figure of immense terror. Dai Mubai wore a knowing smile, turning to Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others. This person must be mentally unstable. He dares to cause a scene at our Shrek Academy. Clearly, he is courting death. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, keep an eye on him. He shall not leave our academy unscathed. The sinister glint in Dai Mubai's eyes regarded Li Changge as one might view a cripple. Is that so? Yet, he appears quite handsome, as if he hails from a noble family, Xiao Wu remarked, following her intuition. Beside her, Tang San shook his head, responding calmly, Xiao Wu, do not be deceived by appearances. Good looks do not equate to a prestigious family background, nor do they signify innate martial spirit talent. You must adjust your mindset and refrain from judging a book by its cover, understood? Listening to Tang San's somewhat admonishing tone, Xiao Wu nodded, Oh, I understand. The blatant provocation of a soul emperor? How intriguing. Ning Rongrong observed Li Changge with great interest, eager to discern whether he possessed genuine ability or was merely unhinged. However, something seemed amiss. He was so handsome, and his clothing was of fine fabric. How could he possibly be mentally unstable? Perhaps there was more to this than met the eye. This was the unique intuition of the precious jewel of the 7-treasure, glazed tile clan. Zhu Zhuqing remained composed, silently watching. She resembled an iceberg, isolated from the world, existing in her own realm. Li Changge chose to disregard the furious Li Yusong. His gaze settled upon Xiaowu, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their eyes met briefly, and Xiaowu felt the profound intensity of Li Changge's gaze, akin to the stars, both pure and unfathomably mysterious. A hint of embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she averted her eyes. It is only natural for a girl to feel shy when locking eyes with an appealing young man. Xiaowu. Li Changge remained as steadfast as a mountain, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, I have something I wish to ask you. Xiaowu paused, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is it? Beside her, Tang San wore a wary expression, his right hand subtly shifting within his sleeve, the tips of his fingers brushing against 2 hidden bone-penetrating needles. Has he set his sights on Xiao Wu? A sharp glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang San's azure eyes, as a silent resolve to eliminate Li Changge began to take shape. All eyes turned towards Li Changge, eager to hear what he had to divulge. I have a friend in the Stardew Forest, he began. She is a rabbit who has lived for 100,000 years, now transformed into human form, and she has emerged. Are you aware of this? As he spoke, a profound smile played upon Li Changge's lips. Upon hearing phrases like Stardew Forest, 100,000 years, and rabbit, Xiao Wu's delicate frame shuddered, her expression shifting to one of panic. What? Is he referring to me? Is he a Title Douluo? How does he know that I am a 100,000-year soul beast that has taken human form and escaped the forest to cultivate anew? This is inconceivable. Xiao Wu's unease was palpable, her heart racing with turmoil. It was known that only a Title Douluo could discern her true identity. For 12 years, no soul master had ever uncovered her secret, making Changge the first. With a mix of anxiety and gravity, Xiao Wu implored, "I know nothing. What do you intend to do?" Tang San, keenly observant, noted the panic etched on Xiao Wu's exquisite face, a glimmer of insight flashing in his blue eyes. Xiao Wu is concealing something from me. As a skilled assassin of the Tang sect, he was astute in detecting subtle expressions, quickly sensing the discord. What is the purpose of his words? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, intrigued as she continued to listen. What does he seek to achieve? Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed, maintained a cold gaze, watching the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Li Yusong, feeling overlooked, simmered with frustration, yet upon overhearing the exchange between Changge and Xiao Wu, sensed that there was a deeper story at play. Changge gazed at the flustered expression in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes, a satisfied smile subtly gracing his lips. Excellent. The first step towards becoming a Title Douluo has been accomplished. Xiao Wu, you conceal yourself quite well, yet I can still perceive your true essence at a glance. You must be curious about the extent of my cultivation, am I right? However, I must inform you that you are gravely mistaken, for my cultivation is far more formidable than you can imagine, and the purpose of my visit today is to take you away. There is no escape for you today. He he he. Changge's smile suddenly transformed into one of arrogance and malevolence. As she listened to his words, Xiao Wu's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably, her complexion growing increasingly ghastly. He is a Title Douluo. This man must possess the cultivation of a Title Douluo. He has already disowned my true form as a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit and intends to take me away. What should I do? Where can I flee? A formidable Title Douluo is truly terrifying. When they strike, the very heavens and earth shift. Without Deming and Xiaoming here, I am doomed. Xiao Wu's expression was one of utter panic, her heart racing wildly, almost as if it could not endure any longer. Meanwhile, Changge observed her reaction, his smirk broadening. Yet, he was not satisfied with this. Allowing Xiao Wu to continue her fearful imaginings, his gaze shifted to the graceful figure of Ning Rongrong. Changge finally spoke, inquiring about Ning Rongrong, the old swordman, and the old bones. How have they been recently? The last time I got a bit restless. I sought them out for a spar. It was 2 against 1. However, having not fought in a while, I may have struck with a bit too much force. And it seems I may have hurt the old swordman and old bones. They should be all right, I hope. Once I finish dealing with this rabbit situation, I shall seek them out for another bout to quell my restlessness. I just wonder how well they have recovered from their injuries. As he pondered this, Changge began to murmur, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's beautiful visage instantly transformed into one of shock. What? You know my grandfather's sword and grandfather bones? Impossible. My grandfather's sword and grandfather bones are indeed formidable Title Douluos. How could they possibly be defeated by you? You seem so young, yet your words are audacious. Do not lie. Ning Rongrong feigned calmness as she spoke. Yet, within her heart, a tempest of astonishment surged. She had just enrolled in school and had not mentioned to anyone her origins from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Nor had she spoken of her grandfather's sword and grandfather bones. The handsome young man before her seemed to know her background. His demeanor was so natural, as if he were merely stating facts. This made Ning Rongrong somewhat inclined to believe Changge's words. Observing her surprise, Changge noted her reaction with interest. Changge revealed a satisfied expression, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of effortless ease. He chuckled softly. What you perceive is merely my youthful exterior. You know nothing of true strength. For a genuine powerhouse, maintaining a youthful visage is an exceedingly simple feat. Furthermore, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon, and one peak surpasses another. Do not be deluded into thinking that your sword and the esteemed Bone Elder are invincible. In my presence, the combined might of the two would scarcely be a match for me. Changge let out a light laugh, his expression remarkably composed. Not only Ning Rongrong, but all the soul masters in the vicinity felt that this Changge was indeed someone of considerable stature. With my sword, and with Grandpa Gu's formidable strength, how could your slight frame possibly prevail? I refuse to believe it. Ning Rongrong shook her head, expressing her skepticism. Haha. Changge burst into laughter. Do you truly believe that you, Sword and Bone Grandpa, stand a chance against the Title Douluo with a higher rank in dual martial souls? Ning Rongrong, do behave yourself. I am an old acquaintance of your Sword and Bone Grandpa. If you address me as Elder Grandpa, I shall gladly utilize my exceptional healing martial soul to mend their wounds and cure lingering ailments. However, should you choose not to call me Elder Grandpa, I might just have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your 2 grandfathers and give you a good spanking. Changge suddenly displayed a serious expression, reminiscent of a formidable elder who unexpectedly adopts a stern demeanor. Beside him, Tang San felt a jolt upon hearing the term twin martial souls. Twin martial souls? Could he also possess twin martial souls? Moreover, his cultivation level had astonishingly reached the legendary pinnacle of soul masters, the Title Douluo? How could that be? This individual was so young. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang San's azure eyes, as he could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, from the corner of his vision, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu, who wore an expression of sheer shock. Tang San instinctively sensed that what Changge had spoken was indeed the truth. This realization made him hesitate to unleash the two hidden bone-penetrating needles concealed in his sleeve. After all, such a weapon could only harm relatively weaker soul masters or soul grandmasters. Inflicting damage on those above the Soul King level was virtually impossible. Moreover, facing a Title Douluo, utilizing hidden weapons would be akin to openly challenging an adversary to strike him down. Tang San was not so foolish. He continued to observe intently. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu listened to the exchange between Li Changge and Ning Rongrong, her beautiful face increasingly marred by shock and distress. Twin martial souls. Title Douluo, he could discern my soul beast's true form, which made it highly likely that he was indeed telling the truth. Oh dear, I am terrified. Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming fear, her delicate body trembling slightly. During her time in the Stardow Forest, she had heard of the dire consequences that befell 100,000-year soul beasts discovered by Title Douluo level experts. They faced annihilation, their rings harvested, and their skins flayed to extract their precious bones. The thought petrified Xiao Wu. In her understanding, her mother had been slain by a powerful Title Douluo, who had harvested her soul ring and bones in a gruesome manner. This haunting memory from her childhood still filled her with dread, and she felt her limbs growing cold. You possess twin martial souls? How is that even possible? Why have I never heard of you before? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth as she spoke. Furthermore, asking to address this young man as senior grandfather was exceedingly difficult for her to utter. Do you believe that what you see is the entirety of the truth? It is merely what we, the powerful, wish for you to perceive. Once you reach my level, you will understand why some individuals prefer to conceal their prowess and refrain from ostentation. Allow me to share some secrets of your 7-treasure glazed tile school, and you will realize that I am indeed not deceiving you. At that moment, you will truly be compelled to address me as senior grandfather. Otherwise, I may very well have to teach you a lesson in public. Do you understand? Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, feigning profundity, and began to speak. Beside him, Li Yusong initially contemplated taking action, yet he soon realized that the words emanating from this young man bore an unexpected weight of truth. If this youth truly possessed the strength of a Title Douluo, then to engage him would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, Li Yusong was intrigued to hear what secrets of the 7-treasure glazed tile school this young man would unveil. Should it later be revealed that he was merely deceiving them, there would still be time to take swift and decisive action against him. Li Yusong squinted his eyes, hoping that this individual was not a charlatan. Otherwise, he would ensure that the man remained bedridden for 3 months. All right, speak. I am eager to hear what secrets you possess. If what you say proves to be true, I shall immediately address you as senior grandpa after witnessing your martial spirit. Ning Rongrong said, gritting her teeth. Very well. Haha, my dear granddaughter. Li Changge let out a hearty laugh. The crowd around him turned their gaze towards him, eager to hear what he had to say. Ning Rongrong, the martial spirit inherited by your 7-treasure glazed tile school is known as the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. However, this martial spirit possesses a significant flaw. One's cultivation can only be stunted at level 79 for a lifetime. Your father, Ning Fingxi, has been stuck at level 79 for many years, unable to make any breakthroughs. The 7-treasure glazed pagoda is indeed a formidable auxiliary martial spirit, yet it pales in comparison to my second martial spirit, a premier healing type. Were it not for the unique nature of my top-tier healing spirit, which is difficult to pass down, the title of the foremost auxiliary martial spirit sect in the Douluo continent would not belong to your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Haha. It would be quite simple for your father to break through level 80. He merely needs to evolve the 7-treasure glazed pagoda into the 8-treasure glazed pagoda or the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Only then does he stand a chance of entering the realm of Title Douluo. Otherwise, he remains trapped at the 79th level of Soul Sage for life, unable to progress further. Your grandfather, the old swordsman, wields the martial spirit of the 7-killing sword, while your other grandfather, the old bone, possesses the bone dragon martial spirit. They are the only 2 Title Douluo of your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong, you are your father's sole daughter and his most cherished one. By the way, you might think you were clever for leaving the sect and coming to Shrek Academy, but that is a misconception. In truth, I must inform you that your father has long dispatched 2 soul emperors to secretly follow and protect you. Furthermore, Flinder has already received a letter from your father, instructing him to take care of you. Haha, to the 2 hidden soul emperors, do not conceal yourselves any longer. I am well aware of your presence. Step out, lest I be compelled to take action, for then the situation may spiral beyond your control. Li Changge let out a hearty laugh, yet his expression abruptly shifted to one of solemnity, as a piercing glint ignited within his star-like eyes. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her body growing weak with disbelief. For what Li Changge articulated aligned perfectly with her own understanding of the situation. Such knowledge was only partially grasped by the higher echelons of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, yet Li Changge appeared to possess the entirety of it. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, she learned that her father, Ning Fingxi, was aware of her presence at Shrek Academy. Astonishingly, he had even dispatched 2 soul emperors to covertly safeguard her and had entrusted a letter to Dean Flinder, requesting that he take special care of her. Ning Rongrong could hardly fathom this revelation. However, after absorbing Li Changge's words, she recognized that her father was indeed capable of such actions. Concealed in the shadows, two masked figures exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. The clandestine escorting of Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy was a secret known solely to the two of them. Yet now, this Changge had unveiled their covert operation, leaving them utterly astounded and convinced of his remarkable abilities. Realizing that their secret had been exposed, the two high-ranking guardians understood that remaining hidden served no purpose and could potentially incite Changge's ire. Thus, exchanging glances, they stepped forth from the darkness. Approaching Ning Rongrong. Younger generation Yu Xizong pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. Younger generation Wu Kuan pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? The two cloaked guardians greeted Changge with utmost reverence. Observing this, Changge's eyes narrowed with delight. He had unwittingly drawn out this information with a mere casual remark. The lack of composure displayed by these guardians revealed their fragility, leading them to inadvertently expose themselves. Yet, this was fortuitous, for he was on the brink of attaining unparalleled Title Douluo prowess. It seemed his studies in the performing arts during his previous life had not been in vain. He truly excelled at acting. Changge felt a surge of joy. Yet he concealed his emotions beneath a mask of indifference. A hint of disdain flickered across his face as he calmly declared, "You are not worthy to know my true name. Simply refer to me as Senior." "Yes, Senior," responded the two Soul Emperor guards with utmost respect. They then turned their gaze towards Ning Rongrong, their tones still reverent. "We greet you, miss. We have been assigned by the sect master to protect you. Fearing you might encounter dangers along the way, we were instructed not to conceal our presence, so you would not discover us. We never anticipated that this esteemed senior would summon us. Miss, we apologize for deceiving you, and we hope you will not hold it against us." The two Soul Emperor guards spoke earnestly to Ning Rongrong. Their sincerity was disarming. Initially, Ning Rongrong felt some irritation at being followed, yet their heartfelt apology softened her heart, leading her to conclude that there was no need to make things difficult for the guards. "Alas, let it be. I will not trouble you. It is all my father's fault. I shall return and tug at his beard, listening to his cries." Ning Rongrong sighed and waved her hand, forgiving the two Soul Emperor guards. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The guards expressed their gratitude with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, the surrounding Soul Masters were left in a state of shock, their reactions akin to encountering a ghost. "Goodness, this young man speaks the truth. He is indeed a Title Douluo," they exclaimed. "A Title Douluo looks like this? I am truly enlightened. He is so youthful. No wonder he is a Title Douluo. His appearance is remarkably handsome. My word, it is my first encounter with a Title Douluo. How glorious. Truly, Shrek Academy is remarkable to attract such a powerful Title Douluo for a visit." The Soul Masters buzzed with astonishment, akin to a boiling pot of oil, fervently discussing the revelation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's expression darkened upon the appearance of the two Soul Emperor guards. She had come to the unsettling realization that Changge before her was a Title Douluo with twin martial souls. The reason for his presence at Shrek Academy must surely be to hunt her, 100,000-year soul beast. "Oh no, I am doomed. Xiao-san, I shall never see you again." Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she cast a sorrowful glance at Tang San, beginning her farewell. Tang San's body trembled, a glimmer of determination flashing in his blue eyes. He sensed that Xiao Wu harbored a significant secret, one that linked her to the arrival of this formidable Title Douluo. "Fear not, Xiao Wu. I will protect you," Tang San whispered reassuringly. "No, you cannot protect me. You cannot contend with him. He is a Title Douluo," Xiao Wu whimpered, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong had already concluded that Changge was extraordinary, with a background of great significance. Possibly an old friend of her two grandfathers. "Senior, what is your martial soul? Allow me to see your twin martial souls, and I shall address you as Senior Grandfather," Ning Rongrong inquired, eager to glimpse Changge's martial prowess. Her curiosity regarding the might of this esteemed senior's twin martial souls, which could surpass that of her two grandfathers, was insatiable. Chapter 7. Zhu Zhuqing. Greetings, esteemed senior. Changge revealed a hint of a cold smile and proclaimed, "My primary martial soul is the most formidable weapon martial soul in the world, surpassing even the self-proclaimed number one, the Haotian hammer. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which boasts of its supremacy as the ultimate beast martial soul, pales in comparison to mine. As for my secondary martial soul, it is the pinnacle of supportive martial souls, endowed with exceptional healing and enhancement capabilities, far exceeding your 7-treasure, glazed tile, and 9-star begonia. It is precisely because of these two martial souls that I possess the strength to triumph over the old sword master and the old skeleton. Haha. I typically favor a life of seclusion, but had it not been for this rabbit, I would have remained hidden in the mountains." Changge stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking with an air of pride. During his discourse, he made a special mention of Xiao Wu. Consequently, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly envision themselves as formidable Title Douluos. Yet, this was insufficient. Changge also aspired to possess an extraordinary martial soul. He initially contemplated boasting of having 3 martial souls, but such grandiosity would surely be met with skepticism. A more prudent approach would be to enchant the 3 beauties. presenting himself as a dual martial soul master who prefers seclusion, leaving no mark on the continent. This would allow them to form an initial impression of him. Gradually, he would lead them into a web of intrigue, inciting their imaginations about his prowess. Thus, Changge could swiftly ascend to greatness and attain formidable cultivation. The attack and defense cards in his possession were already prepared. If no one initiated an assault on him, he would refrain from using them for the time being, instead opting to engage in verbal sparring, further enhancing their perception of his strength. When the moment was opportune, he would make his move, allowing the three beauties to experience a sense of validation in their speculations. In this manner, his success would be virtually assured. My martial soul is not easily revealed. But soon, Ningrongrong, you shall witness its true power. Changge revealed a confident smile, which incited wild speculation among Ningrongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Ningrongrong pondered. A martial soul more formidable than the Haoyan hammer. What could it be? A mutated Haoyan hammer? A variant of the 7-killing sword? And the most elite support martial soul, could it be the 9 treasures glazed tower? No, it possesses healing abilities and enhancement capabilities. It must be the mutated 9-heart begonia. Could he possibly hail from that lineage? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's imagination ran rampant. This is disastrous. He possesses 2 martial souls, even more terrifying than Xiao San's. One top-tier weapon martial soul, surpassing Xiao San's Haoyan hammer? What could it be? Perhaps a colossal hammer entwined with countless golden dragons. And that premier support martial soul, could it be a mutated 9 treasures glazed tower, even more powerful than the 7 treasures glazed tower? Capable of not only enhancing allies but also healing them with every release of soul skills? His cultivation level must be exceptionally high. I might truly be captured, killed, and have my rings and bones taken. Zhu Zhuqing appeared aloof, yet her mind was awash with endless thoughts. The universally acknowledged foremost weapon martial soul is the Haoyan hammer. Yet he claims his weapon martial soul surpasses it. Perhaps he is merely boasting. His martial soul may be of slightly lesser quality, but certainly not by much. As for that premier support martial soul, which can enhance himself or his allies while also providing healing, that seems rather extraordinary. If what he says is true, he must be the greatest individual on the continent. Tang San reflected. My Haoyan hammer is formidable, yet his martial soul is even more impressive, and he possesses a support martial soul far superior to my blue silver grass. Then, Changge's gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai? I know of you both. You 2 little ones have been betrothed since childhood. Haha, Changge remarked. Why do you not remain in the Douluo Empire? Engaging in your contest against your brother and sister? What brings you to this humble Shrek Academy? Do you believe that by studying here, you can return and defeat your siblings to claim victory? Let me assure you, it is an impossible feat unless, of course, you are willing to become my son or daughter and care for me in my old age. I could lend you my assistance in your families and royal competition against your brother and sister. This is a fleeting opportunity. Seize it wisely. Changge's words instantly transformed the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai into ones of astonishment. The 2 had just met and had yet to share any information about the Douluo Empire with their companions. Yet, how could Changge possibly be aware of this? A remarkable figure indeed. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai sensed that Changge must be an extraordinary person, undoubtedly as formidable as he claimed. After all, how else could he possess such knowledge of their identities, origins, and backgrounds? Senior, how did you come to know this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her gaze intense. Meanwhile, she contemplated whether, if Changge truly possessed the power to assist her in overcoming her sister and surviving the fierce competition within her family, she should address him as father and become his daughter. Zhu Zhuqing yearned for strength, desperate to endure the ruthless familial strife and avoid becoming a casualty. Dai Mubai's piercing gaze remained fixed on Changge, eager to hear his explanation. Your Douluo Empire boasts many admirable qualities, bountiful resources, and numerous beauties. However, it is regrettable that you have so few Title Douluos. A nation that cannot muster even 5 Title Douluos is at a disadvantage. The Emperor of the Douluo invites me to join as a guest elder to occasionally assist your empire in overcoming its challenges. Coincidentally, this invitation coincides with 12 years ago, during your engagement banquet when Zhu Zhuqing was just born and Dai Mubai was merely 3 years old. An event to which I was also invited. I have an excellent memory, and from your childhood appearances, I can deduce your current forms. Furthermore, when the old registrar just called out your names, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, I immediately recognized you. Haha. Changge stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking with remarkable composure. One must acknowledge his exceptional mental fortitude. A soul master of the 11th rank, he presented himself as if a formidable figure had descended. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing became convinced that Changge was indeed a powerhouse of the Title Douluo level, possessing dual martial souls, one a supreme weapon soul and the other a premier support soul. Furthermore, he wielded a technique that granted him eternal youth, allowing him to radiate vitality. Zhu Zhuqing pays her respects to you, esteemed senior. Zhu Zhuqing immediately bowed respectfully, her demeanor both reverent and amiable toward Changge. Chapter 8. Teaching Li Yusong a lesson. Cultivation received. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's respectful address of senior, Changge found it quite pleasing to the ear, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then continued. Li Changge shifted his gaze and rested it upon Dai Mubai, speaking in a solemn tone. Why do you not address me as senior? A glimmer of light flashed in Dai Mubai's mischievous eyes, and he reluctantly acquiesced, uttering, Greetings, senior. Even Dai Mubai was momentarily swayed by Li Changge's charisma, believing him to be an unparalleled powerhouse who had witnessed his childhood engagement ceremony with Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai was a male tiger, not a female one. No matter how hard he strained his imagination, Li Changge would not grow stronger. Thus, Li Changge had no desire to squander time on Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing. Ponder this well. If you were to become my daughter and call me father, I could assist you in altering your fate. Li Changge's gaze shifted as he addressed Zhu Zhuqing. His words were imbued with artistry, revealing his capabilities while simultaneously indicating that Zhu Zhuqing must fulfill his demands. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared in his verbal trap, her thoughts becoming immersed in the intricate web he wove, unable to extricate herself. Let me ponder this for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her beautiful eyes reflecting contemplation. Very well, you have ample time for reflection, Li Changge replied with a faint smile. He then turned his profound, star-like eyes towards Xiao Wu and spoke, Xiao Wu, your time is running short. Before we proceed, I must first address a minor reckoning. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Li Yusong. Was it not you who accused me of causing a ruckus, threatening to break my legs, and confining me to my bed for 3 months? Was it not you who refused to refund the registration fee, forcibly taking 20 gold soul coins from these humble families? Li Changge glared at Li Yusong and stated, It is our academy's policy not to refund the registration fee, and I have made this abundantly clear. I initially thought you were just a troublemaker, which may have caused my tone to be a bit harsh. I sincerely apologize for that. Even Li Yusong found himself swayed by Li Changge's words, beginning to offer explanations and apologies. Meanwhile, Li Changge furrowed his brow, contemplating that his current cultivation had yet to manifest. It appeared he would need to take action to convince Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong of the veracity of his claims. Thus, Li Yusong, I regret to say, you shall have to bear the brunt of my actions. He. Moreover, Li Yusong's demeanor pleased Li Changge immensely. He exhibited an air of superiority, condescendingly treating the impoverished and the weak, refusing to refund the registration fees of the struggling students while preparing to unleash formidable soul skills against them. Yet, when faced with the strong, he donned a facade of friendliness, striving to showcase his amiable side. Such duplicity and double standards were what Li Changge loathed above all else. Li Changge had already resolved to teach Li Yusong a lesson, not only because he was the most formidable presence in the vicinity, possessing 6 soul rings and holding the title of Soul Emperor, but also due to the offense he had just committed by threatening to break Li Changge's legs. Li Changge does not suffer from dementia. His memory remains remarkably sharp. Such remarks are futile. I shall grant you one opportunity. Li Yusong, unleash your martial spirit. Li Changge spoke calmly. I will. Li Yusong felt a surge of panic. I can refrain from unleashing my martial spirit, but do not blame me if it causes me great pain. Li Changge urged coldly, his voice imbued with a formidable pressure. All eyes turned towards them, fully aware that Li Changge was prepared to intervene and teach a lesson to the previously arrogant Li Yusong. The parents of the students who had lost their registration fees applauded, expressing their gratitude to Li Changge for standing up for them. I shall unleash it. Li Yusong conceded. He immediately unleashed his martial soul, a patterned staff. Surrounding his aged form, 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black appeared in a splendid array. Excellent. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile, stating that if one could withstand the full force of his impending attack and survive, he would then forgive the disrespect shown to him moments ago. Li Yusong was taken aback. However, before he could unleash his formidable soul technique, Li Changge then took action. Attack the card. Li Changge directed a surge of soul energy into the golden attack card, activating it with fervor. In an instant, the card erupted, releasing a dazzling beam of golden light that shot forth in the direction Li Changge had indicated. As this radiant light emerged, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. A terrifying pressure, akin to a tornado, swept outward, overwhelming those nearby. The crowd was momentarily subdued by this formidable force, their expressions contorted in discomfort, their hearts missing a beat. Teacher, Dai Mubai and Oscar exclaimed in alarm, their eyes wide with concern as they turned anxiously towards Li Yusong. Meanwhile, Li Yusong's pupils constricted sharply, resembling a pinprick. He watched in horror as the golden light descended upon him with tremendous force. Pff! Li Yusong suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, and his body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters. Upon landing, he had transformed into a lifeless heap of flesh, vitality slowly ebbing away. Oh no! Teacherly, Oscar cried out, rushing over with a choked voice. Teacher, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he hurried to his side. The two reached Li Yusong and discovered that his left flank had been pierced by a terrifying force, obliterating his left kidney entirely. Li Yusong appeared frail, hanging by a mere thread of life. I possess a magnificent sausage. I possess a diminutive sausage. Oscar quickly recited a spell, retrieving a sausage and offering it to Li Yusong for consumption. He struggled to feed the tender restorative sausage to Li Yusong, bringing it to his lips. Meanwhile, Dai Bai clenched his fists tightly, emitting a creaking sound, embodying a visage of fury. Yet, he refrained from striking or uttering harsh words towards Li Changge. This restraint stemmed from the realization that Li Yusong was no match for Li Changge, and he himself was even less capable of standing against him. Oscar. Tend to teacher Li. I shall summon Dean Flander and Dean Xiao Wu. Dai Bai declared. Summon them only to receive a beating? Oscar questioned, perplexed. Yet he did not intervene. Dai Bai dashed away. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong bore witness as Li Yusong, who had unleashed 6 soul rings, was effortlessly rendered incapacitated by a single strike from Li Changge. He had not even released his martial soul or soul rings. This moment revealed the undeniable truth. Li Changge was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse. Li Changge's body surged with an overwhelming energy. Every inch of his skin, in that moment, became imbued with a terrifying power. His cultivation soared with astonishing speed, akin to a roller coaster, ascending rapidly and uncontrollably. Chapter 9. The Terrifying Weapon Soul. A radiant golden light ascended from beneath Li Changge's feet, swirling around him like a playful dragon. In this moment, Li Changge felt his physical prowess continuously improving, greedily absorbing all forms of energy. Not only was his cultivation advancing, but even his bodily strength experienced a qualitative leap. Around him, a fierce wind began to swirl. The aura emanating from Li Changge grew increasingly formidable, the oppressive presence of a Title Douluo causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. The hearts of those present felt a weighty heaviness, as though struck by a sledgehammer, causing their breaths to falter momentarily. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong. Channel your strength into imagination. Envision just how powerful it can be. Come on. Li Changge roared within his heart. He had just finished his pretentious display, and now he relied entirely on the imaginations of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, eagerly anticipating the bountiful fruits of victory for himself. How formidable, truly formidable. The onlookers were all visibly astonished. The imposing aura emanating from Li Changge instilled a sense of subservience among them. As if with a mere thought or a casual flick of his finger, he could extinguish their lives like insignificant insects. This sensation was utterly terrifying. Some students and their parents, unable to bear the pressure, began to flee in panic. Meanwhile, others, in a desperate act of submission, prostrated themselves before Li Changge, seemingly believing that such an act might secure their survival. The overwhelming presence was suffocating, and I found it increasingly difficult to endure. Was he about to strike me? Would I meet my doom? Little Wu's delicate features were marred by fear, her heart teetering on the brink of despair. Indeed, this esteemed senior was undeniably a powerhouse of the Title Douluo level. His aura and oppressive force surpassed even that of my grandfather, Sword Grandpa, and Bone Grandpa when they wielded their martial spirits. I had not anticipated that such a low-profile, dual martial soul master existed here in the Douluo continent. His primary martial spirit, boasting superiority over the Haotian hammer, could rival my grandfather's 7-killing sword, suggesting it was an exceptionally formidable weapon-type martial spirit. Furthermore, his auxiliary martial spirit was likely a mutated 9 Hearts begonia, capable not only of healing but also enhancing abilities. Such a powerful dual martial soul master must possess an optimal spirit ring configuration, complete with a 100,000-year spirit ring. This senior undoubtedly prioritized his primary martial spirit, filling its spirit rings before bestowing rings upon his secondary martial spirit. Thus, the configuration for his primary martial spirit would be yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, while his secondary auxiliary martial spirit would consist of 8 black spirit rings, with only a 9th spirit ring yet to be integrated. He had just mentioned a 100,000-year spirit beast, likely intending to endow his secondary martial spirit with that coveted 9th spirit ring, hence his grand appearance before us. Ning Rongrong's face revealed astonishment. These were merely her conjectures, yet she believed them to be the closest to the truth. Having been well-versed in various theories of the 7-treasure glazed tile school since childhood, her imagination surpassed that of Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing simply regarded Li Changge as a Title Douluo without further speculation. The rules of their imaginative system dictated that the strength they envisioned for themselves reflected their true power, all in a positive light. Thus, despite their varying levels of imagination, when combined, they rendered Li Changge extraordinarily formidable. This state of awe persisted for approximately 2.5 moments. The aura emanating from Li Changge reached an unparalleled intensity. His right hand extended, revealing an enormous dark red spear that materialized in his grasp. This spear radiated a terrifying murderous intent, sweeping through the surroundings. In that instant, the white clouds above were instantly stained crimson. The once sunlit earth transformed into a blood-red expanse, creating an exceedingly gruesome and terrifying scene. The onlookers felt as though the air had turned into razor-sharp blades, mercilessly slicing into their bodies, causing immense discomfort. Thud, thud. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the others felt their knees weaken, and they sank to the ground with a heavy thud. The expressions on their faces transformed into a captivating spectacle. The first martial soul, the god-slaying spear. In that fleeting moment, the originally profound black eyes of Li Changge transformed into a blood-red hue, while his flowing black hair was similarly stained crimson, each strand shimmering with a sinister glow. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. and red swirled around him in a mesmerizing rhythm, exuding a terrifying radiance that intertwined with the blood-red heavens. A cold indifference adorned his handsome visage. As if the plight of the world was of no concern to him, he could kill whomever he wished, and they would perish without hesitation. Such terror. Is this truly his martial spirit? How frightening. Ning Rongrong felt a shiver course through her, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression. This is formidable. This is the most powerful individual I have ever encountered in my life. He claimed that if I were to call him father and acknowledge him as such, he would aid me in becoming stronger, enabling me to triumph in the fierce competition. Was this mere jest, or was he serious? Zhu Zhuqing's alluring face reflected a look of astonishment. Simultaneously, her beautiful eyes began to turn, contemplating her options. To grow stronger, to emerge victorious in the familial contest. She had journeyed across 2 great empires to study at Shrek Academy. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and she felt a compelling urge to consider it. Yet, the notion of recognizing Li Changge as her father and calling him dad stirred a sense of humiliation within her. Such a powerful martial spirit. Before him, I feel utterly devoid of any rebellious spirit. Tang San's countenance was one of horror, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. Why were others' twin martial spirits so formidable? While his own consisted merely of a blue grass and a black hammer, he perceived Li Changge as an insurmountable wall, one he would never be able to surpass in this lifetime. Tang San, driven by a fierce competitive spirit, relished the idea of being number one. Even if he momentarily fell short, he would bide his time, gradually ascending to the pinnacle. This was evident within Shrek Academy, where he was not initially the strongest. The focus had been on Dai Mubai. However, through perseverance, Tang San had become the most formidable individual within the academy, with everyone heeding his counsel. Yet, Li Changge instilled in him a sense of inferiority that was profoundly unsettling. He could not help but feel grateful that he had refrained from acting impulsively a moment ago, resisting the urge to unleash the 2 concealed bone-penetrating needles. Had he done so, and if Li Changge survived, it would have been he who lay lifeless, utterly defeated. Chapter 10, Senior Grandpa. Li Changge glanced at the god-slaying spear in his hand, then cast his gaze upon the 9 soul rings that encircled his body, particularly the deep crimson 10,000-year soul ring. Though his expression remained impassive, exuding an air of utter indifference, his heart brimmed with elation. The first martial soul, the god-slaying spear, could cleave deities within the same realm with a single thrust. Moreover, it was adorned with 9 soul rings that were the epitome of optimal compatibility. Aha! Which enchanting beauty conceived such brilliance? Truly a stroke of genius. Li Changge felt invigorated as his gaze swept across Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. In that fleeting glance, he noticed that everyone had knelt upon the ground. The god-slaying spear martial soul was indeed formidable. These individuals, with their relatively low spirit power levels, were utterly overwhelmed by the murderous aura emanating from my martial soul, causing them all to bow in submission. Even the protagonist Tang San had to kneel upon witnessing my true form. The goddesses of the hearts of the people Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were also compelled to prostrate themselves at my feet. Aha! Li Changge let out a cold smirk, his blood-red eyes surveying the crowd with an air of superiority, as if he were above all. A genius soul master? Groveling on the ground. A beautiful soul master? Bowing at my feet. An ordinary soul master? Submitting to the terror of my presence. Li Changge revels in all of this. His ambition is exceedingly fervent, yearning to ascend as the emperor above countless others, wielding dominion over all life. The first martial soul and the 9 soul rings have already surpassed Li Changge's expectations. Youth is indeed a blessing, with boundless imagination and creativity. This is splendid, deserving of commendation and reward. Li Changge contemplated silently within himself. At that moment, a bold idea had taken root in his mind, to capture the 3 enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, and keep them by his side. In doing so, he could continually inspire them, igniting their imaginations. Perhaps, he mused, this could lead to his own burgeoning strength. However, such a notion was fraught with implications, as it would likely provoke the ire of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and other formidable factions, including Tang Hao. Thus, Li Changge refrained from immediate action, deciding that he needed to further contemplate and refine his strategy. Subsequently, Li Changge sheathed his primary martial soul, the god-slaying spear. As the first martial soul was retracted, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth began to fade away. In that moment, Li Changge's blood-red eyes transformed back into a profound black, reminiscent of the stars. His crimson hair also reverted to its original ebony hue, cascading elegantly over his broad shoulders. The multitude kneeling around him collectively exhaled, feeling as though the sharp blade that had hovered menacingly over their necks had vanished. Yet, in that moment, not a soul dared to rise. This was due to the lingering dread of his formidable presence, with the terrifying scene still etched vividly in their minds. Let me unveil my second martial soul. Li Changge contemplated silently. He extended his left hand, and a surge of soul power erupted, brilliantly radiant, as divine rays ascended from beneath his feet. In stark contrast to the overwhelming aura of slaughter from earlier, Li Changge now emanated an air of sanctity and approachability, engendering an exceptionally gentle sensation akin to a mother's embrace, warm, intimate, and secure, instilling tranquility in the hearts of those present. What was this? It was the martial spirit of this esteemed elder. Everyone, behold, this martial spirit is nothing short of a miracle. The crowd kneeling in reverence turned their gazes towards Li Changge's left hand. Upon witnessing the martial spirit upon his hand, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was the anomalous nine-heart Si Tang. Ning Rongrong's expression turned bitter. She had not anticipated that such a martial spirit still existed on the Douluo continent. This signified that the seven treasures glazed tile was no longer the sole auxiliary martial spirit in the world. Before them stood this extraordinary nine-heart Si Tang. A sweet fragrance wafted from Li Changge's left hand, intoxicatingly delightful. It was a tender pink Si Tang blossom, composed of pink and white petals. The Si Tang flower was vibrant, elegantly poised. Petals and vines cascaded from either side of Li Changge's palm, swaying gently in the breeze. Resembling a demure maiden with hair veiling her face, exuding deep affection and enchanting grace. At the flower's core, 10 points of starlight twinkled, signifying that this anomalous nine-heart Si Tang was, in essence, a 10-heart Si Tang. Soft rays of light descended from the heavens like delicate gossamer, draping over Li Changge, rendering him so gentle and approachable. The originally indifferent black eyes softened in that moment, compelling onlookers to steal a few more glances. 8 black soul rings encircled Li Changge's form, rhythmically pulsating and exuding black luminescence. The darkness emitted by the soul rings was tempered by the light of the 10-heart Si Tang, losing some of its sharpness while gaining a touch of warmth. This is my second martial spirit, the anomalous 9-heart Si Tang, which is indeed the 10-heart Si Tang. Moreover, I am adorned with 8 black soul rings. TSK. Which enchanting beauty conceived this? Truly remarkable. She deserves a kiss as a reward. Li Changge silently mused, feeling exceedingly satisfied with his second martial soul. The 10-heart begonia not only enabled him to heal himself or his allies, but also to enhance their attributes in every conceivable way. All of his soul abilities possessed a singular effect, unparalleled healing and comprehensive augmentation. The more soul rings he fused, the stronger the effects of both healing and augmentation became. Currently, Li Changge boasted 8 10,000-year black soul rings, endowing him with a terrifyingly formidable healing capability and an astonishing enhancement effect. For instance, when Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy was nearly beaten to death by Daimobai, Li Changge utilized the soul abilities of his 10-heart begonia martial soul to heal and augment Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Ma Hongjun not only fully recovered from his injuries but also returned to his peak state, with his attributes, attack, defense, speed, and soul power comprehensively enhanced. He could leap from the ground and retaliate fiercely, turning the tables on Daimobai. In Li Changge's presence, as long as there was a breath left, no one would meet their demise. This was the extraordinary essence of the 10-heart begonia. With the god-slaying gun martial soul for destruction and the 10-heart begonia for salvation, it truly exemplified the duality of existence. One thought could lead to malevolence, while another could usher in benevolence. Li Changge retracted his martial soul, and the 10-heart sea peach quietly entered his body, causing the 8 black 10,000-year soul rings to vanish without a trace. The surrounding environment returned to normal, however. The astonished hearts of the onlookers remained unsettled for a prolonged period. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Ning Rongrong. Behold my 2 martial souls. Ning Rongrong, do you see them? I see. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, her face reflecting reverence. Then why not fulfill your promise and address me as senior grandfather? Senior grandfather. Ning Rongrong promptly exclaimed, displaying an adorable demeanor. Chapter 11. I can shatter your arms, yet I can also heal you. Hearing the title senior grandfather brought immense pleasure to Li Changge. Soothing his spirit, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he remarked, good granddaughter. Ning Rongrong nodded gently, clearly pleased. Then, Li Changge's gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing. What have you decided? He inquired. I haven't quite made up my mind, Zhu Zhuqing replied, still hesitant. She remained in a state of indecision, contemplating her options. You don't have much time left to deliberate. Be swift, Li Changge urged. Understood, senior, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, adopting a compliant expression. At last, Li Changge's attention turned to Xiao Wu. During this moment, he cast a glance at Tang San, pondering. Today marks the beginning of the school term. Tang Hao must be nearby, lurking in the shadows. I recall from the original tale that on the first day of school, Xiao Wu assessed these students, resulting in Tang San sustaining a minor injury. That very night, he was dragged into the small forest and thoroughly beaten. Due to this incident, Li Changge was certain that Tang Hao had indeed arrived. However, even if Tang Ritian is here, what of it? At present, I possess the god-slaying spear and the 10-heart Si Tang flower, 2 martial souls. My martial prowess has reached level 97, surpassing Sword Douluo and Ning Fingji by a tier. Within Soto City, no, throughout the entire Ballot Kingdom, there exists no one who dares to instill fear in me. It is you who ought to fear me. Li Changge mused inwardly. Furthermore, he sensed that his body was remarkably adept and in perfect harmony with these 2 martial souls and all the soul skills. He was acutely aware of the timing for unleashing each soul skill in succession. Li Changge felt an intimate understanding, as if the memories were etched into the very marrow of his bones. This remarkable ability was entirely thanks to the extraordinary imaginations of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, which endowed Li Changge with such prowess. Now, he yearned to abduct them, to express his heartfelt gratitude and solitude. However, Li Changge was acutely aware that such an act would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect behind Ning Rongrong, along with being pursued by Jian Gu and Ning Fingxi. Moreover, seizing Xiaowu would compel Tang Hao to reveal himself, prompting immediate confrontation and inevitable turmoil. Yet, with nothing to lose, Li Changge felt emboldened. I am Li Changge, and I have nothing to fear. Whatever I undertake will yield rewards. Thus, I shall act without hesitation, embracing boldness and confidence in my endeavors. Li Changge had already solidified his intentions in his heart, fully aware of what he must do. He planned to abduct Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San. Li Changge may be able to live without women in his heart, yet he cannot do without their presence around him. These women are the very foundation of his strength. Moreover, making a grand spectacle that stirs the entire Soul Master community will undoubtedly attract even more enchanting beauties, igniting their wild imaginations about him. Why not embrace such a delightful prospect? Once he has come to this realization, Li Changge's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside Xiaowu and Tang San. A formidable pressure emanated from him, causing the entire space to warp wildly. Xiaowu and Tang San felt as though an immense mountain had been placed upon them. Despite summoning all their strength, they remained unable to break free from this terrifying force that bound them. Their bodies felt as if they had been filled with lead, rendering them utterly immobile. Wu, San, I think I am going to die. Tears, as large as beans, rolled down Xiaowu's exquisite face. Unfortunately, Tang San had yet to reach level 30. Otherwise, Xiaowu might have been compelled to sacrifice herself, fusing her soul ring with his and bestowing her soul bones upon him as well. Tang San gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force, only to find that he was utterly powerless before this being. He lacked the strength even to wield the hidden weapons concealed within his sleeves. Did he still hope to use those unspeakable items? In my presence, would they even be of use? Tang San, truly worthy of being a Tang sect assassin. Your concealment is remarkably profound. Li Changge let out a cold laugh. Immediately, he reached out with his large hand and twisted Tang San's arms. Crack. A sound of shattered bones echoed as Tang San's arms contorted into a bizarre curve, hanging limply. Ah, so painful. Tang San screamed in agony, his already unhandsome face contorting into a grimace. Do not scream. My 10 heartseed pearls can heal your injuries at any moment. Cooperate, keep your mouth shut, and you shall not face demise. Li Changge disdainfully remarked. This statement was directed not only at Tang San, but also at Tang Hao, who lurked in the shadows. At this moment, Tang Hao watched as his son was rendered armless, his complexion darkening considerably, his brows furrowed with fury. He longed to step forward and unleash his wrath upon Li Changge. However, having witnessed Li Changge's martial soul, Tang Hao understood that he was likely no match for him. If he acted recklessly, given the proximity between Li Changge and his son, Tang San could be struck down in an instant. Moreover, Li Changge had mentioned that his 10-heart begonia martial soul could heal Tang San, suggesting that once the matter concluded, there was a possibility of restoring his son's arms. What a ruthless tactic. By holding Tang San hostage, he sought to restrain me, to caution me against impulsive actions. Did he? He is my only son. You are indeed formidable. You have won. With a grim expression like a sky laden with storm clouds, Tang Hao chose to endure and observe. With concerns weighing on his mind, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer felt as soft as cotton, devoid of its usual dominance. In contrast, Li Changge, unencumbered by fear, exuded an air of confidence. With little to lose, he could act freely, unrestrained by excessive caution. Akin to a bird soaring through a dense forest or a fish leaping into the vast ocean, reveling in boundless freedom. With a furrowed brow, Tang Hao contemplated the term Tang sect assassin that Li Changge had uttered. Tang sect? What sort of force is that? Since childhood, Tang San had exhibited peculiar tendencies, mastering many strange and unusual things. Could he have come into contact with a clandestine organization known as the Tang sect? Tang Hao could not help but ponder this, reflecting on the valuable insights Li Changge had provided. Meanwhile, Tang San occasionally emitted muffled sounds of discomfort. Li Changge, feeling overwhelmed by the noise, tore a corner of his garment and stuffed it into Tang San's mouth, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Cooperate well, and all will be lenient. Li Changge issued a stern warning, subsequently directing his gaze towards Xiaowu, in order to prevent her from fleeing during the impending confrontation with Tang Hao. He acted with ruthless intent, advancing and seizing Xiaowu's slender jade-like leg with a firm grip. What are you doing? No, please don't. Xiaowu's expression transformed into one of sheer terror, her face reflecting utter horror. Chapter 12, Xiaowu, Tang San, Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing become hostages with a motion reminiscent of twisting a strand of rope. Li Changge exerted force, contorting Xiaowu's legs into an unnatural arc. Her bones misaligned in a manner that appeared agonizing. I fear you might escape, thus I have resorted to such measures. Cooperate, and I shall summon the Shirshian Haiang martial spirit to aid in your healing, restoring you to your former self, allowing you to move with grace once more. Otherwise, I assure you, no one will be able to cure you in this lifetime. You shall remain afflicted, struggling to walk for all your days. Li Changge's voice resonated with a foreboding tone. Woe is me, I am in excruciating pain. My leg is broken. Xiaowu sat helplessly on the ground, her cheeks glistening with tears. Li Changge paid her no heed. This ancient rabbit, a soul beast of 100,000 years, was even older than Tang San. Before Tang San was born, she had already roamed the Stardow forest. Yet, Without a hint of shame, she dared to address Tang San as third brother. The fact that this old rabbit refrained from turning her into spicy rabbit heads was already a testament to her mercy. Although Xiaowu's delicate legs appeared tender, encased in pink thigh-high stockings that accentuated their length and allure, this was Li Changge's first formal encounter with her. How could he, at first sight, be smitten and feel compelled to protect and cherish her? That would be utterly absurd. The old rabbit held potential utility. Thus Li Changge merely intended to break her legs for the time being. Later, he could employ soul techniques to mend them and restore her to her prime. But only if her performance met his satisfaction. Xiaowu's attire was exceedingly scant, to prevent bestowing any advantages upon the surrounding male soul masters. Li Changge swiftly moved to stand beside Zhu Zhuqing. With a decisive grip, he seized her as if she were a chick in the talons of an eagle, bringing her to Xiaowu's side. "Senior, what are you doing?" Fear flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. She sensed that Li Changge was akin to a capricious tyrant. Just a moment ago, he had engaged her in earnest conversation, yet now he acted with reckless abandon, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Such a man was truly formidable. Even though Zhu Zhuqing had grown up in the Douluo Empire, witnessing many powerful figures and possessing a heart unafraid of authority, she still felt trepidation in the presence of Li Changge. "Zhu Zhuqing, stand still and do not flee. Surely, you do not wish for your legs to be broken? If you attempt to run, Xiaowu and Tang San will be your fate." Li Changge issued a warning. "Rest assured, I shall not flee." Zhu Zhuqing responded, yielding to Li Changge's authority, unwilling to resist. She was acutely aware that any act of defiance would lead to a dire fate, akin to that of Xiaowu and Tang San, who had suffered the loss of their arms and legs. Even if they were to eventually recover and regain their former prowess, the agony endured during that process was entirely avoidable. It was an ordeal not worth bearing. "May I borrow a piece of fabric from your leather trousers?" Li Changge greeted them. "What?" Zhu Zhuqing had yet to comprehend the situation when she suddenly realized that Li Changge had already taken action, tearing a piece of fabric from his leather pants. The pale skin of her calf was now fully exposed, drawing attention. TSK, quite remarkable. Li Changge couldn't help but steal another glance. He then stuffed the torn piece of leather into Xiaowu's mouth, admonishing, "Stop the noise, it's rather bothersome. It's merely a minor injury. Endure it for a moment. I shall tend to you shortly." Having said that, Li Changge turned to Ning Rongrong and commanded, "Rongrong, come here, by my side." His tone brooked no dissent. A flicker of fear and conflict crossed Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Li Changge could be so ruthless. Two Soul Emperor guards promptly stepped forward to shield Ning Rongrong. "Senior, what do you intend to do? This is the young lady of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Your actions are inappropriate. If sect leader Ning and Elder Gu were to learn of this, they would certainly be enraged. We implore you, do not put us in a difficult position." The two Soul Emperors were resolute in their duty to protect Ning Rongrong from any harm. "I am not harming her. I merely wish for Ning Rongrong to come to my side." Li Changge uttered a cold admonition, casting a glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who appeared quite wretched. The two Soul Emperor guards shook their heads, their gaze resolute, unwavering as if they were prepared to embrace death at any moment. "You may leave at once. Otherwise, should I resort to force, the outcome will not only be the same for you, but you will also suffer, dragging Rongrong into your misfortune as well." Li Changge spoke coldly, his tone tinged with impatience as he issued his final decree. The two Soul Emperor guards wavered at his words. Indeed, as Li Changge stated, their attempts to obstruct him were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an exercise in futility that would only provoke this formidable Title Douluo, who possessed twin martial souls. Furthermore, it would bring dire consequences for Ning Rongrong. "My patience is limited." Li Changge's tone had reached a peak of exasperation. "Senior grandfather, I will take a stand," Ning Rongrong asserted, stepping forth to stand beside Li Changge. This was the correct course of action. A satisfied smile graced Li Changge's lips. The two Soul Emperor guards exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. "You have both worked hard. Your cultivation levels are insufficient to influence the situation. Do not worry about me. Senior grandfather will not harm me." Ning Rongrong addressed the two guards, effectively commanding them to refrain from rash actions and to observe the situation. Should an opportunity arise, they were to return to inform her father and grandfather. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San gathered around Li Changge, effectively becoming his hostages. Tang Hao, hidden in the shadows, remained hesitant to act. "Tang Hao, I am aware of your presence nearby. Should I wish to find you?" "It would be a simple matter." Suddenly, Li Changge spoke. Tang Hao, who was lurking in the shadows, felt a jolt of shock run through his powerful frame. His deep-set eyes igniting with a flicker of fury, his fist clenched tightly, creaking ominously. However, Tang Hao refrained from revealing himself, fearful that a single action on his part would lead Li Changge to swiftly take the life of Tang San. His son, endowed with twin martial souls, was a prodigious talent beyond compare. Tang Hao harbored hopes that Tang San would mature and, in time, seek justice for their lineage, aspiring for him to flourish and propagate. Tang San must not perish. This was Tang Hao's resolute conviction. Beside Li Changge, Tang San's azure eyes glimmered with astonishment. For was not Tang Hao his surrogate father in this realm? His actual father had come? How could this be? Moreover, the tone of Li Changge appeared to resemble that of a peer engaging in conversation, rather than addressing a junior. Tang San, with his remarkable intellect, immediately sensed the dissonance, his mind racing with thoughts. Tang Hao, there is no need for you to reveal yourself. There are matters I must convey to you. I possess formidable spiritual power, capable of perceiving the essence of souls, unraveling all that is elusive, and discerning the truth. The soul of this Tang San is not truly that of your son. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu's Changge began to weave his schemes. Possessing a formidable martial soul and cultivation, he felt it was still insufficient. Now, he sought to cultivate a powerful mental strength. In doing so, when the time came to pursue the century-old soul beast, the dream-ice silkworm, he would have a greater chance of mastering it. Changge appeared to be speaking to Tang Hao, yet in truth, his words resonated with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, felt a sudden jolt upon hearing Changge's declaration. The soul of the third child is not truly that of my son? This revelation illuminated Tang Hao's mind, prompting him to contemplate some critically significant matters. Nearby, Tang San, lying on the ground, exhibited a fleeting look of panic in his azure eyes. What? He can actually perceive my soul. Tang San was taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. He was indeed not a native of the Douluo continent. Tang San had traversed from the Tang sect, clandestinely mastering their ultimate techniques, culminating in the creation of the Buddha's Rage Tang Lotus. Ultimately, under immense pressure from the Tang sect, he leaped from a cliff, sacrificing himself to prove his innocence. Initially, Tang San believed he would meet his end. However, he found himself inhabiting the youthful body of Tang San in the Douluo continent, living alongside Tang Hao. This was a secret known only to Tang San, one he had never divulged to anyone, not even to his adoptive father Tang Hao or his teacher Xiaojiang. Yet, Changge, possessing such formidable strength, discerned his truth with just a glance. No wonder he would shatter my hands. Fear began to seep into Tang San's heart. He had never before felt such profound dread towards a soul master. The sensation of being exposed, devoid of secrets, was utterly unbearable, like standing on the executioner's platform. Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim as he hid in the shadows, his gaze fixated intently upon Changge. He yearned to hear what else this formidable individual might reveal. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, suppressing the pain in her legs, glanced at Tang San beside her. Noticing Tang San's pallor, she was uncertain whether it stemmed from his injured hands or if Changge's words had struck a nerve. Something feels amiss, Xiao Wu thought, her own expression betraying her concern. Given Changge's earlier display of his martial soul and immense power, his words carried an inherent credibility that compelled listeners to believe. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong observed silently, having just met Tang San that day, their expressions reflecting a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Changge continued to weave his tale. Tang Hao, I trust you have discerned that your little third party has always been distinct from his peers. Do you not find this little third party remarkably mature, akin to a composed and cunning middle-aged individual? This indicates that his soul possesses the agility of a middle-aged man. Furthermore, this little third party is adept at crafting and utilizing hidden weapons, and he possesses certain unique cultivation techniques and combat skills. Surely, you have not imparted these to him, have you? Could it be that he has acquired them through sheer instinct? Oh, Tang Hao, have you not pondered these matters thoroughly? Your son's soul has long been extinguished by this middle-aged man. He merely inhabits a vessel. He has usurped your son's body and masquerades as him in this world. It is astounding that you, as the Haotian Douluo, remain oblivious to this. How tragically myopic you have become. Changge revealed a disdainful smile and spoke. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression had grown exceedingly grim. In the presence of all, Changge revealed his secret, a revelation that felt akin to sentencing himself to death. How would he interact with Xiao Wu and Tang Hao in the future? Moreover, this incident rendered him a target of collective ire, subjecting him to relentless scrutiny. His mentor, Xiaojiang, might even expel him from the sect. Contemplating these dire consequences, Tang San's countenance grew increasingly grim, akin to a man who had ingested something foul. Simultaneously, a surge of wrathful intent flickered in his azure eyes, had his gaze the power to slay. Changge would have met 1,000 torturous fates for exposing a secret he had guarded for 12 long years. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Hao's expression mirrored that of his son, reflecting a profound dismay. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend why his son, Xiao San, exhibited such maturity and possessed an array of unique abilities. However, Changge's revelation served as a sudden epiphany. Tang Hao observed the fleeting expressions on Tang San's face, noting the discomfort that twisted his features, reminiscent of someone who had tasted something repugnant. Clearly, this reaction stemmed from the exposure of his true identity, eliciting panic and distress. With a heavy sigh, Tang Hao lamented the turn of events that had exceeded his expectations. He had always believed his son to be sensible, only to discover that the boy he cherished was not truly his son but a middle-aged man inhabiting his body. The essence of his son had been obliterated, replaced in its entirety. As these thoughts coursed through him, an inferno of rage ignited within Tang Hao's chest. He yearned to eliminate this middle-aged Tang San. Yet the thought of losing his only son rendered him reluctant to act. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu perceptibly sensed the turmoil within him. However, her voice was stifled by the constraints of her attire, rendering her unable to articulate her concerns. Upon witnessing the scene, Changge stepped forward to retrieve his leather trousers and, in the same motion, removed the fabric from Tang San's mouth. He was eager to eavesdrop on the dialogue between the two. Xiao Wu, enduring excruciating pain, spoke, Is what he said true, Xiao San? Her beautiful eyes fixated on Tang San, scrutinizing his expression. No, it's not true. Tang San replied in a panic, shaking his head vehemently. But Xiao San, I have been with you for 6 years. This is the first time I have seen you so flustered. He must be telling the truth. Xiao Wu shook her head, her eyes revealing a glimmer of disappointment. What are you hiding from me, Xiao San? How long do you intend to keep this secret? I am truly disheartened. With that, Xiao Wu burst into tears, though her legs had been broken. She had not wept until she discovered that Tang San's true soul was that of a middle-aged man who had deceived her for 6 long years. Unable to contain herself, she wept, her tears cascading down her delicate face like petals in a rainstorm. Her sorrowful cries evoked a sense of profound sympathy. The kind-hearted Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to witness Xiao Wu's distress and stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Xiao Wu, it's all right, don't cry. There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. It will be fine. Please, stop crying. It doesn't suit you. Ning Rongrong spoke gently, attempting to soothe Xiao Wu's anguish. Meanwhile, Tang San, realizing that his secret had been unveiled and that his hands had been rendered useless, faced the grim possibility of his impending demise. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Why? Why are you treating me this way? I have no enmity with you. Why target me? What have I done to provoke you? His voice echoed with frantic fury. Chapter 14. Slapping the hypocritical Tang San. Zhao Wujie. Just because we met for the first time, you attempted to kill me with a hidden weapon. Li Changge retorted angrily, You saw my high cultivation and concealed your weapon. Do not think I did not notice your little antics. You are a coward who preys on the weak. You believe you can extinguish their lives without consequence. But when it comes to me, do you dare to attempt to kill me, coward? Hypocritical dog. Li Changge raised his hand in a surge of anger and delivered a resounding slap to Tang San's cheek. While perusing the original text, he had found Tang San somewhat repulsive. However, after immersing himself in various discussions that posited Tang San as a paragon of kindness and justice, supported by numerous classic examples such as reviving Xiao Wu and rescuing the poisoned emperor of Snowy Night, Li Changge had initially believed he had misjudged Tang San, adopting a more observational stance rather than a hasty condemnation. Yet now, through personal experience, he realized the difficulty in finding any affection for Tang San. In 2 lifetimes, he had taken on the role of a Tang clan assassin, his soul already akin to that of a middle-aged killer, a middle-aged man, feigning an air of unsullied purity. Following the slap, Tang San's head buzzed, contorting into a visage of agony. Upon witnessing this, Li Changge displayed a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Tang San's fury served to validate the truthfulness of Li Changge's words. Thus, in Xiao Wu's mind, she envisioned Li Changge possessing an extraordinarily formidable mental prowess. In that fleeting moment, Li Changge felt a surge of mental power that rapidly ascended to an extraordinarily terrifying level. This formidable mental prowess enabled him to concentrate with unparalleled focus, allowing his left hand, left foot, and right foot to engage in distinct activities without disrupting his thoughts. Remarkably, he could read one book with his left eye while simultaneously perusing another with his right eye, each observation independent of the other. His mental capacity had truly reached an alarming pinnacle. Ah, how delightful. Li Changge was immensely satisfied. He took great pleasure in his own clever deception. Perhaps in the aftermath, he would conceive even more refined methods and expressions of trickery. However, at that moment, he had little time to ponder. The fact that he had achieved his objectives was already a source of great contentment for him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai, accompanied by Flander and Zhao Wujie, had arrived. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble and injure our esteemed teacher Li? Do they wish to court death? Zhao Wujie bellowed in fury. Despite his modest stature of merely 1.6 meters, his physique was as robust as a fortress, exuding an aura that suggested he could withstand considerable punishment. Previously, Dai Mubai had only witnessed Li Changge utilizing an attack card that severely injured teacher Li Yusong. He had not seen the subsequent release of Li Changge's 2 martial souls. Therefore, Dai Mubai sought reinforcements, believing that the combined efforts of Dean Flander and Vice Dean Zhao Wujie would surely subdue Li Changge. Zhao Wujie was brash and audacious, while Flander remained composed. Reflecting inwardly, the dense red clouds that recently gathered above the Shrek Academy surely indicate something amiss. Zhao Wujie is still too reckless. Dai Mubai pointed at Li Changge, exclaiming, It was him. He harmed teacher Li. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face turned pale with shock. He attempted to intervene, shouting, No, Zhao. But before Oscar could finish, Zhao Wujie roared, Dare to cause chaos in my Shrek Academy? Do you wish to forfeit your life? With that, he unleashed his martial soul, the mighty golden bear. Zhao Wujie's voice was thunderous, overwhelming Oscar's protest. Without further ado, he manifested his martial soul. A surge of soul power coursed through him, and a muscular golden bear materialized above him, glaring fiercely, exuding a terrifying presence. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmered around Zhao Wujie, pulsating with brilliant light. Although Zhao Wujie appeared formidable, none present held him in high regard, all believing he could not contend with Li Changge, for they had witnessed the might of his 2 martial souls. Zhao Wujie, you dare to act brazenly before me, Ymir Cub? You truly have a death wish. Li Changge issued an angry reprimand. In an instant, he flashed forward, directly appearing before Xiao Wuji, unleashing the terrifying aura of a Title Douluo. Changge raised his hand with determination, delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Wuji's visage. The sharp crack resonated through the air as Xiao Wuji's head jerked to the side, blood spilling forth, accompanied by 2 shattered teeth. This incident attests to the immense force behind Changge's strike. Xiao Wuji felt a crushing weight enveloping him, causing his formidable golden bear martial spirit to extinguish like a flickering flame, vanishing within him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as though his face had been subjected to an unrelenting barrage of slaps, each more painful than the last. A piercing scream escaped Xiao Wuji's lips, as he sensed his skull nearing its breaking point. For what felt like an eternity of 5 breaths, Changge bestowed upon Xiao Wuji no fewer than 20 punishing strikes. At that moment, his face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, as he spun in place before collapsing to the ground. Foolish creature. Do you think my youthful appearance renders me an easy target? Merely because I appear youthful does not imply that my strength is akin to that of your academy's inexperienced youngsters. Changge emitted a voice of disdainful derision, leaving Flander utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs. He was aware of Changge's formidable prowess, yet he never anticipated that it would reach such an extraordinary level. With sheer physical strength, Changge had managed to vanquish Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji, a soul sage of the 7th ring, found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Dai Mubai, too, was taken aback, unable to believe that his mentor, Xiao Wuji, had been reduced to a pitiful state after a single encounter. The opponent was simply too powerful. A grave expression flickered across Dai Mubai's devilish gaze. Dean, do not engage. This venerable one possesses the rank of Title Douluo and wields dual martial souls. Do not provoke him, Oscar exclaimed anxiously, rushing to defend Dean Flander. Upon hearing this, the shrewd Flander revealed a sly smile. Esteemed elder, it appears you have graced our Shrek Academy with your presence. This truly brings honor to our institution. I deeply apologize for Xiao Wuji's indiscretion in offending you. Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf. Flander was astute, recognizing the importance of seizing the moment. Thus, he bowed his head swiftly, readily admitting his fault with great eagerness. As Chapter 15 unfolds, depicting the downfall of Dai Mubai, Flander's mind erupted with astonishment. He had never imagined that this seemingly youthful child possessed such terrifying strength. In a mere instant, Xiao Wuji had unleashed his martial soul, only to be subdued and humiliated by Changge. It was evident that Changge's strength had reached at least the pinnacle of a Title Douluo, a status that represented a formidable presence. Flander, realizing the gravity of the situation, could only respond with a forced smile. Changge scoffed. Flander, your readiness to admit fault is commendable. While you may escape the death penalty, the living consequences are inescapable. As the head of Shrek Academy, you neglect your duties, allowing the institution to descend into chaos, preying upon the weak. Why do you not challenge those of noble birth instead of squabbling with these commoner soul masters? Do you not understand that for an ordinary family, every gold soul coin weighs like a mountain? Truly despicable, exploiting these commoner soul masters. I cannot abide such behavior. Changge commenced to voice his concerns on behalf of those students and parents who had failed to secure registration and were unjustly deprived of their Jin Hun coins. After articulating his thoughts, Changge's figure flickered as he appeared before the lanky form of Flandre. Although only 12 years of age, Changge matched Flandre in height. In that moment, Flandre felt an overwhelming presence before him, akin to that of the King of Hell. His slender body trembled violently, and he found himself desperately needing to relieve himself. Today, I shall take it upon myself to give you, the unscrupulous merchant Dean, a proper lesson on behalf of these students and parents. Changge raised his hand and struck Flandre's elongated face with fervor. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed 2 relentless attacks, continuing for approximately 10 seconds. Flandre's once sharp visage had swollen to resemble that of a pig's head. His head buzzed, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Go cool off, Changge admonished, delivering a swift kick. Flanders immediately collapsed beside Xiao Wuji, both of them wailing in agony, a portrait of suffering. Changge exerted control over his strength, inflicting only superficial injuries upon them, sparing their minds from harm. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, a single slap from him could shatter the skulls of Xiao Wuji and Flander as effortlessly as one would crush a watermelon. Henceforth, refund all registration fees to the students and their parents. Furthermore, you have wasted everyone's time with deceptive promotional tactics. Reimburse the travel expenses as well, and additionally compensate everyone with a gold soul coin. Flander, Xiao Wuji, can you fulfill this? If not, perhaps your existence in this world is no longer warranted. Changge issued an indignant reprimand. The surrounding students and parents, initially taken aback by his words, soon erupted into applause. Thank you, senior, for speaking on our behalf. We are immensely grateful, exclaimed one parent. Indeed, every single gold soul coin is of utmost significance to us. It is what we have painstakingly saved through frugality. Another added. We cannot thank you enough, senior. I was deceived by the propaganda and fell behind in my duties, bringing my child here to enroll. Our situation has been quite challenging. Expressions of gratitude flowed forth from the students and parents, their smiles radiant as they acknowledged Li Changge's assistance. It was but a small gesture. Li Changge replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. On the ground, Flander, utterly defeated, felt his heart bleed at the thought of the gold soul coins now in his pocket. Retrieving them would undoubtedly cost him dearly. Nevertheless, in the face of adversity, he bore the excruciating pain and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Rest assured, senior, I will return all the gold soul coins to the students and parents, and I will compensate for their losses." Very well, Li Changge nodded in response. With tears streaming down his face, Flander could not contain his sorrow. He had endured Li Changge's reprimand without shedding a tear, but the loss of the gold soul coins proved too much for him to bear. Li Changge cast a cold glance towards Dai Mubai, who stood off to the side. "Dai Mubai, come here," Li Changge commanded in a chilling tone. Dai Mubai's powerful frame trembled as he reluctantly approached. "Kneel." Li Changge's voice was a sharp reprimand. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes. He never anticipated that Li Changge would demand he kneel. The humiliation was unbearable, and anger surged within him. Were it not for his insufficient strength, Dai Mubai would have relished the opportunity to slap Li Changge across the face, especially upon witnessing his defiant demeanor. Li Changge let out a cold laugh. "Are you feeling indignant? I take great pleasure in taming those who are obstinate." Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced and, with a swift motion of his hand, delivered a resounding slap to Dai Mubai's face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the venue, causing Dai Mubai's mouth to twist as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Will you kneel or not?" Li Changge's voice was icy as he chided. In that instant, Dai Mubai realized that he had no room for resistance before Li Changge. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. "Feeling indignant?" Li Changge smiled faintly. "I submit," Dai Mubai hastily replied. "However, I sense that deep down, you remain unconvinced and harbor a desire to eliminate me." Li Changge maintained his smile, relishing the sight of Dai Mubai's frustration, caught between his ambitions and his inability to act upon them. Dai Mubai was a notorious troublemaker from the Shrek Academy, known for his penchant for picking on the weak while fearing the strong. He often indulged in romantic escapades, believing himself to possess an irresistible charm that could win over any woman. In the original narrative, only Tang San could comprehend and support Dai Mubai. However, Li Changge found himself utterly incapable of understanding or supporting him, harboring profound disdain instead. Moreover, although Dai Mubai appeared to submit, he was, in truth, seething with resentment. Once Li Changge departed, it was likely that he would viciously criticize him behind his back. Thus, Li Changge felt compelled to teach him a severe lesson. "I shall eradicate every ounce of the malice within your heart, piece by piece." Li Changge let out a cold laugh. Immediately, before the eyes of all present, he stepped forward and seized Dai Mubai's body. What was the senior intending to do? The surrounding soul masters turned their gazes toward them. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin all watched intently. "What are you trying to do?" Dai Mubai exclaimed anxiously. "You will find out soon enough." Li Changge maintained his smile. Then, he pulled off Dai Mubai's shoes and stuffed them into his mouth, silencing him. Crack. Li Changge, without uttering a word, brutally snapped Dai Mubai's thumb. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds followed as Dai Mubai's index, middle, ring, and little fingers were subsequently broken. Chapter 16. Enhancing Healing Abilities Through Deception. Ah! Ayub. The pain was excruciating. Dai Mubai let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately biting down on his shoe. Li Changge did not spare him, following the same ruthless method. He incapacitated his left hand as well. Having rendered his 10 fingers useless, Li Changge then turned his attention to his arms. Crack. Dai Mubai's wrist shattered. Crack. Dai Mubai's forearm broke. Crack. Dai Mubai's entire arm was severed. Next, he focused on Dai Mubai's legs. Finding his big toe too repugnant, Li Changge disdainfully chose not to break it. Instead, he commenced methodically dismantling Dai Mubai's legs from the ankles up. Throughout this torment, Dai Mubai fainted from the excruciating pain. Yet Li Changge always found a way to rouse him. The onlookers were gripped with terror, witnessing this horrific spectacle. Demon. This was the universal sentiment towards Li Changge. Fear enveloped everyone. They gazed upon Dai Mubai's contorted face, streaming with tears. Li Changge's expression remained utterly unperturbed, as if engaged in a most mundane task. "I possess mastery over 30,000 forms of punishment, capable of inflicting the utmost torment upon a soul master. Previously, I resided for a time within the depths of the continent's most concealed and colossal underground prison. There, the most heinous criminals were confined. Under my methods of torture, no soul master could endure even a quarter of an hour. Even the most tightly sealed lips would yield under my techniques, revealing all secrets. Heh, Dai Mubai. Your disrespect towards me has led you to this inevitable fate." Li Changge let out a cold laugh, gazing at Dai Mubai as though he were a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Dai Mubai was in such excruciating pain that he could not utter a word. His mind was a blank slate, filled only with agony and terror. Nearby, Flanders could not bear to look. He buried his head in the ground, trembling with fear. He held great hopes for Dai Mubai. Yet now he found him in such a dire state. Flanders was unable to endure the sight. Xiao Wu, too, was frightened, hiding his head in the earth. Oscar, the illustrious Dai, was shaking uncontrollably. Although Oscar was capable of crafting restorative sausages, he felt that Dai Mubai had been utterly ruined. No amount of restorative sausages could remedy his condition. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of profound complexity. She had come to the Soto City Shrek Academy to seek out Dai Mubai, hoping to cultivate diligently alongside him to combat the unjust fate and arrangements imposed by their families. Despite Dai Mubai's flirtations that had caused her heartache, she felt his punishment was excessive. Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for what to do. Xiaowu was terrified, her body shaking uncontrollably. Simultaneously, she was filled with sorrow. For the soul of her third rival was that of a middle-aged man who had deceived her for far too long. Let it end. There is nothing in this world worth cherishing anymore. If death is to come, so be it. Gradually, Xiaowu began to come to terms with her impending demise. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. The continent's largest prison was said to house the most heinous criminals, and it was rumored to possess 30,000 terrifying forms of punishment. For reasons unknown, Ning Rongrong believed it without question. In the next moment, a surge of information flooded Li Changge's mind, allowing him to instantly grasp 30,000 different forms of punishment. Having a multitude of skills is never a burden. How delightful. Li Changge felt an immense satisfaction within. Observing the nearly lifeless Dai Mubai, he spoke in a calm tone, "I am not one to indiscriminately take lives. I hope that you will mend your ways and strive to be a better person." As he spoke, Li Changge unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart begonia. My second martial soul possesses unparalleled healing and amplification abilities. Under the influence of my soul skills, any injury can be restored, as long as you draw breath. I can help you regain your peak condition and even cure some of your past ailments. Dai Mubai, I hope you will choose to reinvent yourself. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to strike again and render you incapacitated once more. Li Changge began to speak, deliberately emphasizing the healing abilities of his martial soul. He urged Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong to indulge in their imaginations, thereby further enhancing his second martial soul's healing prowess and comprehensive attribute amplification. With a flair for theatrics, he left the rest to the enchanting ladies to envision. Radiant and exquisite. The 10-heart begonia floated in the palm of Li Changge's left hand, emanating a captivating fragrance. Simultaneously, his gaze softened, and he exuded a gentle aura, reminiscent of a benevolent angel descending from the heavens, evoking a profound sense of closeness. Dai Mubai, sitting nearby, initially wore a fierce expression. But as the 10-heart begonia made its appearance, his heart gradually found solace. He felt a sense of peace and comfort, had one not witnessed it firsthand. Who could have imagined that this Dai Mubai, sprawled on the ground, had been incapacitated by Li Changge? 8 black soul rings floated majestically above Li Changge's towering form, radiating a rich, dark brilliance. Observing Li Changge's fervent activity, Tang Hao, concealed in the shadows, contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to whisk Tang San and Xiao Wu away. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, for Li Changge's displayed might was overwhelmingly formidable. Tang Hao lacked the confidence to slip away from Li Changge's grasp, even if he managed to escape. The aftermath of battle could spell disaster for his son Tang San and Xiao Wu, though Tang San harbored the soul of a middle-aged man within him. Tang Hao still yearned to inquire about the particulars face-to-face. Alas, even if he were to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, it would be of little use. Their arms and thighs had been rendered useless, and even with healing, they would be incapacitated for at least 5 years. Effectively, they would be ruined. Tang Hao's face was etched with sorrow. Having perused the original narrative, Li Changge's every move was a masterclass in understanding human emotions, executed flawlessly. Even Tang Hao now hesitated to act rashly, feeling utterly perplexed as he remained hidden. Meanwhile, Li Changge unleashed his formidable healing soul skill. The 8 black soul rings pulsating vigorously, expanding and shimmering. Each of the 8 rings possessed a singular soul skill, supreme healing and comprehensive enhancement. A brilliant, gentle, and rich radiance shot forth from the 10-heart begonia, cascading onto Dai Mubai's form. Dai Mubai involuntarily uttered a sound of comfort. Li Changge's soul technique rapidly nourished his body. The once discarded bones miraculously began to fuse together, while the flesh was revitalized, transforming from a dark purple hue to a normal color. Dai Mubai, whose face had previously been pale and ghastly, now flushed with vitality, presenting a rejuvenated visage. Chapter 17. Zhu Zhuqing breaks off the engagement under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Dai Mubai's injuries began to mend at an astonishing pace. Radiant rays of light filled the air, leaving onlookers in awe of the spectacle before them. Even Tang Hao, who lurked in the shadows, felt a surge of astonishment. The healing ability was overwhelmingly powerful. It was the first time he had witnessed a martial soul and soul master endowed with such extraordinary restorative skills. Even among the continent's elite, the possessor of the 9-heart Si Tang had not attained the rank of a Title Douluo above level 90. Yet Li Changge not only possessed a mutated 10-heart Si Tang martial soul but had also cultivated beyond level 90, boasting a healing prowess that was truly formidable. I cannot compare to him. Tang Hao lamented, feeling a profound sense of humility that rendered him hesitant to act on rescuing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, this revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within him, realizing that Tang San's arms could indeed be restored. His martial soul is astonishing, superior to my two combined. Tang San's azure eyes narrowed in a bittersweet smile, reflecting on the disparities even among twin martial souls. Xiao Wu gazed at her legs, yearning for the beauty of her elongated limbs to be restored. Yet, as a 100,000-year soul beast, she feared that Changge would undoubtedly seek to slay her for her rings and bones. Thus, she found no glimmer of hope. Tears brimming in her eyes as she quietly wept, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. Such remarkable healing abilities. Truly, as long as there is breath, one can recover and return to their peak, even curing stubborn ailments. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape, as if she could fit 2.5 eggs within, utterly astonished. What incredible healing methods! If this elder were willing to assist me, I could surely break free from the constraints of my family and the empire. Zhu Zhuqing mused. Her heart stirred. Flander and Xiao Wu grimaced in pain, yet felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Dai Mubai's recovery. This was a genius of Shrek Academy. They could not afford any losses. The future prosperity of Shrek Academy depended on Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, they envied him, yearning to experience Changge's healing soul technique themselves to restore their own visages. How extraordinary! This surpasses even my healing sausage, truly impressive. Oscar exclaimed in awe. During the process of Changge healing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong fell into a mental trap of Changge's design. The three beauties further imagined his healing prowess as being unparalleled, capable of mending any ailment. This significantly augmented the perception of Changge's martial soul's healing capabilities and attributes. Splendid! Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, continue to fuel your imaginations. Changge felt an intangible enhancement of his martial spirit, filling his heart with profound satisfaction and joy. Soon, all of Dai Mubai's injuries were completely healed. He appeared revitalized, exuding an invigorating aura. The once despondent eyes now sparkled with vitality. His face, which had previously been bloated like that of a pig, had returned to its original state, displaying a hint of defiance. Moreover, the broken teeth had miraculously regrown and mended. Not only that, but the physiological ailments that Dai Mubai had acquired from his reckless escapades with various women had also been entirely cured. His overall condition was visibly splendid. Stand up, commanded Changge, as he stowed away the martial spirit, part of the ten-hearted sea. Yes, Dai Mubai dared not defy him and immediately rose to his feet. After taking a couple of steps in place and flexing his hands, the sound of his bones cracking echoed like thunder. It was evident that he had fully recovered and returned to his peak state. This extraordinary healing ability once again astonished everyone present. They had just witnessed Changge forcefully break every bone in Dai Mubai's body, reducing him to a near-helpless state. For one who had suffered such catastrophic injuries, merely regaining the ability to walk and manage daily life would have been an immense fortune. However, under the formidable healing prowess of Changge, Dai Mubai had not only regained his mobility but had also surpassed all expectations by returning to his prime. Dai Mubai gazed at Changge with eyes filled with reverence. Thank you for healing me. I am truly grateful, he expressed repeatedly. Despite the fact that it was Changge who had initially inflicted his injuries, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude, fearing dire consequences if he failed to do so. Changge wore an enigmatic smile as he spoke. There's no need for thanks. Simply assist me with 2 tasks. Dai Mubai's wicked eyes widened in surprise, revealing his reluctance. However, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Senior, please instruct me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you. It is imperative that you comply. Otherwise, you will be reduced to a mere shell of your former self. Changge's voice rose, leaving no room for dispute. I must fulfill this. Dai Mubai's powerful frame trembled in fear. He was loath to revert to a state of helplessness. The excruciating sensation of every bone being shattered surged through his memory, causing his entire body to quiver. That terrifying image had been indelibly etched into Dai Mubai's mind. Changge has undoubtedly become a lifelong shadow in his heart. The first matter at hand is the dissolution of your engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. You are unworthy of her. And it was Zhu Zhuqing who chose to sever ties with you. From this moment forth, do not disturb Zhu Zhuqing any longer. Do you understand? Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke somberly. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the words he had just heard. To dissolve the engagement with Zhu Zhuqing, and moreover, to be cast off by her. Dai Mubai found it exceedingly difficult to acquiesce to such an unreasonable request. Zhu Zhuqing possessed an alluring figure that could entice any man, and he had yet to experience her charms. He could not bear the thought of forsaking her. Doing so would haunt him for the rest of his days. What? Are you unwilling? Or do you prefer to become a worthless individual? Changge's voice was resolute. No, I do not wish to be useless. Dai Mubai vehemently shook his head. I am willing to dissolve the engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. It was she who ended it with me, and I will not trouble her again. Very well, Changge replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not far away, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Changge's first directive to Dai Mubai would be to sever their engagement. And under the pretense that she had initiated it, what was Changge up to? Was he not being excessively domineering by unilaterally dissolving her engagement without consulting her feelings? Though only 12 years of age, Zhu Zhuqing's physique surpassed that of her peers, exuding an enchanting allure. Chapter 18. The second task requested by Changge. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was not naive. She perceived the underlying intentions. Was it possible that this esteemed senior, so attentive to her needs, had taken a fancy to her? A tremor ran through her as her attractive visage flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Changge, his stature imposing and reminiscent of a flawless statue. With striking eyebrows and starry eyes, his features were exceptionally handsome. Furthermore, he radiated strength, instilling a profound sense of security, a reliable presence. Surely, having such a man as a protector would be the aspiration of every female spirit master. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the blush on Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks deepened, and her delicate frame quivered involuntarily. No, that cannot be right. He asked me to call him father. He must simply wish to adopt me as a goddaughter. He is merely acting as a father would by dissolving his daughter's engagement. Yes, that must be it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, pondering a new notion. Perhaps Changge was not enamored with her, but rather intended to take her under his wing as a goddaughter. Should she truly address him as father? The thought was somewhat difficult to articulate, given that Changge appeared so youthful, nearly her age. Father, are we dining? Father, where are you going? Father, what are you doing? Father, please save me. Zhu Zhuqing's imagination conjured various scenarios of her future encounters with Changge, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Why does the senior entertain such notions, wishing to adopt me as a goddaughter and insisting that I call him father? Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of distress. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing had misunderstood Changge's true intentions and desires. Changge smiled and said, Daimubai, I urge you to swear by your martial spirit, allowing all beings in the heavens to witness that you have severed the engagement and shall never again disturb Zhu Zhuqing. Should you fail to abide by this, may the heavens strike you down, your martial spirit shatter, and your existence become a living torment. Changge, feeling apprehensive, insisted that Daimubai take an oath using his martial soul. The martial soul oath is the highest form of ceremony on the Douluo continent. Any vow associated with the martial soul must be fulfilled, otherwise, the soul master will face dire consequences, ranging from the loss of their cultivation to being cast into the depths of hell. The thought of taking a martial soul oath? Daimubai's countenance grew bitter. He was reluctant to proceed with such a solemn vow. He fully understood the weight of the martial soul oath. Once it was taken, the matter would be irrevocably settled. Observing Daimubai's indecisiveness, even hearing him utter "no," only deepened the concern. Changge's patience had been exhausted. He strode forward with a resolute step, a terrifying aura of soul power enveloping Daimubai. No. A sense of dread surged within Daimubai. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Changge has firmly seized Daimubai's left hand, ruthlessly fracturing all 5 fingers. Ah! Daimubai cries out in agony. I am not discussing this with you. I am instructing you to undertake this task. Do you comprehend? Changge states, his countenance darkened. His gaze fixated on Daimubai's right hand. He continues, do you wish to relive the pain you just experienced? Yes, I apologize. Daimubai grimaces, hastily pledging, I shall swear by my martial soul to dissolve my engagement with Zhu Zhuqing immediately. This time, Daimubai hesitates no longer, his words imbued with resolute determination. Not far away, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turns frosty upon hearing this. Sigh. I never held high hopes for Daimubai. Fortunately, my expectations were modest. For when hope is vast, disappointment is greater. Faced with death, he chose self-preservation, and thankfully, I did not invest too much emotion in him nor heed his sweet-tasting lies. So be it. The annulment of our engagement is quite agreeable. Zhu Zhuqing reflects, her heart devoid of desire, as if she were observing a commonplace event. She has come to terms with it. Without Daimubai, she is unshackled. Like a fish leaping into the ocean or a bird entering the depths of the forest, she finds herself liberated, free from all constraints. What a delightful release. Meanwhile, Daimubai begins to channel his martial soul. His robust physique is adorned with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, slowly pulsating, radiating a brilliant aura. Raising his uninjured right hand, Daimubai vows, I, Daimubai, hereby swear by my martial soul, the evil eye white tiger, that from this day forth, Zhu Zhuqing shall release me from our engagement. I am unworthy of her. The betrothal we forged in our childhood is hereby annulled. Henceforth, I shall cease to harass Zhu Zhuqing. Should I violate this oath, may my martial soul shatter, my cultivation be lost, and my existence become worse than death. His voice is laden with gravity. Soon, as the golden light envelopes him, signifying the successful oath, Daimubai senses an invisible bond severing between him and Zhu Zhuqing. Should he dare to disturb her again, the consequences would be dire. At a short distance, Zhu Zhuqing also feels a power that had bound her dissipate, allowing her to exhale with relief. This could very well be a blessing. She gazes forward, no longer entrusting her future solely to Daimubai. She believes in herself and is certain she can extricate herself from the unreasonable constraints of her family and the empire. Beside them, Flinder and Xiao Wu observe this scene, their expressions darkening. As the principal and vice principal of Shrek Academy, they bear witness to Daimubai's solemn oath and the dissolution of his engagement with Zhu Zhuqing, feeling an immense pang of discomfort. Yet, before the formidable Title Douluo, Changge, they dare not utter a word, not even a hint of anger. It is as though Changge were casting shadows over them, and Flinder, Xiao Wu and Daimubai must not only accept this burden, but also feign admiration, exclaiming, Senior, Your constitution is truly remarkable. Senior, I have completed my oath. Could you assist me in reattaching my left hand? Dai Mubai implores, having retracted his martial soul. This once ferocious tiger now resembles a docile white kitten, compliant, and bowing to Li Chang, fearful of dissent. Patience, Li Chang replies with a smile. I have another task for you to perform. What is it? Please, enlighten me, Senior. Dai Mubai, suppressing his excruciating pain, inquires. I find myself in dire need of gold soul coins. I require you to beg on the streets. Upon collecting 100,000 gold soul coins, I will restore your hand and foot to their original state. Li Chang smiles, but to Dai Mubai, the prospect is as terrifying as descending into hell. Dai Mubai can scarcely believe his ears. He has, after all, sworn to dissolve his engagement with Zhu Zhuqing as instructed by Li Chang. Yet, it appears that Li Chang is not finished with him. He demands that Dai Mubai beg for coins, threatening to render him a cripple if he fails. Dai Mubai's expression instantly darkens. Senior, you, but Dai Mubai's words remain unspoken. Crack. Li Changge has already made her move. No, to be precise. She has struck with her foot. Li Changge extended his left foot and suddenly stomped down, causing a sharp crack to resonate through Dai Mubai's right foot. Thud. Ah. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Dai Mubai, causing his body to tilt and collapse onto the ground. The veins on his face throbbed violently as he reached the pinnacle of suffering. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he anxiously exclaimed, Senior, why? I have already called off the engagement. Why do you still wish to harm me? Why must you cripple my left hand and right foot? Dai Mubai felt utterly aggrieved, tears welling in the depths of his sinister gaze. Li Changge cast a frigid gaze upon Dai Mubai. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's temperament. Notorious for his fierce and volatile nature in the vicinity of Xiaowu Academy, it was not merely Dai Mubai. The senior students of Xiaowu Academy were similarly inclined. Prone to instigating trouble and reveling in chaos, while exhibiting a penchant for bullying the weak and shying away from the strong. Li Changge recalled that in a dispute within a chicken coop, Dai Mubai's companion, Ma Hongjun, had callously incinerated a cherished bird that had been nurtured for decades. Such vile conduct reflected poorly on Ma Hongjun's character, leading one to question the integrity of Dai Mubai as the leader. At that moment, tears glimmered in the corners of Dai Mubai's sinister eyes. However, to Li Changge, these were nothing more than crocodile tears, unworthy of sympathy. I believe I have expressed myself quite clearly. I am in dire financial straits. I require your assistance. I need you to beg on the streets under the guise of a disabled person, amassing a sum of 100,000 gold soul coins. Once you achieve this, I shall extend my hand to heal all your afflictions. It is as simple as that. Utilize your own efforts to help me accumulate this wealth. Can you accomplish this task? If not, what purpose do you serve in this world? It would be better for you to remain in your state of disability. Li Changge spoke coldly, offering no semblance of compassion. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened further, filled with a profound sense of grievance. He discerned that Li Changge was deliberately targeting him, wishing to make his plight even more arduous. Senior, I can gather 100,000 gold soul coins for you. If you would be so kind. Dai Mubai pleaded desperately, knowing that amassing such a sum was an insurmountable challenge. In Soto City, no soul master would be so extravagant as to bestow even a single gold soul coin upon the disabled or beggars. Even acquiring a single copper soul coin would require extensive begging. To gather 100,000 gold soul coins, he feared it would take a lifetime of toil. Please, Senior, have mercy. I vow to behave myself in the future, Dai Mubai implored. Hoping that Li Changge would not make his situation more difficult and would instead lend his healing abilities. With shattered bones in his left hand and right foot, Dai Mubai had been rendered a mere shell of his former self. In this world, only Li Changge possessed the capability to mend his injuries and restore his health. Should Li Changge refuse to intervene, Dai Mubai would be condemned to a life of incapacitation, a fate he could scarcely endure. I seek wealth from the affluent. Your meager coins hold no value for me. If the funds do not come from your own earnest efforts, I shall not accept them, Li Changge retorted. Regardless of how long it takes you, do not expect me to heal you without having gathered 100,000 gold soul coins first. Consider this my fee for the treatment. Moreover, should I discover that you resort to underhanded tactics or alternative means to procure gold soul coins, each instance will necessitate a complete restart of your efforts. Ah, young man, I trust you possess an unwavering courage to begin anew whenever needed. So, feel free to attempt as many times as you wish. After all, the only one to suffer the consequences will be you, not I. As Li Changge concluded his words, a palpable impatience tinged his tone. Each syllable, each phrase struck like a hammer upon Dai Mubai, leaving him utterly drained. After hearing those words, he seemed to collapse under an invisible weight, his spirit waning as he sank to the ground, embodying a profound existential doubt. The prospect of begging for 100,000 gold soul coins was an insurmountable challenge, a figure so monumental it felt akin to a mountain, crushing the very backbone of Dai Mubai. He was teetering on the brink of despair. Not far off, Flinders struggled to rise, his rotund face contorting into a strained, conciliatory smile as he implored, Senior, let us exercise mercy. Mubai has recognized his mistakes. He is still young. I beseech you to spare him. He continued. The Shrek Academy shall endeavor to gather these 100,000 gold soul coins for you. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The notoriously stingy Dean Flinder was indeed willing to assist him in collecting such an immense sum. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Ah, the irony of fate. Li Changge let out a cold laugh, remarking on how the Xiaowu Academy has grown accustomed to its tyrannical ways. Today, encountering a setback, they appeared as if mourning a grave loss. I truly hold them in disdain. Over the years, their deceptive promotions have swindled countless ordinary students and their families out of their enrollment fees. Today, I raise my voice on their behalf, deliberately seeking to rectify the Academy's unsavory practices. Daimu Bai, who is often entangled in frivolous affairs, pounces upon beautiful soul masters like a famished wolf. When confronted with weaker soul masters, he releases his martial spirit to impose discipline. He strikes hard against the feeble, exhibiting utter contempt. I declare here and now, the only way to assist Daimu Bai is to extend your hands and feet towards me. I shall gladly break them, compelling you to join the ranks of beggars. Once you have amassed a sum of 100,000 gold soul coins through begging, I will intervene to provide you with healing. Li Changge's tone grew increasingly impatient and resolute. He had firmly resolved to rectify the situation with Daimu Bai. Moreover, he recalled that in the original narrative, with Tang San's assistance, Daimu Bai ultimately ascended to the status of a war god. Seizing the opportunity while the protagonist group was still feeble, should he not suppress them? Would he really allow them to grow strong enough to trample upon him later? Seeing that Li Changge was impervious to reason, Flander's expression turned quite grim. Nonetheless, he attempted once more, saying, Senior, I have opened a treasure shop in Soto City, filled with numerous precious items. Perhaps you might accompany me to take a look. If anything catches your eye, please feel free to take it. I only implore you to spare Daimu Bai and allow him to maintain a healthy body. Chapter 20. Even Flanders was involved. This child is still young, brimming with potential. As the dean, I cannot bear to see Mubai's martial soul talent squandered. The integrity of his hands and feet is of utmost importance to a soul master. Any deficiency will undoubtedly hinder his cultivation. Flanders earnestly pleaded for Daimu Bai. Had he remained silent, it might have been better. But with this appeal, Li Changge's anger flared. You nurtured him at Shrek Academy, only for him to later clash with the Spirit Hall, resulting in countless deaths in the aftermath. Li Changge believed that as a time traveler, it was imperative for him to rescue the populace. He intended to first reform the Shirlai Academy, then proceed to Tiendo City to address the issues with Qianren Xue, and ultimately confront Bibi Dong and Tian Dalu at the Spirit Hall. In the meantime, he could also cleanse the city of slaughter by dealing with Tangchen and rectify matters on Sea God Island with Poseidon. By rectifying a select few, he aimed to grant the majority a period of peace and prosperity. Li Changge felt that his worldview was quite righteous. Humph. Li Changge let out a cold snort, her patience utterly depleted by the incessant clamor. Very well, Flander, I shall grant your wish. All of you from the Xiaowu Academy shall each have a hand and a foot broken, and you will go forth to beg on behalf of Daimu Bai. Once you have amassed 100,000 gold soul coins, I shall consider it a fee for healing and restore your health. Rest assured, no matter how long you remain disabled, under the purifying influence of my 10-heart begonia martial soul's healing abilities, you shall all regain your former selves and return to your prime. After Li Changge finished speaking, he offered a kind reminder. Then, in a swift motion, he appeared before Flandre. An overwhelming pressure of soul power emanated from Li Changge's body, akin to a colossal mountain, bearing down on Flandre. No, you cannot treat me this way. Senior, I was wrong. Flandre screamed in desperation. However, Li Changge remained indifferent, his expression cold. Grasping Flandre's left hand, he twisted it violently. A sharp crack resonating as Flandre's hand was rendered useless. Subsequently, with a fierce stomp of his left foot, another crack echoed as Flandre's right foot shattered, incapacitated. With a thud, Flandre collapsed to the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries. No, Dean, Oscar shouted, filled with anger and sorrow. Yet, a gust of wind swept through, sending a chill down Oscar's spine as he felt the gaze of a terrifying presence fixated upon him, rendering his body immobile. What are you planning to do? Oscar realized that Li Changge's towering, irresistible figure had appeared before him. He was instantly taken aback, his face a mask of fear. I shall render you disabled, compel you to assist Daimu Bai in begging, and unite your hearts, hand in hand, to promote the resilient friendship of Xiaowu Academy. Li Changge revealed a faint smile. Then, with a swift motion, he extended his hand. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Oscar's left hand was rendered useless and his right foot lay in ruin. Ah, it hurts so much. Oscar shrieked, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by the agony of his fractured foot. Nearby, Xiao Wu was taken aback, his face pale with shock. He roared in anger, Flander, this is all your fault. Your incessant chatter has brought our doom upon us. Xiao Wu attributed the calamity to Flander, unleashing a torrent of curses. Rising to his feet, he contemplated fleeing. He had no desire to see his left hand and right foot incapacitated, destined to beg for gold soul coins on the streets. A single gold soul coin represented a year's worth of expenses for a plain soul master. The notion of begging for 100,000 coins was an insurmountable task, comparable to the arduous journey of achieving the rank of Title Douluo. Aware of his limitations, he sought escape. Yet, how could Li Changge allow Xiao Wu to flee? In a flash, Li Changge pursued him relentlessly. Do you still wish to run? Have you grown weary of life? Li Changge's voice resonated heavily. A terrifying pressure of soul power emanated from him, rendering Xiao Wu immobile. No, you can't do this. Xiao Wu cried out in desperation. I will do just that. Li Changge replied mercilessly. Crack, crack. Another series of bone-shattering sounds filled the air. Xiao Wu too was incapacitated. Wailing on the ground, Daimubai shed tears of frustration. He had not anticipated that not only would he suffer, but the entire Shrek Academy, save for the carefree Ma Hongjun who had managed to escape, would face ruin. All others had been rendered powerless. Li Changge's figure flickered as he returned to the side of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. They were remarkably obedient and cooperative, remaining steadfastly in place without any inclination to flee. Very well, you from the Shrek Academy, united in purpose, shall undoubtedly be able to beg for a total of 100,000 gold soul coins. I eagerly await your good news. Li Changge revealed a faint smile. Yet to those around him, it appeared utterly terrifying. He was a demon. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of fear. It was her first encounter with such a heartless man. His methods exceedingly cruel, sending chills down one's spine. It seemed that anyone who defied his will would suffer his frenzied wrath. Such a man is exceedingly perilous. One could hardly fathom what kind of girlfriend such a man might attract. Perhaps none at all, Ning Rongrong mused inwardly. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Daimubai. Moments ago, Daimubai had sworn with his martial soul to dissolve their engagement. Their connection had been severed, leaving no trace of their past bond. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing wished to disregard anything pertaining to Daimubai, her heart devoid of concern. Had Daimubai displayed unwavering resolve, vowing never to dissolve their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing would have granted him a chance for redemption. Even if he were to become disabled, she would have stood by him. However, Daimubai's actions were utterly irresponsible, unbecoming of a fiancé. Daimubai had long abandoned Zhu Zhuqing, indulging in reckless pursuits, entangling himself with others. His indifference toward her rendered her incapable of harboring any kindness towards him. Zhu Zhuqing was precisely that kind of woman. The better others treated her, the more benevolent she became in return. She required reciprocal affection, with the other party taking the initiative to approach her first. Witnessing Li Changge's terrifying methods, Xiaowu had relinquished all hope. She buried her face against her chest, a visage of utter desolation. Xiaowu realized that her fate was sealed here. She would not survive. Li Changge cast a fleeting glance at Xiaowu, observing her despondent demeanor without a trace of emotion stirring within him. This old man, should he fail to perform satisfactorily in the future, would leave me no choice but to end your life, extracting your essence and bones, thus ensuring that you make some contribution to this world in your final moments. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, having already devised a plan for dealing with Xiaowu. However, the spirit ring and spirit bone of the old rabbit were not particularly formidable. Li Changge pondered the possibility of using the old rabbit as a hostage, thus enticing the two formidable soul beasts, Daming and Erming, from the starry great forest with the intention of hunting them down. As for my second martial soul, the 10-heart sea peony, I am still in search of a 9th soul ring. This 9th soul ring must be the finest quality available. The Titan Giant Ape, the Celestial Blue Bull Python, and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King are all excellent choices. In due time, I shall carefully select the most suitable one. Li Changge silently resolved within himself, having firmly made up his mind. Subsequently, Li Changge's gaze swept around the vicinity. At that moment, Oscar, Daimubai, Flander, Xiao Wu, and Li Yusong, 5 members of the Shrek Academy, were all sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly pitiful. Not everyone had arrived yet. There were still 2 teachers from Shrek Academy, Tang Do Xiao Xian and Xing Luoqi Lu Qi Bin, along with a student, Ji Ma Hongjun. Consider yourselves fortunate to have been absent and thus evaded a calamity. I cannot be bothered to seek you out. However, do not let our paths cross in the future. For if they do, I shall ensure that each of you becomes a beggar, crippled, and destitute. Li Changge silently mused, unwilling to squander his time and energy on these 3 insignificant individuals, particularly that Ma Hongjun, who, possessing the fire phoenix spirit, perpetually found himself in a state of overwhelming desire. It was only a matter of time before he would inevitably explode. Even if Ma Hongjun sought solace in the hen house, it would prove futile. Moreover, frequenting such places, Li Changge could hardly believe that Ma Hongjun would escape unscathed throughout his life. His thoughts were drawn back. Li Changge addressed Tang Hao, who was lurking in the shadows, saying, Tang Hao, I intend to take your son away for a while. Your son possesses only the body of a son, but his soul is not truly yours. I trust you will not object to my taking him. Should you have any objections, I shall return this Tang San to you, as he is rendered incapable of action. I cannot restore his hands. Unless you permit me to take him, in due time, I shall return him whole. Tang Hao's strength was formidable. However, Li Changge had matters to attend to and did not wish to squander time on Tang Hao. He believed that if Tang Hao were rational, he would not oppose him. Should he dare to act against Li Changge, today would mark the end of the title of Sunfighter in this world. The imposing figure hidden in the shadows slowly emerged, stepping before Li Changge, his countenance resolute, his gaze profound, emanating an aura of overwhelming dominance. Friend, I wish to speak with young Tang San. Tang Hao instinctively began to address him as Little San, but upon recalling that this Tang San's soul was not his true son, he changed his words to Tang San. Speak, Li Changge replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by any schemes Tang Hao might conjure. Even if he were to take Tang San away, it mattered little. Tang San's hands had been incapacitated, rendering him unable to wield hidden weapons and making continued cultivation exceedingly difficult. Even if Tang Hao possessed a means to heal him, it would take a considerable duration to recover fully. At the tender age of 12, if Tang San were to squander half a year in his training, his progress would lag significantly. By that time, Changge would have already acquired the opportunities of the eyes of ice and fire and the heart of the sea god. Without these opportunities, Tang San would struggle to develop. Changge refrained from killing Tang San immediately, as he wished to torment him, forcing him to endure suffering. Simultaneously, he sought to observe whether the impaired Tang San might encounter unforeseen opportunities not present in the original narrative. If such opportunities arose, Changge would seize them effortlessly. Currently, Changge had reached the pinnacle of level 97 in his cultivation and possessed two powerful martial souls. He had ample time to expend against both Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang Hao, with a complex expression, gazed at his son, Tang San, and questioned, "You are not my son. Then who are you?" Tang San, staring back at Tang Hao, felt a shock within. He had not anticipated that this inebriated father could wield such immense power. Moreover, from the dialogue exchanged between Tang Hao and Changge, it appeared their cultivation levels were remarkably similar, both having attained at least level 90 Title Douluo. My father holds a significant background. No wonder I possess dual martial souls. A realization dawned upon Tang San as he grasped a sliver of hope. Once a father, always a father. Tang San asserted with unwavering conviction, "You are my father. And I'm your son." Smack. Changge could no longer tolerate the exchange and delivered a resounding slap to Tang San. Both Tang Hao and Tang San stood in stunned silence. Changge replied with indifference, "Tang San, speak plainly. Share your origins. I have no interest in your fabricated tales." Tang Hao, with an expression of detachment, did not interject to halt Changge, silently acknowledging his words. The topic discussed by Changge is precisely what Tang Hao yearns to comprehend. Tang San, with a grim expression, confessed, "I indeed do not belong to this world. I hail from a different realm, and I am 31 years of age. I was born in a place known as Tamin. Due to my exceptional talent for hidden weapons, I was envied by the elders of Tamin and thus rejected. Driven to despair, I leaped off a cliff, and when I awoke, I found myself here. My true name is Tang San, and by a curious coincidence, this body is also named Tang San. That is the essence of my story." Upon hearing Tang San's candid revelation and realizing his actual age of 31, Tang Hao's countenance darkened. In his previous life, at 31 years, combined with the 12 years of this world, he had reached the age of 43. It was unsettling to think that he could almost regard Tang San as a brother. Yet he was being called father. This thought sent shivers down his spine, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. Beside him, Xiao Wu also wore a rather grim expression. Astonished to learn of Tang San's advanced age, she had never expected him to be so old. All the while referring to him affectionately as Little San or Singu, while Tang San himself relished these appellations without correction. The realization made Xiao Wu feel a wave of nausea. At 43, Tang San was old enough to be her father, yet he was romantically involved with her. Tang San divulged everything because he had fallen into Changge's intellectual trap. Changge exhibited remarkable prowess, asserting that his mental fortitude was so formidable that he could penetrate Tang San's very soul. Thus, Tang San believed that he stood bare before Changge, with no secrets left concealed. In a moment of candor, he decided to unveil the truth. Chapter 22. Tang Hao's heartache and departure. In truth, even had Tang San chosen silence, Changge would have revealed it nonetheless. "Father, you have nurtured me from a tender age. I am indeed your son," Tang San proclaimed with heartfelt fervor. "Rather than saying that my soul has traversed dimensions, it would be more accurate to assert that this body has awakened the memories of another world. Father, during these 12 years, have I ever harbored any ill will? When you were unwell, intoxicated, or famished, it was I who tended to you alone." Tang San began to play the emotional card. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao fell silent. Indeed, Tang San had demonstrated remarkable filial piety over the years, which was beyond dispute. Yet, this was merely a reflection of Tang San's mature soul, rich in life experience, which enabled him to care for others. Had he been a son who, from infancy, was a blank slate, he might have been mischievous or obedient. Who could say for certain? Nevertheless, Tang Hao yearned for a son who would remain a blank slate, living alongside him in earnest, rather than a child like Tang San, who harbored his own thoughts and remained ever vigilant of the world around him. Tang Hao's emotions were now exceedingly intricate. "This is merely a tactic for self-preservation," Changge scoffed. "Tang San, you are a person of depth and cunning, perpetually manipulating those around you to aid your own ascendance. If you truly acknowledge Tang Hao as your father, you would not persist in concealing secrets. You would have spoken them forth yourself. Must I unearth your truths before you resort to this charade of suffering?" Changge's words pierced the heart like daggers. Upon hearing them, Tang San's face turned ashen. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Tang Hao also fell silent. For 12 years, Tang San had never mentioned his origins, nor had he hinted at them. Indeed, Tang San was a man of profound depth. At times, Tang Hao felt as though he were conversing with an ancient specter. With a sigh, Tang Hao turned away, sorrow enveloping him as he vanished from sight. Tang San had always been the pillar of Tang Hao's spirit, his beacon of hope. Yet now, that pillar had crumbled, and hope lay shattered. The son he had once taken pride in was not truly his. He merely wore the guise of a child of the third wife, while his soul belonged elsewhere. Tang Hao had never been a superficial man fixated on appearances. He valued the essence of the soul, just as he chose to be with Ain, whose spirit resonated with his own, despite Tang Yuehua's undeniable elegance and poise. The essence of Tang San did not belong to his true son, and this realization left Tang Hao utterly disillusioned. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Furthermore, with Li Changge's formidable strength, Tang Hao felt uncertain about successfully taking Tang San away. Thus, he opted for departure. However, before leaving, he uttered a final plea. "Friend, spare his life. Do not kill him, for he will be of use to me later." "Very well," Li Changge replied, a smile gracing his lips. The preservation of Tang San would serve a significant purpose for him. At present, Tang San's cultivation level stood at 29, and he was on the verge of reaching 30. Once Tang San attained that level, Li Changge planned to personally hunt a blue-silver grass soul ring with 1 year of cultivation, compelling Tang San to merge with it. Once Tang San integrated this soul ring with 1 year of cultivation, Li Changge intends to bring Tang San to the vicinity of the infamous Yu Xiaojiang. Eager to observe the expressions of this legendary theoretical master and to ascertain whether he would abandon his student. This notion does not arise from mere boredom or mischief. Rather, it stems from a desire to fulfill the last wish of a dear friend from Earth. During his time on Earth, Li Changge shared a profound bond with this childhood companion, who harbored a dream of traversing to the Douluo continent. He often expressed that, if granted the opportunity to cross over, he would assist Tang San in merging with a 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass spirit rings, and then present him to Yu Xiaojiang to witness their reactions. Tragically, this friend met an untimely demise in a car accident. Li Changge silently committed this matter to memory. This time, having traversed the Douluo continent, he intended to assist his childhood friend in fulfilling this unfulfilled wish. Furthermore, this dear friend held a fondness for Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. Coincidentally, Li Changge also harbored similar affections and planned to savor the experience on behalf of his friend, thereby gratifying his longing. Li Changge felt truly like a good person. He glanced down at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San. Tonight would be a sleepless night. A smile graced the corners of Li Changge's lips. With a beauty standing before him, he had no intention of engaging emotionally. Rather, he sought to indulge in a more primal pursuit. Turning his gaze towards the 2 Soul Emperor guards accompanying Ning Rongrong, he spoke with a composed demeanor. "Ning Rongrong, I shall take her with me for a while. You may return and report directly. Just inform them that I have taken a formidable individual possessing dual martial souls, along with a remarkably potent spatial realm." With such an explanation, your sect leader and the 2 elders of the Swordbone will undoubtedly comprehend the situation. As Li Changge spoke, he began to weave a web of persuasion. He yearned for a personal spatial realm, emphasizing this desire to entice Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu into believing in its possibility. He aimed to ensnare their minds in a trap of imagination, encouraging them to envision this world, for one day, their fantasies might materialize into reality. With dual martial souls and a personal space, 2 Soul Emperors stood guard, their expressions tinged with bitterness. One of the Soul Emperors inquired, "Senior, where do you intend to take the young lady? How long will it be? May we accompany you?" The other Soul Emperor concurred, "Indeed, Senior. It is our duty to remain with the young lady, otherwise we face dire consequences." They appeared desperate, pleading with Li Changge not to impose difficulties upon them. Yet, what were these 2 Soul Emperors in the grand scheme? Li Changge had no obligation to consider their feelings. Silence. Just say you have encountered a powerful being with dual martial souls and a personal spatial realm. Your sect leader and the 2 senior guardians will comprehend the situation and will not trouble you further. Do you understand? If you do not, I shall ensure you grasp it. Li Changge exhibited an unmistakable impatience, raising his hand as if to strike. At times, an overly accommodating demeanor may lead others to take advantage, seeking negotiation. Yet, when one adopts a firmer stance, the opposition often yields, refraining from encroachment. The 2 Soul Emperor guards, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Changge, immediately faltered. "Very well, we shall return and report truthfully." They conceded. "Respected Senior, we will inform the sect leader and the elders about this matter. Please do not make things difficult for the young lady. Indeed, should any misfortune befall her, our entire family would face ruin." The 2 Soul Emperors uttered further pleas. "Enough, I shall take good care of Ning Rongrong." Li Changge waved his hand dismissively. There was one sentiment he withheld. He would not permit Ning Rongrong to endure undue suffering. Chapter 23, Ma Hongjun, be silent, lest you attract the attention of that formidable being. Upon hearing this, the 2 Soul Emperor guards exchanged wry smiles. Li Changge's strength is formidable, compelling them to retreat. "Senior, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Do visit my 7 Treasures glazed tile school when you have the opportunity." The 2 Soul Emperor guards bid their final farewell. Upon hearing this, Li Changge's lips twitched slightly, and he silently thought, "How absurd. I am no fool to visit your 7 Treasure glazed tile school." With a dismissive gesture, he impatiently replied, "Understood, Now be on your way. Given the eviction order from Changge, the two Seoul Emperor guards had no choice but to turn and leave. Before their departure, they addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "Miss, take care. We shall convey the information to the sect master and the two protecting elders. Please, look after yourself." The two Seoul Emperor guards bid farewell with reluctance. Ning Rongrong, feeling helpless, responded, "All right, you may go back and report the events here truthfully. Of course, miss. Rest assured." Miss. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss, for Changge was simply too formidable, and her knowledge of him was limited, leaving her unable to escape his grasp. All she could do now was await the arrival of her father and grandfather Jian Gu to rescue her. Subsequently, the two Seoul Emperor guards departed. Ning Rongrong turned to Changge and inquired, "Why have you chosen to keep me here? What are your intentions?" Changge smiled softly, then reached out to gently tug at Ning Rongrong's fair and lovely visage. Ning Rongrong was startled and instinctively recoiled. Simultaneously, her charming face flushed. Taken aback by Changge's unexpected gesture. "What are you up to?" "You'll find out later," Changge replied nonchalantly. "You." Ning Rongrong was left speechless. And then, with a swift motion, Changge grasped Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San in his powerful hand. In a fleeting moment, he departed rapidly towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. The Shrek Academy is situated on the outskirts, and a path through the back mountains leads directly into the Stardow Forest area. Meanwhile, Flender, Daimubai, and Xiao Wu observed Changge's departure. Reassured that this formidable entity would not return, one by one, they began to painstakingly adjust their positions and postures. Flender, with a serious countenance, addressed the surrounding students and parents, stating, "Please remain calm. Allow our academy to manage this internal matter, and we will refund every gold soul coin to you. You may leave now, lest you find yourselves opposing Shrek Academy." As he spoke, Flender seated himself upon the ground, emanating a formidable aura of soul power, which suppressed the nearby students and parents. Despite having lost his left hand and right foot, he remained a powerful soul sage. Witnessing this, the students and parents hastily retreated. The entrance of Shrek Academy was left in disarray. Li Yusong was grievously injured, a gaping wound in his left side from which blood flowed uncontrollably, rendering him utterly weak. Meanwhile, Flender, Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai, and Oscar had all suffered the loss of their left hands and right feet, left as disabled individuals. Shortly thereafter, Ma Hongjun, Tang Do, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin rushed over. Upon witnessing the dire state of Flender and Zhao Wujin, a heavy sorrow descended upon them, their hearts faltering. "Dean, Vice Dean. Big brother died, Oscar," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, panic etched across his face as he hurried to their side. "Who did this? Which beast is responsible?" Upon seeing the injuries of his comrades, he could not contain his anguish, his voice steeped in rage. An inferno of fury ignited within him, causing the temperature around them to rise sharply. "Be quiet," Flender barked. "Hongjun, you must silence yourself. Do not provoke that terrifying presence. If he returns, we are all doomed." "Shut up, you fool. Don't bring disaster upon us," Daimubai added, his tone equally urgent. Ma Hongjun, hearing their warnings, quickly covered his mouth, suppressing further outbursts. Confusion flickering in his eyes. "Why should I be silent? What is happening?" he questioned, bewildered. Nearby, Xiao Xian began to harness his spirit abilities, conjuring sweets to nourish Li Yusong, Flender, and the others, aiding them in regaining some strength and healing their wounds. Lu Qibin, observing the Academy's strongest dean incapacitated, grasped the gravity of the situation. "Has a Soul Douluo or Title Douluo arrived? Dean, have you offended a formidable enemy who has come to seek vengeance?" Lu Qibin inquired, gently supporting Flender. "I cannot say," Flender replied, shaking his head in despair. "A young man with the power of a Title Douluo came and abducted our students, leaving us in this state. Alas, the tale is long. Old Lu, please assist me back to the dormitory. Bring old Li, old Zhao, and the children to my quarters, and arrange additional bedding. From this moment, Shrek Academy shall be closed to the outside world, halting all recruitment and activities. Everyone must keep a low profile." Flender hurriedly delegated. And upon hearing this, Lu Qibin realized the enormity of the situation. Shrek Academy had undoubtedly offended someone of great power. The decision to close the academy was a clear attempt to evade further trouble. "Understood, Dean. Take care," Lu Qibin replied solemnly, supporting the limping Flender back to the spacious dormitory. Now, the Dean, Vice Dean, and others were left severely injured and disabled. Lu Qibin and Xiao Xian began to manage the academy's affairs. Soon, hospital beds were added to Flender's spacious dormitory, where Oscar, Daimubai, Zhao Wujin, and Li Yusong lay recuperating. Fortunately, aside from the Dean and Vice Dean, there were only 3 teachers, and the student body comprised merely Oscar, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun, making the academy's closure a trivial matter. Even with the Dean and Vice Dean incapacitated, the academy continued to function without disruption. At that moment, all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy gathered in the Dean's dormitory. Ma Hongjun anxiously inquired, "Dean, what exactly transpired? Have we incurred the wrath of some terrifying powerhouse leading to this calamity?" Flender sighed deeply and began to recount the events. "This year, our academy welcomed 4 prodigies. One, named Tang San, possesses a spirit power level of 29 with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Another, Xiao Wu, shares the same spirit power level with the soft bone rabbit martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing, at level 27, wields the nether cat martial soul, while Ning Rongrong, at level 26, has the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. A mysterious Title Douluo has set his sights on our new students and abducted them, leaving us in ruin. This matter also involves Tang Hao of the Houghton sect. Alas, our negligence has led to this predicament. We never anticipated the opponent's formidable strength, and during the conflict, he incapacitated everyone present. As Flinder recounted the events, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibing gasped in shock, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Who is this powerful being, and what spirit do they possess to be so formidable? Ma Hongjun could not help but ask, astonished. His primary martial soul is a weapon of tremendous offensive capability, a spear. His second martial soul is a tin-hearted sea flower, with remarkable healing abilities. If we can gather 100,000 gold soul coins, he will treat our injuries. Flinder explained, his face a mask of fear as he recalled the encounter. It was the first time Flinder had encountered such a terrifying force, leaving an indelible mark of dread upon him. What? A dual martial soul user? Then surely, Shrek Academy is doomed. We are all destined for disability. Ma Hongjun began to panic, contemplating hiding away to avoid the storm. Gathering 100,000 gold soul coins. How could that even be possible? He clearly has no intention of healing us. Lu Qibing exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, he intends to leave us in ruin, with no hope of salvation. Xiao Xian added, his voice laced with anger. Alas, Flinder sighed, I am acutely aware of my injuries. To unbind this predicament, we must seek out the one who has the ability to heal us. Otherwise, we shall remain disabled for life. When he mentioned the notion of remaining disabled, Flinder cast a sorrowful glance at Oscar and Dai Mubai, lamenting, alas, poor Oscar and Mubai, both of them possess exceptional martial soul talents. Had they continued steadily, their futures would surely eclipse mine, achieving the Title Douluo rank. Yet now, both have been rendered disabled. No matter how gifted they are, they may find it difficult to advance to the Soul Sage rank in the future. As he spoke, Flinder's expression darkened considerably, akin to a shadow cast by despair. Oscar and Dai Mubai were not only his students but also a testament to his legacy. Should they rise to power, the world would remember that they were taught by Dean Flinder. Alas, Dai Mubai and Oscar both wore expressions of profound distress, resembling individuals grappling with existential doubts as they languished on the bed, silent and forlorn. Flinder continued, there are even graver matters at hand. Ning Rongrong is the daughter of Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He entrusted me with a letter, urging me to take good care of her. Yet, she has been abducted, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school may hold us accountable for this. Alas, Flinder lamented, his sorrow deepening as he noticed additional lines of worry etched upon his brow. Director, this is not your fault. You have done your utmost. Lu Qibing consoled him. How could we possibly contend with the Title Douluo? If the 7 treasure glazed tile school is indeed formidable, let them seek vengeance from that powerful individual and teach him a lesson to rescue Ning Rongrong. For us, merely surviving is already a significant achievement. Alas, it seems we must resign ourselves to this fate, Flinder replied. These grievances we have no means to address. We can only swallow them with tears. At that moment, Dai Mubai spoke. Director, I wish to beg for alms. I long to restore my health. As he spoke, tears unexpectedly streamed from his sinister eyes. He was filled with regret, lamenting why he had chosen to be the first to stand out, why he had spoken disrespectfully to Li Changge, merely because of his youth. If given a chance to start anew, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Li Changge. Unfortunately, there exists no remedy for remorse. He could not relive his choices. Very well, Flinder nodded solemnly. After I recuperate for a while, let us beg together, striving to gather 100,000 gold soul coins as soon as possible. Flinder, being a shrewd merchant, understood that amassing such a sum was an impossible endeavor. Even if one labored a lifetime, it would require the efforts of at least 5 generations to accumulate 100,000 gold soul coins. Relying on begging, even to the point of death, one would still fall short of that goal. Nevertheless, Flinder assented, intending to soothe Dai Mubai's emotions and provide him with a glimmer of hope, lest he succumb to despair and contemplate self-harm. By the way, old Lu, please handle the registration fees collected by the academy and refund them to the students and their families, Flinder added. What? Director, those gold soul coins were painstakingly gathered. Are we truly to return them? Lu Qibing exclaimed, unsettled. If we do, our academy will lose its financial foundation and face ruin. It must be refunded. Flinder asserted with unwavering conviction. If we do not, when that powerful individual returns and discovers this, we will all meet our demise. Currently, we are merely crippled. But in the future, we may become utterly incapacitated. Which is more valuable, gold soul coins or our lives? Flinder was keenly aware of the answer. Moreover, that Li Changge is nothing short of a madman, a tyrant. When he decides to act, he does so without a word of warning. He does not engage in reasoned discourse. Flinder, fearing such unreasonable individuals, chose to acquiesce. Alas, very well, Lu Qibing sighed. I shall refund all registration fees to the students and their families. A significant portion of the financial resources for Xiaowu Academy stemmed from the annual registration fees of its students. Now, with those fees returned, the future of Shilek Academy appeared bleak. Lu Qibin's countenance darkened as he contemplated the notion of seeking employment at another academy to enjoy a peaceful teaching retirement. As the two concluded their conversation, the dormitory fell into silence, shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow, leaving no room for laughter. Changge, accompanied by 4 companions, swiftly arrived at a grand mountain and discovered a pristine cave. This cave was nestled upon a precipice, with a wild jungle plunging nearly 100 meters below and a sheer cliff rising almost the same distance above. It was surrounded by towering peaks, shrouded in wilderness and secrecy. After traversing approximately 100 miles into the depths of the forest, one would reach the outer fringes of the starry forest. The primary reason for selecting this cave was Changge's desire for a secure place to rest, and its seclusion ensured they would not be disturbed. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were filled with trepidation as they scrutinized their surroundings, noting the desolate and private nature of the location. They feared that should Changge harbor any illicit intentions, their cries for help would be futile. Zhu Zhuqing, her heart racing, pondered anxiously whether this elder had taken a fancy to their beauty, leading him to abduct them to this secluded cave for nefarious purposes. Casting a glance at Changge, she noted his youthful appearance and vibrant demeanor, which made her apprehensive about his potential impulsiveness. Ning Rongrong, too, felt a surge of anxiety, recalling a prior encounter at the Shrek Academy where he had pinched her cheek. She feared he was interested not only in her but also in Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, contemplating sinister actions towards the 3 of them. A wave of desperation washed over her as she silently implored her father and grandfather for rescue. Ning Rongrong considered herself quite attractive, despite some aspects of her development being less than ideal. During her time at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, many disciples had sought to befriend and court her, all of whom she had rebuffed. Now, finding herself in this desolate cave, she could only dread what Changge might intend for her and her companions. Xiao Wu shared similar fears, convinced that before any harm came to her, Changge would indulge in lascivious desires. She shivered in dread, feeling her innocence slipping away. Nearby, Tang San sensed impending doom. As a man, particularly a middle-aged one, he understood Changge well and feared the intentions that might unfold. Confident in his strength, Changge seemed poised to act upon his whims, potentially coercing the girls into unwilling situations. Tang San's eyes blazed with a fierce murderous intent. Had looks been lethal, Changge would have met a gruesome end. Alas, the power of his gaze was impotent, for both of Tang San's hands had been rendered useless by Changge. Thus, he could only seethe silently, helplessly witnessing the unfolding events that filled him with rage and despair. Changge surveyed the 4 individuals on the field, pondering how he might cleverly manipulate them to acquire formidable power. With his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, he began to contemplate. His physique was exceptional, and his countenance striking. When he stood in contemplation, motionless, he resembled a magnificent statue. The 3 enchanting ladies, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu could not help but glance at Changge, curious about his actions. Tang San was no different. His keen observational skills were directed not only at Changge but also at the surroundings, seeking any potential means to evade his clutches. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures that firewood is not a concern. Tang San believed that given time to develop, he could create the terrifying Tang sect hidden weapon, the Buddha's Raftang Lotus, rendering 100 Changges insufficient to pose a threat to him. The autumn wind howled, and outside the cave, fierce gusts roared past. Before him lay an expansive primeval forest, teeming with untamed greenery, occasionally pierced by the cawing of crows. This cave was perched on the mountainside, situated precariously on a cliff. And with his hands rendered useless, scaling the rocky terrain was an impossibility. Escaping from this predicament seemed exceedingly daunting. Even if he could reach the ground, traversing the dense, untouched jungle without the use of his hands would prove exceedingly arduous. Tang San's expression darkened as he racked his brain, desperate to escape Changge's grasp, only to find himself at a loss. At that moment, Changge suddenly conceived an ingenious ploy. He approached the cave's entrance, lazily stretched, and proclaimed, "The sunlight outside is splendid. I shall bask in its warmth." As he spoke, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, inviting them. "Come with me to soak up the sun. I possess a unique cultivation method that allows one to grow stronger simply by basking in sunlight, accelerating the training process immensely. Those who perform well shall be taught the art of solar absorption for rapid cultivation. I assure you, with my technique, all of you can attain the rank of Title Douluo before the age of 20. Changge began to weave a tale. The moment his words fell, they left Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San utterly astonished. You possess a method of cultivation? Simply basking in the sun can enhance your strength? Surely. You jest. Ning Rongrong scoffed, her lips curling in disbelief. As the cherished jewel of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, how had she never encountered such a technique? If it were true, the number of Title Douluos across the entirety of Douluo continent would be as plentiful as the common dog, wandering the streets. Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite eyes sparkled with intrigue. For reasons unknown, she felt an undeniable truth in Changge's words. Since their first encounter, he had never deceived anyone. Every utterance from his lips bore authenticity. When he claimed to possess the strength of a Title Douluo, he indeed did, and of the highest caliber at that. When he spoke of having twin martial souls, it was no mere boast. He truly wielded two formidable souls, a god-slaying spear dedicated to destruction and a 10-heart sea flower that epitomized healing and enhancement of attributes. His extraordinary prowess rendered any deceit unnecessary. He likely found no value in misleading them. What gain could possibly arise from such trickery? Clearly, none. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts flowed thusly. Curiosity ignited within her as she gazed at Li Changge, eager to learn more about this sunbathing technique he described. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, her legs rendered useless, felt a twinge of pain and had little desire to bask in the sun. Fear now clouded her perception of Li Changge. Tang San, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. A method of gaining strength through sunlight? How strangely reminiscent it was of my purple extreme magic eye. He was astounded. The purple extreme magic eye he practiced required him to greet the sunrise each morning, absorbing the ethereal purple energy that graced the dawn sky. Yet, Li Changge's method was even more audacious, directly harnessing sunlight to enhance his power. Tang San instinctively believed in Li Changge's claims, convinced that he truly could absorb sunlight to grow stronger. After all, how else could Li Changge appear so youthful while possessing such terrifying strength? Surely he, like Tang San himself, harbored some profound secret, mastering a rare and extraordinary technique. Tang San was prone to flights of fancy, yet, regrettably, he was no beauty. Li Changge gazed at Ning Rongrong's incredulous expression and offered a slight smile. Having cultivated to this level, it is challenging for you to comprehend all that I speak of. The things you find difficult to understand and believe do not imply that they have never existed in this world. There is no need for me to deceive you. Now, I shall refrain from further trivial chatter. Li Changge stood with his hands behind his back, speaking with an air of calm composure, as if he were recounting a veritable truth. Listening to his words, Ning Rongrong was persuaded to some extent, nodding in acknowledgement as she remarked, "Very well. Perhaps I was rather shallow in my understanding. It is indeed rare for one to admit their mistakes." Li Changge continued, "Zhu Zhuqing, come and massage my left shoulder. Ning Rongrong, you shall attend to my right shoulder. As for Xiao Wu, come over and relieve my legs. I wish to bask in the sunlight while indulging in relaxation." As he spoke, Li Changge seized a sturdy stone from the ground and crushed it effortlessly, shattering it into pieces. "Should you dare to defy me, I shall treat you as I have this unyielding stone," he declared with a menacing tone. "I will render you incapacitated, heal you, then incapacitate you again, and repeat this cycle interminably. You are aware that I am proficient in 30,000 forms of punishment. I excel at tormenting, particularly when it comes to teaching you young beauties a lesson. I hope you will heed my warning." As he spoke, an aura of terror emanated from Li Changge, causing the surrounding dust to tremble and the very fabric of space to warp. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San were suddenly engulfed by a suffocating sensation, their faces paling in response. Before Li Changge, they possessed no means of resistance. After a brief display of intimidation, he retracted his oppressive presence, allowing Zhu Zhuqing and the others to breathe a sigh of relief, their discomfort dissipating. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. If your power is formidable enough, you may act as you desire, unrestrained by consequence. It is akin to life on Earth, where, if one possesses wealth, over 90% of matters can be resolved. If you fancy a young lady, you simply shower her with riches. Offer her 20 or 30,000 a month, and it is unlikely you will find yourself without a companion. Here, in the Douluo continent, if your strength is sufficient, you will not lack for beautiful women. Yet alas, my legs are broken, rendering me immobile. Woe is me." Xiao Wu lamented, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow, portraying a pitiful figure. Li Changge stepped forward, gently caressing the soft cheek of Xiao Wu, wiping away her pearlescent tears. "As long as you remain obedient, I shall ensure your healing, guaranteeing that no ailment shall remain." Li Changge's voice softened. Immediately, he unleashed the 10-heart sea tang. The entire cave became suffused with a divine radiance. 8 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet, encircling his imposing figure, gently undulating. As Li Changge released the 10-heart sea tang, the once palpable hostility evaporated, leaving behind a sense of gentleness and approachability. Even though Xiao Wu's legs had been injured by him, she still experienced an illusion of intimacy, feeling that the man before her was trustworthy and someone she would like to befriend. Moreover, the large hand he placed upon her cheek was remarkably tender. Upon closer observation, Xiao Wu noticed that Li Changge's appearance was indeed striking. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were exquisitely defined, his complexion fair and flawless. His thin lips were aesthetically pleasing and clean, evoking a desire for their fragrant allure. Additionally, the hand resting on her face appeared both fair and strong, with prominent knuckles that accentuated its form. Although Xiao Wu was not particularly captivated by hands or looks, she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart upon witnessing Li Changge's visage and hands. They were undeniably attractive. "Little rabbit, as long as you obediently stay by my side and serve me well, I shall not treat you poorly. I possess numerous opportunities, secrets, and various abilities that I can impart to you, aiding your swift growth. In the future, you need not fear other soul masters. For now, let me heal your legs." As Li Changge spoke, a pair of large hands rested gently upon Xiao Wu's slender jade legs, administering a delicate massage. Simultaneously, 8 black soul rings emanated a sudden, rhythmic pulsation from Li Changge's being. The 10-heart begonia flower released a soft, radiant glow that descended upon Xiao Wu's legs, initiating a healing process. Ah. Xiaowu felt herself enveloped by a wondrous energy, rapidly mending her legs. The sensation was exceedingly pleasant, and a look of blissful intoxication appeared on her delicate, rosy face. The healing powers of the 10-heart begonia, combined with Li Changge's expertly measured massage, provided her with immense enjoyment. Gradually, her animosity towards Li Changge began to dissolve little by little. To her surprise, Xiaowu found herself developing a growing fondness for him. This senior is, in fact, quite gentle, she mused inwardly as a charming blush adorned her cheeks. As Li Changge attended to Xiaowu's treatment, he was acutely aware of her long, delicate legs, which felt pleasantly supple and warm to the touch, exuding a delightful softness. Li Changge felt a surge of emotion, truly deserving of the title rabbit, with her long, elegant legs seemingly more enduring than life itself. Beside her, Tang San wore an expression of deep discontent. After all, he had spent 6 full years with Xiao Wu. Yet he had never had the privilege of touching her exquisite legs as Li Changge had. Tang San was seething with jealousy. Meanwhile, Li Changge seized a moment to glance at Tang San, relishing the sight of his frustrated demeanor, which only heightened her own excitement. In front of Tang San, she engaged in intimate interactions with Xiao Wu, a thrill coursing through her veins. What a tantalizing provocation. Before long, Li Changge had successfully healed Xiao Wu's legs. The previously misaligned bones had returned to their rightful place, and the twisted flesh was restored to normalcy, with all the stagnant purple blood now flowing freely. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Wu's long, delicate legs bore no traces of injury, appearing flawless. Chapter 27. Xiao Wu healed and obedient Xiao Wu gazed at her restored legs, tears of joy welling in her beautiful eyes. Like all girls, she cherished beauty, and when her legs had been rendered useless, despair had enveloped her heart. The loss of her graceful legs would have diminished her beauty by more than 50%. With her legs healed, Xiao Wu began to gradually regain her confidence. Li Changge gently massaged Xiao Wu's legs, taking advantage of the moment, and softly said, "Xiao Wu, try to stand up and see how well your legs have recovered." Xiao Wu nodded slightly, becoming obedient. At the same time, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time in her life that a boy had touched her legs so closely and for such an extended period. However, the thought that her legs had been injured by Li Changge brought her a twinge of discomfort. Nonetheless, Li Changge was now treating her kindly, displaying a gentle demeanor as he aided in her healing. Xiao Wu was no fool. She did not exhibit any resistance but rather acquiesced to Li Changge's assistance. Slowly rising to her feet, seeing Xiao Wu so compliant and cooperative, Li Changge felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Some girls could be disobedient and mischievous, but a little correction often rendered them much more compliant. After standing, Xiao Wu tentatively took a couple of steps, discovering her stride was steady and devoid of discomfort. This newfound confidence emboldened her, and she continued to walk several steps. Ultimately, she no longer required Li Changge's support and was able to walk independently. Yet, that was not all. Xiao Wu even began to skip joyfully, revealing her inherent playfulness. Realizing her legs were perfectly fine, and perhaps even more agile than before, her eyes welled with tears as she murmured to herself, "My legs are normal again. How wonderful. I can walk now. Oh dear. A girl longs so dearly for a pair of healthy legs." Li Changge approached, his long and powerful hands gently wiping away the glistening tears from Xiao Wu's face. "My healing abilities are remarkably potent. No matter the injury, I can mend it completely, leaving no trace of ailment behind." Li Changge initially boasted about the remarkable prowess of his healing abilities. After all, the more these beauties imagined themselves to be formidable, the more formidable they became. In his daily life, Li Changge endeavored to maintain an air of mystery, crafting an image of extraordinary capabilities. Consequently, the 3 enchanting ladies, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong absorbed this information, leading them to subconsciously engage in fervent fantasies about Li Changge. From this point onward, Li Changge need not exert himself to become immensely powerful. Although he currently possesses a soul power level of 97 and wields 2 formidable martial spirits, he refrains from claiming the title of the strongest individual on the entire continent. In the presence of the esteemed Grand Priest Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, the revered Grand Priest Poseidon of Sea God Island, and even Tangshan from the City of Slaughter, Li Changge remains humble. Li Changge did not possess absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish them. However, he was certain that he could engage them in a deadly struggle and subsequently make a swift escape to restore himself to his peak condition. With a cultivation level of 97, Li Changge felt unsatisfied, for he needed to further cultivate his persona, allowing the goddesses to indulge in their fantasies, and to continue his ascent in strength. He then continued, "Xiao Wu, do not weep. Tears do not suit you." Li Changge gently caressed Xiao Wu's face, wiping away her tears with an air of profound tenderness. Yet, despite his kindness, Xiao Wu's sobs grew more pronounced. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with glistening tears as she pitifully inquired, "Why are you so kind to me, yet still choose to break my legs?" Xiao Wu found herself perplexed, caught in a web of uncertainty about whether Li Changge was a villain or a hero. To label him as a villain seemed unjust, for he had healed her legs and, like a caring elder brother, offered her comfort with unwavering gentleness and patience. Conversely, to deem him a hero felt contradictory, as he had ruthlessly shattered her legs with his own hands. This situation bore resemblance to a tactic often employed by those in power to assert control over subordinates, a method known as benevolence intertwined with intimidation, leaving one in a state of confusion. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who observed from the sidelines, shared in the bewilderment. Changge had publicly broken Xiao Wu's legs, only to subsequently restore them and tenderly soothe her, rendering the entire affair remarkably strange and utterly absurd. Changge gently embraced Xiao Wu, soothing her with tender care. Subsequently, he cupped her face in his hands, gazing into her beautiful eyes, and spoke earnestly. Xiao Wu, I am a person who follows my own desires. I pursue whatever I wish to pursue. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me, they shall experience the consequences of my wrath. Just moments ago, within the walls of Shalake Academy, your refusal to heed my words and your defiance compelled me to break your legs. However, I possess formidable healing abilities, and I can restore your legs to their former state. I offer you an opportunity, if you listen to me and submit to my will. I shall not harm you and will bestow upon you numerous benefits. Yet, should you continue to oppose me or feign obedience while secretly scheming against me, then I regret to inform you that I will not hesitate to shatter your legs anew, and perhaps even render your hands useless, casting you back into the abyss. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate. If you approach me with malice, I shall respond in kind. This is the essence of who I am. Changge wasted no time, heading straight to the point without any unnecessary circumlocution with Xiao Wu. His absolute prowess allowed him to pursue his desires without restraint, unencumbered by the opinions or feelings of others. Otherwise, would it not render his formidable cultivation utterly meaningless? Upon hearing Changge's words, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing trembled, suddenly comprehending the essence of the man before them. He was an individual unbound by rigid rules or moral constraints, a free spirit who prioritized his own feelings over those of others. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she grasped the implications of Changge's statements. She realized that defying him would lead to her own misery. What do you wish for me to do? Xiao Wu asked timidly. I want you to earnestly massage my legs and serve me with genuine care, Changge replied, gently lifting Xiao Wu's chin. But I do not know how. Xiao Wu responded, I have never served anyone before. That is of no consequence. You can learn at your own pace, Changge reassured her. I can teach you what you do not understand. All right, I will give it a try, Xiao Wu conceded. She recalled the helplessness she felt when her legs were once injured and did not wish for that feeling to return. Moreover, she was disillusioned to discover that Tang San, who had deceived her for over 6 years, was merely a middle-aged man masquerading as a child, feigning friendship and affection. She felt that being with Changge would be far preferable. Will you kill me? Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. Chapter 28. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also chose to submit. Per Tang San, Xiao Wu's greatest fear was that Changge would slay her to acquire her soul ring and bones. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Changge, possessing only 8 soul rings on his second martial soul, lacked precisely 100,000-year soul ring. Killing her would conveniently grant him that coveted 9th soul ring. Changge gently tugged at Xiao Wu's cheek and said softly, Xiao Wu, what are you pondering? Across the expanse of Douluo continent, powerful soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years are abundant. If you perform well, I shall spare your life. I will even teach you techniques and assist you in your cultivation to expedite your growth. You fled from the Stardow Forest, did you not, in pursuit of strength? Joining Nodding Academy and even attending Shrek Academy, what knowledge do you believe you can acquire by remaining beside this deceitful fool? By following me, you can circumvent several decades of arduous trials. Changge's voice exuded an irresistible allure, imbued with a profound confidence. Xiao Wu found his words to be quite persuasive, and could not help but nod her head gently, obediently proclaiming, then you must treat Xiao Wu a little better, and in return, I shall naturally reciprocate your kindness. With a chuckle, she added, it is only natural. A satisfied smile graced Changge's lips as he remarked, I truly adore your obedient demeanor. As he spoke, he tenderly caressed Xiao Wu's soft head. Though Xiao Wu had transformed from a soul beast after countless millennia, one could not deny her remarkable beauty. Her petite figure had developed quite nicely, and her long, delicate legs were nothing short of flawless. Under Changge's guidance, she had become increasingly compliant, which delighted him immensely. Meanwhile, Tang San, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of utmost distress, akin to having ingested something profoundly unpleasant. He had never anticipated that his beloved Xiao Wu would, right before his eyes, grow close to another man. Their intimate gestures, embraces and playful pinches, were so affectionate that it sent Tang San into a fit of rage. Changge cast a fleeting glance at Tang San, observing his expression that was a blend of anger and helplessness, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Tang San, if there is blame to be laid, it rests upon your excessive double standards. All who do not cater to your whims as sycophants shall lead a wretched existence. Moreover, I, on this earth, possess friends who harbor no disdain for you. To fulfill his last wish, I must impart a severe lesson upon you. Changge silently reflected on Tang San, exhibiting an air of indifference. This Tang San epitomized a sophisticated form of egoism. An ancient adage from Earth aptly states, when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs prosper. When an individual attains spiritual elevation, their household animals can bask in celestial blessings. Similarly, those who ascend to positions of power can elevate even the village dogs into officialdom. Yet, what of Tang San? Apart from himself and a handful of individuals from Shrek Academy who soared to the divine realm, those who followed him continued to endure the most primitive existence. Even after the demise of Ning Fingji, Jian Douluo, and Gu Douluo in the JYG battle, Tang San did not contemplate resurrecting them. despite Ning Rongrong's immense efforts to revive him. His mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, devoted his life to nurturing Tang San, yet in the end, he could not even attain the rank of Title Douluo. Thus, what purpose does it serve for Tang San to grow stronger? It would be far more pragmatic for Changge to enhance his own strength. Should Changge become more powerful, he would prevent the outbreak of conflict between the two great empires of Douluo continent and the Spirit Hall, sparing countless lives from suffering. Moreover, he would refrain from destroying the city of slaughter. Instead, he would dispatch formidable soul masters to guard it, establishing a substantial underground realm to contain the malevolent soul masters, allowing them to engage in self-destructive infighting. Furthermore, Changge would not compel Qianrenxue, Hulaina, and others to express their true feelings, only to receive heartbreak in return. It is akin to the dilemma of train tracks. Tang San and Haotian sect occupy one track, while the lives of all beings on Douluo continent reside on the other. When the train advances, one side must meet its demise. Would you choose to steer towards the first track or the second? They are all living beings. Yet, Changge would unhesitatingly opt for the first track, willing to collide with Tang San and the Haotian sect to save the entirety of Douluo continent. At this moment, Xiao Wu was notably obedient. Changge instructed, "Xiao Wu, please stand aside and wait for me." He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, stating calmly, "Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, come here and massage this old man's shoulders. They are sore. Do you understand?" Having witnessed Changge's formidable prowess, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong dared not defy him. They knew that being obstinate would bear no fruit. Changge was known for addressing stubbornness decisively. "Very well." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong replied without resistance. "You two wait for me at the entrance of the cave. I must first teach this young man a lesson to prevent him from escaping," Changge commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing understood that Tang San was in grave peril. Due to Tang San's deceit towards Xiao Wu, she had lost interest in him, no longer caring for his fate. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, they had no prior connection with Tang San. They had merely arrived to enroll and had not yet participated in any entrance examinations. Their acquaintance was superficial, far from being classmates or friends. Thus, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were even less inclined to concern themselves with Tang San's well-being. Obediently, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing made their way to the entrance of the cave. There, a beam of sunlight cascaded upon them, causing their fair skin to shimmer, rendering them even more exquisite to behold. They were not merely objects of distant admiration but also of intimate allure. Changge intended to deal with Tang San before seeking the company of three enchanting beauties, reveling in the warmth of the sun. Although Tang San's hands were rendered useless, his feet still retained the ability to move. Changge intended to first incapacitate Tang San, rendering him immobile, and leave him in this state for a few days to instill obedience. Subsequently, he would urge Tang San to diligently cultivate until he reached the 30th level. Once Tang San attained this milestone, Changge would accompany him to hunt for a blue-silver grass spirit ring with a 1-year cultivation period, facilitating its fusion. After the fusion of the 1-year cultivation blue-silver grass, Changge would return him to Shrek Academy. However, whether Shrek Academy would accept such an anomaly was of no concern to Changge. Once he had dealt with Tang San, Changge intends to take Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu to the ice and fire Yin Yang well, located outside the city of Tiando. At that moment, Changge plans to enchant and deceive Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing by claiming to possess formidable planting skills, capable of cultivating numerous beneficial celestial plants. Subsequently, he will present the exquisite Kila Luyin tulip from the ice and fire Yin Yang well to Ning Rongrong, urging her to consume it to assist her in acquiring the 9 treasure glazed tile. Grateful for the benefits, Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly entertain wild fantasies about Changge's exceptional planting abilities, believing he can cultivate celestial plants at will. Thus, Changge will gain yet another skill, enabling him to cultivate and consume celestial plants freely in the future. As for the readers, I kindly request support across all platforms for continued reading, urging, voting, and commenting. This book has advanced to the trial phase for promotion and will soon have a second round of recommendations. Your support during this period is deeply appreciated, and in return, I promise to deliver exciting updates that will certainly please everyone. Wishing you all smooth sailing, fulfillment in all endeavors, and unending joy. In Chapter 29, Tang San seeks a mentor. Does he measure up? These celestial plants are truly treasures. The original protagonist of Shrek Academy triumphed over the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the Continental Soul Master competition largely due to the celestial plants they consumed from the ice and fire Yin Yang well. Their ascension to godhood was also significantly attributed to these celestial plants. In this life, Changge not only aims to seize Tang San's opportunity at the ice and fire Yin Yang well, but he also plans to bring Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing near the well to enchant them further, thereby acquiring the ability to mass-produce celestial plants. This is Changge's preliminary plan. It is the extent of his current thoughts. Perhaps as time progresses, he will devise even better strategies. However, this current plan serves as a broad direction that Changge will not alter, with the possibility of refining details as he continues to develop it. I will strive to enchant them, and the rest shall be left to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu to imagine. Changge mused inwardly, a flicker of brilliance shimmering in his profound gaze. Subsequently, he recalled that within the confines of Tiando City, there resided 4 enchanting beauties, Qianrenqiue, Tang Yuehua, Duguyan, and Lu Erlong. Your cultivation levels are modest. I could easily abduct all of you and then deceive you into believing that I possess an array of formidable abilities and immense prowess. Li Changge contemplated that it was insufficient to have only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu by his side. He needed a greater number of enchanting beauties to accompany him. After all, the thoughts of one individual are inherently limited. Currently, Li Changge's cultivation stood at level 97, which did not render him invincible. The progression from level 97 to 99, or even breaking through to the divine realm, was of utmost significance and represented an exceedingly challenging endeavor. By amassing a greater number of alluring beauties and engaging them in intellectual discourse, Li Changge could secure his advancement. Thus, entering the divine realm would become a mere formality. Moreover, having beautiful companions would undoubtedly bring joy. The entire continent was rife with stunning women awaiting his attention, such as Gu Yunnan, Posey. In Li Changge's heart, no woman had yet taken residence. He found no one particularly captivating. Nevertheless, he understood one truth. While a heart devoid of romantic attachments may wield a sword with clarity, it does not necessitate a life devoid of alluring companions. Coupled with the uniqueness of his abilities, he aimed to gather as many high-caliber beauties as possible. Should any of these enchanting women prove disobedient, he would not hesitate to assert dominance. If they persisted in their defiance and plotted against him, he would not shy away from taking more drastic measures. Li Changge silently resolved within himself, a flicker of brilliance flashing through his profound gaze. Subsequently, he reined in the tumultuous emotions in his eyes and fixed his piercing gaze upon Tang San. Tang San's azure orbs quivered, unable to meet Li Changge's intense stare. Ah, Tang San, who would have thought that your soul and body are not united? Li Changge remarked, you are quite the cunning one. Although I have rendered your hands useless, that alone is insufficient. For now, I shall temporarily strip you of your ability to walk. At these words, Tang San's blue eyes abruptly constricted, and he instinctively recoiled. Why are you targeting me so? Tang San inquired solemnly, is it because my potential for growth poses a threat to you? A wry smile graced his lips. Do not harm me. If you restore my hands, I am willing to collaborate with you, imparting some of the secret techniques of the Tang sect to aid in your advancement. Tang San surmised that Li Changge's relentless pursuit of him was likely due to his interest in his Xiantian skill, ghost shadow mirage steps, and various concealed weapon techniques. Thus, Tang San resolved to leverage these skills as bargaining chips to engage Li Changge in a dialogue of equality and mutual exchange. Upon hearing this, Li Changge burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, those feeble techniques of yours, keep them for yourself. The Xiantian skill, the Xian Jade hand, the 100 solutions to hidden weapons, the control of cranes and capturing dragons, the ghostly shadow stealth steps, they're all mere trifles, unworthy of my regard. The skills I possess, you could ponder for a lifetime and still fail to comprehend. Just my ability to grow stronger under the sun surpasses your Xiantian skill by leaps and bounds. I am simply irritated by your pretense, an aging man here feigning youthfulness. Ah, Tang San's expression soured at these words. He had not anticipated that Li Changge would dismiss the Tang sect's techniques so casually. These techniques were indeed of great value. If you cultivate my Xiantian skill, awakening your martial soul's talent at the age of 6, you will undoubtedly possess innate full soul power. Tang San clenched his teeth and stated, his words fueled by desperation as he sought to sway Li Changge. This was merely his conjecture, believing that his own innate full soul power of level 10 was connected to the Xiantian skill. Now that Li Changge was intent on confronting him, Tang San, in a fervor of urgency, chose to expound upon his theories without regard for their accuracy. The trio of enchanting beauties at the cave's entrance paused in surprise, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. Xiantian skill? Capable of bestowing innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's interest peaked as she listened intently. Does Tang San harbor secrets? Which is why the senior has taken him captive. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She felt compelled to uncover this mystery. Meanwhile, Xiaowu was distraught, lamenting. Tang San has never shared such secrets with me. He indeed harbors significant issues. My 6 years of youthful vitality have been squandered. It must be said, Tang San possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Had the one standing before him not been Li Changge, but rather the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo, he might have already been thoroughly deceived. Trash, unworthy of my attention. Had I begun cultivating my sunbathing technique at the age of 1, I would not only possess innate full soul power by the age of 6, but also have a chance to awaken a twin martial soul, and one that is positively mutated. Do you really believe I would find you worthy of my regard? Li Changge erupted into a hearty laugh, embellishing his tales with extravagant bravado. Such was the nature of Li Changge's abilities. He reveled in exaggerating his prowess, captivating the beautiful souls around him, inspiring them to envision him as a formidable force. The lovely maidens believed that Li Changge possessed a level of mastery equivalent to 99, and thus, he embodied that very essence. They thought him to grow stronger under the sun, and so he basked in its rays to amplify his might. When they held him in high regard, he stood unwaveringly resilient. At that moment, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by the formidable techniques wielded by this esteemed elder. A flicker of desire sparked within him, yearning to acquire Li Changge's sun-basking method of enhancement. Elder, please do not shun me. I possess dual martial spirits and would like to become your disciple, your cherished student. Once a student, always a son. I shall honor and respect you well. Together, we shall conquer the entirety of Douluo continent. Tang San, filled with urgency, longed to pledge his allegiance to Li Changge. Haha. Li Changge laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with disdain. In Chapter 30, Tang San found himself suspended from a tree. While Li Changge began to indulge in the joys of performance and merriment, Li Changge was truly taken aback to find that Tang San wished to take him as his master. It is well known on Earth that there exists an ancient saying, in the boundless fire domain, there is Xiaowu, yet in the divine realm, one cannot find Yu Xiaojing. Li Changge had no desire to take this ingrate as a disciple. Have you not already pledged yourself to Yu Xiaojing? What makes you think you can come to me? Li Changge remarked with a bemused expression. The nearby Xiao Wu was equally aware of Tang San's allegiance to Yu Xiaojing. Upon hearing that he sought to become Li Changge's disciple, she cast a derisive glance, thinking to herself, indeed, a master of disguise. He once spoke sweetly of his bond with Yu Xiaojing, claiming that he would regard him as a father for life, yet here he is, seeking to apprentice under this esteemed elder. Fortunately, the elder has helped me discern Tang San's vile nature. Moreover, his father is a formidable Title Douluo. This family excels in scheming and subterfuge. I am fortunate to have discovered this early. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to my own demise. Xiao Wu's disdain for Tang San had intensified, and her regard for him had plummeted dramatically. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both taken aback, as they had not anticipated that Tang San possessed dual martial souls, a rather extraordinary talent. In the Douluo continent, soul masters with dual martial souls are exceedingly rare, and each one is destined to be recorded in the annals of soul master history. Tang San's expression darkened as he spoke. A teacher is like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. The more teachers I have, the broader my path will be illuminated. If I were to take you as my mentor, it would be the greatest fortune of my life. I, Tang San, am not ungrateful. Esteemed elder, I vow to support you in your later years. As he spoke, Tang San knelt, presenting a sincere and earnest demeanor. Very well, Li Changge replied. Upon hearing this, Tang San believed that Li Changge was indeed willing to accept him as a disciple, and joy surged within him. Yet, in the next moment, Li Changge's words sent Tang San's elation plummeting to the depths. For that very statement, I shall today render you incapable of walking. As Li Changge spoke, he advanced and seized Tang San's left leg, twisting it violently as one would with a twist of dough, rendering the limb incapacitated. Following that, he turned to the right leg, which met the same fate. Ah, my legs are ruined. Tang San's face contorted in agony as he let out a harrowing scream, collapsing onto the ground and wailing. Silence, Li Changge exclaimed, snatching up Tang San's shoe and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth to silence him. Tang San bit down on his own shoe, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a portrait of torment. Li Changge felt that he was somewhat bothersome. Thus, like disposing of refuse, he exited the cave and approached a nearby grand tree, where he unceremoniously discarded Tang San. Tang San hung from the trunk like a bundle of cotton, his limbs dangling helplessly, an expression of agony upon his face, utterly immobilized. This location was not far from the cave. Li Changge, endowed with formidable mental strength, possesses the uncanny ability to perceive every movement of Tang San. Unperturbed by the prospect of his escape, the intervention of rescuers, or even the threat of wild beasts. Subsequently, Li Changge returned to the cave. At the entrance, 3 beautiful maidens greeted him with a hint of trepidation. Li Changge's demeanor was excessively ruthless, instilling a sense of fear within Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. However, as soul masters residing in the Douluo continent, who among them has not borne the weight of human or beastly lives? In the original narrative, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, in their later alignment with Tang San during the battle against the Spirit Hall, did not shy away from taking lives. Li Changge did not perceive himself as ruthless. Upon arriving before the 3 enchanting maidens, his gaze softened considerably. Come, bask in the sunlight with me. Li Changge beamed with a smile. If you perform well, I shall impart to you the skill of harnessing the sun's rays for strength. As he spoke, a languid expression adorned his face as he approached the trio of beauties. With a swift motion, his left arm extended, and he pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing reacted like a startled kitten. Next, his right arm reached out, drawing Xiao Wu into his right side. Ah! Xiao Wu responded like a frightened little rabbit. The 2 maidens, ensconced in Li Changge's embrace, felt their bodies soften instantly, their cheeks flushing crimson. Ning Rongrong, momentarily taken aback, was astonished by Li Changge's audacity in embracing both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu so boldly. Simultaneously, a mix of shyness and indignation welled up within her as she thought, why was I overlooked? I am quite beautiful as well. Lost in her musings, Ning Rongrong glanced down at her well-developed bosom, contemplating, it seems quite commendable. Just as she dwelled in her thoughts, a sudden exclamation broke the air. Ah! Li Changge extended a large hand, drawing the flustered Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Startled, Ning Rongrong felt herself nestled against an extraordinarily broad chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Observing the astonished expressions of the 3, Li Changge smiled gently, with a face full of affection. He tenderly ruffled their hair and assured them, do not worry, I shall not harm you. I will treat you well. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, your talents are commendable. With my assistance, you can get to know one another better and become good friends. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. And Xiaowu offered no resistance to Li Changge, their faces aglow, they lingered by his side. In the face of absolute power, any attempt at defiance could result in dire consequences for their legs and feet. Having witnessed Xiaowu's unfortunate fate, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were unwilling to risk their lovely limbs being twisted like a pretzel. Meanwhile, Xiaowu herself had endured immense suffering and was reluctant to tread the same path again. Li Changge possessed a towering physique, with long, powerful arms effortlessly embracing three enchanting women. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu, each of petite stature, were exquisitely proportioned, with ample curves where it mattered and delicate slenderness elsewhere. As he held them close, Li Changge reveled in the moment, experiencing a profound sense of joy. Although he was aware that Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu harbored no affection for him, love was of little consequence to Li Changge. What mattered was the happiness of the present. Moreover, he mused, once the proverbial rice was cooked, perhaps they might gradually come to love him as well. In the grand tapestry of life, a carefree existence filled with joy was paramount. Subsequently, Li Changge requested that they massage his shoulders and relieve his weary legs. While he basked in the warm embrace of sunlight, his face a portrait of bliss. During this time, he meticulously regulated the flow and fluctuation of his soul power, mastering it first in subtle increments, then gradually escalating to a moderate level, and ultimately to a more pronounced intensity. Around him, the winds began to howl and swirl, as if gathering momentum to form a tempestuous whirlwind. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Li Changge transformed from faint to formidable. Li Changge commenced his performance. He aimed to portray the gradual enhancement of his strength through basking in the sun, enchanting Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, and encouraging them to unleash their imaginations. Chapter 31. The three beauties in joyful company. Zhu Zhuqing, who was currently massaging Li Changge's shoulders, suddenly noticed a remarkable change in his aura. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she pondered, what is happening? The aura emanating from this senior is steadily rising. The fluctuations of soul power, which initially resembled a gentle stream, are now transforming into a mighty river. How intriguing. Could it be that he truly possesses some extraordinary technique that enables him to grow stronger simply by soaking up the sun? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to focus even more intently on massaging Li Changge's shoulders. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was her first time giving a boy a shoulder massage. However, she had no choice. Li Changge's insistence left her with no option but to comply, her face growing redder as she continued her task in silence. Ah, quite splendid. Zhu Zhuqing's skills are commendable and deserving of praise. Li Changge revealed a satisfied expression, offering praise as he extended his large hand to assist Zhu Zhuqing in tidying her hair ends and temples. This gesture caused Zhu Zhuqing to blush even deeper. Simultaneously, she mused to herself, having received commendation, might the senior impart the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing? A flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. Beside them, Ning Rongrong began to gently massage Li Changge's shoulders, a mischievous glint sparkling in her beautiful eyes as she tentatively inquired, Senior, are you in the midst of training? Indeed. I am training. Have you not noticed the transformation of my soul power? Li Changge responded with a cheerful demeanor, exuding friendliness and enjoyment. Yet, you are not seated on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. It appears almost playful, she remarked. That is because my method of cultivation requires merely basking in the sun to stimulate the circulation of my meridians and facilitate rapid strengthening. Li Changge spoke with an air of nonchalance, betraying no hint of embarrassment as he spun his tail. Ning Rongrong, utterly captivated, nodded in agreement and remarked, Oh, I see now. This method of cultivation is truly remarkable. Indeed, Li Changge replied with a subtle smile. As he smiled, he reached out and playfully pinched Ning Rongrong's innocent cheek. Instantly, her lovely visage flushed a deeper crimson, as if it might bleed. Meanwhile, Xiaowu remained silent throughout, intently clutching her own legs. Upon witnessing this, Li Changge extended his hand to gently caress her head, remarking, Xiaowu, you are truly well behaved. Now this is more like it. Xiaowu, with a slight nod, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The three beautiful maidens, all blushing, attended to Li Changge by massaging his legs and easing his shoulders, creating an atmosphere thick with intimacy. Li Changge reveled in the experience, savoring the benefits bestowed upon him by his newfound formidable prowess. He found himself momentarily entranced by this intoxicating power. In a civilized society, wealth and influence grant one access to everything. Yet in the world of Douluo continent, sheer strength alone can secure all that one desires. I am enamored with the Douluo continent. Li Changge pondered silently, filled with a sense of wonder. Thus, as he basked in the sun, he relished the moment while playfully enchanting the three beauties beside him. These three lovely ladies had gradually begun to believe that basking in the sun could indeed enhance Li Changge's strength. Based on Li Changge's speculations, it was possible that in a few days, he would truly master the art of gaining power through sunbathing. Time passed slowly, and as evening approached, Li Changge hunted some wild beasts and was roasting them at the cave. Ning Rongrong had some spices in her storage soul guide ring, which were just perfect for the occasion. The four of them chatted lightly while grilling, creating a pleasant atmosphere. They had just paid their registration fees today and had not yet passed the entrance examination, so they were still not very familiar with one another. Li Changge encouraged them to introduce themselves and become acquainted. With Li Changge's assistance, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu began to familiarize themselves with one another, learning each other's names, martial spirits, ranks, backgrounds, and so forth. By the time they finished their meal, Li Changge suddenly recalled the burden that was Tang San. Thus, he took some food and went to visit him. Tang San still hung limply from the treetop, his breath feeble, as if he were on the brink of death. Upon seeing Li Changge approach, Tang San weakly uttered, "I, Tang San, am willing to heed your commands. Please cease tormenting me." Imagine, with both arms and legs rendered useless, being left to dangle from a tree for an extended period. Moreover, with Li Changge's formidable strength, resistance was utterly futile. There was no glimmer of hope. Even the most tenacious spirit would eventually crumble under such despair. "First, eat your dinner," Li Changge replied indifferently. As he spoke, he transferred Tang San to a nearby ancient tree, its crown just spacious enough to accommodate him. He discarded some leftover, rather unpalatable roasted meat beside Tang San and said coolly, "I am testing your resolve. If you perform well and manage to survive for 3 days, I shall heal you. Should my mood permit, I may even consider taking you to hunt for a suitable soul ring. Rest assured, should you demonstrate commendable effort, I shall not treat you poorly." Li Changge gazed calmly at Tang San. Sensing the tantalizing aroma of the food nearby, Tang San's taste buds awakened, and a wave of hunger washed over him. He nodded earnestly, humbly expressing, "Thank you, senior. I will certainly strive to perform well." "Good luck," Li Changge replied coldly. With that, he turned and retreated into the cave, leaving Tang San to spend the night alone atop the great tree. After Li Changge departed, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang San's azure eyes. "Do not allow me to live. Once I have crafted the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and the Tears of Guanyin, I shall surely take your life." Tang San was consumed by rage. He then cast a glance at the food beside him, swallowing hard. Hunger had gnawed at him for the better part of a day, leaving his stomach feeling as though it might collapse. To survive, he had no choice but to consume the food that lay discarded, now tainted by dust and grime. "One day, I shall exact vengeance for today's humiliation by taking your life." Tang San's gaze was suffused with a chilling ferocity. Subsequently, he opened his mouth wide and expelled a sharp blade from beneath his tongue. This was a specialized concealed weapon he had prepared to defend against any wild beasts or insects that might threaten him, primarily launched from his mouth. After spitting out the blade, Tang San wriggled like a worm, inching towards the food nearby. He had no desire to perish. He was determined to survive and exact his retribution. Meanwhile, on his way back to the cave, Li Changge contemplated, "Tang San's cultivation speed is remarkable. Based on the timeline from the original work, he is likely to break through to level 30 in about half a month. He must hasten to reach level 30. After which I shall procure a year's worth of blue silver grass soul rings for him. And then I will cast him before the likes of Shrek Academy and Yu Xiaojiang. This Tang San must be cursing me while he gnaws on that unpalatable roasted meat. Thinking I have already devised his doom, huh? His future days will only grow more miserable." Chapter 32. A promise made. Teaching Tang San a lesson was Li Changge's way of honoring the last wish of his dear brother. Otherwise, given Li Changge's nature, he would have simply crippled Tang San's legs and arms, wishing not to waste any more time on him. Alas, this was the singular wish of his beloved brother, Zhang Datong, who tragically perished in a car accident. Li Changge found himself compelled to acquiesce. He pondered whether he would ever possess the ability to resurrect the deceased. If such a feat were possible, he would wish to bring back his childhood friend, enabling him to find a wife in this Douluo continent and continue the lineage. However, he surmised that this endeavor was likely to be exceedingly challenging. In his heart, Li Changge mused, in times of adversity, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. Should there ever come a day when Li Changge possessed extraordinary powers, he would effortlessly resurrect his dear childhood friend, Zhang Datong. Yet, if such a feat remained unattainable, he would not force the matter. Upon returning to the cave, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu gradually retrieved various items from their storage soul devices, including mats, bedding, quilts, chairs, soul-guided lamps, and insect-repellent powder. These 3 enchanting women diligently adorned the cave, transforming it into a charming and cozy sanctuary. After all, this was to be their temporary refuge for rest. If they did not make it comfortable, they would be left to sleep on the cold, unclean floor that night. Li Changge was exceedingly pleased. Once everything in this cave sanctuary was meticulously organized, Li Changge, accompanied by 3 enchanting ladies, reveled in the beauty of the moon and stars while engaging in delightful conversation. Basking in the bliss of the moment, during this serene gathering, Li Changge took the initiative to speak, addressing Ning Rongrong, "My dear Rongrong, do you wish for your 7 treasures glazed tower to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of joy within her. Her head nodding gently in a display of obedience as she replied, "Senior, I do." The transformation of the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower was not merely her aspiration but the collective desire of every soul master within the 7 treasures sect. "Then stay by my side and perform well. Within a year, I shall ensure your 7 treasures glazed tower evolves into the 9 treasures glazed tower." Li Changge stated with a subtle smile. "A year? Do you find that duration too lengthy?" he inquired. "It is not too long," Ning Rongrong responded, "but senior, What method do you intend to employ to facilitate the advancement of my 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower? My father and grandfather have scoured the world, employing countless methods, yet have been unable to achieve this. Ning Rongrong sought further insight into this matter. Wishing to avoid being led astray by Li Changge's grand promises that might deceive her emotions and expectations. Ah, Li Changge chuckled. That is a secret I cannot disclose at this moment. However, I assure you, within the span of a year, your 7 treasures glazed tower will undoubtedly transform into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Do not overthink it. When the time is right, you shall possess it. Li Changge exuded an air of unwavering confidence, possessing an enchanting charisma that instilled in others an unwavering belief in his ability to fulfill promises. Very well, Ning Rongrong nodded, acknowledging her understanding. However, a flicker of conflict crossed her mind as she ventured, Senior, you have brought us here and embraced us in a rather ambiguous manner. Do you intend to possess us? Upon uttering these words, a blush crept across Ning Rongrong's cheeks as she pondered whether Li Changge harbored intentions towards her physical being. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless to resist, awaiting the arrival of her father and grandfather for salvation, by which time, the die would have been cast. As Li Changge gazed upon Ning Rongrong's innocent visage, he extended his hand, gently caressing her. Although she wished to evade his touch, she found herself unable to do so. Her face flushed as she bit her lip in resignation. Rongrong, you jest. Am I to possess you? Should I covet Tang San, Flinder, or Ma Hongjun instead? Li Changge chuckled, adding, moreover, I need not be proactive. In due time, you may even find yourselves imploring me for possession. Ning Rongrong was both amused and increasingly bashful by his words, never anticipating a day when she would find herself so intimately close to a man. Unsure of how to respond, she lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Changge's attention shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure was exquisite, particularly her alluring curves. Drawing her into his embrace, he declared, in a few days, I shall teach you the art of cultivation. If you desire strength, I will empower you. When the time comes, I will lead you back to the Luo Empire, where you shall confront Davis and Zhu Zhuqing personally. Should anyone from your empire or family dare to express discontent, I will intervene on your behalf. Your fate is yours to command, not dictated by heaven. Li Changge embraced Zhu Zhuqing, gently caressing her cheek as he spoke tenderly. Zhu Zhuqing traversed from the Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire with the singular purpose of growing stronger, to combat the unjust fate imposed by her family. Now, Li Changge could assist her in attaining all that she yearned for. Blushing, Zhu Zhuqing replied, Yes, Senior, I have no choice. I will heed your guidance. She possessed an unwavering confidence in her physique, acutely aware that any man who beheld her would be captivated. Throughout her life, numerous suitors had pursued her. However, now faced with a formidable 97th-level dual spirit master, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to refuse. She could only resign herself to her fate, obediently following Li Changge's words. Seeking to reap certain benefits to mitigate her losses, should she choose defiance instead of acceptance, she would not even need to wait for the adult ceremony to confront Davis and Xu Qingyun. She would be vanquished in an instant. Li Changge was quite pleased with Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. As he tenderly stroked her face, he softly suggested, Then call me father. At his words, her exquisite form trembled. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. She understood that Li Changge had intended to be her godfather from their very first encounter. And now he was indeed prompting her to address him as father. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Nestled in Li Changge's broad embrace, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, overwhelmed with shyness, and softly uttered, Father. Upon hearing this, Li Changge erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He was exceedingly pleased with the response, and his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing grew even more affectionate. Very well, I shall fulfill all your desires, empowering you to become immensely formidable. Li Changge promptly made his vow. The diminutive Luo Empire lacked even a single Title Douluo of its own. Li Changge regarded them with utter indifference. Beside her, Xiao Wu observed the interaction between Li Changge and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat neglected as they did not engage her in conversation. A twinge of jealousy arose within her as she pondered. Am I not attractive? Is my figure lacking? Why does the senior not speak to me? Chapter 33, The Art of Deception, Mastering the Method of Strengthening Through Sunlight as Xiao Wu murmured to herself. Li Changge had concluded his conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, and with a relaxed gesture, he allowed her to continue massaging his shoulders. Subsequently, his large hand assertively drew Xiao Wu into his broad embrace. As she nestled against him, she resembled a bashful little rabbit, her heart a tumult of astonishment and delight. Realizing at last that she was not undesirable, he playfully pinched her cheek and said, Xiao Wu, I shall not harm you, nor will I transform you into a soul ring. By staying by my side, you can cultivate in peace, free from the fear of being hunted by others. Is this not a fortuitous circumstance for you? Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression flickered across Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks, and she replied, Indeed. It is a fortunate turn of events. Then we have reached an understanding. Do not defy me. Li Changge gently caressed her face and then offered a light massage to her calf, adding, At that time, you were not sufficiently rational, hence my actions were rather severe. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. Li Changge exhibited a gentle demeanor as he massaged Xiao Wu's calves. In the light of day, before the watchful eyes of many, he had twisted her long, delicate legs into a pretzel-like shape, subsequently aiding her in recovery. This was a desperate measure, mere words. no matter how fervently spoken, would not penetrate the stubbornness of her resolve. Only through a firm hand, a stern reprimand, could Xiao Wu be coaxed into obedience. As Li Changge tended to her legs, Xiao Wu's complexion grew increasingly radiant. Yet, the haunting image of her legs rendered useless filled her with trepidation. Instinctively, she nestled into his embrace, gripping him tightly in search of solace. In a soft voice, she implored, "You must never treat Xiao Wu this way again. If I am obedient, you need not be fierce with me. If you refrain from being harsh, I shall hold no grudges against you. Allow me to bite you once, and we shall be even." As she spoke, Xiao Wu playfully nipped at Li Changge's fair neck, leaving a faint mark. The slight sting not only marked his skin but also etched itself into his heart. With a chuckle, Li Changge tenderly patted her soft shoulder. Resembling a father soothing his little girl, his face radiating kindness. "Very well, we are even now. Do not harbor resentment towards me, and I shall treat you well." Xiao Wu nodded gently, responding obediently. She sensed that although this man could be fierce, his kindness was genuine when met with her own. With no other options before her, she slowly began to accept Li Changge, choosing to be with him. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu found both sisters to be exceptionally beautiful, pure-hearted, and agreeable in nature. Their companionship alleviated her loneliness, and she welcomed the presence of her newfound sisters. Li Changge, along with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, engaged in lively conversation. As the night deepened, the four of them eventually retired to rest. As a formidable individual, Li Changge naturally enjoys exceptional privileges. Comfortably nestled amid beautiful companions, akin to embracing large, soft dolls, indulging in peaceful slumber. In stark contrast, Tang San finds himself cramped within the branches of a tree, braving the cold winds with a sharp blade clenched between his teeth, ever prepared to fend off lurking beasts. Throughout the night, he remains on high alert, his heart racing with trepidation. At dawn, Li Changge awakens refreshed, savoring breakfast alongside his enchanting companions. As for Tang San, Li Changge, indifferent to his plight, chooses to let him dangle in suspense for a few days, hoping to instill a sense of acquiescence. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days elapse. During this period, Li Changge revels in his blissful existence, enjoying a life of luxury. Each day, he is accompanied by 3 lovely ladies, basking in the sunlight while charming them with tales of how sunbathing could enhance their strength. With Li Changge's persuasion, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong wholeheartedly believe in his claims regarding the sun's empowering properties. One day, a sudden influx of information penetrates Li Changge's mind, stirring his thoughts. This knowledge pertains to a technique that purportedly strengthens one through sun exposure, as he had previously narrated a unique method of cultivation. Emphasizing the ability to absorb the sun's energy and share this gift with others, he now finds himself in possession of this remarkable skill. This technique comprises special mantras and movements. Initially requiring a proper posture, it eventually allows one to harness the sun's energy effortlessly, as Li Changge has now mastered. With each breath taken in the sunlight, his soul power steadily ascends. This realization fills him with joy, exclaiming internally, "Marvelous! I have acquired yet another technique." Furthermore, he recalls having mentioned that if one begins cultivating this method from the age of 1, they might achieve a natural soul power level of 10, awakening a rare dual martial spirit. It seems that passing down this technique could potentially alter the destinies of many children in the future. Concurrently, Li Changge contemplates imparting this sun-enhancing technique to his 3 lovely companions, determined to aid them in their quest for strength. After all, it is only fitting that he cherishes the women in his life, ensuring they grow stronger in their own right. At this moment, the level of joy experienced by Li Changge was unparalleled, rivaling that of his recent attainment of the esteemed title of a level 97 Douluo. The presence of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu in his embrace made them acutely aware of his unusual exuberance. He appeared to be in high spirits. The 3 beautiful maidens were filled with curiosity. "Senior, what brings you such happiness?" Ning Rongrong inquired with genuine intrigue. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she was known for her forthrightness and honesty. It was fortunate for her that she had left Shrek Academy alongside Li Changge. Otherwise, she would have been subjected to the relentless training under Flinder's command, running tirelessly every day with her fellow students. As a support-type soulmaster, the arduous exertion would have merely been to survive as a coward on the battlefield. Let us not forget that Ning Rongrong's martial soul was the 7-treasure glazed tower, which, when paired with a formidable battle soulmaster, would turn the tables on their adversaries. We, as soulmasters, fear not the battlefield. However, Flinder was rather unkind, constantly belittling Ning Rongrong, while her peers like Tang San, Damubai, and Oscar offered her no understanding or support. Slowly, Ning Rongrong was molded into a thoughtless puppet, her once sharp personality dulled to near lifelessness. She had even resorted to secret techniques and paid a tremendous price in her quest to resurrect Tang San. But after the destruction of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, with her father, Ning Fingxi, turning gray overnight, she became a mere marionette, unable to utter a single word. Though Tang San had ascended to godhood, he had never contemplated repaying her life-saving grace or considered resurrecting their fallen comrades. In Chapter 34, Imparting Techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's Advancement. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Ning Rongrong to accompany Li Changge on his journey, though she remained unaware of the future events that awaited them. Li Changge would find a way to circumvent the impending cataclysm at Jialing Pass. The fall of Haotian sect and the ushering in of a peaceful era was the most advantageous outcome imaginable. In response to Ning Rongrong's curiosity, Changge reached out to gently caress her cheek and said, "My dear, you are quite the inquisitive little cat, always curious about everything. I am happy because I have the pleasure of your company. For years, I have wandered alone, feeling quite solitary. With you all by my side, my life has improved immensely. I have grown sufficiently strong. It is indeed time to pause and relish life." As he spoke, Changge's words resonated with sincerity. Regardless of his past life or his current existence, he had been tirelessly striving, never pausing to appreciate the beauty that surrounded him. Stopping meant losing momentum, falling behind, and facing disdain. Such a life was exhausting. However, now, having attained a level 97 cultivation, he possessed the remarkable ability to grow stronger simply by envisioning it. It was now time for Changge to savor life and indulge in his newfound strength. Listening to Changge, Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, replying, "Oh, that sounds rather lovely." Indeed, Changge responded with a gentle smile. His gaze then shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, and he remarked, "Zhuqing, today I am in good spirits. If you sweetly call me daddy, I shall impart to you the secret technique of growing stronger by basking in the sun. With diligent practice, in a few years, I shall guide you on your journey to enlightenment in the Title Douluo Empire." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing trembled with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The fortune that had just befallen her was monumental. Over the past few days, she had observed Changge basking in the sun daily, each time emerging with an aura of increasing strength. It was evident that he had indeed mastered a technique that enabled him to grow stronger by simply sunbathing. This technique was incredibly potent, capable of rapidly advancing a soul master's cultivation, saving them decades of arduous effort. Zhu Zhuqing was eager to learn, suppressing her exhilaration and blushing. She tenderly called out, "Daddy." Upon hearing these words, Changge was elated, his face breaking into a blissful smile. "Haha, splendid," he exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. "Now, I shall teach you this technique." He then turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you must both continue to demonstrate your dedication. I will also impart this cultivation technique to you in due time. There is no need for concern. What is meant to be will come to all of you eventually." After soothing the emotions of the two lovely maidens, he prepared to proceed with Zhu Zhuqing's instruction. Changge instructed them to stand aside, allowing them to observe and learn discreetly, witnessing the entire process. "All right, we shall follow your lead, senior." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu expressed no objections to Changge's arrangement. They were eager to watch how Changge imparted the technique of harnessing the sun's energy to Zhu Zhuqing. "Yuqing, come here," Changge said. "Sure." Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to stand beside Changge. The sunlight enveloped them both. Zhu Zhuqing appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden, while Changge resembled a towering deity. "Yuqing, I shall first impart the incantation. Remember it well." "Understood." Sit in tranquility, relax, and be natural. Let your lips gently close, and breathe steadily. Your hands must grip firmly, and your gaze should be level, gathering your spiritual essence and reaching for the heavenly heart. Let your energy flow through the meridians. And the sun-basking technique shall be complete. Changge swiftly imparted the mantra. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing an exceptional memory, retained it after just a single recitation. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she sensed the profundity of this incantation. "Have you memorized it?" Changge inquired. "I have memorized it," Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding her head with remarkable obedience. "Excellent. Now I shall elucidate the mantra for you. You must follow my instructions precisely. The first line, sit cross-legged and calm your mind. You need to regulate your breathing, achieving inner tranquility, casting aside extraneous thoughts, and firmly grounding yourself as you sit upon the earth." Changge commenced his teachings. After dispelling distractions, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the sunlight, allowing her entire being to relax. Subsequently, Changge began to elucidate the second, third, and fourth verses of the incantation. Before long, he had imparted all his knowledge. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a state of transcendence as strands of sunlight enveloped her, transforming into a peculiar energy that gradually permeated her being. Every inch of her skin began to radiate a golden glow, and her breath steadily grew stronger. She absorbed the teachings with remarkable speed. For this particular technique was indeed quite accessible. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Steady your mind. I shall serve as your guide, aiding you in completing the most crucial and final step of this practice. Changge spoke gently and patiently. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Changge approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, embracing her gently, with a pair of strong hands. He began to guide and assist Zhu Zhuqing in harmonizing the energy channels throughout her body. Changge's movements flowed like water, accompanied by a certain beauty. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu watched in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was engrossed in the process of her sunlight-washing hands becoming stronger, paying little attention to Changge's actions. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that when Changge's large fingers pointed at her meridians, it felt as though some shackles within her body were loosening, followed by the sensation of a seal being broken by a powerful force. She began to feel her sunlight-washing hands transforming into energy, seamlessly entering her body, making this process remarkably smoother and more effortless. This was an exceedingly pleasant experience. prompting Zhu Zhuqing to emit a few muffled sounds of contentment. Time passed. Changge halted the movements of his subordinates. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form trembled, and a surge of soul power emanated from her, astonishingly elevating her level. However, even after this enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing continued her cultivation without pause. Meanwhile, the expressions of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu reflected sheer astonishment. The ability to grow stronger merely by basking in the sun. How peculiar and enchanting this technique is. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor and longing. She yearned for Changge to impart this method to her. If she were to master it, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate, allowing her to surpass her father in due time. Such a technique, capable of empowering soul masters and sparing the decades of arduous training, holds immense allure for every soul master. Xiao Wu, too, harbored a desire to learn. Chapter 35. The desire for legacy. This sunbathing technique ignited a fervent longing within Xiao Wu. She was eager to acquire it. Once mastered, she believed she could swiftly ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. Xiao Wu's desire to grow stronger was palpable. Only then could she free herself from the constant dread of being captured and subjected to soul rings and bone explosions. Observing the yearning glimmers in Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's eyes was a sight to behold. Changge smiled and said, "If you wish to learn, then serve me diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. I possess many secret techniques and unique abilities, which I can impart to you in due time. Naturally, should you bear my children, those offspring will be exceptional, destined to inherit my extraordinary twin martial souls, along with a wealth of my secret techniques, unique abilities, and rare treasures from heaven and earth. The choice lies in your hands." Changge's eyes narrowed slightly at the end, revealing a flicker of fervent emotion. He intended to allow the three enchanting women to take the initiative in the significant matter of continuing his lineage. Of course, should they choose not to take the lead, Changge could subdue them with his sheer strength. However, one must understand that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, and a hastily consumed abalone lacks freshness. This principle holds true. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both felt a flush of embarrassment bloom on their beautiful cheeks, particularly Ning Rongrong, who had received an exceptional education from a young age. She comprehended that if two outstanding soul masters were to unite in matrimony, the likelihood of their offspring inheriting their remarkable martial souls and continuing the legacy was significantly high. Thus, many aspiring soul masters, upon awakening their formidable martial souls, could potentially alter their destinies. Numerous illustrious families and prominent sects aspire for their children as future partners to be equally matched in status. Ning Fengji had once imparted to Ning Rongrong that her martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, necessitated a partner with exceptionally high-quality martial soul. Otherwise, he would be the first to oppose the union. Now, Ning Rongrong vividly recalled her father's counsel. If she were to wed and bear children with the esteemed elder before her, her future progeny would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. Yet, there was one concern: just how mature was this elder? It seemed he was rather advanced in years. Changge did not disclose her name. However, Ning Rongrong believed that the stronger one was, the older they ought to be. This was merely Ning Rongrong's conjecture, yet due to its negative connotation, it did not cause Changge to age. Only positive imaginings, those that could empower Changge, would come to fruition and transform into reality. Before Changge's journey through time, she was 18 years of age, at the pinnacle of her youth. Upon her arrival in this new realm, however, she found herself at the tender age of 12. This was indeed quite youthful, far from the old monster that Ning Rongrong had envisioned. Observing the two girls, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who shyly lowered their heads, seemingly at a loss for words, one could not help but notice their flushed faces and the warmth radiating from their bodies. Changge revealed a faint smile and said, "I have been in search of exquisite soul masters endowed with remarkable martial spirits, and you both fulfill the criteria of my ideal partners. Not only are your martial spirits commendable, but your characters are equally admirable. Thus, Rongrong and Xiao Wu, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am merely informing you of this matter. Do you comprehend?" As he spoke, Changge reached out, drawing Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu into his embrace, gently ruffling their hair. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces flushed a deep crimson, both harboring a singular thought: the senior is truly audacious. Yet, upon reflection, one must consider, if a man does not take the initiative, should he simply await the woman's advances? If you expect a woman to profess her love for you and express a desire to bear children, you might as well wait for the radioactive waste from the cherry blossoms to decompose. You will likely never witness that moment. Changge spoke with gravity. "When I am addressing you, I expect a response. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu blushed and nodded. "Yes, I understand." Ning Rongrong also chimed in. "Yes, indeed." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing gradually emerged from her meditative state, her aura now calm, with a glimmer of brilliance sparkling in her clear, beautiful eyes. A delicate layer of black impurities expelled from her skin's surface, yet she remained strikingly beautiful and alluring. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze immediately fell upon Changge, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Senior, I have mastered it. The technique of gaining strength from sunlight, I have learned it. This method is indeed profound and unfathomable. As long as I cultivate under the sun, the effects will be exponential, and I will grow stronger quickly. I just advanced a level. My cultivation rank has now reached level 28. Zhu Zhuqing was overjoyed. Having grasped this technique, she believed that with just 3 years' time, She could easily outpace both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing. At that time, she could effortlessly handle two opponents simultaneously. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's exuberance, Li Changge felt a sense of happiness for her, his face softening into a gentle smile as he remarked, "It is good that you have learned. However, there is one thing I dislike that you must correct." "What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression earnest. She was determined to amend anything Li Changge pointed out. "I wish to hear you call me daddy," he replied, his demeanor unflustered. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated briefly, her cheeks flushing instantly before she uttered, "Daddy." Simultaneously, she pondered, what peculiar preference does this senior have to desire me to call him daddy? Could it be that he genuinely wishes to adopt me as a goddaughter? But that doesn't seem right. I feel he desires to be my boyfriend. Zhu Zhuqing found herself perplexed. Nevertheless, Li Changge was satisfied with his desired outcome, smiling as he said, "Very well." He then continued, "Zhuqing, let me take you to freshen up. You have expelled some viscous black impurities from your body that need cleansing. It is quite normal for this technique to expel undesirable substances through your skin's pores. Once you cleanse these impurities, you will find your skin more radiant and imbued with collagen. This technique is excellent. It not only enhances strength but also beautifies." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart leaped with joy, for every girl cherishes beauty. The prospect of growing both stronger and more beautiful through this technique delighted her. At the same time, she felt a slight tension in her body, for Li Changge had mentioned taking her to the riverside to wash away the black impurities. Together? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. "Why not?" Li Changge countered. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing nodded shyly, her face flushed, embodying a picture of obedience. In these past few days, Zhu Zhuqing had grown close to Li Changge, and her initial resistance had faded. With Li Changge's formidable cultivation, how could she afford to oppose him? It was far wiser to comply and heed his words, as doing so would yield vast benefits. Indeed, by being obedient, she had already been rewarded with a technique that allowed her to grow stronger through sunlight, saving her years of arduous effort. Thus, satisfying Li Changge and bringing him joy seemed a most reasonable endeavor. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and remarked, "Indeed, splendid." Then, he cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was clad in form-fitting black leather attire that accentuated her exquisite physique, showcasing her alluring curves. Her figure was undeniably captivating, a true embodiment of beauty. However, black impurities seeped through the pores on Zhu Zhuqing's neck, hands, and face. The leather outfit, being the least breathable, necessitated her urgent need to cleanse her body and don fresh garments, otherwise, she would be enveloped in an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing grasped a crucial piece of information. Practicing this unique technique of sunbathing not only enhanced one's strength but also improved the condition of their skin. They exchanged glances at Li Changge, subconsciously linking his flawless, fair complexion to this remarkable technique. The elder appeared so youthful, with skin in such excellent condition, reminiscent of a young person. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, speculating whether his eternal youth was indeed a result of cultivating this technique. The desire for beauty is inherent in all, particularly for women, making it a matter of utmost significance. They were eager to indulge in grand imaginings regarding this aspect. Xiaowu couldn't help but wonder, if I could master this sunbathing technique, would I be able to maintain my youth indefinitely, never succumbing to the ravages of age? This technique truly seemed extraordinary. Zhu Zhuqing felt elated, envisioning the need to diligently practice this technique every day, ensuring that she would preserve her beauty for a lifetime without aging. For every girl, the prospect of growing old is a frightful one. No one wishes to face such a fate. Meanwhile, Li Changge had no inkling that these enchanting women had connected the notion of beauty with this technique. Unbeknownst to him, the practice had subtly transformed, acquiring new attributes. At that moment, Li Changge turned to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, instructing, "You two should remain here for now. I possess a unique ability to implant marks on others. Over the past few days, I have left a mark on both of you, allowing me to monitor your every move. Should you attempt to flee, I will be the first to notice. Given your current prowess, you would not escape swiftly, and I would promptly pursue you. As for hiding, that would be impossible. I can locate you at any time through the mark. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. However, be warned. Should I find you, you will face my punishment." Li Changge began to weave a tale. This time, he captivated Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, claiming that he possessed a remarkable ability to mark individuals, enabling him to monitor their every movement at any moment. In truth, he harbored no concern that Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu would escape. A little deception would grant him a new power. What joy could be found in that? Even if they truly attempted to flee, it would pose no issue, for Li Changge's mental prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Once he expanded his mental energy, he could swiftly discern all surrounding occurrences. Locating these two esteemed soul masters would be as effortless as plucking a stone from a cup. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. A mark? Ning Rongrong was quite astonished, inquiring when he had inscribed such a mark upon them, as they were entirely unaware. "It was during our embrace," Li Changge replied with a subtle smile. "It is a delicate skill, one that you would undoubtedly fail to perceive. However, should you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you in the future, provided you perform well and meet my expectations." Li Changge possesses a remarkable talent for persuasion, effortlessly transforming an entirely fictitious narrative into a seemingly veritable tale. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were all captivated, gradually succumbing to the allure of their imagination. Observing their expressions, Changge felt an overwhelming sense of delight. It appeared that, in due time, he would acquire this extraordinary ability. At that moment, he envisioned planting a mark upon Tang San, enabling him to meticulously monitor his every action. Furthermore, he contemplated inscribing similar marks on Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, not only to surveil them, but also to gain insight into their every movement. How splendid it would be to know their activities. Even during a bath or a visit to the restroom, the ability to plant marks and observe was something Changge yearned for fervently. He then continued, "The marks I plant can only be erased by me. No one else possesses the capability to do so. If left unaltered, they will endure indefinitely. I shall be acutely aware of your every action, even while you indulge in a bath." Changge, at the conclusion of his words, revealed a teasing expression. Meanwhile, the countenances of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all flushed with a rosy hue, embodying shyness. Each movement and gesture was perceptible to Changge's keen gaze. "Rest assured, I hold your privacy in high regard and shall not intrude without cause. I am not of that lowly character," Changge declared. "I merely fear that you might abscond." "We will not flee," Ning Rongrong replied, "for I wish to learn the art of harnessing sunlight to grow stronger." Over the past few days, she had already benefited from Changge's guidance. To depart now would be a considerable loss. At the very least, she aspired to grasp this technique before contemplating escape. Xiao Wu chimed in, "I do not wish to go anywhere. If I leave you, I shall be seen as merely a soul ring, a target for soul-bone hunters. Thus, I must stay by your side to learn, to live, and to grow stronger." Upon finishing her declaration, her lovely face blushed ever deeper. Presently, Xiao Wu had developed a dependence on Changge, finding it increasingly difficult to envision life apart from him. "Ah, splendid. Your sentiments bring me joy," Changge responded, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Now, I must take Zhu Zhuqing for a bath. The impurities expelled during her cultivation have yet to be cleansed, and prolonged neglect could render her quite unpleasant." Changge continued, "Are you interested in joining us?" "Hiki. P.S. I humbly seek your support. The more encouragement I receive, the more I shall endeavor to provide additional content, as promised." Chapter 37. A private conversation between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces blushed even further. Changge intended to take Zhu Zhuqing to the river to cleanse their bodies, washing away the impurities expelled during their training. However, neither of them was particularly dirty. So what was the point of such an endeavor? "No, you both should go without me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. "I am not dirty, so I do not need to wash together." Xiao Wu added, "No, I won't go either." "Very well," Changge replied with a faint smile. "Then when you find yourselves in need of a wash, I shall take you to the river." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing stood shyly to the side, her face as red as a ripe apple. Upon hearing Changge's words, both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also turned crimson, their embarrassment evident. Changge's words were quite clear. Sooner or later, their bodies would become sullied, and inevitably, they would have to accompany Changge to the riverbank to cleanse themselves of impurities. "Well, enough said, let us depart, Zhuqing," Changge remarked. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, presenting a demeanor of sweet obedience. Changge extended his hand, resting it delicately upon Zhu Zhuqing's fragrant shoulder. With a surge of soul power, their figures flickered, and they had already departed from the confines of the cave, heading towards the nearby river. Inside the cave, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their faces flushed, lingering in a moment of embarrassment. "Rongrong," Xiao Wu ventured hesitantly, "what's going on?" Ning Rongrong turned to her, "Are you thinking of escaping?" "I have no intention of fleeing for the time being, and besides, we cannot escape. We bear the mark of surveillance upon us, making it impossible to flee." "Oh, I feel the same," Xiao Wu replied. "Since we cannot escape, it might be wise to endure and suffer less." "Indeed," Ning Rongrong inquired further, "Xiao Wu, are you truly 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form?" Changge has already discussed this matter, and both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are aware of it. This is Ning Rongrong's first encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast taking on human form, and she is particularly intrigued by it. Moreover, 100,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Even her father, Ning Fingxi, and her two grandfathers, who possess sword bones, have never encountered such a beast and lament the absence of a 100,000-year soul ring. Naturally, upon meeting one, Ning Rongrong is eager to personally explore the mysteries surrounding this extraordinary creature. "Ah, the 100,000-year soft bone rabbit," Xiao Wu nodded in response. "I've heard that after cultivating for 100,000 years, one can choose to transform into a human or remain in beast form." "Xiao Wu, why do you wish to take on human form?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. "It's simply because I am curious about the life of a soul master and wish to experience it firsthand," Xiao Wu replied earnestly. "Staying in the Star Dough Forest every day is becoming somewhat monotonous." "Oh," Ning Rongrong nodded, continuing to ask, "So, Xiao Wu, do you have friends in the Star Dough Forest? Are they also 100,000-year soul beasts?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Wu's expression turned wary. She certainly did not wish to betray her friends. "I was merely asking out of curiosity," Ning Rongrong said seriously. "I often hear my elders mention how rare 100,000-year soul beasts are, which piques my interest." Seeing that Ning Rongrong seemed harmless, Xiao Wu relaxed her guard somewhat and replied, "Yes, I have good friends in the Stardo Forest. Their names are Daming and Erming. They are both 100,000-year soul beasts and incredibly powerful. However, I cannot divulge any more specifics." Xiao Wu was not naive. She remained cautious and would not foolishly reveal all the information about the Stardo Forest. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded, asking, how do these 200,000-year soul beasts compare to Senior Changge in strength? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu began to frown. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I suppose Senior Changge is stronger because even when injured, he can utilize the 10 heart CPNE to restore himself to peak condition. He is virtually unkillable. No matter how formidable Daming and Erming may be, they would eventually be worn down. Only by having interacted with Changge did Xiao Wu realize the extent of his terrifying prowess. Furthermore, Changge possessed many unknown abilities to Xiao Wu. He seemed as enigmatic as the stars in the sky, shrouded in numerous secrets that beckoned exploration. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the 100,000-year soul beasts. By the way, Rongrong, there is something I wish to ask you. Xiao Wu's expression suddenly turned serious, though two blushes quickly surfaced on her lovely cheeks. The cave was quite cool, yet Ning Rongrong sensed Xiao Wu's body temperature rising, as if she had been heated, becoming a little ball of warmth. What is it? Ning Rongrong straightened her posture, saying, ask away. If I know the answer, I will tell you. If Senior Changge were to desire a special relationship with us, would you agree? Xiao Wu asked a bit shyly, her face flushed. Ning Rongrong, who had managed to regain her composure, turned crimson upon hearing Xiao Wu's question. She shyly replied, these past few days, we have become pillows, cushions, and playthings for Senior Changge. He either rests his head on our delicate hands or legs while sleeping, and sometimes he even hugs us on either side. I do feel a bit envious of him. As for what you mentioned, I would certainly disagree. However, we don't really have a choice. Senior Changge is far too powerful and can do as he pleases. We cannot stop him. Ning Rongrong's response was both pragmatic and rational. If such a day were to come, she felt that with her cultivation at merely level 26, she would likely have to resign herself to her fate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she gained a new understanding of the situation. She nodded, saying, Rongrong, you make a valid point. We indeed cannot refuse. So, have you considered resisting, for instance, choosing to perish rather than submit? Haha. Ning Rongrong smiled, amused by the thought. You are foolish. Senior Changge is quite ruthless, and he possesses the 10 heart CPNE. Even if one wishes to perish, they cannot. As long as there is breath left in them, he can restore our health. If we were to provoke Senior Changge, not only would he disregard our bodies, but he might even employ one of his 30,000 torturous punishments upon us. Did you not see how miserable the group from Shrek Academy was earlier? They had their left hand and right leg completely disabled and are now destined to live a life of begging. Even more terrifying. Senior Changge forced them to beg for 100,000 gold soul coins before he would consider healing them. He gives despair first and then dangles a fleeting hope. He is a truly formidable individual. I suppose I shall choose to comply with Senior Changge. Chapter 38. The problems encountered by Zhu Zhuqing during training. Moreover, Senior Changge is rather handsome. Setting aside his age, there is little to criticize. He treats us well and helps us enhance our cultivation, so we have indeed gained much. Just like Zhuqing, she has learned the technique of strengthening through sunbathing, allowing her to avoid many years of detours. This is already a significant gain. Senior Changge even mentioned earlier that he would assist me in evolving the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. This has been the lifelong aspiration of my father and ancestors. Thus, Xiao Wu, I would never be foolish enough to resort to self-harm or oppose Senior Changge. Ning Rongrong earnestly replied to Xiao Wu, reflecting her contemplations over these past few days. Truly, Ning Rongrong, hailing from a prominent family, possesses a broad perspective and an open mind, knowing what she wants and what actions to take. Of course, it was only after leaving Shrek Academy that Ning Rongrong exhibited such wisdom. Had she remained there, even her formidable talents would not have been able to contend with the cunning old merchant, Flinder. It is worth noting that during the early chapters of the original story, Ning Rongrong repeatedly resisted the Academy's arrangements, showcasing thoughts distinct from those of other students. Unfortunately, she faced the old merchant Flinder and the misunderstanding and lack of support from her peers, which dulled her once sharp nature. Now, after being taken away from the Academy by Changge, Ning Rongrong retains her true self, proving to be quite astute. After attentively listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, displaying a contemplative expression. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Wu began to grasp what she truly desired. Yes, she wanted to grow stronger, to reach the level of a Title Douluo, and no longer live in fear of being hunted. Changge could assist Xiao Wu in becoming stronger. He possessed everything she wished to attain. Following Changge was undoubtedly a wise choice. If Senior Changge truly desired her body and wished to engage in a relationship with her, Xiao Wu would have no choice but to half-heartedly consent. At that moment, Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Xiao Wu, if you wish to avoid being touched by Senior Changge, I do have a splendid method. Would you like to hear it? What method? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Hee. For the next few days, eat more roasted meat and drink plenty of water. Ning Rongrong spoke earnestly, suggesting that one should refrain from relieving oneself for a day or two. When the esteemed elder Changge approaches, one could then promptly relieve themselves, startling him and instilling a lasting fear within his heart. Thus, he would be deterred from ever wanting to engage with you again. Haha. After sharing her thoughts, Ning Rongrong erupted into laughter, embodying her whimsical nature. Meanwhile, Xiaowu attentively listened throughout. Upon finishing, Xiaowu extended her delicate hand and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Rongrong, how could you conceive such a repulsive idea? I shall strike you." With that, she playfully tapped Ning Rongrong once more, giggling mischievously. Ning Rongrong, delighted, joined in the playful exchange. Both girls, innately playful, began to express their true natures after leaving Shilek Academy and parting from Tang San. Was my idea truly so dreadful? With her hands on her hips, Ning Rongrong held a favorable view of her suggestion. The concept was indeed intriguing, and the potential outcome seemed promising, albeit rather disgusting. I cannot bring myself to do such a thing. I shall defer to fate instead, Xiaowu remarked, to hold it for a day or two, and then relieve oneself in front of Li Changge, or even upon him. Merely envisioning such a scene sends shivers down one's spine. Xiaowu, not one for frivolity, certainly would not entertain Ning Rongrong's notion. The two beauties continued to share laughter within the cave, while elsewhere, Li Changge spoke gently. Look, your neck seems a bit dirty. It hasn't been cleaned properly. Allow me to assist you. Zhu Zhuqing, confronted with such a situation for the first time, was blushing throughout. To avoid excessive elaboration, let us omit 4,000 words from the process. Zhu Zhuqing, standing aside, dressed herself and then intertwined her left hand with her right, her face flushed with shyness. Shall we prepare to return? Li Changge inquired, in high spirits. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. By the way, how did you fare with the martial arts techniques we just practiced? Is there anything you find perplexing? Li Changge asked. Regarding the sunbathing technique, there are two minor points I do not comprehend, Zhu Zhuqing replied candidly. Two minor points? Li Changge said earnestly. Please share the aspects of the technique that confuse you, and I shall guide you and help you rectify them. I am not precisely sure where the two issues in the technique lie, Zhu Zhuqing responded. She felt something was amiss while practicing the sunbathing technique. There seemed to be imperfections and a lack of fluidity. She could not pinpoint which step was problematic. Then, in my presence, utilize that technique under the sunlight and practice, Li Changge stated seriously. I shall assist you in identifying the deficiencies. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on a clean patch of ground, basking in the sunlight, focusing her mind on the incantation as she commenced her practice. Rays of sunlight caressed her fair skin, causing her to radiate a luminous beauty, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's aura gradually ascended. Li Changge stood by, captivated to some degree. Zhu Zhuqing possessed an exquisite figure, a true paragon of beauty. Throughout these days of acquaintance, Li Changge had developed a fondness for her, relishing their moments of intimate interaction. The more he gazed upon Zhu Zhuqing, the more enchanting she appeared, and the deeper his affection grew. Time passed by, moment by moment. Li Changge swiftly discerned two issues that arose during Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation practice. It became evident to him that these minor concerns were rooted in a specific aspect of her technique. Nodding in understanding, Li Changge said, Zhuqing, please halt your practice. I have observed your cultivation process and identified the two minor issues. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her practice, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Li Changge, eager for him to reveal the solutions. There are two problems in the chi flowing through the meridian step, Li Changge gently explained. As he spoke, he stepped forward, taking hold of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hands to assist her in adjusting her posture for this particular phase of cultivation. In this position, your body must remain relaxed and not rigid. Furthermore, your face should be slightly elevated. Do not bow your head too low. This way, you can gather the sunlight, reach the essence of the heavens, nourish your body, and strengthen your kidneys, thereby continuously enhancing your power. Li Changge exhibited remarkable patience, assisting Zhu Zhuqing in addressing minor issues that arose during her cultivation, thereby enabling her to train effectively and ultimately empowering her to surpass the prowess of both Davis and Zhu Ziyun. Chapter 39. Invaluable Insights. Ning Rongrong's impertinence with Li Changge's patient guidance, Zhu Zhuqing promptly rectified the two minor issues she had encountered. She felt immensely grateful and expressed her joy, saying, Senior, I have gained so much. I have discerned the root of my problems and have already made the necessary corrections. I now possess a clearer understanding of the technique for harnessing the sun's energy to enhance my strength. I am truly thankful. Zhu Zhuqing was brimming with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance, signifying that her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. She estimated that within a month, she would elevate her rank from level 28 to level 30. This rate of advancement was remarkably swift. If she could achieve 2 levels in a month, she would ascend 24 levels in a year, reaching the pinnacle of Title Douluo in merely 3 years. However, as levels increased, the speed of cultivation would also amplify, making such calculations somewhat flawed. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing felt elated, knowing that she had circumvented many potential pitfalls. Simultaneously, she glanced at her skin, which appeared extraordinarily fair, radiant with collagen and glowing under the sun. The condition of her skin was exceptional, and basking in sunlight did not darken her complexion. On the contrary, the intense rays invigorated her, enhancing her strength, vitality, and overall well-being. Mastering this technique brought Zhu Zhuqing immense joy, as she felt she had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity, truly embodying the essence of a winner in life. Changge smiled faintly and spoke, "No need for thanks, it is my duty. Furthermore, should you not address me differently than senior?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she softly called out, "Father." She thought to herself that perhaps this esteemed senior truly intended to take her as a goddaughter, hence her choice of address. Haha, how delightful. Changge laughed heartily and gently stroked Zhu Zhuqing's soft head. "Come, I shall escort you back," Changge declared. "All right," Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, displaying her obedience. Subsequently, Changge wrapped his arm around her waist. "Ah," Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise, feeling a rush of sensitivity. In the next moment, she felt as though the scenery before her was a blur, the images shifting rapidly, clearly indicating that Changge was swiftly carrying her back to the hidden cave's location. Changge felt the softness of Zhu Zhuqing's waist, which was quite pleasing. As he hurried towards the location of the cave, he unfurled his immense spiritual power to survey the surroundings. This spiritual energy extended over 1,000 miles. Soon, it enveloped the secret cave's location and everything in its vicinity. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were well behaved, remaining inside the secret cave without attempting to escape, which was commendable. Changge felt a sense of affirmation within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he observed Tang San's current state. This Tang San, surprisingly astute, remained suspended in the tree, refraining from any mischievous antics. However, this was rather expected, considering that both his hands and feet were incapacitated. If he were still capable of such tricks, it would indeed be impressive. It had already been 3 days. Tang San must have felt as though he were enduring an eternity, suffering each day. It was time to heal him, enabling him to diligently cultivate and subsequently assist him in merging a soul ring of blue-silver grass, with a cultivation period of 1 year. Changge contemplated inwardly, having already made up his mind. At present, his cultivation level had reached an impressive 97, with his strength deriving entirely from the imaginations of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Moreover, he found that basking in the sun could enhance his power. Thus, Changge need not expend considerable time and energy on training. He now possessed ample time to first deal with Tang San, and thereafter explore the ice and fire yin yang for celestial treasures, as well as seek out Qian Rinxue and Dugu Yin in Heavendo City. The scene before him continuously shifted, and soon, Changge found himself back at the secret cave. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, rendering the hidden cavern akin to a realm of blessings, imbued with a unique charm. Inside the secret cave, 3 enchanting maidens had meticulously arranged the bed, table, chairs, and insect-repellent powder, creating an inviting atmosphere. A massive bed was adorned by the presence of 3 stunning beauties, surrounded by lush, verdant forests. Changge felt that even after 3 years in this place, he would never grow weary of it. The seniors have returned. Senior, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong greeted Changge with beaming smiles. Moments ago, the two had opened their hearts to each other, engaging in a candid discussion about their current circumstances, and both had come to terms with it. Changge gently set Zhu Zhuqing down from his embrace and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have returned. Did you miss me during my brief absence?" Changge displayed no sense of embarrassment, speaking candidly. Simultaneously, his gaze swiftly swept over Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, adorned in a pristine white gown, with her hair cut to ear length, exuded an air of nobility and purity, reminiscent of an immaculate white flower, untouched by the world, truly captivating. In contrast, Xiao Wu's exquisite visage appeared youthful and lively, her long legs encased in pink thigh-high stockings, exuding an undeniable allure. "I miss you," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Indeed. I miss you." Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong responded, their faces aglow. "Let us embrace," Changge suggested with a slight smile. The 2 beauties willingly stepped forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Splendid," Changge expressed his satisfaction, a smile of enjoyment gracing his features. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you 3 shall get along splendidly. I shall fetch that Tang San and see how well behaved he is now," Changge announced. Very well. Off you go," replied Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu in unison, all obediently. Changge turned and left to find Tang San. Inside the cave, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with eyes full of envy. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks slightly flushed, straightforwardly inquired, "Zhuqing, may I ask you something? When the senior took you away just now, he didn't do anything inappropriate, did he?" As she spoke, Ning Rongrong playfully pinched a soft part of Zhu Zhuqing's waist. "Oh dear." Zhu Zhuqing blushed deeply, her face turning crimson. "Rongrong, be serious," she said, and then naturally took a few steps within the cave. "If you observe my posture while walking, you can tell that Senior Changge did nothing improper to me," Zhu Zhuqing added. Upon closer inspection, Ning Rongrong noticed that Zhu Zhuqing walked with ease, showing no signs of instability, confirming that indeed, Senior Changge had treated her with respect. "Oh," Ning Rongrong replied, slightly nodding her head, "I was overthinking it." "Rongrong, you're quite mischievous," Xiao Wu interjected. "Hee." Ning Rongrong chuckled. "It's not so bad. I used to be quite innocent." Chapter 40. Tang San's dignity. Ning Rongrong claimed her innocence, but both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shook their heads in disbelief, feeling that Ning Rongrong was the most mischievous and knowledgeable among them. To their surprise, Li Changge turned out to be quite upright. Having not engaged in any inappropriate behavior with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong then continued, "So, Zhuqing, did Senior Changge take you to clean up and then teach you the sunbathing technique to strengthen yourself? How's your practice going?" She was genuinely curious about this technique and eager to learn more. Xiao Wu also chimed in, "Yes, Zhuqing, does the sunbathing technique really work?" Seeing the curious gazes directed at her, Zhu Zhuqing did not hold back and replied honestly, "Yes, I have mastered the sunbathing technique, and it is indeed effective. After practicing it for a month, I feel that I can at least improve my cultivation by 2.5 levels. And just look at my skin. Isn't it in great condition? All thanks to this technique. Cultivating it offers tremendous benefits to soul masters." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's companions examined her skin closely and were indeed impressed. Her complexion was fair and radiant, full of vitality. "Wow," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "I think your skin is even better than mine." As the cherished jewel of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had always been pampered and believed her skin to be flawless. Yet, compared to Zhu Zhuqing, she felt her own complexion lackluster. Xiao Wu also noticed, remarking how Zhu Zhuqing seemed to shine like a celestial being, extraordinarily beautiful. "Zhuqing, you are stunning." Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing responded modestly. "Aside from being a bit eccentric, Senior Changge is quite a good person. Learning from him has been quite beneficial." Just as he said, following his guidance can save us decades of detours in our cultivation journey, allowing us to acquire abilities that ordinary people can hardly hope to explore in their lifetime. That's truly remarkable. These were Zhu Zhuqing's heartfelt words. Rather than marrying Dai Mubai at Shrek Academy and squandering her beauty, she found it far more rewarding to be with Li Changge, who had provided her with so much and helped her grow stronger in such a short time. Zhu Zhuqing was a clear-headed woman, aware of her desires, and felt a sense of fulfillment in what she had already achieved. In the days that followed, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong began to accept Li Changge's gentle demeanor, realizing they could not escape their situation. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Zhuqing, you make a valid point. We could learn a lot from this senior with dual martial spirits. We must seize this opportunity." Xiao Wu echoed, "Absolutely. Let us cherish this chance." The three beauties shifted their perspectives, no longer sorrowful, but eager to learn techniques and skills from Li Changge to strengthen themselves and avoid decades of unnecessary detours. "I shall go and practice," Zhu Zhuqing declared at the opportune moment. She had just started learning the sunbathing technique and needed to focus on her cultivation. Once she mastered it, she could become stronger simply by basking in the sunlight. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing settled on a clean patch of ground beside the cave, closed her eyes, and began to channel her energy, initiating her practice. The sunlight poured down, transforming into golden energy that gradually permeated Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body, converting it into usable soul power. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing's aura began to steadily rise. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu watched in astonishment, now firmly convinced of the sunbathing technique's efficacy. They felt an overwhelming sense of envy. However, since Li Changge had not yet taught them any techniques, they could only watch longingly. "I need to find a way to win over Senior Changge," Ning Rongrong thought, her cheeks flushed. "I must serve him well and obey his words." Xiao Wu resolved in her heart. Meanwhile, Li Changge was unaware that the three beautiful individuals he had brought back were subtly beginning to accept him. Intent on serving him diligently, he now stood before Tang San with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. In contrast, Tang San resembled a dog, sprawled on the ground, struggling to raise his head and gazing up at Li Changge's esteemed presence. "Tang San, do you wish to live in this crippled state forever?" Li Changge inquired with an indifferent tone. "What if I say I do not wish to?" "You cannot heal me," Tang San replied, his expression shadowed by despair and resentment. In his previous life, he had secretly learned the Tang sect secrets, but upon being discovered, he leaped into a precipice. He had hoped that this rebirth would allow him to flourish and achieve greatness in the Douluo continent. Yet, on the day he arrived at Shrek Academy at the age of 12, he found himself rendered powerless, both legs and hands incapacitated. Tang San was consumed by fury, feeling as though fate was perpetually toying with him, his heart heavy with anguish. Having lost his limbs, he lamented that it would have been better to have fallen into the abyss and met his end. Li Changge spoke nonchalantly. "I can heal you and assist you in reaching level 30. However, I wish to witness your degradation. Can you indulge this old man?" Tang San was taken aback, feeling that Li Changge's request was exceedingly perverse. "You wish to see me stripped of my dignity? What benefit could that possibly bring you?" "No benefit at all," Li Changge replied coolly. "I merely take pleasure in trampling upon the dignity of others, nothing more. You may choose for yourself, either retain your dignity or forsake your limbs, becoming forever disabled." "What do you intend for me to do to lose my dignity?" Tang San inquired, feeling somewhat tempted. "If I can survive, what does dignity matter? King Gojin of you endured hardships, and with 3,000 troops, he could vanquish Wu. I could bide my time, then repay Li Changge with a single strike of the Buddha's wrath, eliminating him once and for all. I require you to, in the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, bark like a dog 3 times and declare yourself to be lower than a pig or dog. Finally, you must unleash a torrent of verbal abuse upon you Xiaojang and your father, Tang Hao. The more venomous your words, the greater the extent of my healing. With my assistance, your limbs can return to normal." Furthermore, I can eradicate the lingering ailments you have suffered while practicing the Xiantian skill over the years. I ask you once more, do you agree or not? Changge spoke with an air of indifference, his expression aloof, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Chapter 41. The spineless Tang San. At this juncture, Changge was poised to confront Tang San, fulfilling the wishes of his deceased brother from his previous life on Earth. Additionally, he harbored a curiosity to see if, in the process of undermining Tang San, he could evoke the imaginations of the three enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, encouraging them to envision him as even more formidable. Tang San was deeply engrossed in contemplating the words Changge had just imparted, which primarily revolved around two tasks. The first entailed, in the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, vividly imitating the sounds of three dogs barking, and subsequently humiliating himself by declaring himself inferior to both pigs and dogs. The second task required him to vehemently denounce his teacher, Yu Xiaozhang, and his father, Tang Hao, in front of the three beauties, employing exceedingly venomous language. Through these actions, Changge intended to trample upon Tang San's dignity repeatedly. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of distress. Particularly in front of Xiao Wu, engaging in such behavior would be utterly humiliating and could result in her eternal disdain. I grant you 3 breaths to make your choice. Should you fail to decide by the end of this time, I shall take my leave, and you shall be left to your own devices. Changge finally declared, delivering his ultimatum. 1. 2. Time was of the essence, and Tang San, almost on cue, immediately acquiesced as Changge reached 3, exclaiming, I am willing. Senior, I heed your words. I am prepared to relinquish my dignity. As long as you promise to heal me and ensure that I will not be rendered useless again after my recovery, I shall fulfill the tasks you set forth. Tang San had come to realize that dignity pales in comparison to life. If he could survive and subsequently dedicate himself to becoming stronger, he would gradually reclaim that dignity. The mindset of a middle-aged individual is indeed one of maturity. It is contemplative and weighs the pros and cons. Tang San, I hold you in high regard. Changge revealed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he spoke calmly, rest assured, as long as you cast aside your dignity as I have instructed, I shall heal you. Furthermore, I will not render you powerless. In due course, you may focus on your cultivation and lead a fulfilling life. Changge knew that Tang San would certainly not easily relinquish his life. Very well, senior. Tang San nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing Tang San address him as senior, Changge felt averse to the title. This individual, now calling him senior, might very well surpass him in strength in the future and subsequently address him simply as Changge. Much like in the original narrative, when Tang San sought the favor of Dai Mubai, he referred to him as Boss Dai, but once his own power had increased, he casually called him Mubai. Come now, Tang San, Changge said nonchalantly, extending his hand and effortlessly lifting Tang San as if he were a mere piece of refuse. Tang San's limbs dangled helplessly, feeling an overwhelming force lifting him, rendering him incapable of resistance. Soon after, he sensed the scenery before him shifting rapidly, clearly indicating that Changge was carrying him away from the treetop perch. Changge, accompanied by Tang San, swiftly entered the cavern. Plop. Changge discarded Tang San onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her meditative state, her beautiful eyes widening as she beheld the disheveled Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also caught sight of his disarray. The 3 enchanting ladies were perplexed by Changge's intentions for bringing Tang San into the cave, their eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity. Ever since discovering that Tang San's soul belonged to a middle-aged man and that he was, in fact, an assassin, Xiao Wu's disappointment in him had deepened, leaving her devoid of any emotional attachment. Changge remarked, this Tang San aspires to become a mere pet by my side. Thus, I shall grant him an opportunity. Provided he exhibits commendable conduct, I will ensure his healing and facilitate his diligent cultivation and prosperous existence. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly comprehended the situation. Realizing that their esteemed senior intended to raise a dog, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and expressed, Senior, I harbor no fondness for him. I do not wish to encounter him, nor to coexist with him. With a hearty laugh, Changge swiftly approached Xiao Wu, affectionately ruffling her hair as he reassured. Xiao Wu, this dog shall reside outside. Rest assured, I shall prevent Tang San from entering our sight and causing any discomfort. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Changge affectionately caressed her head several times. Tang San observed this scene with a heavy heart, filled with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Concurrently, his mind began to wander to unsavory thoughts. This Changge had ensnared Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing within this cave, which was arranged with an inviting warmth. Featuring merely a large bed and a thick quilt, it was evident that they had shared intimate nights together. Ha ha ha, how utterly tainted. Indeed. Women seem to lead charmed lives. With mere beauty and the willingness to open their legs, they can attain myriad fortunes. Ha ha ha. Tang San's heart brimmed with scorn. Tang dog, please commence your performance. The voice of Changge resonated softly, causing Tang San's body to tremble violently. He then lowered his head, his countenance dark and foreboding, akin to a silent beast poised to roar. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, 3 enchanting beauties, furrowed their brows, appearing utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Changge had drawn the 3 beauties close to him, embracing them comfortably, awaiting Tang San's performance. In the next breath, a cacophony erupted. Woof, woof, woof. I, Tang San, am nothing but a wretched creature, a mere dog at the side of seniorly. With that, Tang San abruptly lifted his head, passionately mimicking a dog's bark. In the face of peril, he was willing to forsake his dignity, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. He firmly believed that with the advantage of his twin martial souls, alongside his hidden weapons such as the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, Guanin's Tears, and Yama's Edict, he could certainly vanquish Changge. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, profoundly shocked by the scene before them. Xiao Wu's heart sank further. Convinced that this Tang San was devoid of principles and honor, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals, her affection for him had all but vanished. It was not difficult to empathize with her. After 6 years of camaraderie, discovering that her once cherished companion harbored the soul of a middle-aged man, feigning youthfulness daily, was utterly nauseating. Moreover, this companion, in a desperate bid for survival, had debased himself before another admirable man, relinquishing his dignity and even barking like a dog. A disgraceful self-insult. Rather than support Tang San, Xiao Wu found it far more appealing to favor Changge instead. Chapter 42. Tang San transforms into Tang Dog. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had not engaged with Tang San at all throughout this ordeal. The timing of Changge's appearance was remarkably fortuitous. Thus, both beauties had never harbored any fondness for Tang San, witnessing his current mimicry of a dog. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of disdain, unwilling to share the same space with the barking Tang San. As Tang San barked, Changge could not help but commend. I must say, Tang San, you possess a remarkable talent for barking. Please continue to nurture this gift, and do not let it go to waste. What woof. Tang San eagerly barked a couple more times in response to Changge's praise. Haha, splendid. Changge laughed heartily. The disdain in the eyes of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing intensified to an extreme. My teacher, Yu Xiaojang, is nothing but refuse. He claims there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. His martial soul, the three-headed cannon, is not only a paltry martial soul, but he himself is equally worthless, stagnating at rank 29 throughout his life. His words intended for my education served only to condemn himself twice over. Moreover, his martial soul theories are utterly flawed and could be learned elsewhere. This Yu Xiaojang led me to enroll in Shrek Academy, ultimately bringing about my downfall. I traveled a great distance from Nanning City to Soto City, only to arrive in this remote village for the sake of enrolling in Shrek Academy. And yet I have fallen to such a fate. Yu Xiaojang, you disgrace the title of teacher. I loathe you. Tang San began to viciously berate Yu Xiaojang, his words exceedingly harsh. As he lashed out at Yu Xiaojang, Xiao Wu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Tang San would stoop so low as to insult Yu Xiaojang in a desperate bid for life. Despite Yu Xiaojang's weak martial soul and low rank, he had treated Tang San well, providing him with blankets and guiding him on hunts for soul beasts. The fact that Tang San would so mercilessly denounce Yu Xiaojang only deepened Xiao Wu's aversion towards him. You articulate your facts splendidly. Do continue. Changge encouraged with a thumbs up. Woof woof, Tang San barked again before turning his ire towards Tang Hao. My father, Tang Hao, is a disgrace to fatherhood. Throughout my life, he has shown me no care, consumed by drink and forging, neglecting my existence. Were it not for my transmigration into this body, I would have been utterly wasted under his care, never achieving my current level of cultivation. As a father, he has ignored my upbringing, practically raising me in neglect. Even as a child, I was tasked with caring for him. What a travesty. When I awakened my martial soul at 6, had it not been for Village Chief Jack, I would have remained oblivious to the very concept of martial soul awakening and missed the critical age for it. Yet, when I revealed that my first martial soul was the blue silver grass, his expression was one of disappointment, entirely disregarding my aspirations of becoming a soul master. Upon showcasing my second martial soul, a small hammer, that wretched Tang Hao suddenly sobered up, pointing fingers at me. Were it not for my own efforts and talent, Tang Hao would have remained indifferent to me. He is unworthy of fatherhood. Had it not been for Grandpa Jack, I would not have been able to study at Nanning Academy. Despite being a Title Douluo level powerhouse, he offered me no resources, causing me to squander precious time. Had he been willing to assist me, I could have attended a top-tier institution, avoiding this current predicament. The time spent forging and earning money could have been devoted to crafting hidden weapons or rigorous training, and perhaps I would have long since surpassed rank 30. Tang Hao, you are a disgrace to fatherhood, less than a beast. Tang San's vehement outburst continued, not only cursing Tang Hao but also holding him accountable for years of neglect and inaction. Indeed, as Tang San rightly pointed out, had Tang Hao invested even a modicum of effort, Tang San's circumstances would have undoubtedly been far superior to what they were now. Upon hearing these words, Changge revealed a satisfied smile and said, Tang Go, you speak quite rightly. Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojang are indeed unworthy. So, in your eyes, what am I? Changge observed Tang San with keen interest, awaiting his words. Today, Changge intended to fulfill the wishes of his childhood friend by humiliating Tang San. Unfortunately, his dear friend could not witness this moment, or else he would surely be overjoyed. It is hoped that he, in the heavens, can perceive and feel all that transpires. In my eyes, you are my senior, my master, and I am but a loyal dog by your side. What woof. Tang San spoke with profound emotion. Such is the nature of humanity. Before relinquishing their dignity, they remain resolute. However, once dignity is cast aside for the first time, they tend to sink deeper into that abyss, increasingly disregarding their self-worth. Much like many female spirit masters who once held their chastity in high regard, yet upon losing it, they abandon it and trample upon it recklessly. Tang San now felt devoid of dignity, and thus he thought to embrace even greater indignity, as long as it meant preserving his life. Excellent, Changge praised once more. Now I shall heal you, transforming you into a complete dog. At this moment, Changge aimed to restore Tang San, elevating him from level 29 to level 30, and then assist him in hunting for a 1-year cultivation blue silver grass third soul ring. He chuckled ominously. Changge recalled that in the original work, Tang San's third soul ring was a fusion of a millennium human-faced demon spider soul ring, and he also obtained an external soul bone known as the 8 spider lances. However, in this lifetime, Tang San was devoid of such fortuitous luck. Woof woof, master, please come heal me. Tang San exclaimed with eager anticipation. I shall fulfill your wish. Changge unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart begonia. A pure, radiant light shimmered around him, illuminating the entire cave. A gentle aura emanated from Changge, as an exquisitely beautiful 10-heart begonia blossomed in the palms of his hands. 8 black soul rings floated gracefully from the base to the top of Changge's imposing figure, pulsating softly. Tang San had long awaited this moment, his face filled with anticipation as he gazed at Changge. He felt enveloped by a soothing atmosphere, his entire being relaxed. Hurry, Tang San urged silently within himself. Soon after, the 8 black soul rings on Changge's body surged vigorously, expanding and sparkling. A gentle radiance shot forth from the 10-heart begonia, cascading down upon Tang San, initiating the healing of his limbs. This tender light enveloped Tang San's limbs, beginning to glimmer. Instantly, he felt a wave of comfort coursing through his body, particularly in his limbs, which he had felt disconnected from. Now, he could faintly move his hands and feet, experiencing an extraordinary revival. Tang San let out a soft, contented sound, and his previously pallid face began to regain a hint of color. Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing watched in awe, marveling once more at Changge's healing prowess. Indeed, as long as there was breath, any injury could be mended, restoring one to peak condition without leaving any lingering afflictions. Such an ability was simply extraordinary. The 3 beauties were further convinced that Changge was an exceptional figure, hidden from the world. Changge gazed at Tang San with a serene expression. As time passed, Tang San's hands and legs had fully regained their strength. Furthermore, the pallor on his face had returned to a healthy hue. Tang dog, I have completed your treatment. Changge spoke softly, then retracted his martial spirit. Tang San moved his limbs, feeling the sensation of liberation as the constricting grip vanished. The sheer exhilaration was overwhelming, causing tears to well up in the corners of his eyes. For the past few days, he had felt as though he were disabled, his hands and feet rendered useless, making even the simplest act of turning over an arduous task. Those 3 days had stretched into an eternity of suffering. Yet now, with his limbs restored, Tang San was filled with joy. Only through the experience of loss could he truly appreciate the blessing of possessing a complete body. Woof woof. Thank you, master, for healing me. Tang San knelt on the ground in a posture of submission. He understood that in the face of absolute power, his only choice was to yield. To resist would lead to a miserable existence. However, Tang San was aware that this submission was but a temporary measure. He would endure humiliation and bide his time, plotting to eliminate Changge and alter his fate. As a Tang sect assassin, he knew that patience was paramount when it came to assassination. Finding the right opportunity was far more crucial than charging in recklessly. There was a distinct difference between a Tang sect assassin and a death warrior. Observing Tang San kneeling and repeatedly addressing him as master was quite the spectacle. Changge regarded this with disdain. Tang San's act of kneeling was utterly worthless. When he first encountered Xiao Zhang, he immediately bowed 3 times and proclaimed that a day as a teacher is equivalent to a lifetime as a father. This fellow possesses a remarkable talent for ingratiating himself. When you are of use to him, he refers to you as his master. However, once you cease to be of value, Tang San will trample you underfoot. Changge remarked softly, Tang San, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. In the time to come, I shall devote myself to nurturing your potential. I am aware that you possess the unique dual martial souls, the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. Such a prodigy demands meticulous cultivation to ensure you emerge as a formidable figure in the future. As long as you heed my commands, I shall lavish upon you abundant resources and unwavering dedication, enabling you to ascend to the 90th level and attain the esteemed rank of Title Douluo within a decade. Changge clasped his hands behind his back and commenced his artful persuasion, subtly engaging in emotional manipulation with Tang San. He spoke with an air of authenticity, and to his surprise, Tang San seemed to believe him. Master, I truly possess twin martial souls. I've come to realize that without you, I am destined for ruin. Tang San expressed his willingness to remain by his master's side, diligently cultivating his strength until he ascended to the 90th level and became a Title Douluo. I am prepared to devote myself entirely to you, to undertake any task. He hastily knelt before Changge, his face a portrait of earnestness, pledging his most sincere loyalty. In Tang San's eyes, Changge's interest in nurturing him stemmed from his exceptional talent in possessing twin martial souls. In his previous life, Certain elders within the Tang sect would cultivate elite subordinates, and he recalled that the sect's leader even took under his wing the offspring of adversaries. As long as one possessed formidable means to manipulate hearts, anyone deemed useful could be cultivated. Tang San felt fortunate to be deemed valuable enough for Li Changge's mentorship, believing that this would spare him from death. However, he understood that until he could extricate himself from Li Changge's influence, his life would be shackled, living in a manner akin to walking alongside a tiger. Yet, this was preferable to outright demise. Once I have grown stronger, your time will come to an end. You wish to cultivate me? Do not assume you can withstand my retaliation. My methods exceed your expectations. A fleeting glimmer of determination sparkled in Tang San's azure eyes as he began to devise an assassination plan to eliminate Li Changge. Meanwhile, Li Changge remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts while observing Tang San's display of unwavering loyalty. Li Changge felt a genuine urge to laugh. This fool truly believes that I intend to cultivate him? Tang San, oh Tang San, the words I speak are merely to ignite your desire for cultivation, to encourage your diligent practice. Once you reach level 30, I shall compel you to merge with a soul ring of blue silver grass that embodies a year's worth of cultivation. At that moment, I shall cast you back beside you, Xiaojang. Let us see if you still dare to employ your little schemes. Li Changge silently thought to herself that everything was under her control. There is a saying, knowing oneself and knowing one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Li Changge, having perused the original text, possessed an intricate understanding of Tang San's cunning nature, allowing him to effortlessly discern the latter's intentions and manipulate him with ease. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu wore expressions of astonishment. At the entrance of Shilik Academy, Li Changge had previously exposed Tang San, revealing his possession of twin martial souls. Now, he reiterated this revelation, specifying the identities of the two martial souls. The existence of a soul master with twin martial souls is exceedingly rare, leading to the trio's profound astonishment. Particularly, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes reflected a lingering shock. The Haotian hammer. Is this not the inherited martial soul of the Haotian sect? Indeed, Tang San bears the surname Tang, indicating his origins from the Haotian sect. It is unexpected that such a prodigy has emerged from this sect, possessing twin martial souls. However, while one of his martial souls, the Haotian hammer, is quite formidable, the other, blue silvergrass, is utterly inferior. When compared to the two martial souls of Senior Changge, Tang San's abilities pale significantly. Ning Rongrong silently mused. In her surprise, she juxtaposed Li Changge with Tang San, concluding that Tang San was vastly inferior to Li Changge. There exists a considerable disparity even among soul masters with twin martial souls. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing also mentally compared Tang San to Li Changge, realizing that the latter was an extraordinary being. Chapter 44. The effect of Li Changge's deception. This esteemed Changge truly transitioned from a young prodigy to a formidable figure, excelling at every stage of life. By remaining in his presence and absorbing even the slightest knowledge, I could reap lifelong benefits. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, feeling fortunate to have encountered Li Changge. Rather than allowing her body to be tarnished by Daimubai, she preferred to follow Li Changge, ensuring she would gain substantial advantages. Xiao Wu, unfamiliar with the Haotian hammer, recognized only that Tang San had deceived her for an extended period. He possessed twin martial souls yet had never confided this in her, clearly regarding her with suspicion and not as a trustworthy friend. Moreover, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, held the rank of Title Douluo. Xiao Wu believed that this family must have discerned her identity as a 10,000-year soul beast. The reason they had not eliminated her, she surmised, was likely that they were awaiting Tang San's maturation. When Tang San reached his full potential, she would inevitably be killed, her essence harvested for their gain. Nearly contemplating this sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine, as she found the Tang family exceedingly terrifying. Tang San, remember this. You are but a dog at my side. You shall never defy me, lest I make your existence a living hell. Do you understand? Li Changge, fully engrossed in his performance, once again issued a menacing threat, his pitch-black eyes radiating a fierce and chilling murderous intent. Sensing this palpable aura of death, Tang San's body trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he remained prostrated on the ground, his forehead striking the earth with a resounding thud. Rest assured, my master, you have granted me a life, and I shall cherish it dearly. From this moment on, I will become the sharpest blade in your hand. I will heed your every command, obeying whatever you ask of me. I shall never defy you. I shall never betray you. Tang San continued to bow, pledging his loyalty fervently. In fact, as he persisted, a crimson wound appeared on his forehead, blood flowing freely while he remained resolute in his devotion. Li Chang assessed the situation and realized that Tang San had indeed bowed over 50 times. What a formidable individual he is. Very well, Tang San, I believe you. No need to bow any further. Take care not to injure your head. Li Changong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, as you command, master. Tang San ceased his kowtowing, neglecting to wipe away the blood that flowed freely across his face, staining both his body and garments crimson. In that moment, Tang San presented a visage of utter ferocity. The three beautiful women regarded him with palpable disdain. Tang San, heed my orders. Yes, master. Tang San was taken aback. Having only just become a mere dog at Li Changong's side, he was now being tasked with a mission. What could it possibly entail? Regardless of the nature of the task, Tang San resolved to execute it flawlessly. believing it essential to win Li Changgong's favor and dispel any doubts the latter harbored about him. Eliminating Li Changgong began with alleviating his suspicions. This initial step was of paramount importance. Tang San's mind raced as he devised a meticulous plan. Tang San, I require you to demonstrate your worth. I will now assess your martial soul abilities. Presently, you are a 29th level Great Soul Master. I command you to elevate your cultivation to 30th level within 14 days. Show me the potential of your martial soul. Should you fail, I shall render you powerless once more and cast you onto the streets of Soto City to beg. At that juncture, even if your father Tang Hao were to rescue you, restoring your limbs would be an impossibility. Do you comprehend? Li Changge's face bore an expression of indifference as he spoke. At present, he was executing the most crucial aspect of his plan, to elevate Tang San's cultivation to level 30. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. For he had not anticipated that the first task assigned by Li Changge would be this. This was a manageable endeavor. As long as he dedicated himself to daily practice and continuously channeled his Xiantian Gong, coupled with the period of accumulation he had already undergone, breaking through to level 30 would pose no challenge for Tang San. Li Changge allocated a time frame of 14 days. However, Tang San estimated that he would require merely 7 days to successfully advance to level 30. As you command, Master, Tang San pledges to fulfill the task, he declared, immediately accepting the order with an expression of unwavering loyalty and obedience. Excellent, splendid. I am most pleased, Li Changge remarked with a faint smile. Subsequently, he swiftly approached Tang San and gently patted his shoulder 3 times. Tang San felt the weight of Li Changge's touch, as if 3 enormous mountains were pressing down upon him, creating considerable discomfort. What could this signify? Tang San's azure eyes flickered with confusion. At that moment, Li Changge spoke. Tang San, I have implanted a special surveillance mark within your being. Every action you take is visible to me. Even if you were to relieve yourself, I would know the exact color of your excrement and urine. This mark is indelible. No one but myself can erase it. You would do well to refrain from harboring any unscrupulous intentions. Should I discover any such thoughts, I shall not afford you an opportunity for explanation. I will render you utterly incapacitated. Do you comprehend? Li Changgong issued yet another warning. He also mentioned the matter of planting marks, primarily to provoke the fantasies of the 3 beautiful women, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Should he truly acquire such an ability, he would be capable of monitoring numerous individuals, an extraordinary power indeed. Upon hearing Li Changgong's words, Tang San's expression instantly darkened. He had not anticipated that Li Changgong possessed such a perverse capability. This signified that all his actions would be under Li Changgong's scrutiny. It would require considerably more effort to orchestrate his downfall. It was a daunting task, yet he resolved not to relinquish the opportunity. Tang San thought to himself, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief that Li Changgong had shared the information regarding the planting of marks. This knowledge would allow him to remain vigilant. Otherwise, if his covert maneuvers were discovered, it would spell disaster. From now on, Tang San would exercise greater caution. Rest assured, my master, I, Tang San, will not engage in any underhanded tactics. You are my master, and I shall never betray you. I shall diligently cultivate my skills, striving to reach level 30 within 14 days. Tang San's face was earnest as he reiterated his promise. Very well, I trust you, Li Changgong replied nonchalantly. Now, you may take your leave and find a clean place nearby to cultivate. Since Xiaowu wishes to avoid seeing you, do not return until you have achieved level 30. Once you have succeeded, come back to report to me. This is your first assessment. I hope you approach it with seriousness and perform admirably. Should you excel, I will subsequently invest resources in your growth. He added, by the way, if you fail to reach level 30 within the allotted time, you may as well flee. I shall grant you 3 days to escape. After that, I will seek you out, incapacitate you, and cast you onto the most bustling street of Soto City. Li Changge finally spoke, employing a direct approach of both grace and authority. Li Changge exuded an air of confidence in his words, evoking an authentic sense reminiscent of Cinderella. It was as if everything he spoke was undeniably true. Tang San clasped his hands together and spoke earnestly, rest assured, my master. I shall cultivate to level 30 within the stipulated time, living up to your high expectations. Even if I fail, I shall not flee. As your loyal companion, it is only right that I bear the consequences if I do not fulfill my duties. Master, do you have any further commands? Since no one seems to desire my presence, I shall retreat to diligently pursue my training. Tang San's demeanor was notably humble. Concurrently, he recognized that the bond between him and Xiaowu had irrevocably fractured, rendering reconciliation impossible. Xiaowu, being a 100,000-year soul beast, was a fact that Tang San silently noted. In the future, once my cultivation is sufficient, it matters not if you are Xiaowu or Douluo. I will capture you as a soul ring. A flicker of brilliance passed through Tang San's deep blue eyes. I have no matters to attend to for now. You should swiftly depart to your training. Your presence is quite bothersome. Once I perceive your worth, I shall naturally treat you with respect. Now, go and train without delay. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference before stepping forward to deliver a swift kick to Tang San's face. Instantly, a prominent shoe print marred Tang San's visage, and blood streamed from his nose. However, Tang San bore no resentment. He maintained his demeanor of respect, uttering, I I shall take my leave. Subsequently, he hastily exited the cave, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. In his 2 lifetimes, particularly during his time in the Tang sect, he had learned the art of survival for those of lesser stature. In the presence of the powerful, one must adopt a posture of humility akin to dust to endure. After departing the cave, Tang San did not venture far. Instead, he sought a clean spot near the cliff space and tidied the area, designating it as his abode. He understood that Li Changge had marked him, rendering escape impossible. How could a mere soul master hope to elude Li Changge's grasp? At this juncture, the safest course of action was to remain close to Li Changge and heed his counsel attentively. If Li Changge truly wished for his own demise, he would not seek to heal himself. Even if you do not demand that I cultivate to level 30, I shall endeavor to achieve it on my own accord. Without elevating my abilities, how can I exact my revenge and bring about your end? Await your doom, for when I have grown stronger, your time shall come. In Tang San's profound blue eyes, a fierce killing intent flickered. The Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states that at critical moments, one may endure humiliation to preserve life. And when the opportune moment arises, strike the enemy with a thunderous blow to turn the tide. Thus, Tang San believed that his current state of forbearance was by no means a disgrace. Seated on the ground, he began to cultivate fervently, hoping to break through to level 30 at the earliest, thereby gaining Li Changge's trust. Little did he know, the sooner he reached level 30, the sooner his misfortunes would begin. In a cave perched on the edge of a cliff, Li Changge's mental prowess unfurled, allowing him to survey everything in the external world. Instantly, this formidable mental energy fixated on Tang San, observing his diligent cultivation efforts. Li Changge felt reassured. This little third party is quite commendable. It has diligently devoted itself to training, truly a loyal companion. May it swiftly reach level 30. Li Changge secretly thought to herself that she was exceedingly pleased with Tang San's performance. After Tang San departed, the cave became significantly quieter. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu remained silent, sensing that Li Changge's reprimand of Tang San had likely been a deliberate display intended for their benefit, serving as a cautionary reminder that they must obey lest they face dire consequences. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt even less inclined to resist. Senior, I shall retreat to the side to cultivate, Zhu Zhuqing proactively suggested, eager to engage in her training. Very well, go ahead, was the response. Li Changge nodded, gently ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair while offering words of encouragement. Keep it up. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing settled down beside them, positioning herself on the ground to absorb the energy bestowed by the sun, commencing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu found themselves embraced by Li Changge. Oh dear. My back aches terribly. Is there anyone willing to help me ease my tension? Li Changge spoke up. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately understood his intention. Their lovely faces flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, Li Changge lay on the large bed, assuming a shape. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, positioned on either side, began to knead his shoulders and massage him, displaying great obedience. Li Changge thoroughly enjoyed this. Thus, he lived each day in joyous repetition. Li Changge felt no sense of monotony. Rather, he was exceedingly joyful. 3 days had elapsed. At last, through the tireless imagination of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Li Changge mastered the ability to plant a mark on others. This ability to implant a mark was rather straightforward. By employing a unique technique to infuse a trace of his soul power essence into another's body, the mark would be successfully implanted. The planted mark would never fade away. And only Li Changge possessed the capability to erase it. No one else could remove or even perceive its existence. In truth, there existed a peculiar method to eliminate the mark: death. Once deceased, a soul master's soul power dissipates into the cosmos, and naturally, the mark implanted by Li Changge would vanish as well. However, who would choose to embrace death merely to eradicate a mark? As long as it was inscribed within their being, Li Changge possesses the extraordinary ability to monitor an individual's actions in real time through this mark, allowing him to observe even the most private moments, such as using the restroom or bathing, with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, he can also perceive the environment, people, and objects surrounding the subject through this mark. This capability is undeniably exceptional. Additionally, Li Changge can implant an infinite number of marks, potentially extending this to 10,000 or even 100,000 individuals. However, the greater the number of marks he plants, the more mental energy he expends when attempting to view them. Thus, it is impractical for him to implant marks on every soul master and soul beast in the world. Li Changge can only bestow his significant soul mark upon certain important soul masters and soul beasts, thus enabling him to constantly monitor their locations and conditions. This ability is remarkably invasive, akin to implanting a surveillance device within the bodies of others, allowing for real-time observation of their every action. In Chapter 46, he takes Tang San to hunt for a 1-year soul ring. This soul marking ability is nothing short of extraordinary, particularly for soul masters with voyeuristic tendencies. Once one masters this capability, Li Changge had inscribed marks upon Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Furthermore, he had also placed a mark on Tang San. Consequently, Li Changge no longer needed to exert his immense spiritual energy to keep track of these individuals. Each day, he would inspect the mark on Tang San, observing his activities. It must be said that Tang San was quite disciplined, dedicating himself to rigorous cultivation without engaging in any frivolous pursuits. This pleased Li Changge immensely. Among these observations, he also tested the capabilities of the marking for surveillance. He instructed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to bathe in a nearby river, choosing not to accompany them. For this reason, they regarded Li Changge as a serious and upstanding individual. Little did they know that Li Changge reclined comfortably on the large bed in the cave, keeping a clear watch over their every movement. He chuckled to himself. As time passed, 7 more days slipped by, marking the 10th day since Tang San commenced his training. On this day, Li Changge lounged in the sun. Cradled by the warmth, while sounds of climbing echoed from the bottom of the cliff, Li Changge observed through the marks of cultivation that Tang San was scaling the cliff, eager to report to him. However, it is noteworthy that Tang San has already reached the 30th level in his training. Today, it is the opportune moment to procure a suitable blue silver grass with a cultivation period of 1 year for Tang San. Li Changge's lips curled into a faint smile. However, she did not immediately summon Tang San to join her, allowing him to continue his ascent. It was only when Tang San was nearing the summit that she took notice. Li Changge raised his mighty hand and unleashed a surge of formidable power that directly enveloped Tang San, dragging his body towards himself. Due to the overwhelming nature of Li Changge's soul force, Tang San lost his footing and fell to the ground. Alas, he landed face first, akin to a dog in distress. Useless wretch, Li Changge muttered disdainfully. Upon hearing these words, Tang San trembled slightly, then rose to his feet, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and humbly proclaimed, "I apologize, master." In the midst of his contrition, Tang San couldn't help but notice Li Changge's indulgent demeanor, comfortably surrounded by his companions, which filled him with envy. Indeed, it was evident that Li Changge was no virtuous being. With his formidable cultivation, he compelled Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing to act against their own will. Such a person had already charted his own path to ruin. It was only a matter of time before he met a tragic end. Tang San mused inwardly, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his profound blue eyes. Little did he realize, however, that his own misfortunes were set to commence on this very day. Li Changge spoke calmly. "Tango, have you reached level 30 in your cultivation?" In response to his master, Tang San respectfully clasped his fists and replied, "Indeed. I have attained level 30. He had come to inform Li Changge of this achievement. By reaching level 30 within the time frame set by Li Changge, he aimed to demonstrate his loyalty and gradually alleviate Li Changge's prejudice against him. This was the initial step in his grand plan for revenge. Excellent. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. I granted you 14 days, and yet you accomplished this feat in merely 10 days. Tango, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. Thank you for your praise, master. Tang San replied respectfully, a look of pride illuminating his youthful face. Very well, my spirits are high today, and I have decided to take you to merge with a powerful soul ring. Li Changge's tone softened. This soul ring will bestow upon you a formidable third soul skill. Tang San, I may have been harsh on you, but it was for your own good. I hope you can cast aside any lingering grievances towards me and henceforth remain loyal, serving me diligently. Let us put aside past grudges with this soul ring, shall we? Li Changge's voice softened considerably. His amicable demeanor made Tang San feel quite at ease. Simultaneously, Tang San believed he was correct in his assumptions. Indeed, Li Changge was intent on nurturing him. It was likely that once he had been adequately trained, he would confront certain formidable forces. Master, from the moment you healed my hands and feet, I bore no resentment towards you. You are my master, and I shall do whatever you command. Tang San replied with a tone of utmost respect. Excellent. Then today, we shall set forth for the Star Douluo forest to procure a suitable third spirit ring for you. Haha. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and burst into laughter. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, as they found it difficult to fathom Li Changge's character. On one hand, he treated Tang San with utter disdain, almost like a mere dog. Yet on the other hand, he showed remarkable care for him, encouraging his training and even offering to accompany him in the pursuit of a suitable third spirit ring. This contradiction was truly unexpected. Rongrong, Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, come with me to the Star Douluo forest. If fortune smiles upon us, I might even assist you in obtaining a soul bone for you to merge with. Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke. Regarding Li Changge's request, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu did not dare to refuse and all nodded in agreement. Very well, let us set off immediately, Li Changge declared. Today, he intended to fulfill the last wish of his dear friend by bestowing upon Tang San a soul ring of blue silver grass with a 1-year cultivation limit. Li Changge found himself at a location where, upon traveling westward for 200 miles, he would reach the periphery of the Star Douluo forest. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, which enveloped Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, transporting them into the heart of the Star Douluo forest. At present, Li Changge's cultivation level stood at an impressive 97, complemented by 2 potent martial souls. Thus, entering the Star Douluo forest felt akin to returning home for him, a serene expression gracing his face, free from any apprehension of danger. In stark contrast, the surrounding soul masters traversing the Star Douluo forest exhibited an air of vigilance, their faces etched with caution, for any lapse in attention could spell their demise, leaving their bodies to be interred within the depths of the forest. Master, may I inquire what kind of soul-beast soul ring you intend to hunt for me? And what the age of its cultivation should be? Tang San asked eagerly. During his time alongside you, Xiaojang, He had often heard discussions regarding the optimal soul ring configurations for soul masters. The first soul ring was noted to be 423 years old, the second 764 years, and the third a remarkable 1,760 years. Now, Tang San found himself yearning for his own third soul ring. Reflecting on his previous endeavors to acquire soul rings, Tang San recalled the arduous struggles he had faced, largely due to his teacher Yu Xiaozhang's relatively weak cultivation of merely 29. He vividly remembered his first attempt to hunt a mandala snake soul ring, where his teacher narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by Tang San's timely use of a hidden weapon. During his second attempt for the Ghostvine soul ring, Yu Xiaozhang had summoned the dean of Nodding Academy, yet even then, they had to exert considerable effort. Now, with Changge, a formidable Title Douluo at level 97, leading the charge in search of soul rings, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of assurance that everything would proceed smoothly. Entering the Star Dough Forest felt like a homecoming, where the soul beasts appeared as if laid out in a buffet, available for his selection. He began to envision the possibilities, convinced that, given his unwavering loyalty to Changge, his master would diligently assist him in acquiring his first soul ring, fostering a close relationship in the process. Little did he know, this was merely a figment of his own imagination. Changge remarked, "Tang San, your martial soul endowment is exceedingly high. The soul rings I have meticulously selected for you possess exceptionally potent qualities and are perfectly suited to your cultivation level. As for the specific category of soul beast, I shall keep that under wraps for now to maintain an air of mystery. You will soon find out. However, the four of you may venture a guess. If you are correct, I shall impart a powerful technique to you. If you are wrong, then I shall claim a kiss from you." As he concluded, Changge's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Changge's words, the beautiful faces of the three maidens flushed with a rosy hue. Under the guise of a guessing game, it was evident that Changge sought to take advantage of them, especially with the playful stipulation of a kiss for any incorrect guesses. Nevertheless, during this time, he had indeed shared kisses with them. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had all had their first kisses stolen by Changge. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is an ancient saying, uncooked rice has become a cooked meal. Changge spent his days in close companionship with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Over time, a certain emotional bond inevitably formed among them. Listening to Changge's words, Tang San felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. The sight of Changge, embraced by both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, was enough to evoke a profound envy in Tang San. Simultaneously, his disdain for Changge deepened, and he silently vowed to eliminate this individual who had already secured a path to his own demise. Merely killing him seemed insufficient. Tang San contemplated a more elaborate vengeance. After Changge's demise, he yearned to replicate the actions of Wu Zishu by exhuming the corpse of King Ping of Chu and subjecting it to a brutal thrashing of 300 strikes. Yet, that would still not quench his thirst for retribution. He planned to unleash further fury upon the lifeless body of Changge. The rationale behind this torment of his corpse stemmed from Tang San's fear that as long as Changge drew breath, he could utilize his martial spirit, the 10-heart-sea Tang flower, to heal himself. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, Tang San understood the necessity of a decisive strike, ensuring that Changge was vanquished, allowing him to gradually unleash his pin-up rage upon the already deceased. After all, the dead do not resist. They can be subjected to anything without the fear of retaliation. Of course, for Tang San to execute this plan, an opportunity must arise. Internally, Tang San's emotions surged tumultuously, yet he maintained an outward composure, appearing utterly unruffled, devoid of any unusual expressions. This was Tang San, embodying the poise expected of a Tang sect assassin, unperturbed in the face of calamity, steadfast as a mountain in the storm. Changge gently remarked, "Now, each of you, guess the name of a soul beast, quickly." Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, was the first to respond, the swift great horse monkey. Ning Rongrong followed suit, declaring, "The human-faced demon snake." Xiao Wu chimed in, "The green mosquito." With myriad species of soul beasts, their limited acquaintance with Tang San rendered them oblivious to which soul beast and soul ring would best complement him. Yet, the intention behind Changge's playful game was unmistakable. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were not naive, recognizing that he merely sought a kiss under the guise of a guessing game. "Haha, splendid. I shall remember this." Changge beamed with satisfaction. At that moment, Tang San hesitated, timidly inquiring, "Must I guess as well?" "Indeed, you must guess. However, should you be correct, I assure you, I shall not kiss you. At most, I may bestow upon you a slap." Changge replied, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. What a ridiculous notion. The very idea of Changge kissing Tang San was utterly repugnant. Upon hearing this, Tang San's lips twitched involuntarily. He understood that Changge held him in disdain, persistently causing him trouble. Nevertheless, one must bow under the eaves. Tang San found himself as a mere dog at Changge's side, compelled to comply. He ventured, "I surmise that the soul beast my master intends for me to hunt is an exceptionally formidable serpentine creature. My blue silvergrass is most suited for merging with powerful beast-type soul beasts." How beautifully naive. Changge mused inwardly, chuckling to himself, "Oh, how splendid your thoughts may be now, yet soon your spirit shall plummet. Tang San, I am genuinely eager to witness the expression of despair that will soon grace your countenance. Haha, my dear brother. You truly possess a knack for devising torturous schemes for Tang San, and it brings me great joy. Dear friend, I hope you are aware of this from beyond, and that you share in my delight. I shall soon fulfill this wish of yours. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, his thoughts raced. Changge spoke with an impassive expression. Very well, I shall take note. Soon, everyone will know the answer. After saying this, Changge, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Tang San, continued their journey through the Stardow forest. However, he restricted their movements to the periphery, avoiding deeper ventures into the forest. This was because only at the outskirts of the Stardow forest could one find blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year. Venturing too far inward would lead them to high-level spirit beasts, making it impossible to locate the desired 1-year-old blue silvergrass. This type of spirit beast was exceedingly common across the continent. Many spirit masters awakened with inferior martial souls were typically blue silvergrass, so prevalent that it was almost ubiquitous. Not far away, beneath a towering tree, a cluster of blue silvergrass swayed gently in the breeze, as if beckoning to Changge and the lovely companions beside him. Thus, Changge approached the cluster of blue silvergrass, with Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Tang San closely trailing him, bewildered by his actions. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Changge bent down and began to gently caress the blue silvergrass, attuning himself to their cultivation ages, one by one. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Chang's gaze. Chapter 48, The Harshness of Reality. What is this? Are these blue silvergrass spirit beasts truly so formidable? Each one possesses a cultivation period of at least 3 years. With such a high level of cultivation, Tang San cannot possibly have the fate to merge with them. Changge pondered silently, shaking his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what was troubling Changge. Despite spending numerous days in close companionship with him, they remained oblivious to the true depths of his thoughts. This man was undeniably enigmatic. His myriad contemplations far too profound for them to grasp. Why had the elder chosen to caress the blue silvergrass? Did it hold some special significance? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. Could it be that the elder had an affinity for flora, displaying a rather refined taste? She yearned to delve into Changge's inner world. Strangely, as their time together lengthened, her intrigue towards him only intensified, igniting a desire to uncover every facet of his being. Beside her, Rongrong, equally curious, allowed her luminous gaze to wander, lost in contemplation. What could be the elder's purpose in caressing the blue silvergrass? Was it to gain insight into it, thereby facilitating the search for an appropriate soul beast for Tang San? Rongrong found herself speculating in this manner, having been captivated by Changge's charisma. Believing that he was genuinely intent on assisting Tang San in finding a suitable third soul ring, Xiao Wu, docilely standing nearby, observed quietly, her mind free from such complexities. Tang San's profound blue eyes shifted as he began to ponder Changge's actions. What was his intent? Tang San found himself perplexed, unable to decipher the reasoning behind it all, primarily due to his scant understanding of Changge. Changge stood up, a look of disappointment etched on his face, and spoke softly, "Let us depart." Subsequently, he took the lead in searching for the surrounding blue silvergrass, gently caressing each one to sense the fluctuations of their cultivation. Time passed. Changge had been tirelessly engaged for a full hour and a half. Yet he still had not discovered the blue silvergrass with a cultivation period of 1 year. Changge discovered that the lowest cultivation age of the blue silvergrass was 2 years. How perplexing. Why is it that the cultivation age of these blue silvergrasses is so remarkably high? Seeking a specimen with merely 1 year of cultivation age proves to be as challenging as hunting for a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Changge secretly cursed, feeling somewhat convinced. If it truly came to that, he would allow Tang San to merge with the 2-year cultivation limit blue silvergrass from earlier. Changge pondered silently, realizing he could only settle for a lesser option. At that moment, Tang San cautiously inquired, "Master, why have we remained at the periphery of the Stardow forest instead of venturing deeper? The soul beasts here are merely a few decades old at most, and it is rare to encounter a century-old soul beast. Furthermore, why do you persistently caress the blue silvergrass? Is it to gain a deeper understanding of this martial soul?" Tang San sensed the peculiarities in Changge's demeanor and thus expressed his curiosity, seeking to comprehend the situation. However, he refrained from asking directly, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Changge searched for the blue silvergrass, a year's worth of cultivation, for quite some time, and his patience began to wane. He cast an irritated glance at Tang San and remarked, "You are truly bothersome. Do I require your guidance to accomplish my tasks? If you wish to maintain your own mouth in a functional state, I suggest you close it and observe attentively." Learning diligently. The fierce aura emanating from Changge enveloped the surroundings. Tang San's body trembled momentarily, his face a mask of trepidation. Subsequently, Tang San obediently sealed his lips. Perhaps he should search once more. Changge pondered silently, resolved to make another attempt. If he truly could not find it, he would allow Tang San to fuse with the 2 years' worth of cultivation of the blue silvergrass. Changge had just committed to memory the location of the 2-year-old blue silvergrass. Subsequently, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and the other 3, he commenced a diligent search. This time, they ventured further afield, meticulously scouring their surroundings once more. Meanwhile, Tang San's heart began to stir with unease, sensing a lurking conspiracy. After an hour of searching, Changge finally discovered a blue silver grass with a cultivation period of 1 year, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his dark eyes. The heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. I have finally found you. A blue silver grass with a cultivation period of 1 year. Tang-san. You are truly fortunate. Aha. Changge's heart swelled with emotion. After spending 2.5 hours, he finally found a suitable soul beast soul ring for Tang-san to fuse with. Thus, Changge wore a joyful smile as he gazed at Tang-san. Upon witnessing that smile, Tang-san's body involuntarily trembled, akin to encountering a monstrous entity, prompting him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Tang-san, come here. For I have discovered an exceptionally powerful soul beast that is highly suitable for your fusion. This soul beast is remarkably fitting for you. Having taken me 2.5 hours to find, Changge lifted a delicate smile and spoke with an undeniable tone. Tang-san, with his azure eyes scanning the surroundings, blinked and timidly replied, Master, where is it? I cannot see that formidable soul beast. Tang-san was utterly perplexed. There was no powerful soul beast in sight, only the blue silver grass. The blue silver grass? Could it be that the soul ring he was asked to merge with was indeed the blue silver grass? Tang-san was taken aback, his complexion paling. He finally realized something was amiss. However, this thought was quickly dismissed from his mind. No, if it were a blue silver grass soul ring, Changge would not have spent so much time searching. The ground was covered with blue silver grass, easily found. Changge must have employed some special means to locate a powerful soul beast. It was merely that my cultivation is insufficient to discern it. Tang-san comforted himself, feeling that this notion was closer to reality. Meanwhile, the three stunning beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances, surveying the area as they sought the powerful soul beast that Changge had mentioned. Where could it be? Where is this powerful soul beast? Xiao Wu looked left and right, yet found nothing. What type of powerful soul beast could it be? This is the outermost region of the Star Douluo forest. Could there truly be a powerful soul beast lurking here? It seems unlikely. Tang-san's third soul ring requires at least 1,000-year-old soul beast for fusion. Is it truly possible to find one here? How strange. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed. What antics is this senior Changge up to? I find him increasingly inscrutable. Ning Rongrong silently pondered, filled with confusion. Chapter 49. Is this the powerful soul beast you speak of? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang-san were all somewhat bewildered. After a thorough search, they had not found the formidable soul beast that Changge had mentioned. Moreover, this was the outer region of the Star Douluo forest. How could a powerful soul beast possibly roam here? This senior Changge is exceedingly strange, leaving one with an elusive impression. Observing the dazed expressions of everyone around, Changge smiled faintly and spoke. Have you not noticed? The soul beast is right before your eyes. Master, where is it? Tang-san inquired cautiously, his azure eyes shimmering with curiosity. How could you be so blind? Despite cultivating the purple extreme magic eyes? Changge furrowed his brow and remarked, it is far yet near, and you still cannot see it. Upon hearing this, Tang-san's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that Changge was aware of the purple extreme magic eyes. Truly, he was a formidable Title Douluo. In the presence of such a powerful figure, all his secrets felt utterly exposed. While he experienced a mix of astonishment and fear, Tang-san feigned respect and began to search earnestly around him, yet he still could not discern the mighty soul beast that Changge referred to. The enchanting trio Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were also on the lookout, yet they too found nothing. Observing the collective confusion of the group, Changge no longer beat around the bush. He spoke directly. Tang-san, do you see beneath this grand tree a formidable blue-silver grass spirit beast beckoning you? A faint smile graced Changge's lips, and his tone exuded an undeniable authority. What? A formidable blue-silver grass soul beast? Upon hearing Changge's words, Tang-san felt as though 5 bolts of thunder simultaneously struck his heart. He could scarcely believe his ears. Changge spoke of a formidable soul beast, which turned out to be the blue-silver grass. Tang-san was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon an ancient tree in front of him, beneath which swayed a stalk of blue-silver grass in the wind. Its supple form resembled the delicate hand of a maiden, seemingly beckoning to him. As it waved, it appeared to convey a message to Tang-san. Come, hunt me down. I am the powerful soul beast. Merge with me, and you shall acquire a formidable third soul skill. This left Tang-san utterly dumbfounded. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes blinking in surprise as they turned their attention to the blue-silver grass beneath the ancient tree. Coupled with Changge's earlier account of the powerful soul beast, the 3 lovely ladies felt a tremor of disbelief, their expressions transforming into something remarkably vivid. Ning Rongrong, recalling the image of Tang-san merging with the blue-silver grass after a year of cultivation, could not help but burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. This elderly Changge was simply too humorous. After searching for 2.5 hours for a soul beast, he had meticulously selected the weakest blue-silver grass for Tang-san to merge with. Furthermore, he insisted that this was a powerful soul beast, compelling Tang-san to undergo the fusion. The absurdity of it all was laughable. It was worth noting that prior to this, Ning Rongrong had believed that Changge genuinely intended to take Tang-san under his wing, assisting him in his cultivation and helping him hunt for formidable soul rings. Aiming to ease their relationship, Yet, it turned out that Li Changge had been playing tricks on Tang San all along, leaving everyone completely ensnared in his jest. As Ning Rongrong reflected on the entire sequence of events, combined with her earnest deductions throughout, the stark contrast of the situation elicited her laughter once more. Hearing her mirth, Tang San shot her a disapproving look, deeming her behavior rather impolite. Li Changge also glanced at Ning Rongrong, thinking to himself, what a little imp. Shouldn't she be sympathizing with Tang San at this moment? Yet, she finds it amusing. Ah, this quirky little sprite is indeed to my liking. She enjoys teasing others. Master, you jest with me, do you not? Tang San inquired of Li Changge. The prospect of merging with the blue silvergrass was so disheartening that he wished he could simply collapse to the ground. Deep down, he still clung to the hope that Li Changge was merely jesting. Do you believe this old man is jesting with you? Li Changge replied, his expression grave. Tang San, let me make it clear, this blue silvergrass, with a cultivation period of 1 year, is the result of my careful selection over 2.5 hours. This blue silvergrass is indeed powerful. Merging with it will grant you a formidable third soul skill. Furthermore, it will not cause you any bodily harm or discomfort, aligning perfectly with your martial soul. The blue silvergrass. Today, you must merge with it, do you understand? Otherwise, you are opposing me and showing me disrespect. Let us see if I do not make you suffer. If you wish to avoid physical punishment, I advise you to heed my words and show me your gratitude. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. My patience is limited. Li Changge stood with his arms crossed, gravely articulating the matter at hand, emphasizing the necessity for Tang San to merge with this 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass. This soul beast was exceedingly feeble, inferior even to a 10-year soul beast. To integrate it would squander my martial spirit's potential, master. This is my 3rd soul ring, at the very least. I require a soul ring of 1,000 years or more. If my cultivation is too weak, I shall be unable to serve you effectively. I implore you to reconsider. Master, Tang San protested, genuinely reluctant to merge with this 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass. Such a worthless soul beast, lacking even 10 years of cultivation, would effectively doom his bright future. Moreover, it is highly improbable that any soul master would deem a 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass worthy, let alone choose to merge with it. Even those ordinary soul masters with martial spirit talents could typically integrate soul rings of several decades. Tang San, possessing twin martial spirits and adept in various hidden weapons, having cultivated the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, could not fathom merging with such a useless soul beast ring. He found it unacceptable. His deep blue eyes quivered, and his small hands clenched into fists, portraying a visage of anguish and turmoil. This is the conclusion I have pondered deeply upon. Do you dare to question my judgment? Li Changge raised an eyebrow, his anger igniting, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. The oppressive force of his 97th level Title Douluo cultivation caused the surrounding space to distort. Tang San immediately felt as though a colossal mountain weighed down upon his back, an unbearable heaviness. It was as if his body was infused with molten lead, rendering him immobile and rooted to the spot. He felt an overwhelming discomfort, his face etched with horror as he gazed at Li Changge. In that moment, Tang San perceived a tyrant, consumed by rage, poised to unleash his wrath upon him. Chapter 50. Tang San's Despair. Tang San trembled, unable to meet Li Changge's gaze directly. Li Changge noticed the unwilling glint in Tang San's eyes, realizing that unless he provided some form of reprimand, the latter would never heed his words. Therefore, Li Changge resolved not to linger any longer. Tang San, I am commanding you, not merely discussing. You have repeatedly defied me. Thus, I must impose a fitting punishment upon you, with the hope that, after enduring it, you will reflect earnestly upon my earlier counsel. Li Changge uttered a final word. And immediately thereafter, Li Changge's figure flickered and appeared before Tang San. Li Changge's imposing stature evokes a sense of grandeur, reminiscent of a formidable demon lord in the eyes of Tang San. In his presence, resistance seems utterly futile. This scene unfolds under the watchful gaze of the 3 enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Li Changge ceased his hesitation and swiftly extended his large hand, seizing Tang San's left hand. Crack, crack, crack. Li Changge commenced his torment of Tang San, methodically fracturing each of the 5 fingers on his left hand, followed by systematically breaking his arm inch by inch from the palm upwards. The chilling sound of splintering bones resonated throughout the starry forest. Ah, it hurts so much. My arm, it's excruciating. My left hand is ruined. Tang San's face contorted in agony, and he let out a piercing scream, gritting his teeth as if they might shatter. Simultaneously, his body trembled violently, yet he was firmly pinned down by Li Changge, akin to a fish laid upon a chopping board, utterly unable to move, destined to be mercilessly slaughtered. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were petrified by the gruesome scene, half covering their eyes, hesitant to witness the unfolding horror. After rendering Tang San's left hand incapacitated, Li Changge replicated his previous actions, rendering Tang San's right hand useless. At that moment, his hands resembled grotesque waves, twisted in a horrifying manner. Tang San's complexion turned ashen, agony threatening to consume him entirely. With a swift kick, Li Changge sent Tang San sprawling, then proceeded to contort his legs, instantly twisting them into a painful spiral. Ah! Tang San cried out in torment, suffering immensely. Tang San, ponder well upon the words I have just spoken. This blue silvergrass is a carefully selected spirit ring for you. Should you dare to reject my goodwill, I shall render you utterly incapacitated today. Li Changge spoke with an icy indifference, his voice resonating as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Subsequently, he unleashed his second martial soul, the Tin Heart Sea Peony. A shimmering aura of ethereal light enveloped the surroundings, emanating a soothing presence from Li Changge. 8 black soul rings encircled his form, an embodiment of ultimate healing. Li Changge unleashed a formidable healing soul technique. A divine radiance emanated from the Tin Heart Begonia, cascading down upon Tang San's injured form, swiftly mending his wounds. Enveloped by the celestial light, Tang San felt a wave of comfort wash over him, the pain dissipating. A soft, contented murmur escaped his lips, a hint of indulgence in his expression. Moments ago, he had perceived himself in the depths of hell, enduring excruciating torment. Now, however, he found himself in a realm akin to paradise, enveloped in unparalleled ease. Before long, all of Tang San's injuries had entirely healed. His previously twisted and bruised hands and feet returned to their original state, showing no trace of harm. He flexed his arms, discovering that his hands remained nimble and functional. Filling his heart with joy. Healing complete. Li Changge refrained from uttering unnecessary words, silently retracting his martial soul, the Tin Heart Sea Butterfly. Subsequently, he approached Tang San and grasped his left hand once more. A series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of shattering bones. Li Changge, without further ado, once again rendered Tang San's hands and feet incapacitated, subjecting him to yet another excruciating ordeal. Like a heap of refuse, Tang San lay on the ground, screaming in agony. Such a cruel heart. Such ruthless methods. Truly terrifying. Perverse. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were all taken aback by Li Changge's tactics. At this moment, they recalled a chilling statement made by Li Changge. He possessed 10,000 forms of punishment that could drive a person to the brink of despair. Furthermore, he could pry open even the most resolute lips to extract every secret. The 3 beauties now held unwavering faith in Li Changge's capabilities. As for Li Changge himself, he gazed at the prostrate and suffering Tang San, devoid of any compassion. He then unleashed his second martial soul, the Tin Heart Begonia, to heal Tang San's injuries. Once restored, Li Changge wasted no time nor uttered a single word before resuming his assault, reducing Tang San to a state of utter helplessness. After incapacitating Tang San, he healed him once more, only to dismantle him again. This cycle of incapacitation and healing continued unabated, as Li Changge relentlessly tormented Tang San. The latter's cries of despair echoed through the air, his willpower crumbling under the relentless onslaught. On the 9th iteration, Tang San ceased his cries of pain and urgently exclaimed, "Master, I am willing to merge. Master, I am willing to fuse with this your limited blue-silver grass." The torment of this repeated suffering was truly unbearable. Tang San could no longer withstand it. This was the first time he had encountered such a brutal form of torture, and he ultimately capitulated. He recognized that no one would come to his rescue, not even the likes of Yu Xiaojang. Desperate to escape this torment, he relinquished his struggle, choosing to submit to Li Changge, to obey him, and emerge with the year-limited blue-silver grass. Li Changge paused his actions, his voice calm yet commanding. "Tang San, I did not hear you clearly. Please repeat yourself." "Master, I am willing to merge with the powerful spirit beast you bestowed upon me." Tang San hastily replied. "I am grateful for your kindness, Master. I will merge." "Excellent," Li Changge said with a satisfied smile. "You have finally come to your senses. Truly, I have spoken kindly to you, yet you would not heed my counsel, forcing me to flex my muscles. You are indeed considerate of my needs. Next time, I hope you will not be so stubborn. Whatever I command, you shall comply." Yes, Master. You are absolutely right. I will follow your wishes." Tang San responded repeatedly, not daring to resist. Yet, despite his words, a glimmer of determination shone in his deep blue eyes. "Even if the blue-silver grass martial soul were to be rendered useless, I still possess the Haotian hammer. As long as I have a chance, I will never give up. Li Changge, I will certainly slay you, and you shall endure the pain I have suffered." At this moment, Tang San's heart brimmed with rage. If this fury could be transformed into overwhelming power, he would ascend to godhood in an instant and tear Li Changge to shreds. Though filled with anger, Tang San retained a flicker of rationality. He silently resolved, "For now, I shall feign obedience to Li Changge, even if the blue-silver grass is lost. I will focus on mastering the Haotian hammer." Tang San had firmly decided. The blue-silver grass was inherently a discarded martial soul. Its loss would not matter. As long as my hammer martial soul remains intact and I can fuse with powerful spirit rings, there will be a chance for redemption. Li Changge, however, seemed to have no intention of interfering with Tang San's hammer martial soul. Thus, Tang San began to plot anew. He had always been a master of strategy, able to turn the tide even in adversity. In his past life, he had employed such tactics against Qian Renxue. When he had schemed against Hulaina, he had disguised himself as Tang Ying de Quarter. Perhaps even Xiaowu becoming a spirit ring and later the sheath of the Shura God was part of Tang San's cunning plan. Eventually, he had even outmaneuvered Hu Yuhao. He was, without a doubt, a master tactician. Meanwhile, Li Changge's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of inspiration coursed through his mind, leading him to a pivotal realization. Indeed, Tang San also possessed the Haotian hammer martial soul. I shall have him fuse the year-limited third spirit ring with his primary martial soul. And then I will procure 3-year limited blue-silver grass spirit rings, allowing Tang San to augment the Haotian hammer as well. Generally, dual martial souls are trained sequentially, beginning with the first before progressing to the second, lest one risk explosive demise. However, the blue-silver grass spirit ring Tang San is to merge with is exceedingly weak and gentle, thus he will not experience explosive consequences. Even if he shows signs of explosion, with my 10-heart begonia martial soul, I will be able to heal him and assist in his fusion. What a splendid idea! Changge secretly mused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his profound black eyes. He found immense satisfaction in tormenting Tang San. My dear brother, your last wish is about to be fulfilled. Moreover, to ensure your joy in the afterlife, I shall embellish the tale further, allowing Tang San's Haotian hammer to merge with a blue-silver grass soul ring of a year's cultivation. Brother, if you are aware in the netherworld, please send me a dream and let me know if I am doing right. Changge silently contemplated, engaging in an inner dialogue with his dear brother. Upon concluding this introspective conversation, he felt a sense of resolution. Changge turned to Tang San and spoke, Tang San, since you have finally awakened to the truth and are willing to accept my goodwill, I shall now heal you, restoring your body to its former wholeness. You must seize this opportunity. Should you find yourself regretting it in the future, I cannot promise that I will heed your pleas to halt. I shall persist in imparting my lessons to you. Changge uttered a resolute declaration. Master, I shall seize this remarkable opportunity with utmost diligence. I am determined to fully integrate this formidable blue-silver grass spirit ring and acquire a powerful new third spirit skill. He expressed profound gratitude for his master's bestowal. Tang San, suppressing the agony coursing through his body and the turmoil within, managed to conjure a smile as radiant as a blossoming chrysanthemum, fervently seeking to please. Very well. It is evident that you possess genuine sincerity, Changge acknowledged with a nod. I shall commence your treatment immediately. Thank you, master, Tang San replied, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Every inch of his arms felt as though every bone had been mercilessly twisted, akin to a braided strand, causing him excruciating pain. Tang San fervently hoped that Changge's treatment would expedite, alleviating some of his suffering. Subsequently, Changge exhibited no hesitation. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, Changge unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart sea flower. As the martial soul manifested, a gentle glow enveloped the surroundings. How delightful! Tang San could not help but exclaim as he felt the soft radiance cascade over him. His arms, once in pain, now experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. The ultimate healing. Changge began to unleash his formidable soul technique. A radiant beam of divine light shot forth from the 10-heart begonia flower, cascading down upon Tang San's arm, initiating a healing process. Tang San emitted a contented groan, feeling his arms gradually regain their vitality, re-establishing a connection with them. This filled his heart with immense joy. Splendidly, his arms were on the verge of restoration. At that moment, Tang San yearned fervently for a robust and sound body, no longer wishing to be a crippled wastrel. Time flowed swiftly. Before long, Tang San's arms were restored to their original state, free of any injuries, reaching the pinnacle of their condition. Very well, Tang San. Now proceed to merge with the powerful blue-silver grass soul ring. Changge retracted his 10-heart begonia martial soul, causing the surrounding gentle rosy light to vanish entirely. He urged Tang San to merge with the spirit ring. Very well, master. Tang San complied, albeit reluctantly, suppressing his grievances. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, Tang San approached the ancient tree, bending down before it. As he gazed at the blue-silver grass before him, he sighed inwardly, lamenting his misfortune in encountering Changge. Oh, little grass, you are about to become my third spirit ring. Alas, why must you be so feeble? Limited to merely a year of cultivation? A profound melancholy enveloped Tang San's heart. Hurry up. Changge's voice echoed like a thunderclap in Tang San's mind. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu observed intently, witnessing the extraordinary talent of a dual martial soul user as he prepared to vanquish and merge with a formidable blue-silver grass spirit beast. Tang San summoned his first martial soul, blue-silver grass, unleashing a dazzling blue spirit light. A cluster of blue-silver grass materialized in his right hand, appearing exceedingly gentle, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, one yellow and the other yellow, circled above him, pulsating softly and radiating a warm golden glow. With a resigned sigh, Tang San resolved to eliminate the powerful blue-silver grass spirit beast before him. Remarkably, he needed neither to unleash any soul skills nor employ weapons or hidden devices. His golden right hand alone sufficed. In the presence of the onlookers, Tang San extended his golden right hand and approached the mighty blue-silver grass spirit beast. With a fierce grip and a decisive twist, he uprooted the plant, its viscous blue sap oozing from his hand. Thus, the powerful blue-silver grass spirit beast succumbed to Tang San's grip, and a faint white spirit ring emerged above his right hand. This delicate ring appeared insubstantial in the void, seemingly on the verge of dissipating into the ether. Do I truly wish to merge with it? Tang San contemplated, his expression fraught with conflict. This was the most paltry spirit ring he had ever encountered. Even a random 10-year-old monkey would surpass the prowess of this blue-silver grass. Tang San, swiftly, propel your soul power into the spirit ring to establish a connection. drawing it into fusion with your body. The powerful blue-silver grass spirit ring was fading, and he needed to act quickly. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Changge urged anxiously. The circle of white soul rings appeared exceedingly frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Upon hearing Changge's devilish voice, Tang San sighed and, without further hesitation, gazed helplessly at the circle of white soul rings. He then infused it with a wisp of soul power essence. Instantly, this essence established a unique connection with the one-year cultivation period of the blue-silver grass soul ring. Under Tang San's guidance, the one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring began to merge into his body. The two entities commenced a process of mutual integration. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the white soul ring around Tang San began to coalesce and take shape. This process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Typically, when a soul master fuses with a soul ring, they face rejection from the ring, often experiencing discomfort. However, Tang San felt no pain whatsoever. The fusion progressed astonishingly well. Tang San, you truly are a genius. This formidable blue-silver grass soul beast ring, and you are merging with it so effortlessly. It's about to succeed in an instant. Truly impressive. I am left in admiration. I firmly believe that given a little time to develop, you will undoubtedly grow into a formidable figure on the Douluo continent. At that time, I may not even compare to you. I eagerly anticipate the day of your ascent. Changge spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as though he might vomit blood. The blue-silver grass, which had been cultivated for a year, was referred to by Changge as a formidable soul beast. Merging such a worthless soul ring was not an easy feat. Even a 6-year-old child could achieve it effortlessly. Yet, Changge exaggerated this matter into something rare and precious. Tang San realized that this was Changge mocking him, and he felt utterly miserable. Beside them, Ning Rongrong chuckled, a slight smile gracing her lips. How mischievous. This senior, Changge, was truly wicked and humorous. How amusing, Ning Rongrong thought to herself, as she gazed at Changge, feeling as though she had found a kindred spirit. Within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was known as a little witch. If anyone angered her, she would retaliate. Because of this, her father often scolded her. However, witnessing Changge's immense strength and his carefree demeanor made Ning Rongrong envious. She yearned to be like him, to live freely and do as she pleased. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, observing Changge's power, felt that aligning herself with him was a wise decision, as it provided her with a sense of security. As for Xiao Wu, she harbored a strong dislike for Tang San, believing that his suffering was well-deserved. At the same time, Xiaowu understood the necessity of winning Changge's favor, otherwise, her fate would be dire. I must work even harder to give Senior Changge a massage. Xiaowu resolved silently, determined to follow through on her decision. Changge observed Tang San in silence. Tang San had successfully merged with the 3rd soul ring. Surrounding his body were 3 soul rings, yellow, and white, gently pulsing and shimmering with soul light. Gazing at the pale, nearly translucent white soul ring on his body, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to crash into a tree in despair. Despite his disheartened mood, he still held a trump card. I have another martial soul. I hope my hammer martial soul remains unaffected. From now on, I shall primarily cultivate this hammer martial soul. I pray this demon does not target my hammer martial soul. Tang San silently vowed, hoping fervently, as this was his last line of defense. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu observed Tang San's successful fusion of the one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. They had never anticipated such an extraordinary occurrence would manifest in the Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong, taking in the scene, committed it to memory. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I shall emulate Senior Changge and reward them with a white soul ring. Ning Rongrong mused. Feeling she had learned something valuable, Changge turned his gaze towards Tang San, hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed proudly, Tang San, I have aided you in hunting this formidable soul beast. Will you not express your gratitude to me? To have fused with a one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring and still be expected to show gratitude was infuriating. Tang San felt a strong desire to strike Changge down. If looks could kill, he would have already subjected Changge to 1,000 tortures. Alas, mere glances hold no lethal power. Thank you for the generous gift, master. I truly appreciate the soul ring. Tang San managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Haha. Changge laughed heartily. Tang San, no need for thanks. I shall continue to treat you well in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled slightly. No, please do not be kind to me. That is unnecessary. Tang San felt on the verge of tears. What is your powerful 3rd soul skill? Changge inquired. My formidable 3rd soul skill is named Blue-Silver Grass Net. Upon its activation, I can conjure a vast net of blue-silver grass to ensnare my foes. Tang San weakly retorted, this soul skill is utterly worthless, to the point of being laughable. While it may create a net resembling that of a fisherman, it lacks any resilience. A mere tug will rend the blue-silver grass net asunder. In fact, even the sheer fabric of a light summer stocking would prove more durable than my blue-silver grass net. Is that so? It sounds quite powerful. Unleash it for me to behold. Changge is currently quite intrigued by Tang San's soul skill, the blue-silver grass net. Isn't this akin to a maternal embrace? Tang San already possesses a soul skill entwined with maternal affection, alongside a parasitic soul skill associated with his mother. And now he has acquired yet another skill reminiscent of a maternal network. How remarkable! Li Changge mused to himself. Eager to discern the effectiveness of Tang San's third soul skill, the blue-silver grass net. Simultaneously, he recalled from the original narrative that Tang San's third soul ring was derived from the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, surpassing the maximum absorption limit of soul rings. This bestowed upon him a binding skill akin to a spider's web, along with an external soul bone known as the 8 spider lances. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The binding skill, transformed into the blue-silver grass net, likely left Tang San in a state of profound disarray. My departed brother, your imagination was truly boundless, devising such a means to torment Tang San. Brother, you were indeed a talent. Had you traversed to the Douluo continent, it would have been quite an amusing affair. Alas, you now rest in eternal slumber, accompanied by the Green Mountains. However, take solace in the knowledge that I shall fulfill your unaccomplished aspirations. I will also take under my wing the individuals you cherished, such as Qian Rinxue and Poseidon. In his heart, Li Changge silently mused about his deep affection for his childhood friend, willing to fulfill the unaccomplished wishes he left behind. While Li Changge's mind wandered, Tang San spoke up. All right, master, I shall unleash this soul skill at once. To be candid, Tang San felt utterly devastated within. The release of this soul skill felt profoundly embarrassing. The third soul skill derived from his year of cultivation with the blue-silver grass was even inferior to his first soul skill. At the very least, his first skill was drawn from a mandala snake with over 400 years of cultivation. That mandala snake could effortlessly crush a multitude of blue-silver grass of merely 1 year of cultivation. With a worthless martial soul paired with a feeble soul ring, Tang San was in despair. Yet, fearing Li Changge's torment, he suppressed his sorrow and rage, forcing a smile while feigning a respectful demeanor. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, Tang San would have long since wished for Li Changge to suffer 1,000 deaths. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, Tang San commenced the release of his third soul skill, the blue-silver grass net. With a low shout, the third pale white soul ring around him pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering. The third pale white soul ring emitted a feeble glow, barely noticeable. Subsequently, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand began to sway and rapidly swell, intertwining and transforming into a blue-silver grass net that shot forth. This net appeared exceedingly fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Moreover, its dimensions were rather comical, resembling nothing more than the size of an average adult woman's garment. Observing this delicate blue-silver grass net, Tang San, Li Changge let out a hearty laugh, then began to applaud, exclaiming, "Haha, Tang San, you truly are a genius. This blue-silver grass net is simply astounding. It appears remarkably resilient. If my cultivation matched yours, I would undoubtedly be ensnared by your blue-silver grass net. I cannot compare to you. Indeed, the talents of each generation surpass the last. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside, and I, as the former wave, truly cannot compete with you, Tang San." Listening to Li Changge's sarcastic remarks, Tang San felt a surge of murderous intent. His third soul skill was pathetically weak, a fragile net that could hardly restrain an enemy. Despite the inadequacy of his third soul skill, Li Changge continued to applaud and praise him. Tang San recognized the psychological games being played, which left him feeling exceptionally distressed. Tang San yearned to vent his frustrations, to unleash his anger. Unfortunately, he was no match for Li Changge. "Senior, you flatter me. I am no match for you," Tang San replied timidly. Nearby, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she observed Li Changge, finding his spirit quite intriguing. For a fleeting moment, she felt she had encountered a male soul master who resonated with her. It was indeed rare. Tang San had genuinely fused with a 1-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul ring, yet this third soul skill was exceedingly feeble. It seemed imperative not to offend Senior Changge, lest the consequences be dire. However, if she were to align herself with Senior Changge, it appeared that immense benefits could be reaped. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated this, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Simultaneously, she realized that she would need to be more amiable towards Li Changge in the future. At the very least, she could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor in his presence. She could not afford to keep her face rigid. Yet, being overly proactive might seem inappropriate, appearing too cheap. Perhaps it would be best to treat him normally. Regardless, she decided not to obstruct whatever Senior Changge wished to pursue, as it seemed futile to do so. Zhu Zhuqing's mind was abuzz with thoughts, causing her attractive visage to flush with a hint of shyness. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu observed Tang San's miserable predicament with indifference. This deceiver had brought this upon himself. A middle-aged man, attempting to feign youth while covertly using hidden weapons against Senior Changge, now found himself tormented in return. It was a case of self-inflicted suffering. Xiao Wu resolved that she no longer held any affection for Tang San. At the same time, she noted that Senior Li Changge possessed formidable strength and a ruthless disposition, excelling at tormenting others. Remembering how her legs had been broken by Li Changge, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, silently vowing, "From now on, I must abandon any thoughts of escape. I will stay by Senior Changge's side." Obediently playing the role of a little rabbit, like Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu resolved to comply with Li Changge to avoid punishment and, in turn, gain substantial benefits, such as learning the technique to grow stronger by basking in the sun. At present, Tang San had successfully fused with a third blue silvergrass soul ring of 1 year cultivation. He tentatively inquired, Master, I am grateful for your assistance. With your help, I have acquired a powerful third soul ring and skill. Master, what shall we do next? Shall we return? Please give your instructions. I shall diligently fulfill your commands. Tang San had learned to be clever. He first expressed his gratitude to Li Changge before broaching the subject of returning. All he desired was to go back. For he still possessed a second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. This Haotian hammer remained unscathed and must be preserved. Otherwise, he would be rendered utterly powerless. As the three beautiful women, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, focused their gazes on Li Changge, Tang San's inquiry echoed their unspoken thoughts. Now that the pressing matters had been addressed, was it time to return? The three women were curious whether this was the conclusion or if Li Changge had further plans. Don't rush. Li Changge shot a glare at Tang San. I have more to attend to. There's no need to hurry back. I apologize, Master. Tang San exclaimed. A picture of trepidation as he hurried to express his contrition. I shall heed your commands. After speaking, Tang San bowed slightly, standing to the side, wary of uttering another word. Truth be told, Tang San had become exceedingly submissive, devoid of any temper or edge. It seemed that whatever Li Changge instructed, this Tang San would comply without hesitation. Yet, this was merely a fade. Tang San was not one to easily yield, and he harbored a deep-seated resentment. Li Changge's provocations had led Tang San to regard him as a man on the brink of death, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to reveal his claws and deliver a fatal blow. Naturally, Li Changge was fully aware of this. He intended to compel Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, to merge with 3 discarded soul rings, thus he remained unhurried to return. With a light chuckle, Li Changge calmly remarked, Tang San, turn your body and head away. Do not peek. Otherwise, I shall gouge out your eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled violently before he swiftly turned away, deliberately avoiding any glance at Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. He adopted a posture of utmost obedience, eyes on his nose on his heart on the earth, resembling a devoted servant. Master, I assure you I will not steal a glance. Tang San responded respectfully, convinced that Li Changge would indeed follow through with his threat should he dare to look. He would not dare challenge Li Changge's authority. Simultaneously, the astute Tang San speculated that Li Changge was likely to engage in some unspeakable acts with the enchanting Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Such behavior was nothing short of beastly. In broad daylight, he would dare to commit such revolting acts. Li Changge, even if he were to perish 1,000 times, it would be of little consequence. Tang San inwardly cursed, his azure eyes radiating a murderous intent. Meanwhile, Li Changge approached the trio of beauties. And as they noticed him advancing, a wave of shyness washed over them, causing them to lower their heads slightly. An ominous premonition began to stir within their hearts. Li Changge exclaimed, Oh dear, why are you all blushing? You lost the bet just now. I asked you to guess which soul beast Tang San's third spirit ring would merge with, and all your guesses were wrong. Therefore, you must accept your defeat and stand in place without moving. Hee, as the victor, I shall bestow a kiss upon each of you, understood? Upon hearing this, the lovely Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt their cheeks flush even deeper. Meanwhile, Tang San's body trembled with rage, his expression transforming into one of intense fury. How he longed to strike Li Changge down and rescue the three beauties from their predicament. Well then, very well, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu offered no resistance, gently nodding in acknowledgement of their acquiescence. Haha. Li Changge approached with a radiant smile. Amidst the peals of laughter, he had triumphed. The specifics shall not be elaborated upon to avoid misconceptions of verbosity. Indeed, I greatly admire your spirit of accepting defeat in the face of a wager. Thus, I have resolved to bestow upon you a reward, Li Changge said with satisfaction. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, each noticing the lovely blush that adorned the other's face. This senior, Li Changge, is truly incorrigible, lacking any sense of propriety. Li Changge wore a satisfied smile upon his face. He then turned to Tang San and spoke, Little San, I am aware that you are undoubtedly experiencing inner turmoil and yearning to return, am I right? Upon hearing this, Tang San trembled slightly, perceiving that Li Changge harbored ill intentions. No, I dare not. Tang San respectfully replied, Whenever my master wishes to return, I shall return at that very moment. I am very obedient to my master. Although Tang San's words were eloquent, Li Changge understood that Tang San had likely cursed him inwardly 1,000 times. If inner thoughts had the power to take lives, Li Changge would have perished on the spot. Tang San, your words are truly melodious. You are indeed a talent. For this, I am exceedingly pleased. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you a generous reward. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke expansively. Upon hearing his words, Tang San's body trembled, sensing the ill intentions harbored by Li Changge, who was undoubtedly about to commence his torment once more. It was a most distressing feeling, and Tang San's heart was laden with discomfort. Meanwhile, not far away, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu felt a flush rise to their elegant faces. In that moment, a terrifying thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Could it be that this esteemed elder Changge intended to bestow a kiss upon Tang San, and perhaps a deeply affectionate one at that? Such was the true sentiment nestled within the hearts of the three beautiful maidens, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Thank you for your kind intentions, master. I understand. Tang San respectfully replied. He truly dared not accept Li Changge's reward. Moreover, this was hardly a reward for him. It was, quite evidently, a matter of life and death. Tang San was no fool. He would not be deceived by Li Changge's ploys. Thus, he gracefully declined the elder's generous offer. Yet, could a person intent on pursuing you be so easily deterred by mere words? Li Changge offered a faint smile and remarked, Tang San, your attitude truly pleases me immensely. Therefore, I must bestow upon you a fitting reward. Should you dare to refuse this gracious gesture, I shall ensure that you are left with shattered legs. Forced to beg on the streets for 1,000 gold soul coins. Do you comprehend? Do not allow a mere compliment to inflate your ego. Tang San, you still have a long road ahead of you. Though Li Changge's tone was unassuming, to Tang San's ears, it resonated like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly petrified. An inescapable reward. This signified that Li Changge was indeed intent on involving him. The realization that he had a lengthy journey ahead implied that he would endure considerable torment. Tang San felt overwhelmed. As long as my second spirit, the Haotian hammer, is not endowed with inferior soul rings, I can accept anything. He silently pleaded for Li Changge to spare his second spirit, for it was the very foundation of his destiny. Tang San forced a smile. His voice trembling as he said, Master, I shall graciously accept the reward you bestow upon me. I am exceedingly grateful. At that moment, Tang San was compelled to accept the benefits granted by Li Changge. He bent slightly, inwardly praying for his own fortune. Ah, please do not tamper with my Haotian hammer. My second spirit must not suffer any misfortune. Even if you were to break my legs, do not damage my second spirit. This powerful weapon spirit is all I possess. I beseech you. This second spirit shall become my primary focus in the future. The blue silver grass is far too feeble. I can only pin my hopes on the Haotian hammer. Within his heart, Tang San fervently prayed for good fortune, secretly beseeching the heavens not to play tricks on him or allow Li Changge to meddle with his second spirit. Li Changge then spoke, Aha, splendid. Tang San, your performance has pleased me greatly. He clasped his hands behind his back, delving into the matter at hand, and declared, Tang San, I have decided to reward you with 3 formidable soul rings. At this proclamation, Tang San's body jolted, his azure eyes quivering with disbelief as thunderous echoes reverberated within him. The very scenario he most dreaded had come to fruition. 3 powerful soul rings as a reward. Tang San instinctively shook his head, exclaiming, no need. I appreciate your kindness, master, but I have already fused 3 soul rings and cannot assimilate any further. Tang San feigned ignorance, acting as if he did not possess a second spirit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, failing to grasp the situation, believed that Tang San's blue-silver spirit had already merged with 3 soul rings, rendering him incapable of further fusion. Why does Li Changge still reward Tang San with 3 formidable soul rings? 2 beauties were perplexed. However, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ning Rongrong's enchanting eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips as she mused. How cunning this senior Changge is. He truly embodies the essence of wickedness. A genius with twin martial souls has been utterly ruined by him. Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, is about to face dire consequences. How unfortunate that the Haotian hammer must merge with 3 soul rings of merely 1 year's cultivation. Tang San is finished. Who would have expected that this weapon soul, hailed as the finest across the continent, would suffer such a tragic fate? How pitiful indeed. Ning Rongrong found the situation both amusing and lamentable for Tang San. Yet, the most unfortunate of all was Tang San's original soul, which had perished and been usurped by this middle-aged man. Thus, Tang San's current plight was entirely self-inflicted, after all. He chose to occupy another's body. In Ning Rongrong's view, Tang San had squandered his potential, originally with his boundless prospects as a dual martial soul wielder. Had he cultivated his blue-silver grass to above level 90, he could have begun training with the Haotian hammer. At that point, the Haotian hammer would have been augmented with 9 soul rings of 10,000 years or more. Consequently, Tang San would have become an invincible entity, capable of inflicting damage severe enough to harm any Title Douluo. Yet now, he was rendered useless. In fact, the Tang San of the original narrative was even more formidable than Ning Rongrong had anticipated. In the original tale, once Tang San fully cultivated his first martial soul, all the soul rings he added to his second martial soul were of 100,000 years. Ultimately, both of his martial souls boasted soul rings exceeding the 100,000-year threshold, a truly terrifying feat, culminating in his ascension to godhood. Not only did he become a deity, but he also gradually developed into the king of the divine realm. However, with the arrival of Li Changge in this life, Tang San faced relentless opposition, making it exceedingly difficult for him to rise again. This was precisely why Li Changge targeted Tang San, not merely to fulfill the dying wish of a deceased comrade, but also to prevent Tang San from flourishing and ultimately leading to his own demise. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Should Li Changge refrain from opposing Tang San, the latter's eventual growth would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to him. Thus, it was imperative for Li Changge to suppress Tang San from the outset to avert catastrophe. After all, life is singular. If lost, it is gone forever. If my fellow dies, so too shall I, thought Li Changge, sacrificing Tang San to elevate himself. What could be more advantageous? At this moment, Li Changge gazed indifferently at Tang San, listening to his timid words and perceiving the facade of bravado in his speech. Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke, Tang San, are you foolish? How could you forget this? Do you not possess your second martial soul, the Haotian hammer? I intend to procure 3 formidable soul rings for your second martial soul. In this manner, Tang San, you could ascend to the rank of a powerful battle soul master. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled as he thought to himself, indeed, this scoundrel has set his sights on my second martial soul and intends to meddle with it. Nevertheless, Tang San still dared not resist. His expression darkened, yet he managed to utter, please, master, if you bestow soul rings upon my second martial soul, I will perish. My former teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, was a master of martial soul theory. He stated that I must first cultivate the blue silver grass. If I attempt to cultivate simultaneously, I will meet my end. Master, I do not wish to die. If I perish, I will be unable to serve you. Tang San sought to negotiate. He truly did not wish for his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, to be fused with inferior soul rings, as it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Humph. Li Changge chuckled coldly. I too possess twin martial souls. Do you think I lack understanding? A theoretical master, you say? Do you dare to believe I wouldn't shatter that Yu Xiaojiang's mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering such deceitful words? Fear not, Tang San. I possess the means to ensure that you will not perish upon fusing the soul rings. Tang San's body shivered. He was aware that Li Changge intended to squander his talent. The so-called powerful soul rings amounted to nothing more than the blue silver grass with a cultivation period of merely 1 year. To fuse with such inferior soul rings would barely threaten his life. Tang San's expression turned exceedingly grim, akin to one who had ingested filth. He implored, Master, please, allow me to fully cultivate the blue silver grass first, then I shall pursue the cultivation of my second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. This way, I can directly bestow upon my second martial soul rings of 10,000 years or more. Tang San earnestly negotiated with Li Changge, striving for an opportunity. As he spoke, he knelt and fervently bowed his head to Li Changge. Master, I beseech you to retract your reward. I understand. As for the Haotian hammer martial soul, I implore you to refrain from acting against it. I, Xiao San, vow by my martial soul to remain eternally loyal to you, to follow you always. If only you would withdraw your reward. As he continued to bow, Tang San expressed his desperate plea, genuinely unwilling to have soul rings affixed to his second martial soul. The Haotian hammer at this very moment. Chapter 56, A Lesson Learned Through Humility. Tang San persisted in bowing, even as blood streamed from his forehead, yet he remained undeterred. Li Changge gazed indifferently as Tang San bowed repeatedly before him. Even if Tang San were to injure his head in the process, Li Changge's resolve would remain unshaken. Furthermore, should Tang San's head suffer damage, Li Changge would effortlessly unleash a soul skill from his tin heart begonia martial spirit, instantly restoring Tang San's health, ensuring he would endure a life of suffering in this world. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, as I suspected. This esteemed Changge intends to take action against Tang San's second martial spirit. The Haotian sect, indeed, finds itself in dire straits. As the foremost of the 7 great sects, it has been compelled to shutter its doors due to an offense against the martial soul palace. Within this sect, a prodigy of unparalleled martial spirit talent has emerged. Yet this genius, still unrefined, is on the verge of having his martial spirit abilities rendered useless, a truly lamentable fate. However, such circumstances are not unusual. Throughout history, the Douluo continent has witnessed countless martial spirit prodigies, yet, these talents often meet untimely ends before they can fully mature. Only those soul masters who have reached maturity can be regarded as true powerhouses, deserving of respect. As for Tang San, he is doomed. Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with a newfound sense of generosity. This experience had subtly altered her disposition, curing some of her previous princess-like ailments. She now possessed a touch of gravitas and maturity. The events surrounding Tang San prompted Ning Rongrong to reflect deeply. She recognized that one must not be overly proud or ostentatious. Otherwise, one risks unwittingly offending seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily powerful individuals, resulting in dire consequences for oneself. Just like Dai Mubai, Flander, Zhao Wujin, and Li Yusong, who had spoken disparagingly of Li Changge, dismissing this seemingly youthful soul master as inconsequential and devoid of threat. Thus, Dai Mubai and Li Yusong exhibited their arrogance, even unleashing their martial spirits to assert their superiority, intending to intimidate Li Changge and the parents of his students. Little did they realize they had, unknowingly, sown the seeds of their own downfall. Their fates turned out to be harrowing, both legs and arms shattered. Relegated to a life of begging on the streets, a truly pitiful existence. One cannot teach others through mere words. Rather, experiences impart lessons that resonate deeply. Having endured these events, Ning Rongrong learned invaluable lessons on navigating life. Regardless of the presence one faces, one must never let their guard down or succumb to arrogance, lest they suffer the consequences of their own folly. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San continued to bow, desperately imploring Li Changge to spare his second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. Yet, the more he bowed, the more it revealed his ulterior motives. Tang San, what are you doing? I intend to have you merge with 3 formidable soul rings. Why are you bowing? No need for gratitude, for this is my duty. Please, rise. Li Changge spoke calmly. No, I shall not rise. unless my master assists me in merging with a powerful soul ring. Tang San repeatedly bowed his head, imploring Li Changge to retract his decree. Foolish creature. Li Changge furrowed his brow, disliking Tang San's demeanor. Present yourself in a more reasonable manner. Otherwise, I shall resort to the earlier method of breaking your limbs, healing you, and then breaking them again, in an endless cycle. I am keen to observe how much you can endure. Li Changge emitted a voice laden with menace. Yet, Tang San found himself at a loss, continuing to bow repeatedly. In the end, Li Changge, losing all patience, stepped forward and began to take action. He seized Tang San and, employing the same brutal method as before, relentlessly incapacitated his hands and feet. Then, he unleashed the 10 Heartsea Tang Flower Spirit to heal him, repeating this cycle ceaselessly. As a result, the wound on Tang San's forehead also healed. Ah, it hurts. My legs, my feet, they ache. Tang San's anguished cries echoed throughout the Stardew forest. Li Changge exhibited not the slightest trace of sympathy. Regardless of the severity of Tang San's injuries, Li Changge possessed the ability to heal him. He relentlessly employed cruel tortures to torment Tang San. At long last, following the 31st round of torment, Tang San's mental defenses had crumbled entirely. He cried out, Master, cease this torment. I am willing to accept your rewards. I shall cooperate fully and merge with the formidable Spirit Beast soul rings. Tang San capitulated, for the agony of the ordeal was overwhelmingly intense. The sensation of his body being systematically ravaged, only to be swiftly restored, then rapidly destroyed again, was utterly horrifying. Merely contemplating it sent chills down one's spine. Remarkably, Tang San's resolve proved commendable as he endured Li Changge's 31 tortures. Indeed, this young man possessed formidable willpower. Fortunately, I have now rendered his martial soul ability null and void. Otherwise, Tang San would undoubtedly follow the path of the original storyline, eliminating all who defied or opposed him. Li Changge pondered quietly. In the original narrative, Tang San exhibited this very trait, eliminating all those who did not support him. Ultimately, he and the 7 monsters of Shrek Academy ascended to the divine realm. As for the others, even those who once followed him were left behind on Douluo continent, living their most fundamental lives. Notably, Xiao Zhang, who happened to be Tang San's mentor, was forsaken after Tang San attained godhood. He neither took Xiao Zhang with him to the divine realm nor bestowed upon him divine power to aid in his cultivation to the rank of Title Douluo. Tang San's nature was one of hypocrisy, cunning, and ruthlessness, which justified Li Changge's intentions against him. Conversely, had Li Changge traversed not to Douluo continent, but to the Duqi continent, facing not Tang San but Xiao Yan, he would not have sought to undermine Xiao Yan. Instead, he would nurture him, assisting in his growth, fostering a bond of friendship. After all, Xiao Yan was a person of gratitude, capable of transforming even his following spirit beasts into formidable figures. Witnessing Tang San's capitulation, Li Changge ceased to torment Tang San, halting his actions and tending to his injuries. Very well, Tang San, I shall grant you this one opportunity. You must seize it with utmost determination. Otherwise, should there be a next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Li Changge stood with his arms behind his back, speaking with an air of indifference. Rest assured, my master, I shall diligently fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. Tang San replied with utmost respect. This time, Tang San's demeanor was even more reverent than before. Indeed, it seemed that Tang San would not heed lessons without some form of discipline, like a disobedient dog. He required strict correction to obey. Excellent. A satisfied smile graced Li Changge's lips as he spoke. However, beneath Tang San's outward respect lay a deeply sinister thought and plan. At this moment, Tang San's heart was in turmoil. If only I could cultivate to level 90, I would endure anything, he thought furiously. Even if you have destroyed my first martial soul, the blue silvergrass, and rendered my second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, useless, what of it? I still possess my ultimate trump card, the Tears of Guanyin, the King of Hell's Edict, the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. I will forge an array of hidden weapons. As long as I draw breath, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Li Changge, I will unleash the formidable hidden weapons of the Tang sect to end your life. You must die. I will ensure your suffering is profound. A fierce roar echoed in Tang San's heart, his fury reaching its zenith. This was his final scheme. If he could successfully create the powerful hidden weapons of the Tang sect, he would have the opportunity to turn the tide against Li Changge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after a decade. For now, Tang San sought to preserve his life, waiting until his formidable hidden weapons were ready before seeking to eliminate Li Changge. Revenge had become the very conviction that sustained Tang San's will to live. Li Changge spoke. Let us proceed, Tang San. I shall select the most formidable soul beast for you, ensuring that you acquire powerful soul skills. Thank you, master. Tang San replied respectfully, concealing any sign of emotion. No need for thanks. It is the duty of a master to attend to his servant. Li Changge replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you, master. Tang San bowed in appreciation. You're quite a handful, Li Changge remarked, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Their brief exchange concluded. Li Changge stepped forward and approached an ancient tree, bending down to caress the blue-silver grass swaying in the wind. Upon witnessing this act, Tang San nearly stumbled to the ground in disbelief. Damn it! I knew it. This curse Li Changge intends for me to fuse with the formidable soul beast that is the blue silver grass, which has a cultivation limit of merely 1 year. Blue silvergrass. Once again, I have grown to despise this worthless soul beast. Tang San's expression darkened significantly as he grappled with the harsh reality. He began to harbor a growing disdain for the blue silvergrass. However, he dared not reveal his feelings, for Li Changge's immense power instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Any hint of dissatisfaction on Tang San's part would provoke Li Changge to retaliate, subjecting him to torment by breaking his legs and feet repeatedly. Thus, Tang San could only suppress his anger, quietly observing from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions reflecting the oddity of Li Changge's actions. Li Changge tirelessly sought formidable soul beasts for Tang San. Yet each time he returned with a mere blue silvergrass of a one-year cultivation level. The absurdity of the scene was somewhat amusing. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed such ridiculous events could transpire in this world. Ning Rongrong mused to herself, as I anticipated. Senior Changge continues to procure for Tang San only soul rings of one-year cultivation level. How mischievous. Yet, the adage that women love men who are a bit wicked appears to hold true. The more I observe Senior Changge, the more appealing he becomes. Ning Rongrong quietly watched Li Changge from the side. This extraordinary man, illuminated by dappled sunlight, was earnestly searching for the powerful soul beast he spoke of. Devoid of any pretense, his tall stature and striking profile, enhanced by the sunlight, made him appear almost radiant. Moreover, after these days of close companionship, for reasons unknown, a faint blush began to grace Ning Rongrong's lovely face. He has stolen my first kiss. I must ensure he takes responsibility, she thought, gently biting her lip, resolved to hold Li Changge accountable. In addition to their first kiss, Ning Rongrong had also given Li Changge massages during this time. At night, she would nestle in his embrace like a soft, plush toy. The thought was undeniably shine-inducing. Unbeknownst to her, through their continuous interactions, Li Changge had begun to occupy a significant place in her heart. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, the two other beauties nearby, were experiencing the same transformation. Li Changge's presence increasingly filled their lives, and they had grown accustomed to his company. Meanwhile, Li Changge was diligently searching for a formidable soul beast for Tang San, completely unaware of the subtle changes occurring in the hearts of the three enchanting women. In the small forest, he searched and searched for the little blue silvergrass. And in the vast forest, he dug and dug for the large blue silvergrass. Li Changge was in high spirits, softly humming a melodious tune. The three beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, found the song quite amusing. In stark contrast, Tang San perceived the sound as though it emanated from the depths of hell, sending shivers down his spine and leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. He was even seized by an overwhelming impulse to seek out a large tree and collide with it headfirst. Li Changge searched with great determination. Before long, he discovered a blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year. It seemed that he must venture further into the periphery to find blue silvergrass of this age. This particular soul beast, though resilient in growth, is exceedingly feeble. Hence, it can only be found in the more distant regions. Li Changge pondered quietly. At present, his quest for blue silvergrass with a cultivation age of 1 year was proving quite effective. Before long, he had located 3 specimens of the desired grass, each with a 1-year cultivation age, based on the rules he had mastered. Initially, Li Changge contemplated allowing Tang San to fuse the first spirit ring with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass, the second ring with the 2-year variety, and the third with the 3-year. However, upon reflection, he realized that this would unfairly benefit Tang San. Consequently, he resolved that all 9 of Tang San's spirit rings would be fused with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass. But wait. Had Tang San already fused with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass, it would undoubtedly squander his martial soul potential. If he were to reach level 90, I would be left in utter disbelief. It seemed that Tang San's prowess might barely surpass that of Xiaowu. A new theoretical master of martial souls, Tang San, was on the brink of emergence. Li Changge mused to himself. He suddenly realized that Tang San could never possibly reach the 90th level, nor could he acquire 9 soul rings. Furthermore, the exquisite treasure of the Eye of Ice and Fire was the next objective for Li Changge, and he would not relinquish it to Tang San. Stripped of his martial soul talent and the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San had essentially rendered himself useless. Henceforth, he would only be able to inherit the martial soul theories of Xiaowu, becoming the next master of martial soul theory. The thought alone brought a chuckle to Li Changge. Chapter 58. The Haotian Hammer fused with a year's worth of blue silvergrass soul rings. Despite Tang San's dire predicament, Li Changge felt no sympathy for him. In fact, he wished for Tang San to suffer even more. After all, showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Li Changge was not so despondent as to wish harm upon herself. After locating 3 specimens of 1-year-old blue silvergrass, Li Changge rose to his feet, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome visage. Upon witnessing this smile, Tang San trembled, as though he were under the scrutinizing gaze of the king of hell, fear gnawing at his heart. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu understood that their esteemed senior had completed his quest for formidable soul beasts, intent on compelling Tang San to merge with the soul rings. The most astonishing event was about to unfold. Tang San, come here, Li Changge called out. Tang San shuddered, forcing himself to suppress the tumult of anger and resentment within, donning a respectful demeanor as he approached. Master, I have arrived, he uttered, akin to a loyal hound hastening to his master's side. After enduring countless hardships, I have finally procured 3 powerful soul beasts for you, Changge proclaimed. You must seize this opportunity and successfully merge these 3 soul rings. Once accomplished, you shall emerge as an unparalleled genius. Tang San's body quaked as the weight of his fate settled upon him. Such talk of being an unmatched genius felt utterly absurd. He was, in truth, a unique failure. Even the most common soul master from the impoverished populace possessed superior cultivation years compared to him. Yet, Tang San understood that he must accept this predetermined outcome. Resisting would only lead to greater torment. I still possess hidden weapons. Tang San, you have a chance to turn the tide. Stay strong. He encouraged himself inwardly. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were indeed his trump card. In the original tale, his guanyin tears had even harmed the divine Qianren Shui. While the Buddha's Wrath Lotus had obliterated a Title Douluo level elder from the Spirit Hall, Tang San held unwavering confidence in the lethality of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Understood, Master. Tang San replied respectfully. I shall diligently merge the soul rings and live up to your expectations. After receiving several admonishments from Changge, Tang San had noticeably become more docile, devoid of any temper. He now exhibited complete submission to Changge, with no intention of rebellion. Changge was exceedingly pleased with this transformation. Very well. You are to immediately slay this powerful soul beast before you and merge with it. Changge spoke up. Gesturing towards a blue silver grass before him, which was precisely a year old in cultivation, Tang San's body trembled, compelled to comply. He wore an expression of utmost respect and replied, As you command, my master. With reluctance, he approached the 1-year-old blue silver grass in front of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Changge. Tang San then began to summon his second martial soul. A surge of black light emanated from his body, and a powerful wave of soul power erupted, manifesting a pitch-black hammer in his left hand. This hammer appeared exceptionally formidable, radiating a potent metallic sheen that conveyed a sense of dominance. The Haotian hammer. This was indeed the Haotian hammer. The glimmer in Ningrongrong's beautiful eyes flickered. The Haotian sect had been reclusive for many years, and she was astonished to witness the Haotian hammer martial soul once again, especially in its second martial soul form. However, it was unfortunate that this Haotian hammer was destined to be rendered useless, becoming one of the most worthless martial souls across the entire Douluo continent. Ningrongrong thought to herself, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang San. Nonetheless, Tang San's misfortune was his own affair. She was indifferent and had no intention of aiding him. After all, Tang San was inherently flawed, and his downfall was merely a consequence of his own actions. With the Haotian hammer gripped in his left hand, Tang San extended his right hand to grasp the 1-year-old blue silver grass. He resolved to defeat this formidable soul beast and channel his soul power to merge with it. The actions must be swift, otherwise, the soul ring would dissipate, and this grand opportunity would be lost. Moreover, should the elder become enraged, the repercussions would be dire, resulting in excruciating punishment. Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, urged Tang San to refrain from dawdling. As you command, my master. Tang San dared not oppose him and nodded in acquiescence. Immediately, a roar of vengeance surged within him. I shall avenge this great grievance one day. After the roar subsided, Tang San clenched his right hand around the blue silver grass, seizing it forcefully and crushing it. The azure sap oozed from his palm. It was merely an ordinary grasp. Yet the blue silver grass, nurtured over a year, withered away. After the demise of the mighty soul beast spoken of by Changge, a faint white halo appeared in the air, seemingly fragile and on the verge of extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind. Hurry up, Changge urged once more, his voice resonating in Tang San's ears like thunder. Previously hesitant, Tang San, after a brief tremor of his body, revealed a look of determination. Without hesitation, he directed a surge of soul power into the white soul ring. This white halo established a unique connection with Tang San's soul power and began to merge under his guidance. Flickering dimly, the weak white light coalesced into a pale soul ring around Tang San, forming seamlessly. He felt no pain, remaining remarkably calm. Time passed rapidly, and soon the first white soul ring successfully coalesced, beginning to pulsate gently, emitting an exceedingly faint white glow. The pale soul ring appeared insubstantial, lacking strength and exuding a sense of feebleness. The outcome was inevitable. My first soul ring has merged with 1 year of cultivation of blue silver grass. Aha! I can never change it now. Fate is indeed a playful trickster. Heaven granted me rebirth, yet forced me to endure suffering. Why? Tang San's heart erupted in a desperate roar. If given another chance, he would never have attended Shrek Academy. No. He would have avoided becoming a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang altogether. Thus, he could have evaded these tragic events. Upon witnessing Tang San successfully merge the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrongrong, and Xiao Wu realized that he had rendered himself irreparably damaged. His first martial soul, blue silver grass, now bore a third soul ring of 1 year's cultivation. Consequently, the first soul ring of his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, was also of 1 year's cultivation of blue silver grass. Please, I beseech your support. Chapter 59, The Powerful Blue Silver Hammer. Both the blue silver grass and Haotian hammer martial souls were rendered useless. Tang San found himself wishing for death. Indeed, the fusion had been successful. Once Changge set his mind on something, it would invariably come to pass. He had claimed that Tang San would merge with a powerful soul beast soul ring. And so it was. This Tang San was utterly ruined. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly, feeling she was witnessing history. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. From now on, I must comply more with Senior Changge. Otherwise, if he ever forces me to merge with a one-year cultivation blue silver grass, I would be doomed. Fear of Li Changge began to take root in Zhu Zhuqing. It was the first time she had ever feared a man, striving to please him and daring not to oppose him. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed benefited from Li Changge, learning the technique of growing stronger under the sun. Instead of running at Shrek Academy, staying by Li Changge's side was undoubtedly the wisest choice she could make. As Li Changge had stated, as long as Zhu Zhuqing obediently stayed close to him, she could avoid decades of detours. Beside them, Xiao Wu, too, felt trepidation. She had long abandoned any thoughts of escape. Now, Xiao Wu only wished to remain by Li Changge's side, content to be a docile companion. Li Changge gazed at Tang San with satisfaction and remarked, Tang San, congratulations on merging with a formidable soul ring. Are you not inclined to express your gratitude to your master? I have expended considerable effort to assist you in procuring this powerful soul ring. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Tang San's body trembled, and he suddenly knelt upon the ground, his face filled with reverence as he proclaimed, Thank you, esteemed Elder Changge, for your generous gift. I am deeply grateful. Observing this, Li Changge unveiled a contented smile and continued, Excellent. Tang San, you have indeed grown considerably wiser. It brings me great joy. Now, please tell me, what is the nature of your first soul skill? I am eager to understand the prowess of your remarkable first soul skill. With the Haotian hammer, combined with the powerful first soul ring I have procured for you, you undoubtedly possess a formidable first soul skill. One that can triumph over your peers and even surpass many soul masters stronger than yourself. As soul masters, we fear not the battle. I hold great expectations for you. Li Changge offered a series of flattering remarks, extolling Tang San. These words, seemingly complimentary, were in fact laced with veiled sarcasm and mockery, piercing Tang San's heart like a multitude of sharp thorns. His youthful visage contorted into an expression of profound discomfort, a sensation akin to despair welling within him. Yet, driven by a thirst for vengeance, he understood that he could not succumb to such despair. He must endure and forge formidable hidden weapons to eliminate Li Changge. Concealing his true feelings deep within, Tang San maintained an exterior of calmness, devoid of any emotional turmoil. He continued to express his gratitude with utmost respect, proclaiming, It is solely due to my master's assistance in acquiring powerful soul beasts and soul rings that I, Xiao San, have attained my current strength. Master, I am truly grateful. This time, Tang San revealed that he had obtained a formidable first soul skill named Blue Silver Hammer. When I strike, my Haotian hammer will be enveloped in a layer of blue silver grass, amplifying its potency and inflicting tremendous damage upon my foes. In the midst of this, owing to Li Changge's sardonic influence, Tang San inadvertently mocked his own first soul skill, which boasted terrifying destructive power. This elicited amusement from Ning Rongrong, who mused internally. This Tang San has truly lost his edge. How amusing to hear him speak such nonsense with a straight face. What a spectacle! Moreover, the very notion of the blue silver hammer struck her as utterly laughable. Blue silvergrass was known to be a mediocre soul beast, and its integration into the Haotian hammer seemed almost futile. One could only imagine that unleashing this soul skill might leave adversaries in stitches from sheer laughter rather than fear. Ning Rongrong chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of the blue silver hammer. The Haotian hammer, undeniably a formidable martial spirit, had been diminished to something comical by the inclusion of the blue silvergrass soul ring. What purpose could such a soul ring serve? Undoubtedly, Li Changge possessed a remarkable knack for jesting, and Ning Rongrong found herself gaining invaluable insights from this encounter. After listening to Tang San's introduction, Li Changge couldn't help but smile inwardly. The blue silver hammer? Is that not simply the hammer of maternal affection? Li Changge mused to himself, finding the situation exceedingly humorous. With Tang San entangled by his mother, ensnared in the web of maternal affection, and now armed with the hammer of maternal influence, he thought, TSK. If he were to gather all the maternal soul skills, Tang San would possess an extraordinarily formidable ability to hunt for maternal love. Quite impressive, indeed. Tang San. Li Changge was exceedingly pleased with Tang San's soul skill, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then remarked with satisfaction, Excellent. Tang San, your soul skill is remarkably powerful. I can already sense its potency. Come now, unleash your mother, no, your blue silver hammer soul skill, so that I may witness the true might of this blue silver hammer. Li Changge yearned to witness the spectacle with his own eyes. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of anguish within, yet he was compelled to respond with utmost respect. Certainly, master. I shall now demonstrate the might of my blue silver hammer soul skill. There was no alternative. Despite his inner resistance, Tang San chose to acquiesce. The inexorable truth was that he could not alter the outcome. To rebel would yield the same result, only with a more excruciating journey. Hurry up, Li Changge urged. Of course, Tang San replied dutifully. Without further hesitation, he grasped the obsidian Haotian hammer in his left hand, as a pale white soul ring began to rhythmically pulsate around him, emitting a faint white glow. First soul skill, blue silver hammer, Tang San proclaimed with fervor, his azure eyes flashing with a fierce brilliance. The first pale white soul ring around him surged and expanded, shimmering, though its radiance remained rather feeble. Subsequently, a layer of blue-silver vine began to envelop the Haotian hammer, entwining it as Tang San held it firmly. Apart from the addition of the blue-silver vines, the Haotian hammer exhibited no other transformations. Truly, the soul ring, with merely a year of cultivation, was disappointingly weak, rendering the soul skill equally ineffectual. Tang San was perhaps the sole soul master on the entire Douluo continent to have integrated a blue-silver soul ring of such limited cultivation. Should the elders of the Haotian clan become aware of this, Tang San might find himself inscribed in history, serving as a cautionary tale. Changge mused inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the apparent weakness of Tang San's first spirit ability, putting his mind at ease. Chapter 60. Useless Tang San. The situation is settled. Though he harbored such thoughts, on the surface, Changge aimed to provoke Tang San a little. With a pleased smile, he remarked, Tang San, you truly are a remarkable individual, a phoenix among men. This blue-silver hammer of yours is exceedingly formidable. As I gaze upon it, my very soul trembles with trepidation. How frightening. Tang San, you are a talent of great potential. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse on the Douluo continent. At that time, I shall rely on you for protection. The words of Changge struck deeply, resonating painfully within Tang San's heart. Each inch of his skin felt the weight of torment and discomfort. If inner thoughts had the power to take a life, Tang San would have already slain Changge, inflicting upon him 1,000 torturous deaths. Alas, thoughts cannot manifest such violence. Thus, Tang San was left to silently endure the turmoil. Master, I shall protect you steadfastly, he declared with utmost reverence. Rest assured, should anyone dare to show you disrespect in the future, I shall wield this blue-silver hammer and vanquish them. Tang San had come to comprehend Changge's nature and temperament. Since this individual reveled in jest and self-aggrandizing banter, Tang San resolved to play along. To engage in this theatrical charade, he could only hope that by bringing joy to Changge, his spirits might lift, alleviating the torment he inflicted upon Tang San. In his heart, Tang San felt as insignificant as dust. He perceived Changge as a mischievous elder, a playful spirit. To oppose such a whimsical character would only lead to his own demise. Tang San was determined to avoid inciting his ire. Changge observed that Tang San was becoming increasingly adept, and he found him more and more agreeable, feeling quite pleased. Changge said, Come, Tang San, strike that ancient tree and let me witness the formidable power of your blue-silver hammer. As Changge spoke, he gestured towards a towering ancient tree not far away. Tang San glanced over, inwardly sighing, This Changge is once again eager to see me make a fool of myself. If he wishes to witness my embarrassment, so be it. I can only hope that when he is in a good mood, he will refrain from tormenting me. While these thoughts swirled in Tang San's mind, he respectfully replied, Master, I, Xiao San, obey your command. With that, under the watchful eyes of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Changge, Tang San stepped forward, wielding the blue-silver hammer, and charged ahead. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer smashed down, shattering the ancient tree into splinters. However, the blue-silver grass that clung to the Haotian hammer was also obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Tang San's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, the effect of having this blue-silver grass is no different from not having it at all. Alas, this soul skill, which has taken a year to cultivate, is akin to wrapping a piece of tissue around the Haotian hammer, utterly useless. He was profoundly disappointed with this soul skill. Understanding that his lifetime of cultivation was in vain, his martial spirit was now of no consequence. Hidden weapons. I am a Tang sect assassin. I specialize in hidden weapons, and I shall elevate the reputation of Tang sect's hidden weapons, making Changge pay with his life. Tang San roared within. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Tang San strike, Changge displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, Tang San, you truly are the soul master I hold in the highest regard. This soul skill of yours is remarkable. It aligns perfectly with my expectations. Keep up the good work and strive to grow even stronger. In response to Changge's praise, Tang San could only comply and act, respectfully replying, Indeed, my first soul skill is very powerful, all thanks to you, my esteemed master. Thank you. While voicing his gratitude, Tang San cursed Changge's ancestors in his heart. Beside him, Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes, finding the scene comical and amusing. How entertaining. Tang San has learned to play along with Senior Changge, ceasing his resistance. Indeed, any defiance here is futile and only leads to greater suffering. Ning Rongrong reflected, filled with thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu silently observed, their respect for Changge deepening. The three beauties remained quiet, yet their hearts were ablaze with numerous thoughts. Very well, Xiao San, you demonstrate great filial piety. I am quite pleased. I shall now do my utmost to assist you in merging your second and third soul rings. Changge said, pointing towards a patch of blue-silver grass in the corner. He continued, Tang San, do you see that? There is a powerful soul beast there. Beckoning you to hunt it down. Tang San's body trembled, and as he turned his gaze, he saw the blue-silver grass swaying in the wind, seemingly waving at him. Upon spotting the blue-silver grass, a jolt of fear coursed through Tang San, though he dared not show even a hint of disdain. Forcing a smile, he respectfully said, Understood. I, Xiao San, shall obey. Please rest assured, I shall immediately hunt down this powerful soul beast and ensure a successful fusion of this formidable soul ring. Excellent. Li Changge praised with satisfaction. Without further delay, Tang San approached the ancient tree, and before everyone present, he furiously raised the Haotian hammer and brought it crashing down upon the swaying blue-silver grass. With a loud thud, the blue-silver grass was obliterated. A white halo emerged from the remnants, emitting a faint glimmer. Without needing Li Changge's reminder, Tang San immediately directed his soul power into the white soul ring. Instantly, the white soul ring activated, merging with his body. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Li Changge, Tang San's second white soul ring quickly coalesced and formed around him, pulsating gently and radiating a faint white light. This second white soul ring evoked a sense of fragility. To the side, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were astonished to see Tang San adorned with 2 white soul rings. He had successfully merged, and his Haotian hammer had now incorporated 2 one-year cultivation blue-silver grass soul rings. He had effectively rendered himself a waste. Ning Rongrong thought to herself, realizing the implications of Tang San's fate. With such a lackluster martial spirit weighing him down, even with the Haotian hammer, his combat prowess would inevitably fall short. Generally, soul masters wielding the Haotian hammer could defeat opponents stronger than themselves, but Tang San, despite possessing the Haotian hammer, might struggle even against peers. Zhu Zhuqing mused. Although Tang San bears dual martial spirits, he is now rendered ineffective. I could likely defeat him with ease. Henceforth, I must remain close to Senior Changge and diligently train, avoiding complacency. Moreover, I must cultivate a good relationship with Senior Changge and not offend him. Xiao Wu reflected. This deceitful fellow has received his just deserts. No one felt sympathy for Tang San. No one spoke up on his behalf. Li Changge remarked, Tang San, you have excelled. After enduring countless hardships, you have finally integrated this formidable second spirit ring. Your performance is evident to all. I am exceedingly pleased. Tang San inwardly cursed but maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect. He replied, I owe all of this to you, my master. Thank you for your benevolence. No need for thanks. Li Changge replied, this is also a testament to your hard work. Tang San felt a pang of discomfort, nodded, and said, indeed, master. Now, Tang San, please tell me, what is your second spirit ability? Li Changge inquired. I believe your second spirit ability must be exceptionally powerful. After a brief hesitation, Tang San responded, Master, my second spirit ability is called Blue-Silver Enhancement. This ability can augment my Haotian hammer, rendering its might even more extraordinary. Is that so? Such prowess. Li Changge blinked and said, very well, Tang San. Unleash it so that I may witness your formidable second spirit ability. Li Changge felt an undeniable urge to laugh within his heart. This was solely due to Tang San acquiring a brand new skill, named Azure Silver Enhancement, which could be translated as Mother's Blessing. This soul skill, derived from the Azure Silvergrass soul beast with a 1-year cultivation period, was likely to possess rather unimpressive enhancement effects. Nevertheless, Li Changge was eager to witness this so-called Mother's Blessing soul skill for himself, and to humiliate Tang San in the process, which would bring him great satisfaction. Alas, what the hell? Tang San cursed vehemently in his heart, his frustration boiling over into an almost hysterical outburst. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a facade of composure, displaying utmost respect as he spoke. Certainly, master. If you wish to see, I shall demonstrate my soul skill for you. Make haste. Everyone is eagerly awaiting. Li Changge urged. Li Changge believes that the 3 enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, are also eager to witness Tang San's second soul skill, the enhancement bestowed by his mother. Li Changge had spoken, and naturally, Tang San dared not delay. Immediately, he began to unleash his second soul skill, Blue-Silver Enhancement. With a powerful shout, the second white soul ring around him began to pulsate, expand, and shimmer, emanating a faint white glow. Subsequently, intricate patterns of blue-silver grass appeared on the Haotian hammer, transforming its appearance to a deep blue-black hue. Although it was an enhancement, Tang San's aura did not significantly elevate, maintaining an impression akin to his normal state. With the Haotian hammer, now empowered by his Mother-S enhancement, firmly grasped in his hand, Tang San struck down fiercely upon a massive boulder before him. Bang! Upon impact, the hammer produced a resounding crash as the great stone shattered into countless fragments. The blue-silver patterns that adorned the hammer vanished completely. Well done, master. This is my second soul skill, Blue-Silver Enhancement. After the enhancement, I can unleash a terrifying strike, but then the Blue-Silver Enhancement soul skill dissipates, Tang San declared. Despite the enhancement, Tang San was acutely aware that he had not truly been augmented. Or rather, the enhancement's effect was so feeble that he could hardly perceive it. Initially, his combat power while wielding the Haotian hammer was measured at 1,000 points. After the enhancement, it only increased to a measly 1,001 points. This was utterly underwhelming. Clap, clap, clap. Li Changge began to applaud vigorously and spoke. Excellent. Tang San, your soul skill is truly remarkable. Your performance has left me thoroughly impressed. Ah, the enhancement of blue-silver. I shall remember this soul skill. It is destined to shine brilliantly on the Douluo continent. You Xiaojiang and Tang Hao will undoubtedly be astounded upon witnessing it. Li Changge offered lavish praise without reservation. However, upon hearing this, Tang San felt an acute discomfort within. If Yu Xiaojing were to witness my soul rings and my soul abilities, he would likely expel me from the sect without hesitation. Moreover, my father, Tang Hao, would be utterly disappointed in me. Indeed, Tang Hao has already been disheartened, simply because I am not his true child. Alas, I have concealed my true self quite adeptly. For 12 years, I have refrained from revealing my identity. Even when employing hidden weapons, I have been exceedingly cautious, never revealing my skills lightly. Yet, unexpectedly, I have been discovered and have fallen into such a dismal fate. It seems fate is playing a cruel joke on me. Tang San was overwhelmed with sentiments. Feeling as though the heavens were conspiring against him, his heart laden with despair, to the point of contemplating death. Nevertheless, in the presence of Li Changge, the thought of ending his life seemed an exceedingly daunting endeavor. Li Changge would never allow Tang San to perish, even if Tang San were to harm himself. As long as he drew breath, Li Changge would restore him to his former self. The inability to govern one's own death is an exceedingly terrifying notion. Tang San lingered beside Li Changge, feeling as though each day stretched into an eternity, burdened with discomfort. Respectfully, Tang San replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Master. I shall strive diligently to live up to your expectations. In the future, I will surely promote this soul skill to great heights." Chapter 62. 3 white rings. Since coming to understand Li Changge's temperament, Tang San had become far more compliant. Speaking in harmony with Li Changge and no longer daring to defy him, Li Changge furrowed his brows slightly, finding the utter compliance of Tang San rather dull. There was no sense of conquest to be gleaned, rendering the experience quite unamusing. However, Tang San had yet to assimilate his final soul ring. Once he had fully integrated all his soul rings, he would then cast him aside next to Yu Xiaojing. Li Changge was about to depart for Tiando City in the Sunset Forest to attend to pressing matters. Although he found the situation somewhat tedious, he patiently continued to provoke Tang San, as it was the dying wish of his brother. Moreover, by crippling Tang San's martial soul talent, he could ensure his own safety while navigating the Douluo continent. If Tang San were not incapacitated, this little rascal could pose a significant threat in the future. Though Tang San's Haotian hammer possessed spirit rings with a mere 1-year duration derived from blue silver grass, the Sea God of Sea God Island still had the potential to bestow divine spirit power, assisting Tang San in enhancing the longevity of his spirit rings. However, Tang San's current weakness rendered all his spirit rings, each only 1 year old and derived from blue silver grass, utterly worthless. Furthermore, the heart of the Sea God within the Tiando royal family was soon to be claimed by Li Changge, making Tang San's journey to Sea God Island exceedingly arduous. Even if he were to reach Sea God Island, initiating the Sea God's 9 trials would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Merely unlocking the Sea God's 3rd trial might already be beyond Tang San's capabilities. After all, the Sea God was not one to idly assist a talentless individual in advancing their cultivation. Additionally, navigating the City of Slaughter would present a formidable challenge for Tang San, preventing him from obtaining the Shura inheritance. As long as Li Changge remained, he would not permit Tang San to grow stronger. However, the absence of one Tang San might simply give rise to another. When Li Changge was on Earth, he had come across certain conspiracy theories surrounding the divine realm, including the notion of divine creation. Therefore, he remained vigilant. Moreover, Li Changge harbored a bold idea, the possibility of being schemed against by the Sea God or the Shura God, subsequently enhancing his cultivation, and then ascending to the divine realm to rectify its injustices. However, he firmly opposed this notion. As a free spirit, he desired no chains to bind him. Furthermore, his primary martial soul, the god-slaying spear, possessed the power to vanquish even deities. How could he possibly fear them? In the future, Li Changge aspired to become an existence even more formidable than the gods themselves. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to deal with Tang San. All right, Tang San. Now go and slay the 3rd formidable soul beast and merge with the 3rd powerful soul ring. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind him, spoke with an air of nonchalance. As he spoke, he gestured toward a large stone nearby, beneath which lay a solitary blue-silver grass. This particular blue-silver grass was merely 1 year old, precisely the formidable soul beast that Li Changge had mentioned. Tang San glanced in the direction indicated by Li Changge and indeed beheld this so-called formidable soul beast. Alas, my Haotian hammer will soon boast 3 1-year-old blue-silver grass soul rings. This is simply outrageous. I once believed that my Haotian hammer could ultimately merge 9 soul rings of over 10,000 years in age. How naive I was. It appears that all of this was but a fantasy. Plans often falter in the face of change. Resigned to his fate, Tang San's expression was one of utter helplessness. He then respectfully declared, "As you command, my master." Subsequently, Tang San approached the large stone. "Hurry, Tang San. Do not let this powerful soul beast escape. I have toiled hard to find it. If I discover that the blue-silver grass has fled, I shall seek retribution upon you." Li Changge spoke in a deep voice, urging Tang San to hasten his actions. "As you command, my master, rest assured," Tang San respectfully replied. "I shall not allow this formidable soul beast to escape. I will slay it at once." Upon finishing his respectful reply, he wasted no time. He drew forth the Haotian hammer from his grasp and brought it down with great force upon the formidable soul beast. With a resounding thud, the beast erupted in a burst of azure herbal essence, succumbing to its demise. A faint, pale halo of weakness began to drift upward, signifying the 1-year cultivation period of the blue-silver grass soul ring. Channeling his soul power, he summoned the soul ring and prepared for its integration. Changge offered a gentle reminder, simultaneously urging Tang San to expedite the fusion, cautioning against any delay. Such a soul ring, with a 1-year cultivation period, was exceedingly fragile. If not integrated promptly, it would swiftly vanish from this realm. Changge believed that if he did not urge, the soul ring of Tang San, which represented a year of cultivation, would vanish. At that time, he would have to expend considerable effort to search for another soul ring of the same duration. As you command, my master, Tang San replied respectfully. Immediately, the gaze in Tang San's azure eyes grew resolute. He felt inherently inadequate. Even without merging with this year of cultivation soul ring, he would still be deemed useless. Thus, he chose to integrate it. With a sudden surge of soul power, Tang San infused it into the year of cultivation's blue-silver grass soul ring, establishing a connection and swiftly drawing it in. Subsequently, the frail white soul ring rapidly merged with Tang San, beginning to take shape and solidify. Under the watchful eyes of Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Changge, Tang San's third white soul ring took form at an astonishing pace. Eventually, the ring began to pulse gently, shimmering with a delicate light. It appeared quite feeble, akin to the previous 2 soul rings, equally fragile. Master, my soul ring has successfully fused, Tang San proclaimed, his voice filled with bittersweet emotion. Deep within, he lamented, alas. The quality of my soul ring is undoubtedly the weakest in the world. He sighed inwardly, feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, however, Changge spoke up. Tang San, you have successfully fused your soul ring. The quality of this ring is unparalleled, truly unique. You are indeed a child of destiny. I am fortunate not to have been born in the same era as you. Otherwise, I would surely be outmatched. In comparison to you, I am but a mere star, while you shine as the bright moon. Changge, with his habitual sarcasm, ridiculed Tang San once more. Tang San, wearing a bitter expression, replied, thank you for your praise. But I cannot accept such flattery. At least you are perceptive, Changge remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then inquired, Tang San, pray tell me, what is your third soul skill? It must be quite formidable. Allow me to witness your third soul skill. With that, he intended to torment Tang San before seeking out Qian Rinxue, Yilingling, and Dugu Yin. Chapter 63, The Blue-Silver Binding Hammer, a lackluster third soul skill. Changge was filled with curiosity about what Tang San's third soul skill could be. The first 2 skills of his Haotian hammer were aptly named Maternal Hammer and Maternal Enhancement. The anticipation surrounding this third skill was palpable. Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, 3 enchanting beauties, turned their gazes towards him, equally intrigued by the nature of Tang San's third soul skill and wondering if it would be a lackluster one. What could a soul master gain from a soul ring that had merely 1 year of cultivation? This had never been attempted in the annals of Douluo continent's history. It was a realm unexplored. Thus, everyone was keenly awaiting the revelation. Tang San's expression was grim, akin to someone who had tasted something foul. Gazing at the 3 pale white soul rings that swirled and pulsed around him, he felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. However, he understood that demise was not an option for him. Furthermore, he was determined to craft powerful hidden weapons for revenge. He was unwilling to perish like this. Hence, he suppressed the tumult of emotions roiling within him and feigned a respectful demeanor. With deference, Tang San proclaimed, thanks to my master, I have acquired a formidable third soul skill. He continued, this third skill is named Blue-Silver Binding Hammer. Upon hearing the name Blue-Silver Binding Hammer, Changge was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, the name seemed impressive. Yet, upon recalling that this skill was derived from a soul ring with only 1 year of cultivation from the blue-silver grass, Changge quickly lost his initial enthusiasm. No longer perceiving the skill as potent, simultaneously, he anticipated that the performance of Tang San's third skill would undoubtedly be amusing, likely leaving their adversaries in fits of laughter. Tang San elaborated, upon activation, intricate patterns of blue-silver grass will emerge on my Haotian hammer. When the hammer strikes an enemy, these patterns will be triggered, conjuring forth delicate blue-silver vines that will ensnare and bind the foe. My master, this skill is exceptionally powerful, and I am quite fond of it, he added. Changge couldn't help but chuckle at Tang San's exuberant praise of his own skill. Is that so? He replied. It indeed sounds formidable. Now, Tang San, do let us witness this skill in action. At your command, my master, Tang San replied dutifully. Without further ado, he approached a large boulder. Master, I am about to unleash this powerful third skill. Please watch closely. Make haste and do not dawdle, Changge said impatiently, or I shall render your place of relief unusable. At Changge's words, Tang San shuddered slightly, feeling a twinge of fear. He wasted no more time. Third soul skill. Blue-silver binding hammer. He bellowed, commencing the activation of his third skill. The third white soul ring on his body pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering. It was evident that the soul ring was operating at its peak, yet the white soul light it emitted was alarmingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. As the weak white light flickered, intricate blue-silver patterns manifested on the obsidian Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. With a fierce determination, he swung the blue-silver Haotian hammer towards the boulder. Boom! The stone shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the blue-silver patterns on the Haotian hammer activated, transforming into frail blue-silver vines that clung to the debris. These vines were not only exceedingly fragile but also appeared quite short. Changge blinked, inwardly exclaiming, "What a feeble binding technique from a mother. Truly, it is a soul skill bestowed by the one-year cultivation limit of the blue-silver grass spirit, utterly pathetic. This maternal restraint resembles a delicate sheet of paper, so fragile that it shatters with the slightest struggle." Tang San has been thoroughly incapacitated. Currently, the third soul ring of Tang San's primary martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, is derived from the one-year cultivation limit. Additionally, all three soul rings of his secondary martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, are also from the one-year cultivation limit of the blue-silver grass. A soul master infused with 4 soul rings of such limited cultivation is rendered utterly ineffectual. Simultaneously, Changge is grateful for his formidable Title Douluo rank of level 97 from the outset, possessing the capability to contend with Tang Hao and torment Tang San. Otherwise, should this Tang San be allowed to flourish, he would surely face dire consequences. It is imperative to stifle genius in its infancy. Changge can only enjoy a restful sleep at night. The sound of clapping echoes. Changge commenced clapping, and the sound resonated like thunder, exceedingly loud. Ha! Changge laughed heartily, gazing skyward, and said, "Tang San, truly you are remarkable. Your soul skill is indeed formidable. I am in awe. With this powerful third soul skill, you have become invincible among your peers. You are truly exceptional, worthy of being my loyal companion. Now, bark a few times for me to hear." After incapacitating Tang San, Changge felt elated. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body trembled, filled with profound displeasure, resentment, and fury. He even contemplated taking Changge's life on the spot. However, lacking the strength to do so, he could only bow his head in submission to survive. Tang San first expressed his gratitude respectfully, saying, "I owe my powerful soul skill entirely to my master's generosity. If it were not for your investment of time and effort in assisting me to hunt spirit rings, I would not have achieved such success today. Master, I sincerely thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Tang San began to imitate a dog's bark. Woof 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 woof. Changge nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you ought to express your gratitude to the old man. However, this is merely a duty befitting a master." He continued, "Moreover, Tang San, have you ever witnessed a dog barking while standing upright on its hind legs?" As he uttered the final words, Changge's brow furrowed, his expression reflecting immense indignation. Tang San trembled, every cell in his body sensing an overwhelming peril. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, truly resembling a dog, and began to bark. Woof 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 woof. Observing this, Changge finally revealed a contented smile and said, "Well done, young Tang San. Your performance has greatly pleased me. Having completed our hunt for the spirit ring today, we shall return home." As he spoke, Changge approached the 3 enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The time expended on managing Tang San's affairs had been considerable, and he felt a pressing need to unwind upon returning. Chapter 64, Changge fulfills his brother's last wish. Particularly, the time Changge invested in assisting Tang San in locating a blue-silver grass with a 1-year cultivation period was extensive. Searching for a single specimen of blue-silver grass with such a specific cultivation age was akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean, exceedingly challenging. After all, those blue-silver grasses tend to grow swiftly, often requiring at least 2 to 3 years of cultivation. Approaching the ladies, Changge immediately embraced both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, with one arm around each beauty, while Xiaowu nestled closely beside him. The 3 lovely maidens were taken aback. Resembling 3 little white rabbits, their cheeks flushed as they were tenderly enveloped in his embrace. Meanwhile, Tang San knelt on the ground like a loyal hound, not daring to raise his gaze and disturb his master's refined enjoyment. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiaowu, I find myself rather fatigued at the moment. Upon our return, you must each give me a delightful shoulder massage and attend to my needs properly. Do you understand?" Changge smiled gently as he spoke, his large hand tenderly caressing the soft heads of the 3 beauties beside him, embodying a sense of enjoyment. "Yes, Senior Changge," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a blush, her tone obedient. She was the only one among the 3 who had learned formidable skills from Changge. Thus she treated him with utmost respect and showed no signs of defiance. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu also maintained a pleasant rapport with Changge. They had grown accustomed to this way of life. "Rest assured, Senior Changge," Ning Rongrong said. "We will perform admirably," added Xiaowu. "Indeed, you are truly obedient." Changge beamed with satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze towards Tang San on the ground and called out, "Tang dog, come to my side." Woof woof woof. Tang San responded. Soon after, he crawled over to Changge and barked softly a few times. "Very good," Changge smiled faintly. Thereafter, Changge unleashed a surge of powerful soul force, lifting Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong into the air. As the soul force surged, Changge guided the 4 beauties back to their original cave. The 5 of them swiftly traversed the jungle, making their way eastward. Time passed, and soon enough, Changge arrived at the site of the original cave. Changge placed the 3 beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu, within a cave, and instructed them, "Remain here obediently until I return, understood?" They replied in unison, "All right," and "MMO." The three ladies complied gracefully, settling into the cave. Meanwhile, Li Changge seized Tang San with a firm grip, akin to handling refuse, and in a swift motion, transported himself to the base of a cliff. He procured a thick, dark vine from the vicinity and bound it around Tang San's neck, fastening the other end to an ancient tree nearby. Tang San, since you are but a loyal hound of mine, it is your duty to guard this place. Should any soul beast wander nearby, you must remember to attack and drive it away. Do you understand? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference. The thick, dark vines resembled a dog leash, binding Tang San. He crawled on the ground, responding to Li Changge with a series of barks. In response, Li Changge expressed his satisfaction. A faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Tang San's humble demeanor, akin to that of dust. Li Changge sighed deeply, reflecting, "My dear brother, your untimely demise prevents you from traversing to the Douluo continent, and it is truly a lamentable loss. However, rest assured, my good friend, I have fulfilled your most fervent wish." This Tang San, who has assimilated 3 soul rings of 1 year's cultivation of blue silver grass, has been utterly incapacitated. Moreover, he now lies prostrate at my feet, a pitiful creature akin to a dog. My brother, if you are watching from above, take joy in this. Furthermore, I shall soon return this Tang San to his inept teacher, Xiao Wu. My dear friend, keep a watchful eye from the heavens. Li Changge reminisced about his dear brother. Teaching Tang San a lesson was not solely to eliminate the threat he posed, but also to fulfill the dying wish of his beloved brother. Li Changge is a person deeply attuned to emotions. His close brother has already passed away, leaving behind only a trace of grievance. Li Changge naturally wished to fulfill the desires of his good brother. He cast a final glance at Tang San, who let out a couple of barks. Li Changge turned his gaze towards the direction of the cave. Concurrently, a thought flickered in his mind as he began to observe through the marks he had previously inscribed. Seeking to discover what the 3 enchanting ladies, Xiao Wu, Ning and Zhu Zhuqing, were engaged in. Through the marks, Li Changge beheld the trio engrossed in conversation. Lamenting the misfortunes of Tang San, who had fallen from grace, they spoke of him in hushed tones, while also discussing Li Changge himself, vowing to attend to him dutifully. Ensuring that they did not incur his displeasure, they expressed their intent to cater to his comfort, promising that should he be satisfied, he would not impose upon them and would bestow upon them various rewards. Listening to the delightful exchange of the 3 beauties, Li Changge found it quite amusing. Moreover, through these glimpses, he could admire their alluring figures, which filled him with delight. He chuckled softly. "Ah, my 3 lovely maidens, I shall be with you shortly." Li Changge felt a surge of excitement. Having already attained the remarkable level of 97, Li Changge stood at the pinnacle of the continent, a paragon among soul masters. Except for his inability to rival Poseidon, Title Douluo, Bibidong, and Tangshan, Li Changge was indeed invincible in the realm. In the face of formidable adversaries like Poseidon, his greatest advantage lay in his youth and the unique system that enabled him to grow stronger through imagination. Surpassing Poseidon and others in the future was merely a matter of time. Ah, my dear brother, in his lifetime, had a fondness for Poseidon and Qianrenxue. Fear not. My good brother, I shall ensure that I win over Poseidon and Qianrenxue for you. When the time comes, I will have them call out your name, granting you a sense of involvement. On second thought, perhaps that is too extreme. I shall simply secure these 2 beauties for you, fulfilling your final wish. Li Changge silently mused, deeply cherishing his brother, resolved to fulfill his brother's last wish. He vowed to guard diligently, should he abandon his post. He would certainly not show mercy. Li Changge finally uttered a phrase to Tang San. Subsequently, he vanished into the cave to seek out the 3 enchanting beauties. Meanwhile, Tang San lay prostrate on the ground, tethered beside the ancient tree, his face a mask of fury. Li Changge, one day, I, Tang San, shall exact my vengeance upon you. When that time comes, all that you have imposed upon me shall be returned to you 100-fold, piece by piece. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so await your reckoning. Tang San's azure eyes glimmered with an intense murderous glare. Chapter 65. Tang San's desire to eliminate Li Changge's offspring. Tang San was consumed with rage, his profound blue gaze filled with a palpable aura of lethal intent. I must devise a plan to swiftly gather materials for hidden weapons and forge these formidable devices. He chuckled darkly. Li Changge, you have offended me, Tang San. Your future shall be plagued with unrest. Furthermore, Li Changge, having laid hands upon Xiao Wu, Ning and Zhu Zhuqing, you had better keep a watchful eye on any children you may have in the future. Otherwise, I shall employ my hidden weapons to poison your offspring. You have crippled me today. I shall ensure that you suffer the loss of your precious children in return. A sinister glint flashed in Tang San's blue eyes as he contemplated his schemes against the children that Li Changge might one day father. To Tang San, Li Changge was a lecherous figure, frequently surrounded by the 3 lovely maidens. It was inevitable that intimate encounters had transpired among them. Within just a year, or perhaps even half a year, it was conceivable that Xiao Wu, Ning and Zhu Zhuqing would all be with child. At that juncture, regardless of the gender of the infants, Tang San would find a way to seize them as hostages, leveraging them to coerce Li Changge into submission. If capturing Li Changge's children proved impossible, then Tang San would resort to poison, ensuring their demise. Li Changge has completely squandered his martial soul talent. Such an affront to one's martial soul is far more egregious than the murder of one's parents. Tang San is consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. At this stage, he believes that by pleasing Li Changge, obeying him, and becoming a loyal companion by his side, he can lull Li Changge into a false sense of security. In due time, he is confident that his ambitions will be realized. The intense conviction of revenge fuels Tang San's will to survive. It is his driving force to persist in this world. Meanwhile, Li Changge returned to the cave. Come into the sunlight. Let us bask in the warmth while engaging in conversation and sharing a moment of joy. Li Changge revealed a gentle smile and spoke. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, the three enchanting beauties, gracefully approached. The cave was now exceptionally clean. In this sunlit spot, there lay a comfortable mat. Li Changge reclined languidly upon the mat. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate legs extended like a soft pillow, and Li Changge unabashedly rested his head upon them. Xiao Wu gently kneaded Li Changge's legs to ease his tension, while Ning Rongrong attended to his shoulders with a soothing massage. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she tenderly caressed Li Changge's forehead and head, aiding him in achieving a state of relaxation. Li Changge felt an exquisite sense of comfort, his expression radiating contentment. In the realm of Douluo continent, possessing formidable cultivation grants one the ability to acquire all desired things. Presently, Li Changge boasts a cultivation level of 97, while Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing remain below the 30th level. Thus, they have no choice but to comply, regardless of their inner sentiments. These three enchanting beauties must heed Li Changge's words. Should they wish for their demise, they need not obey. Moreover, Li Changge's striking appearance is complemented by a wealth of knowledge, occasionally sharing profound techniques. Zhu Zhuqing has already reaped significant benefits from this arrangement. Consequently, the three beauties gradually acclimated to this lifestyle, embracing Li Changge and diligently attending to his needs. At the very least, this existence is far superior to the relentless daily runs at Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, upon joining Shrek Academy, these three beauties were subjected to a grueling regimen, running no less than 20 laps each day, leaving them utterly fatigued. Additionally, Ning Rongrong found herself at odds with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others, leading to considerable discord. She even faced reprimands from Flander, who criticized her as the weakest soul master in terms of martial soul talent, asserting her sharp demeanor hindered her integration into the group. He warned that her potential downfall would bring disgrace to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing endured persistent harassment from Dai Mubai, who seemed more inclined towards romantic pursuits than improving his cultivation, squandering his innate abilities. It can be said that, had it not been for Tang San's fortuitous extraction of a celestial item from the ice and fire yin-yang well in the original tale, none of the Shrek Academy students would have made significant progress, rendering them incapable of contending with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu faced an even graver fate. Due to Tang San's actions, both De Ming and Er Ming were sacrificed, with Xiao Wu following suit. All three of the 10,000-year soul beasts perished. Tang San vowed to Xiao Wu that he would only hunt soul beasts with a path to death. Yet, in a swift turn, Tang San unleashed a massacre in the Sunset Forest, slaying all soul beasts over 50,000 years in cultivation. And in this life, the emergence of Li Changge has profoundly influenced Tang San's development and altered the trajectory of Shrek Academy. The three enchanting beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, accompany Li Changge, not only to absorb unique martial techniques but also to cultivate their imaginations through diligent effort and exemplary conduct. In the future, Li Changge will possess an infinite array of celestial treasures, which will aid her companions in enhancing their physical constitution, elevating their innate talents, and advancing their cultivation. According to Li Changge's grand design, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower is poised to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Furthermore, her father, Ning Fingji, will also benefit from this transformation, allowing his own 7 treasures glazed tower to ascend to the 9 treasures glazed tower. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she shall manifest her formidable cultivation in the Star Luo Empire, vanquishing Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, thereby substantiating her prowess and liberating herself from the constraints of her family and the imperial authority. Meanwhile, through her diligent efforts, coupled with Li Changge's assistance, Xiao Wu will undoubtedly cultivate to the rank of Title Douluo in the foreseeable future. At that time, Xiao Wu will possess the capability of self-protection, no longer forced to flee in fear when confronted by a Title Douluo. Those who treat Li Changge well shall not suffer under her watch. Li Changge began to indulge in a sense of bliss. Meanwhile, in a cave near Shahan village, Tang Hao found himself before a peculiar blue-silver grass. As he gazed at the grass that seemed to beckon him, his expression turned profoundly sorrowful. He sat down before the blue-silver grass and called out in anguish. Ain, Ain. The blue-silver grass appeared to sense his grief, gently brushing against Tang Hao's sturdy arm. Our child is gone, he lamented, sighing repeatedly as he poured out his heart to the plant. It became clear that Xiao San had long since perished. The current Xiao San was merely a shell, a mere body. The essence of our child, Xiao San's soul, had already departed. For the past 12 years, the being by my side was not the true Xiao San. This Xiao San, a middle-aged man hailing from an assassination force within the Tang sect, had always struck me as peculiar. I often wondered how such a young child could possess such maturity, surpassing that of his peers. I had thought our child was extraordinary. Yet, it turned out he was a middle-aged assassin, his age akin to mine. In hindsight, I should have suspected something given Xiao San's extraordinary abilities. but I failed to inquire about his secrets. Now, it is painfully clear that I was mistaken. Our child has died, and his body has been exploited. Tang Hao sighed repeatedly, overwhelmed with distress. He had once hoped to nurture a descendant with a twin martial soul, ensuring the continuation of his lineage through Tang San. However, it now seemed that all his beautiful dreams had crumbled into dust. Although Tang San's body remained intact, his soul was no longer that of his beloved child. Tang Hao struggled to accept this reality. It was akin to losing a child in a tragic accident, only for their soul to be occupied by another. Returning to life as a different being, would one still feel affection for such a child? To put it differently, imagine if your father drowned, only for his soul to be possessed by another, who then stood before you. Would you still call him father? The deceased should find peace in their resting place. To witness one's body being so desecrated is an unimaginable torment. Tang Hao pondered if the disappearance of his son's soul was somehow linked to the one who had taken over. Thus, he felt an intense fury and a desire to uncover the truth. However, Li Changong had taken Tang San away. With a cultivation level of 97 and 2 extraordinary martial souls, Li Changong was an opponent Tang Hao knew he could not contend with. Leaving him to watch helplessly as Tang San was taken. The blue silvergrass, perhaps understanding the weight of Tang Hao's words, too, became engulfed in sorrow, ceasing its vibrant display and curling up into a pitiful ball. "Ain," he sighed. "When I return, I shall retrieve Xiao San from that person's grasp. I will bring him here and demand to know the truth of this matter." What kind of place is the Tang sect? An assassination department? Hidden weapons? Poison? A glimmer of determination flickered in Tang Hao's deep-set eyes. Li Changge expressed his intention to take Tang San away for a brief period, promising to return him afterwards. At that time, Tang Hao would be able to present Tang San before Ain and inquire about the situation in detail. Given Li Changge's overwhelming power, Tang Hao dared not challenge him for Tang San. Should he attempt to seize him, the ensuing conflict might result in Tang San's immediate demise. Furthermore, Tang Hao himself lacked absolute confidence in defeating Li Changge. Hence, after careful contemplation, he acquiesced to the arrangement. Meanwhile, in another location, within the confines of Nodding City and the Nodding Academy, a man with a close-cropped hairstyle stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. It was likely that Xiao San had already arrived at Shrek Academy and successfully enrolled. By this time, Flander should have received my letter and would take good care of Xiao San. Xiao San is indeed my proof. Flander, upon witnessing Xiao San's martial spirit, will surely be taken aback. Indeed, the combination of blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer is an extraordinarily formidable talent. More importantly, Xiao San is the offspring of that man. In the future, Xiao San will validate my theories, proving that I, as a teacher, am not inept. Yu Xiaojiang peered into the distance, murmuring softly to himself. A fervent spark glimmered in his eyes. Tang San is Yu Xiaojiang's prized disciple, possessing dual martial spirits and an exceptionally gifted aptitude. At merely 12 years of age, he had already attained the rank of a level 29 soul master. It is noteworthy that at over 40 years of age, Yu Xiaojiang himself had only reached level 29. Yet this child had surpassed him. Yu Xiaojiang firmly believed that Tang San would continue to advance, ultimately reaching the level of a Title Douluo and standing atop the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Once Tang San matured, Yu Xiaojiang would also validate his own worth and gain the admiration of the world. No one would dare to belittle him then. For those who insult Yu Xiaojiang would have to reckon with Tang San's wrath. With Tang San now a member of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang felt it was time to embark on his journey to the academy. He thought of his good friend, Flander, with whom he had not met in many years. It was time for a reunion. He began to prepare his belongings for the journey to Soto City and Shrek Academy in search of Flander and Tang San. On the other side, in Soto City, within the office of the Shrek Academy principal, Flander sat in a grand chair, struggling with his intact right hand to open a letter. This letter had been sent from Nodding City by his long-lost friend, Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaogang. It has been so many years since we last met. I never expected to receive your letter today. Alas, my left hand and right foot have been rendered useless. Shrek Academy has offended a powerful figure, and we currently find ourselves in a perilous situation. Flander sighed repeatedly, his face etched with melancholy. Li Changge incapacitated all the teachers and students of the Shalake Academy, forcing them to beg on the streets. They were required to collect a total of 100,000 gold soul coins through their pleas. Li Changge is the one who will take action to treat them. As Flander sighed, he began to peruse the letter sent by Yu Xiaojiang. Before long, Flander had finished reading the letter, his brow furrowed to an extreme degree. Tang San. Oh, you Tang San. Flander's right hand slammed forcefully against the table, his expression filled with fury. Xiaojiang, after many years of absence, I never expected that upon receiving your news, I would be plunged into such calamity. This Tang San is your student. He came to enroll in my Shrek Academy and incited the wrath of a Title Douluo, resulting in the entire faculty and student body being rendered disabled. No matter how strong Tang San's martial soul talent may be, possessing twin martial souls, such a prodigy is beyond our reach. We are unworthy to teach him. Xiaojiang, do you not understand that such extraordinary genius shines too brightly, attracting misfortune and inciting the pursuit of powerful foes? This has truly brought me to ruin. Shrek Academy has been wronged. Flander was on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated that the arrival of this twin martial soul genius, Tang San, at Shrek Academy was orchestrated by his old friend Yu Xiaojang. However, this arrangement has brought disaster upon the entire academy. Chapter 67, Capturing the Heart of a Beauty Alas. Xiaojang, is this what you call proof? This proof has now been taken away. My Shrek Academy has fallen to the depths and is now on a downward spiral. I never imagined that after such a long time without news from you, upon receiving your message, I would encounter such misfortune. You are coming to find me soon. Old friend, I do not even know how to face you. Looking at this letter, Flanders' emotions were in turmoil. He truly did not expect that all that Shrek Academy was facing today was intricately linked to his old friend Yu Xiaojang. Initially, receiving a letter from an old friend had filled Flander with joy, but now he found it impossible to muster a smile. In fact, Flander felt disinclined to meet Yu Xiaojang at all. Alas, Flander was filled with melancholy, sighing repeatedly. Compared to Flander's sorrow, Changge, with a serene expression upon his face, luxuriated in the exquisite massage provided by the beautiful maidens, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Such a lifestyle, without a doubt, would never grow tiresome. In this moment of contentment, he spoke, Xiao Wu, wrong. Would you like to learn the art of basking in the sun to enhance your strength? Upon hearing his words, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong trembled with delight, their faces brimming with excitement. They had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Over the past few days, they had watched in envy as Zhu Zhuqing practiced the sunbathing technique, yearning to acquire such a skill themselves. To their surprise, today, with Changge in high spirits, he was finally ready to impart this knowledge to them. I am willing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly, nodding her head gently. At the same time, she focused even more intently on massaging Changge's shoulders, her small hands delicately gentle. I too am eager to learn, Xiaowu chimed in joyfully, redoubling her efforts and giving Changge a foot massage. Very well, Changge replied. If you are both willing, I shall teach you. However, once you have mastered this art, you must continue to attend to me diligently and treat me well. Understood? Changge spoke solemnly. As he spoke, he reached out his large hand to gently caress the heads of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, his face adorned with tenderness. Both girls looked obedient, their cheeks flushed, offering no resistance. Rest assured, Senior Changge, we shall always treat you well, Ning Rongrong declared. I will not be ungrateful once I have completed my studies. Though she professed such sentiments, it was evident that Ning Rongrong, the cherished jewel of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, could not remain by Changge's side indefinitely. For now, lacking the means to escape, she chose to stay beside him to reap certain benefits. If the sunbathing cultivation technique truly proved remarkable, it was only natural that Senior Changge would eventually assist her in evolving the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After securing these advantages, she would then ponder whether there might be a way to leave Senior Changge and return to the seven-treasure glazed tile school to aid her father in its development. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Though she currently appeared docile and compliant towards Changge, her heart remained tethered to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, yearning to share her father's burdens. When the opportune moment arose, she would step forward to elucidate her situation to Changge, hoping to gain his understanding. As for the present, discussing such matters seemed ill-timed. Very well, Rongrong, you are quite astute. By remaining in my company, you shall undoubtedly benefit immensely, avoiding decades of detours and ultimately surpassing your father, Ning Fingji, in achievement. You will not regret this. In fact, you may even find yourself willingly desiring to remain by my side in the future. Changge smiled gently, exuding an air of utmost confidence. Very well. I have faith in your prowess, Changge Sr. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks flushed. Simultaneously, she tenderly massaged Changge's shoulders, revealing her true intentions through her earnest demeanor. Rongrong, I believe in you, Changge responded with a slight smile. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wu's delicate figure, and he inquired, what about you, Xiao Wu? With a rosy complexion, Xiao Wu replied, I am a 10,000-year-old soul beast transformed into a human. Currently, my cultivation level stands at only 29. It is only by remaining beside Changge Sr. that I am sheltered from being hunted by others. I have received protection from you, Changge Sr., along with your methods of cultivation. Therefore, I shall never betray you. Moreover, Xiao Wu shyly added, my first kiss belongs to Changge Sr. My heart is with you. By the end of her statement, her face was completely flushed, brimming with bashfulness. Changge was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Xiao Wu harbored feelings for him. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. This spirited little rabbit, residing daily within the Stardoe forest, encountered nothing but soul beasts, leading to her rather innocent nature. She was entirely oblivious to the world, and now, having her first kiss unexpectedly stolen while being under Changge's protection, it was only natural for feelings to blossom in her heart for him. Moreover, should Xiao Wu choose to part ways with Changge now, she would be at a loss as to her destination, likely returning to the Stardoe forest. Yet, she was reluctant to return, for she cherished the vibrant life of the human realm. Changge revealed a faint smile and spoke, Indeed, Xiao Wu. Staying by my side is the wisest choice. Yes, Xiao Wu gently replied. After conversing with Xiao Wu, Changge placed his large hand on Zhu Zhuqing's head, gently ruffling her hair, and added, Qing is also very obedient, which is why I was the first to impart my techniques to her. Now, as I teach Xiao Wu and Rongrong, The three of you sisters can cultivate together and exchange insights on your practices. Dedicate yourselves to your training and strive to ascend to the rank of Title Douluo at the earliest opportunity. Changge wore a serious expression as he spoke. Yes, indeed. Very well. No problem, responded Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu in unison. At this point, Changge had begun to gradually captivate the three beauties. Having relaxed sufficiently, he declared, "All right, I shall now impart to you the techniques." As he spoke, Changge rose from Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. He slightly stretched his limbs, and a thunderous crackle resonated from his bones, bringing immense comfort. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the sunlit cultivation method that would enhance their strength. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, please take a seat in the spacious area before us. Chapter 68, Xiao Wu's Rapid Advancement. Remember, your bodies must be enveloped in sunlight. Changge spoke, initiating the lesson. Nodding obediently, Ning Rongrong moved to a pristine spot and began to meditate. Here, beams of sunlight cascaded upon Ning Rongrong's delicate, fair skin, rendering her almost luminescent. At this moment, Ning Rongrong appeared exceedingly attractive. Meanwhile, the little house settled into an empty space beside Xiao Wu, where she too radiated a captivating beauty akin to that of Ning Rongrong. Changge began to speak. You shall first study this mantra. Sit cross-legged and calm your heart, allowing tranquility to arise naturally. Gently close your lips and teeth, breathing slowly and gracefully. Changge, with a serious expression, commenced imparting the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, both astute and clever, swiftly memorized the incantation. Once they had committed the phrases to memory, Changge proceeded to elucidate the meaning behind each line of the incantation. After completing the explanation of the incantation's significance, Changge instructed the two beautiful maidens to sit cross-legged upon the ground, initiating their formal journey into the realm of cultivation. According to the content of the incantation, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu settled themselves on the earth, closing their enchanting eyes to commence their tranquil contemplation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Changge stepped forward to assist the two enchanting ladies in adjusting their postures. During this process, he infused them with essence of soul power, aiding their advancement in this particular cultivation technique. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing observed intently, her expression serious. Although she had already mastered the method, she continued to derive immense benefit from the experience, acquiring fresh insights and a renewed understanding of the art of cultivation. This aligns perfectly with the age-old adage, reviewing the old enables one to learn the new. As time progressed, the auras surrounding Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu began to ascend gradually. After approximately 2.5 hours, both ladies expelled copious amounts of dark, viscous substance from their pores. This signified that they had largely grasped the technique and had undergone the initial phase of cultivation, absorbing sunlight and transforming it into energy to fortify themselves. Time continued to pass, and another fifth of an hour elapsed. Changge has confirmed that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have thoroughly mastered this technique. In this moment, without the assistance of Changge, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are now capable of freely operating the technique, absorbing solar energy and converting it to enhance their own cultivation, thereby strengthening themselves. With a resounding boom, Xiao Wu's delicate form quivered, and an aura of cultivation radiated from her. Her energy level surged upward. Indeed, Xiao Wu is leveled up. Her cultivation rank has now reached level 30, a significant leap from her previous level of 29. Beside her, Ning Rongrong experienced a similar phenomenon, with two powerful tremors. Her body emanated a wave of soul power. Her aura ascended as well. This time, Ning Rongrong advanced by 2 levels, rising from level 26 to level 28. Sensing the rising auras of both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, a faint smile graced Changge's lips as he murmured, "They have learned." Yes, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu have indeed mastered this technique that empowers them through sunlight. Now, Ning Rongrong stands at level 28, Xiao Wu at level 30, and Zhu Zhuqing at level 29. All three are progressing, each with a promising future ahead. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu opened their eyes in succession, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. "Senior Changge, I have mastered this technique. It is truly remarkable. My cultivation level has now reached level 28. Ning Rongrong joyfully exclaimed. Her smile as brilliant as a blooming flower, sharing her joy with Changge. Xiao Wu chimed in with equal delight. "Indeed, Senior Changge, I have also learned. My cultivation level has now achieved level 30. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were elated to share their happiness. Ning Rongrong turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, you've reached level 30. Once you obtain a suitable soul ring, you will enter the realm of Soul Master above level 30. Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiao Wu with envy. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong looked back at Changge and remarked, "Senior Changge will surely assist you in obtaining a powerful soul ring." Upon hearing the phrase powerful soul ring, both Xiao Wu and the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily. Even Ning Rongrong, who was speaking, appeared momentarily taken aback. This was because their minds instinctively conjured the image of a blue silvergrass soul ring with a 1-year cultivation period. Previously, Changge had repeatedly mentioned that a powerful soul ring referred to one with a 1-year cultivation period of blue silvergrass. Realizing she had misspoken, Ning Rongrong quickly fell silent. However, she could not help but think that Changge would not procure a 1-year cultivation period blue silvergrass soul ring for Xiao Wu. Changge spoke, saying, "There is no need. Xiao Wu is quite exceptional. she is a soul beast that is transformed into a human after 100,000 years. Therefore, Xiaowu does not require the hunting of soul rings. She can naturally condense a suitable soul ring for her own use. Changge vaguely remembered that in the original text, Xiaowu had indeed manifested her third soul ring through her own efforts, rather than hunting a soul beast to fuse with it. Is that so? Ning Rongrong murmured, feeling her knowledge expand. Though the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a prestigious sect, it has had limited encounters with soul beasts of 100,000 years. It is noteworthy that in the soul ring configurations of Ning Fingxi, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, none include soul rings of that caliber. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses scant records regarding 100,000-year soul beasts. Hence, they were unaware that such beasts could transform into human form and, remarkably, be capable of condensing their own soul rings. This revelation was indeed extraordinary. Xiaowu nodded her head gently and spoke, "Truly, esteemed Senior Changge, you are remarkable. Indeed, I can condense my third soul ring independently without the need to hunt for a suitable soul beast. In the coming days, I shall select an opportune moment to manifest it." Xiaowu held nothing back. She regarded Senior Changge as all-knowing and felt no need to conceal her secrets. Furthermore, with the protection of Senior Li, she was untroubled by the prospect of harm while condensing her third soul ring. "Oh, I see." Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "There are so many profound aspects to this. It is my first time learning such things." With a charming smile reminiscent of spring blossoms, Ning Rongrong radiated kindness, her curiosity purely driven by the allure of new knowledge. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing listened to their conversation, coming to understand that once a 100,000-year soul beast takes human form, it can condense its own soul ring, provided its cultivation level is sufficient. Thus, Xiaowu is indeed impressive, capable of manifesting her most suitable soul ring. Xiaowu nodded lightly, appearing quite obedient. Changge gazed at the two beauties, noticing the unseemly state they were in. Their bodies marred by the viscous black impurities expelled during their cultivation. These dark residues, upon contact with water, could be easily washed away. "Rongrong, Xiaowu, do you both see the black impurity seeping from your bodies?" Changge inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Ning Rongrong turned to Xiaowu, and Xiaowu returned the glance. "Indeed, during our recent cultivation, we expelled these black impurities, just like what happened when Zhu Zhuqing first practiced this technique," Ning Rongrong remarked. Prompted by Changge's observation, Ning Rongrong became acutely aware of the sticky sensation enveloping her entire body. A layer of viscous black residue clung to her neck, arms, and skin beneath her clothing, causing her discomfort. She yearned for a bath and a change of clean attire. Xiaowu too felt the peculiar sensation, the black impurities clinging to her skin's surface, which was rather unpleasant. Nevertheless, after expelling these impurities, she felt invigorated and full of energy. "How filthy. I had no idea there were so many impurities within my body. Now that they are expelled, I feel remarkably refreshed," Xiaowu exclaimed, instantly enamored with the technique of gaining strength through sunlight. If possible, she would have liked to continue cultivating right then and there. However, she deemed it imperative to first cleanse the black impurities from her body. On Ning Rongrong's side, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Could it be that Senior Changge is suggesting we go to the riverbank? She mused inwardly, her blush deepening. She recalled that not long ago, after Zhu Zhuqing completed her cultivation, she had been covered in black impurities, and it was Senior Changge who had taken her to the river to wash them away. When Zhu Zhuqing returned that day, she had been blushing throughout, clearly having experienced some indescribable events. Ning Rongrong, being quite perceptive, quickly grasped this implication, while Xiaowu, somewhat slower to comprehend, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As expected, Changge then said, "Rongrong, Xiaowu, let us go to the riverbank for a wash." Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu trembled slightly, their faces flushed. However, it was evident they understood the futility of resistance. Both had initially intended to suggest, "We can manage the riverbank ourselves." Yet, considering the consequences of defying Senior Changge, which would yield no advantages and potentially provoke his ire, they refrained from expressing their thoughts. Moreover, his intentions were clearly not solely about the water. Since Senior Changge has proactively brought up this matter, he undoubtedly possesses his own intentions. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were beyond reproach, both opting to acquiesce. "What are your thoughts? The journey from here to the riverside is long and fraught with peril. It is most fitting for me to accompany you, to spare you from encountering formidable soul beasts along the way. Therefore, do not dwell on it excessively." Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Sure." Xiaowu nodded gently, displaying a charming demeanor. "All right," Ning Rongrong concurred, voicing her agreement. Thus, within the cave, only Zhu Zhuqing remained. Leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the cavern, would it not be overly tedious for her? Would she not feel a sense of solitude? Considering Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, Changge decided to speak up. "Zhuqing, you should join us." "Me?" Zhu Zhuqing's alluring face flushed slightly as she hesitantly replied, "Is that really appropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it." Changge responded with a gentle smile, approaching Zhu Zhuqing and affectionately ruffling her hair. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, adopting a sweet disposition. "Then we shall go together. Come to my side." Changge spoke. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu approached his side. Immediately, Changge channeled a surge of formidable soul power, lifting the three beauties effortlessly. With them in tow, he made his way towards a nearby river. Before long, the four arrived at the banks of the crystal-clear river. Changge unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, swiftly scanning his surroundings. Once he ascertained that there were no prying spirit masters or soul beasts nearby, he felt a sense of relief. Gradually, Change's demeanor softened. The bathing process, encompassing roughly 4,000 words, is left to the imagination of the readers, as it would be superfluous to elaborate further to avoid the appearance of padding. Time flowed on, and the dawn of the following day arrived. Upon opening his eyes, Changge discovered that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were all peacefully resting on his arm, lost in a deep slumber. Did I not fall asleep resting on Zhu Zhuqing's arm yesterday? How did my arm transform into a pillow upon waking today? Changge was quite taken aback. It was already late outside, and he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were still indulging in their slumber. Changge patiently settled down and continued to rest for a while. After 1/5 of a Kuan hour had passed, all four of them awakened. They refreshed themselves briefly before partaking in breakfast. After the meal, Changge stepped into the sunlight and performed a series of Tai Chi movements, beginning with the graceful separation of the wild horses and concluding with the crosshand posture to conclude his practice. As Changge completed an entire sequence of Tai Chi, it flowed like a gentle stream, exuding a unique aesthetic beauty. Moreover, during his movements, he unleashed a wisp of spiritual energy, creating a profoundly captivating spectacle. The three enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, watched intently, their faces reflecting astonishment. This was the first time they had encountered Tai Chi, and they found the art form to be deeply mysterious. The longer they observed, the more they felt they could grasp the essence of the Tao. Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, you must be quite intrigued by my recent display of martial arts, am I correct? Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, her gaze fervent, and replied, Indeed, Senior Changge, what is this martial art? It feels extraordinarily profound. It seems that training in this art could lead to greater strength. Wouldn't you agree? You refer to me as Senior Changge? Changge's expression turned solemn. If Zhu Zhuqing, you wish to understand and learn this martial art, shouldn't you consider addressing me differently? Chapter 70. I am actually 13 years old. Changge gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with great interest, eagerly anticipating the utterance of his two most cherished words. A blush instantly graced Zhu Zhuqing's alluring visage, for she was acutely aware of Changge's intentions. It seemed as though he wished to adopt her as his daughter, relishing the sound of her calling him father. Yet, curiously, there were moments when Zhu Zhuqing felt that Changge distinctly regarded her as a wife. Changge yearned to listen, and Zhu Zhuqing gently called out, Father. Upon hearing that voice, Changge felt a delightful shiver coursing through his body, leaving him utterly at ease. He then began to speak. Very well, Zhuqing. You are quite obedient. After giving her head a gentle rub, he continued, The martial art I practiced just now is known as Tai Chi. This form of combat offers immense benefits to the body. Moreover, Tai Chi is intricately linked with Tai Chi breathing techniques. Mastering Tai Chi breathing equates to cultivation, and it surpasses even the method of gaining strength through sunbathing. The level of soul power will, imperceptibly, be elevated. This is the remarkable power of Tai Chi breathing. When combined with Tai Chi, it can enhance physical strength significantly, greatly improving one's physical condition, even without unleashing one's martial soul. One can vanquish foes solely through the might of the physical body. As he spoke, Changge clenched his right fist and advanced forward with a powerful strike. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, causing the very fabric of space to distort. Changge's prowess lies in his ability to transform mere persuasion into undeniable reality. As long as one of the enchanting trio is Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, or Ning Rongrong believes and allows their imagination to flourish, the martial arts and breathing techniques that Changge elucidates will gain tremendous strength. The three women listened intently, their minds reeling with disbelief. Tai Chi martial arts? Tai Chi breathing techniques? To think that merely breathing could enhance one's strength and elevate one's cultivation while practicing martial arts could fortify the body. Such a technique is indeed formidable. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but exclaim, her beautiful eyes shimmering with fervent desire to learn. She yearned intensely for empowerment. Simultaneously, a subconscious conviction blossomed within her, believing that Changge's words were genuine truths rather than mere fabrications. After all, everything he had previously conveyed had been rooted in reality, and he had never deceived anyone. Changge has already accumulated substantial credibility in the heart of Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing places her trust in him. However, this trust is merely preliminary. It has yet to reach the point where Changge's persuasions can be transformed into reality. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu are equally intrigued and have begun to believe to some extent. Senior Changge, this Tai Chi martial art and Tai Chi breathing technique are truly remarkable. Could you teach us? We wish to learn. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a mischievous smile, directly addressing the matter. Having mastered the art of harnessing sunlight to enhance her strength, she recognizes the potential of this formidable technique to expedite her cultivation. Now, she has also come to learn of a method to strengthen oneself through breathing, which piques her interest greatly. Xiaowu shares her enthusiasm, adding, Senior Changge, I too am eager to learn. Could you teach us? The three enchanting ladies cast their longing gazes towards Changge, yearning to acquire some cultivation techniques to bolster their strength. It all depends on your performance, he replied. If you excel in the future, I shall gradually impart to you all that I have mastered. Rest assured. I am genuinely devoted to my own, especially to my beloved. Changge smiled gently, revealing a charming grin, before affectionately ruffling the hair of the three enchanting beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing his words, the trio's faces flushed with embarrassment, for Changge's declaration was exceedingly bold. He regarded them as his wives. To have three exquisite beauties as wives was indeed a delightful notion, perhaps even more pleasurable than what the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire could ever experience. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu did not perceive themselves as Changge's wives, despite his apparent intention to treat them as such. The mere thought of this caused their cheeks to burn with shyness. By the way, do you know how old I am this year? Changge inquired. Previously, he had acquired the ability to remain eternally youthful, and now he intended to speak the truth about his true abilities. After all, having attained eternal youth meant that even if Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu were to realize his youthful appearance had no relation to this ability, the power would not vanish. Regarding the imaginative system, Changge would only receive positive capabilities. If they deemed him inadequate, he would not become so. Only when they acknowledged a particular aspect of him as admirable would he genuinely acquire those imagined attributes. How old? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously, perceiving Changge as exceedingly youthful, appearing merely in his teenage years. Yet, his strength was overwhelmingly formidable, boasting a cultivation level of 97 and possessing 2 martial souls. Such an existence should, by all accounts, be at least a century old. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong had all assumed that Changge was over 100 years old. Attributing his youthful appearance to his immense power, his eternal youth ability, and the sunbathing technique that enhanced his strength, they gazed at him with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth of his age. Changge smiled faintly and spoke. In truth, I am merely 13 years old. The reason for my formidable strength lies in my sudden enlightenment and the numerous fortuitous encounters that have bestowed upon me various cultivation techniques. Consequently, my cultivation level has surged to an astounding 97. Given another 2.5 years, I shall surely break through to level 99. Do you believe me? A gasp escaped the lips of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. They could scarcely believe their ears. How could this venerable Changge claim to be but 13 years of age? It seemed utterly impossible. How could a mere child possess such formidable cultivation? I cannot believe it. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, shaking her head. This cannot be true. From the moment you awakened your martial soul at the age of 6, only 7 years have passed. In that time, you have reached level 97. This implies that you must have advanced nearly 20 levels each year. Such a rate of cultivation is utterly outrageous. No one on the continent could achieve such a feat. Ning Rongrong, being astute, analyzed the situation based on her knowledge. She concluded that it was inconceivable for Changge to attain level 97 within just 7 years. In fact, her analysis was indeed accurate. The formidable strength of Changge is entirely attributed to the imaginations of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. However, Changge is not inclined to divulge his secrets. Otherwise, he would hinder his own advancement and progress. The 2 enchanting women, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, found Ning Rongrong's analysis quite reasonable, nodding in agreement. Their gazes fell upon Changge, eager to discern what insights he might share. Rongrong, the old man began, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. If you find these techniques unappealing or suspect them to be false, I am under no obligation to impart them to you. I can pursue my cultivation alone, heh. Changge revealed a nonchalant smile and spoke. To prove that what one says is correct is a folly. Changge's intention was to maintain an air of confidence while occasionally weaving a few fabrications. He aimed to gradually persuade the enchanting trio of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu to accept these untruths as reality, allowing their imaginations to run wild. In doing so, he could reap numerous benefits. Of course, even if Changge did not gain any tangible rewards from his endeavors, it mattered little. After all, possessing a cultivation level of 97 and 2 supreme martial souls was already a source of profound contentment for him. Upon hearing Changge's words, Ning Rongrong was visibly moved. I believe in your words, Senior Changge. I am merely taken aback. These matters are, after all, difficult to explain by conventional reasoning. With a cold smirk, Changge retorted. Your limited perspectives confine you. There are countless phenomena in this world that elude your comprehension and imagination. However, by staying by my side, you shall gradually acquire knowledge and broaden your horizons. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully and replied, Indeed, Senior Changge, you are correct. Just because something has not been witnessed does not imply it does not exist. Therefore, when will you teach us the Tai Chi techniques and breathing methods? I am eager to learn. Her eyes sparkled with fervor at the prospect of mastering these practices, which were indeed rooted in reality. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, softly voiced, Father, I wish to learn this cultivation method. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing had grown quite perceptive, understanding how to endear herself to Changge through her actions. Upon hearing her voice, Changge felt a delightful warmth enveloping him, a sensation akin to comfort. Senior Changge, I too am eager to learn these 2 techniques. Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Though these lovely ladies harbored some doubts regarding their capabilities, their desire to learn was unmistakable. However, Li Changge was not yet prepared to impart his knowledge. The trio had yet to fully immerse themselves in their imaginations, transforming the ethereal into the tangible. Thus, Li Changge cleverly remarked, "Your eagerness to learn is commendable. However, I am unable to teach you just yet. You have not yet mastered the art of harnessing the sun's power. Moreover, I must first assess your progress. Those who serve me best shall be taught first." While he engaged the three beauties in this playful manner, Li Changge sought to gain some advantages, hoping to inspire them to shower him with affection and care. Upon hearing his words, the three lovelies flushed with understanding, aware of what was expected of them. "Very well, Senior Changge, we will ensure you receive the finest massage," Ning Rongrong said with a gentle smile as she approached to knead Li Changge's shoulders. "It feels wonderful to relax one's muscles in the morning," she added, her hands working diligently. Li Changge was immensely pleased with her attentiveness. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, witnessing this, also stepped forward, one on each side, gently massaging Li Changge's arms to ease his tension. The sensation was truly delightful. Li Changge truly relished such a life. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Li Changge utilized the mark embedded in Tang San to observe what he was currently engaged in. At this moment, Tang San found himself ensnared by a thick, dark vine, reminiscent of a dog leash. The other end of the vine was tethered to an ancient tree. Tang San resembled a dog, nestled beneath the ancient tree, diligently guarding the territory that Li Changge had allotted to him. Ever since aiding Tang San in the hunt for 4 formidable blue-silver grass soul beasts, he had become considerably more docile. This was quite commendable. As long as he refrained from scheming, he was indeed a good dog. In Li Changge's heart, a silent resolution formed. Simultaneously, he determined to visit the Shilek Academy on the morrow, intending to plant a mark upon the faculty and students, meticulously observing their actions. After all, the Shilek Academy held a pivotal role in the original narrative, particularly as the original 7 wonders of Shilek had all ascended to divinity. Li Changge naturally had to keep a close watch on them to prevent any unforeseen events in the future. Monitoring the individuals from the Shilek Academy was also to gain a clearer understanding of when the Jade Young Master would arrive in Suatua City. According to the timeline established in the original work, Li Changge has deduced that during this period, Yu Xiaojiang will set forth from Nodding Academy to Shrek Academy. His purpose is to converge with Flander at Shrek Academy, intending to impart knowledge to Tang San, facilitating his rapid cultivation and growth. Furthermore, Li Changge, honoring the wishes of his dear friend, plans to present Tang San to Yu Xiaojiang upon his arrival, intending to surprise him splendidly. The mere thought of Yu Xiaojiang's astonished and delightful expression brings a smile to Li Changge's face. As for today's matters, Li Changge has made other arrangements. Today, he intends to spend a fulfilling and joyous day with the 3 enchanting ladies, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Together, the 4 of them will practice under the sun, honing their skills in the art of strengthening through sunlight. During this time, should Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Xiao Wu encounter any discrepancies or shortcomings in their training, Li Changge took the initiative to provide her guidance to them, meticulously correcting their errors and addressing their inadequacies. The day was exceedingly fulfilling. The 3 beauties gained an entirely new understanding of this martial art, further refining their skills. Unbeknownst to them, their cultivation levels had subtly advanced. Notably, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were steadily progressing towards the 30th level. Chapter 72. Surveillance of Flinder. Once Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong reached the 30th level, Li Changge planned to accompany them in hunting for a suitable 3rd spirit ring. As for Xiao Wu, she intended to first consolidate her cultivation, and in a few days, she would personally demonstrate the process of condensing a 100,000 your spirit beast spirit ring. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Li Changge rose from his slumber with a sense of delight. After enjoying breakfast with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, he spoke. "Today, I shall make a trip to Shrek Academy. Will you accompany me?" Upon hearing that Li Changge intended to return to Shrek Academy, the 3 beauties were momentarily taken aback. Why would they go there? The dean, teachers, and students of Shrek Academy had all offended their esteemed senior, and as a result, they had been rendered powerless by him. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose and remarked, "I have no desire to encounter those clowns." In her view, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy were excessively arrogant, and their misfortune at offending Li Changge was entirely deserved. Ning Rongrong was not inclined to squander her time on such fools. If given the choice, she would rather devote that time to her cultivation. She could feel that she was on the verge of breaking through to level 29. Ning Rongrong yearned to quickly advance to level 30, integrate a suitable 3rd spirit ring, and thus become a soul master of over 30 levels. Zhu Zhuqing's mind conjured the image of Dai Mubai. This man had publicly sworn an oath with his martial soul to divorce her. Furthermore, he had been known to cavort with others in Soto City, even sharing rooms with twin sisters. His personal life was a chaotic mess, utterly lacking in decorum. Zhu Zhuqing had no desire to encounter such a sordid man. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, also reluctant to return to that sorrowful place. It was there that she had discovered the astonishing secrets hidden by Tang San, who had been by her side for 6 years. Li Changge observed that the expressions of the 3 beautiful women were somewhat peculiar, as if they were reluctant to return to Shilek Academy. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Since they had not yet officially enrolled, they harbored no emotional attachment to the academy, making their desire to remain away quite reasonable. Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke. I intend to return and check whether the Shirlai Academy has adhered to my instructions, ensuring that all the golden soul coins collected from the unfortunate commoner soul masters have been returned to them. Additionally, I wish to ascertain if they have followed my guidance to Seacom's outside. Once we attend to this matter, we shall return. Moreover, it has been quite some time since we visited Suatua City. We must procure some necessities. Upon our return, we will also be departing from Suatua City to journey towards Tindo City. Changge unveiled his plans for the first time. He did not mention anything about marking Flander, Xiao Wu or others. He merely stated his intention to tend to some mundane affairs and indulge in a bit of shopping. More importantly, he mentioned a trip to Tindo City. Upon hearing the name Tindo City, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. This was simply because of the close proximity between Tindo City and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, her father, Ning Fingxi, often accompanied grandfather Gu or grandfather Jian to Tindo City, either for auctions or to confer with the royal family of the Tindo Empire. If she were to accompany Changge back to Tindo City, there was a chance she might encounter her father, Ning Fingxi. But the thought of rescue left Ning Rongrong with an inexplicable reluctance to part from Changge. It was simply because Changge harbored an abundance of secrets, and being by his side offered her a wealth of knowledge regarding various martial arts. These insights were invaluable, akin to treasures, and Ning Rongrong was not yet ready to abandon this immense trove. She also did not wish to be rescued by Ning Fingxi. Very well, then. Senior Changge, I shall accompany you to Shrek Academy, and we can pick up a few things along the way. Ning Rongrong agreed, eager to win Changge's favor. This way, she could soon learn the Tai Chi boxing techniques and breathing methods. That's right, Rongrong, very obedient, Changge replied with a smile, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Zhu Zhuqing added softly, I also wish to visit Shrek Academy. By the way, Senior Changge, what is our purpose in Tindo City? Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes, what exactly are we going to do in Tindo City? Xiao Wu had some knowledge of Tindo City, 6 years prior. During her studies at Notting Academy, she had gleaned information about the Tindo Empire. Tindo City served as the heart of the Tindo Empire, much like how Tokyo is to Japan or New York is to America. Within Tindo City, numerous formidable soul beasts resided. Truth be told, Tindo City was the place Xiao Wu dreaded the most. The reason being, her true identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast might be revealed there, potentially inviting peril and relentless pursuit. This was a scenario Xiao Wu wished to avoid. However, considering that she would have Changge accompanying her to Tindo City, even if powerful soul masters were to take notice of her, there was no need for fear. After all, Senior Changge was immensely powerful and would ensure her safety. Changge gently stroked the heads of the 3 beautiful maidens and spoke, You are all well-behaved children, so let us embark on a journey to the Shalake Academy together. As for our endeavors in the city of Tindo, I shall unveil a few secrets to you now. I possess a remarkable expertise in cultivating rare celestial herbs. This is made possible by a unique technique I have mastered, which allows me to utilize the essence of soul power to nourish these plants, prompting them to mutate, mature, and flourish at an accelerated pace. In due time, I shall gather some extraordinary herbs for you to consume, particularly you, Rongrong, after partaking of my celestial offerings. Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tower will possess a 90 probability of evolving directly into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. As for the specifics, you shall discover them when the time comes. This was the persuasive narrative spun by Changge. These rare celestial herbs are all naturally occurring, found in the ice and fire duality within the Sunset Forest, just outside the city of Tindo, and were not planted by Changge himself. Changge yearned for an inexhaustible supply of celestial herbs, thus he skillfully deceived 3 enchanting maidens, claiming to possess the ability to cultivate these rare plants and utilize the essence of soul energy to stimulate their growth. He envisioned that, with a little more persuasion, he would acquire an entirely new capability, thereby attaining a limitless reservoir of celestial treasures. Upon hearing Changge's assertions, the 3 maidens became exhilarated. Chapter 73. The third party shall not escape. The maidens were utterly convinced by Changge's words, for he spoke with utmost certainty, his demeanor betraying no hint of deceit. Moreover, there was no need for him to mislead them. Given his formidable prowess, he could easily claim the affections of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu through sheer force, rendering deception unnecessary. Ning Rongrong was particularly elated, as she had long desired to evolve her 7 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, a dream she shared with her father, who had dedicated his life to this pursuit. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Rongrong was determined to hold on tightly. Indeed, Senior Changge, I shall heed your guidance, she said gently. Let us plan a journey to Heavendo City soon, during which I shall be obedient, in the face of absolute power and undeniable benefit. Ning Rongrong was willing to set aside some of her principles. Zhu Zhuqing, contemplating the myriad mystical herbs, envisioned enhancing her physical prowess and fortifying her body, thus advancing her cultivation journey. She nodded in agreement, demurely stating, Father, I shall follow your lead. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was quite astute, aware of when to address him as Senior Changge and when to refer to him as Father. Changge was immensely pleased with their responses. Xiao Wu declared, Senior Changge, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. The 3 maidens, ever obedient, were eager to follow Changge's arrangements. first to Xiaowu Academy and then to Heaven Dou City. Simultaneously, they began to envision Li Changge's cultivation capabilities and imagined how he nurtured various extraordinary herbs and flowers, infusing them with soul energy to nourish these celestial treasures. Such is the nature of humanity, the mind is remarkably active when presented with partial information. It instinctively employs its imagination to elaborate upon the details, with three maidens engaging in this shared vision. Li Changge felt that the likelihood of acquiring advanced cultivation abilities for celestial treasures was significantly increased. Yet, he sensed it was still insufficient. On his return journey, he intended to captivate the hearts of Qian Ruxue, Yilingling, Du Guyan, Tang Yuehua, and Shueku, ensuring that his expedition would not be in vain. At that time, the gathering of these maidens would undoubtedly ignite a whirlwind of creativity. Li Changge felt that the probability of acquiring formidable abilities had increased somewhat. After all, an individual's imagination is inherently limited. With more people involved, the margin for error becomes greater. Li Changge firmly believes that among them, there will always be one individual who elevates her own abilities to a divine status, perceiving her talents as remarkably formidable. Consequently, the abilities possessed by Li Changge become truly exceptional. Ah, you are all obedient children. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Li Changge revealed a gentle smile as he spoke. Simultaneously, he caressed the heads of the three beauties, bestowing a tender kiss upon their foreheads, his face radiating affection. It was a simple yet heartfelt interaction. Li Changge spoke, let us depart at once. However, before we set off, I must have a few words with Tang San. There are certain matters I need to entrust to him. Certainly, Ning Rongrong responded. All right. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. Sure thing, Xiaowu said gently. The three enchanting ladies expressed their agreement without hesitation. With a decisive gesture, Li Changge unleashed a burst of soul energy, lifting the three beauties effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Li Changge embraced the three enchanting beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu, as he approached Tang San. Tang San, who was resting on the ground, felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively lifted his head to gaze in that direction. Upon seeing Li Changge, with a contented expression and an air of arrogance while surrounded by the three lovely women, Tang San experienced a pang of discomfort in his heart. The comparison with others truly stung deeply. Li Changge was surrounded by beautiful women, while he himself was tethered by a vine-like leash, companioned only by the ancient tree. Such a pitiable fate. What woof! Exclaimed Tang San, forcing a smile as he spoke in a servile manner. Master, you have come. Li Changge gazed down at Tang San and spoke with a calm demeanor. Tang San, we must return to the Xiaowu Academy for a while. You should remain here obediently and ensure the safety of our territory. I have already implanted a mark within you. Should you harbor any mischievous thoughts of escape, now would be the opportune moment to act. However, I must forewarn you, should you attempt it and fail, falling back into my grasp, you shall henceforth live as a eunuch. Li Changge's voice was remarkably unremarkable. However, these seemingly bland words echoed in Tang San's mind like terrifying thunderclaps, leaving him pale with fear. Master, rest assured, I, Xiao San, shall diligently guard our territory and will not fail in my duties. As for fleeing, that is utterly inconceivable. Xiao San had no other thoughts. His sole desire was to obediently serve as his master's loyal companion. Woof, woof. Tang San, filled with unwavering loyalty, spoke earnestly. In fact, he even barked a few times later on to further express his fidelity. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback, their expressions an odd mix of surprise and disbelief. They had never anticipated that this possessor of dual spirit souls, Tang San, was leading such a woeful existence. It was as if Li Changge had thrust him into a mire, relentlessly trampling upon him. What a pitiful fate. Yet, this was a consequence of Tang San's own actions. After all, he had taken possession of the body of a genius with dual spirit souls, and thus, he was deserving of his plight. Had it not been for this, the original owner of this body might not have incurred Li Changge's wrath and could have, through sheer effort, cultivated to an extraordinary level, achieving heights unattainable by ordinary soul masters. Xiaowu had already lost all affection for Tang San. Therefore, upon witnessing his current state, she felt not a single ripple of emotion, only believing that he had brought this upon himself. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Li Changge's mouth as he said, Tang San, I merely wish to inform you. There is no need for you to be so anxious. After a cold chuckle, he continued. Li Changge channeled his soul power, effortlessly carrying the delicate forms of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, departing from their original location. They swiftly headed towards the Xiaowu Academy, their speed reaching its zenith. The three enchanting beauties could only perceive the rapidly changing scenery before them, hardly having the opportunity to relish the landscapes along the way. Each of them felt an overwhelming astonishment at Li Changge's formidable prowess as they journeyed onward. Li Changge, through the mark he had implanted within Tang San, observed the current state of affairs. At that moment, Tang San bore an entirely different demeanor. The previous air of humility had vanished, replaced by an expression brimming with malevolence. Chapter 74, Unveiling the Deception of the Xiaowu Academy. In Tang San's deep blue eyes, a fierce aura of murderous intent was palpable. He fixated intently on the direction in which Li Changge had departed, as if, given a cultivation level of 99, he would immediately rush forth to eliminate Li Changge without hesitation. The expression on Tang San's face was truly telling. A faint curve of disdain graced Li Changge's lips as he thought to himself, "Ha, Tang San, you truly are incorrigible, harboring your own little schemes, aren't you? Very well. Remain ensconced there and plot away. There will come a time for your lamentations." Li Changge had never entertained the notion of taming Tang San like one would a ferocious beast. Such an endeavor was utterly unnecessary. It was simply because Li Changge held him in disdain and did not require a subordinate of that caliber. Tang San's current martial soul aptitude had been rendered obsolete. The only aspect worthy of scrutiny was his ability to craft hidden weapons. The contrivances Tang San had created, particularly the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and Guanin's Tears, warranted a measure of caution. However, Li Changge had implanted a mark within Tang San's body. Should Tang San engage in any furtive actions in the future, Li Changge, through the mark he had implanted, could effortlessly monitor Tang San's movements, unperturbed by the possibility of him silently crafting hidden weapons. Moreover, Li Changge had the opportunity to surreptitiously glean the secrets of Tongmin's concealed armaments. In due course, he contemplated whether he could leverage these clandestine insights, combined with his own persuasive prowess, to enchant the fair maidens and thereby acquire the ability to forge formidable weaponry. If this endeavor proved futile, it mattered little to Li Changge. After all, the adage knowledge is never burdensome held true. If he could learn, he would, and if not, he would simply let it be, as it would not significantly alter the grand scheme of things. Through the mark, Li Changge discerned Tang San's contorted expression, yet detected no inclination on his part to flee, thereby assuaging his concerns. Even if Tang San were to escape, Li Changge was confident in his ability to pursue him without undue anxiety. With his thoughts refocused, Li Changge hastened on his way, choosing not to squander any more time on Tang San. Before long, Li Changge, accompanied by the three enchanting beauties Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, descended into the inner sanctum of Xiaowu Academy. A magnificent aura of spiritual energy unfurled as Li Changge commenced his exploration of the surroundings. Through the lens of his psychic detection, he discerned that the entire Xiaowu Academy was enveloped in a state of seclusion, with every gate, both grand and modest, firmly shut, resembling a fortress in a state of isolation. Moreover, the academy exuded an air of desolation and solitude. In times past, the halls of Xiaowu Academy would echo with the footsteps of students in vigorous pursuit. However, now, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any signs of life. Li Changge, utilizing his mental acuity, discerned the locations of 7 individuals: Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Flander, Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin. They were situated within an exceptionally spacious chamber, adorned with 8 large beds. Among them, the injured Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Flander, and Li Yusong lay recuperating on their respective beds, diligently tending to their wounds. Their right feet and left hands were meticulously bandaged, as if they aspired to restore their injuries through self-healing. Meanwhile, the unscathed Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin were attending to Flander, Dai Mubai, and the others. As for Zhao Wujie, his stocky figure was conspicuously absent from Li Changge's line of sight. This Shrek Academy has become entirely secluded. It appears that Flander, displaying sagacity, has opted to seal the academy, wary of my potential return, and has adopted a more discreet demeanor. Furthermore, they all lie in bed, undergoing concentrated treatment. How intriguing. All their bones have been thoroughly shattered by my hand, and no matter the extent of their efforts to heal, restoration is an impossibility. It is merely a futile expenditure of time and energy. Yet, where has Zhao Wujie vanished to? What could compel him to leave the confines of Shrek Academy? Li Changge silently contemplated, having gained a preliminary understanding of the current state of Xiaowu Academy. This institution appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Ning Rongrong could not help but voice her thoughts. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that she had merely enrolled in Xiaowu Academy and had not yet formally joined. Otherwise, becoming a student here would surely entail a difficult existence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing also felt a sense of relief. The Xiaowu Academy boasted the title of the strongest institution within Soto City, yet Zhu Zhuqing harbored a differing opinion. The esteemed Dean Flander could not even best the venerable Li Changge, and his own cultivation was rather unimpressive. Moreover, the atmosphere here was distinctly peculiar. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all exhibited a rather pedestrian demeanor, which did not sit well with Zhu Zhuqing. Although she accompanied Li Changge, providing him with massages and attending to his needs, Zhu Zhuqing found herself reaping tangible benefits, far superior to remaining at Xiaowu Academy. Furthermore, being here also meant contending with Dai Mubai's unwelcome advances, which certainly affected her mood. Li Changge spoke softly. I possess some knowledge regarding the Dean of Xiaowu Academy, Flander. He is merely a cunning merchant, reluctant to invest the gold soul coins necessary for the development of the institution. The faculty here is quite limited, and pursuing studies in this academy would be a mere waste of time. Furthermore, this academy claims to accept only monstrous students. However, the innate martial soul talents of such students are inherently formidable. Regardless of their location, they shine brightly and are destined to become the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Thus, the education offered by Xiaowu Academy is, at its core, a complete deception orchestrated by Flander, this unscrupulous merchant. Have you ever encountered a child with exceptional martial soul talent who squandered their potential by not attending Xiaowu Academy? Moreover, Flander is truly inept. As the head of an academy, he lacks even the cultivation of a Title Douluo. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu. You must discern the true nature of Shilek Academy and not be misled by their previous recruitment proclamations. If this were indeed a place of excellence, they would transform ordinary students into geniuses. Only then could this academy be deemed a true institution for the extraordinary. Changge harbored concerns for the three enchanting maidens, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, fearing that they might develop feelings or harbor expectations towards Shrek Academy. Thus, he spoke up, unveiling the deception that lay within Shrek Academy. Indeed, upon hearing Changge's words, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu gained profound insights, deepening their understanding of this institution. Though still youthful, their perspectives were limited. However, they now felt a complete lack of fondness for Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu were grateful for not having joined Shrek Academy, as it would have squandered their precious youth and hindered their cultivation. Let us inquire whether Shrek Academy has refunded the registration fees to those common children. Chapter 75. Are they reckless enough to challenge Zhu? If Shrek Academy fails to comply, I shall ensure they pay a grave price today. Changge spoke calmly, yet despite her tranquil tone, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu, and Xiaowu perceived the unwavering resolve and anger in her voice. They believed that their esteemed senior, Changge, would undoubtedly act on her words. She declared that she would cripple everyone at Shrek Academy, and they knew she would fulfill that promise. However, it was Shrek Academy that had initially imposed the exorbitant registration fees upon them. Thus, it was purely the Academy's own folly, a case of self-inflicted calamity. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu, and Xiaowu expressed their agreement without hesitation. Under Changge's guidance, the four of them proceeded to the spacious recovery room where Flinder resided. An overwhelming aura emanated from Changge, causing the very fabric of the space to warp. Inside the room, Flinder, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun lay on their beds, tending to their injuries. Yet, in that instant, their expressions contorted with profound agony, as if an immense weight bore down upon them, rendering them exceedingly uncomfortable. They sensed the oppressive atmosphere, realizing the source of their distress. It was him. The man had arrived. Flinder's eyes widened in terror as he trembled, a wave of fear washing over him. He understood that Changge had come. The dreadfully formidable presence had once again descended upon Shrek Academy. This was bad. Changge was back. Daimubai's face turned ashen, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him, causing him great discomfort. He harbored an intense fear of Changge, for she had previously shattered every bone in his body before using her 10 Heartseed butterfly spirit to heal him. Daimubai had endured relentless torment, and the horrific image of Changge was etched deeply into his mind. Even uttering her name sent shivers down his spine. Upon seeing Changge in the flesh, Daimubai's fear intensified, leaving him in utter distress. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others wore similarly grim expressions. Was this the terrifying entity that the Dean, Flinder, had spoken of? Xiaoxian's body quivered, his excess flesh shaking as he stared wide-eyed at the entrance. Lu Qibin, equally astonished, gazed at the doorway, his heart racing in trepidation. At that moment, Lu Qibin felt an insurmountable pressure. He finally comprehended the horror reflected in Flinder's expression whenever Changge was mentioned. Suddenly, the door to the room was blasted open by an overwhelming wave of energy. Changge's figure appeared before the crowd, a tall and imposing young man who seemed barely in his teens. Yet, he emanated an aura of fearsome power, suggesting a capacity for unimaginable destruction that instilled a sense of helplessness in those around him. Xiaoxian and Lu Qibin, witnessing Changge for the first time, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. They had not anticipated that Changge would indeed be as youthful as Dean Flander had described, appearing to be merely a child. Had it not been for the terrifying energy radiating from him, they might have mistaken him for a student. Beside Changge were the enchanting Xiaowu, Zhu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who followed closely. At that moment, Changge boldly embraced the three beauties, strolling in with an air of confidence. Lying in a hospital bed, Daimubai's eyes widened in disbelief, a deep bitterness swelling within him. He had long pursued Zhu Zhuqing, yet she remained unattainable. Now, he was confronted with the sight of her nestled comfortably in Changge's arms, showing no signs of struggle, as if she had grown accustomed to such affection. Daimubai's heart ached. Moreover, besides Zhu Zhuqing, even Zhu and Xiaowu were ensconced in Changge's embrace. The sight of one man holding three beauties left Daimubai consumed with envy. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu, and Xiaowu were all stunning, surpassing even the twin sisters in beauty. Daimubai felt that he would willingly sacrifice 20 years of his life for a chance to win the affection of these three extraordinary women. However, Changge's overwhelming strength rendered Daimubai wary. He averted his gaze, fearing that any lingering glance might lead to his own torment. He understood that should he dare to meet Changge's eyes, he could be deemed offensive and face dire consequences. Ma Hongjun's eyes bulged in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu, and Xiaowu were all captured in Changge's embrace. What a delightful sight. Not only Ma Hongjun, but Oscar's expression mirrored his despair, as if he had swallowed something foul. Although Zhu had yet to enroll, Oscar had been captivated by her the moment he laid eyes on her during registration. He had envisioned approaching her after she joined, but Changge's arrival shattered his dreams. Not only were his hopes dashed, but now Zhu was being held by Changge. Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all envied Changge. feeling that his company of beauties was simply exhilarating. Flanders' body trembled, his narrow eyes betraying a look of disbelief. How could this be? He had actually taken Ning Rongrong. She was the cherished daughter of Ning Fingxi from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could he dare to offend such a powerful sect? Flanders' heart raced. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Ning Rongrong was the jewel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with her father, Ning Fingxi, being the sect master, accompanied by two formidable Title Douluos as protectors. Now, it was evident that Changge had employed forceful means to claim Ning Rongrong. If Ning Fingxi were to discover this, he would surely fly into a rage and confront Changge. However, if Ning Fingxi took action against Changge, it might inadvertently serve Flanders' interests. He harbored a desire to see Changge brought low, envisioning a scenario where he could revel in the aftermath for days. Excellent. Changge, you have brought this upon yourself. Blame no one but yourself. I am confident that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will soon receive word of this and come to rescue Ning Rongrong. At that time, I shall embellish the tale, claiming you used violent means to dishonor her. Thus, you would incur the wrath of the entire sect. You may be strong, but you stand alone against the might of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which boasts two Title Douluos and the formidable Seven Treasure Pagoda. Chapter 76, a test for the Shrek students. The room fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The arrival of Changge enveloped the room in an atmosphere of palpable oppression. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to engage with this terrifying presence. What? Is my arrival unwelcome? Each person lowered their gaze, speechless. What does the silence imply? Is this a manifestation of your utter disregard for the most fundamental courtesies? Do you wish for me to instruct you in the ways of politeness? Changge spoke in a low voice. As Changge spoke, he infused his words with the power of his cultivation. His voice resonated like a thunderous roar, reverberating outward, causing everyone present to tremble violently, their expressions transforming into ones of profound dismay. All of you, rise from your beds and kneel upon the ground to welcome me, Changge uttered coldly, his demeanor exuding impatience as though he were prepared to strike at any moment. Flanders, possessing a remarkable shrewdness, understood that disobedience would render the lives of everyone in the room even more wretched. Thus, he led by example, swiftly descending from his bed. With a thud, he knelt forcefully upon the ground. Welcome, mighty your highness, Flanders declared with utmost reverence. Despite having lost the use of one arm and one leg, he exerted himself greatly, bowing deeply before Changge. The entire Xiaowu Academy had been virtually rendered impotent, and should they defy him, Changge might inflict further harm, crippling them to the point where even walking would become arduous. Such a fate was not one Flanders wished to witness. With Flanders, the dean, taking the lead, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Li Yusong, and others all descended from their beds, kneeling in unison to honor Changge. Even Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin, both in good health, joined their peers in submission, harboring no thoughts of resistance. Welcome, esteemed senior. A warm welcome to our venerable elder. Although reluctant at heart, the group put forth a FAA day of eagerness, diligently displaying their respect and reverence. Changge clasped his hands behind his back, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems you were quite perceptive. Evidently, my previous kindness towards you was not in vain. Changge spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Flander, Ma Hongjun, and the others felt a profound discomfort. Indeed, Changge had rendered them incapacitated by injuring an arm and a leg, and their suffering was far from in vain. Where had Flander and Xiao Wu disappeared to? Changge inquired in a solemn tone. Flander, kneeling on the ground, raised his head and respectfully replied. In response to your esteemed presence, Xiao Wu has ventured out to beg as per your request. The faculty and students of Xiaowu Academy take turns daily to solicit golden soul coins, hoping fervently to receive your healing at the earliest opportunity. The sum of 100,000 golden soul coins is exceedingly vast, thus we dare not relax our efforts. Each day, one individual is sent forth to beg while the others recuperate. This system was devised to manage your unexpected inspections. Indeed, Changge had unexpectedly arrived at Xiaowu Academy. Fortunately, Flander had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, facing the wrath of Changge could lead to severe repercussions. Is that not so? Changge felt somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that the Xiaowu Academy would indeed send individuals to beg for golden soul coins on the streets. However, the efficiency of this begging was rather inadequate, leaving Changge less than satisfied. He spoke up. Your endeavor to solicit golden soul coins pleases me, for it indicates that you have taken my words to heart. Nevertheless, the efficiency of your efforts is simply too low for my liking. Henceforth, after my departure today, every individual from the Xiaowu Academy shall venture outside to beg together. Understood? Each day, every person must beg for at least 12 hours. Failure to achieve this will result in dire consequences. Do you hear me? Li Chang, intent on ensuring that the faculty and students of Xiaowu Academy do not lead overly comfortable lives, resolved to impose a rigorous regimen upon them. Upon hearing his words, Flandra, Ma Hongjun, and the others were visibly distressed. They had not anticipated that Li Chang would be so ruthless as to mandate that they spend 12 hours each day begging, leaving them no time for cultivation or any other pursuits. It was indeed a tormenting prospect. However, Li Chang showed no inclination to indulge them. This was his decree. And should they fail to comply, Changge does not mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. Are they deaf? Or have their tongues been rendered mute? Must I bestow upon them a few slaps before they find their voices, is that it? Li Changge spoke with palpable anger. Flander shivered and replied, Senior, we can do it. As soon as you leave, we will immediately set out to beg. Inside, Flander was in agony, his heart bleeding. 12 hours of begging left him not only physically exhausted but also mentally drained. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, please come to our rescue. Ningfingji, hurry and come. The world is about to change. Flander roared inwardly, placing all his hopes on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Shrek Academy had no support. The strongest soul master among them was Flander himself. Yet, Flander was no match for Li Changge and could only resign himself to fate. In his eyes, only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School held the hope of salvation for him and the entire Shrek Academy. We understand. We will beg. Flander reassured, rest assured, Senior. We can beg for 12 hours. After you leave, we will immediately take to the streets. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Daimobai, and the others respectfully concurred, showing no signs of defiance. Before absolute power, they had no choice but to submit. Excellent. A satisfied smile spread across Li Changge's face. I have one more matter to discuss. I require you to refund the registration fees to the parents. Have you done so? Flander replied, yes, we have refunded them. Senior. The moment you departed, we took care of this matter immediately, returning all the gold soul coins without delay. If you doubt it, you may verify with some of the parents. Though Flander was greedy, his life was at stake. The day Li Changge made the request, Flander promptly dispatched Xiao Xin and Lu Qibin to execute it. Now, all the registration fees had been returned. Shrek Academy had become exceedingly impoverished. No, to be precise, Flander himself had become exceedingly poor. Shrek Academy remained as destitute as ever. All those registration fees had been embezzled by Flander, but to save his own life, he had returned them all. Upon hearing this, Li Changge felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the efficiency of the Shrek Academy would be so remarkably high. Flander, your performance has truly surprised me. Go and fetch the bill. Let me take a look. Li Changge calmly stated that a verification was necessary. Flander turned to Xiao Xin and said, Teacher Xiao Xin, could you kindly fetch the ledger? Certainly, Xiao Xin replied. He then maneuvered his corpulent frame and swiftly departed to retrieve the ledger. Upon his return, Li Changge glanced at the ledger and was astounded to discover the quantity of gold soul coins recorded, reaching an alarmingly staggering figure. Fortunately, it had been returned. This Flander is indeed a rogue, having embezzled such a vast sum of gold soul coins. How many families must suffer as a consequence? Li Changge pondered deeply. It is essential to recognize that each gold soul coin holds immense weight and value for an ordinary family, particularly for those from humble backgrounds. A single gold soul coin could sustain a family's expenses for an entire year, in their pursuit of ensuring a prosperous future for their children. These families painstakingly gathered their meager gold soul coins to enroll them. However, the Shrek Academy absconded with the 10 coins intended for registration, denying the children the opportunity to pursue their education. This act equates to the destruction of an entire family. These children, whose registration fees were seized by the Shrek Academy, find themselves without the means to attend other soul master institutions, left bereft of both tuition and living expenses. What was already a tragic existence has become even more dismal. It is akin to a child who struggles to escape the mire of poverty, yearning for a better life beyond. Yet, the Shrek Academy acts as a malevolent force, forcefully dragging these children back into the quagmire, trampling upon their hopes with merciless intent. Thus, the Shrek Academy stands as a symbol of despair. Li Changge truly harbors no semblance of goodwill. Very well. This ledger appears impeccable. I see no flaws within it. I trust you have not engaged in any fraudulent accounting. For should I uncover any deceit in the future, I shall not hesitate to sever your other arm. Li Changge spoke calmly, Senior. Rest assured. We shall not falsify our accounts. Every entry in these ledgers is entirely authentic. We can withstand scrutiny and examination. Flander replied respectfully, not daring to offend Li Changge. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your performance. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you some rewards. Li Changge immediately spoke up. Upon hearing that he intended to bestow rewards upon everyone, a tremor of unease rippled through the hearts of the crowd, particularly affecting Flander, who suddenly felt a wave of impending crisis. Rewards? Thank you, Senior, but there is no need for such extravagance. We do not desire any rewards. These are merely our obligations. Flander hastily declined, fearing the repercussions of accepting Li Changge's generosity. Beside Li Changge, the 3 enchanting ladies, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their expressions morphing into something peculiar. At that moment, images of Tang San receiving rewards from Li Changge flooded their minds, and the mere thought elicited amusement. Back then, Tang San had also refused Li Changge's rewards, only to be compelled to accept them later. Subsequently, Li Changge had directly granted Tang San 4 blue silver grass spirit rings, each with a year's worth of cultivation. Now, with Li Changge intending to reward Flander and the others, it was evident he was poised to play a jest upon them. The 3 beauties were expressions of eager anticipation. Senior Changge, you truly are incorrigibly mischievous. Ning Rongrong mused inwardly. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what means Li Changge would employ this time to torment Flander and his companions. I am in a good mood. Hence I bestow these rewards upon you. Do you intend to ruin my good spirits by refusing my generosity? Li Changge spoke in a deep voice, resonating like thunder within the hearts of Flander and the others. Ah, we dare not. Flander replied respectfully. We would never dream of disturbing your good mood, esteemed elder. Hence, we choose to graciously accept your generous gift. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Flander could not match Li Changge's strength and had no choice but to acquiesce. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, what gift you intend to bestow upon us? Oscar curiously asked from the side. I intend to grant each of you a kick. To aid you in your cultivation, replied the elder. Whether you can comprehend the mysteries of my kick will depend solely on your individual capabilities. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Oscar, Flander, and the others darkened considerably. One step each? Is this truly a reward rather than a punishment? Furthermore, we must comprehend the profundity of this step ourselves. Are we not being toyed with? What? Do you refuse? Noticing their grim countenances, Li Changge inquired solemnly. Oh, no, we humbly accept the elder's gift. Flander, as meek as dust, chose to acquiesce. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai followed suit, compelled to agree. Then you must all smile for me. Li Changge declared, observing their furrowed brows. What could this possibly mean? To manipulate others' mindsets while expecting them to greet him with smiles? Flander, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others were thoroughly intimidated by Li Changge. Among them, the uninjured Xiao Xin and Lu Qibin finally grasped the terrifying nature of Li Changge. He was akin to a great demon. One could only act according to his words. To defy this formidable figure would surely result in dire consequences, leading to a wretched existence. We are very happy. Let everyone smile. Flander forced a smile, while Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others also donned expressions of cheerfulness, beginning to welcome Li Changge's bestowal. Excellent. This step is quite magnificent. Pay close attention. In due time, you may find enlightenment in your cultivation methods from this impressive step. Remember, this is the reward I bestow upon you. Li Changge repeated once more. Immediately, under the gaze of all present, he stepped forward and bestowed upon the crowd a swift kick. Bang! Li Changge delivered a forceful kick to Flander, producing a resounding thud. Alas! Flander's body collapsed to the ground, emitting a cry of agony, yet he still managed to force a smile. In the instant of physical contact, as Li Changge struck Flander, he discreetly implanted a surveillance mark within Flander's being. Chapter 78, The Smiling Reward at Shilek Academy. With this surveillance mark, Li Changge would have the ability to monitor their movements at any time, observing their activities as if he had installed a surveillance system on them. This remarkable power was conceived by the trio of beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, without any apparent flaws. The implanted mark bore no time constraints, no distance limitations, and could not be erased, rendering it exceptionally useful. Should the technique for implanting such marks be presented at an auction, it would undoubtedly fetch a price of at least 1 billion gold soul coins, with bidders eager to acquire it. However, there exists a slight drawback. The excessive implantation of marks could deplete one's mental energy. Without a vast reservoir of mental strength, one would be incapable of wielding this ability. Fortunately, Li Changge had previously deceived Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu into believing he possessed formidable mental power, thus enabling him to attain extraordinary capabilities. As a result, Li Changge could effortlessly utilize this ability, capable of implanting marks in 1,000 soul masters simultaneously and monitoring them without any difficulty. After delivering a kick to Flander, Li Changge gazed at Dai Mubai and calmly declared, "Prepare yourself." As he spoke, he delivered a fierce kick to Dai Mubai's smiling face. Well, Dai Mubai let out a cry, sliding backward for several meters before crashing into the bedpost. Blood streamed from his nose and gums. In dealing with this lecherous brute, Li Changge deemed it necessary to administer a stern punishment. Otherwise, he might indulge in untoward thoughts. Only by subduing this tempestuous creature could he transform the ferocious tiger into a docile kitten. Li Changge marked him with a surveillance imprint. Next in line was Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing his excessively indulgent and plump visage, Li Changge wore an expression of disdain. With a resounding thud, he delivered a forceful kick, distorting Ma Hongjun's face as he crashed to the ground. Ouch! My handsome face is going to be ruined, he lamented, clutching his face in agony. Likewise, Li Changge implanted an imprint within him. Following this, it was the turn of Oscar, Li Yusong, Xiao Xin, and Lu Qibin. Li Changge replicated the method, delivering a forceful kick to each of their faces, subsequently imbuing them with a mark. At this moment, with a mere thought, Li Changge's mind flickered through images. And upon confirming the successful implantation of these surveillance marks, he finally exhaled in relief. The surveillance marks had indeed been successfully implanted. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of Yu Xiaojiang. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang approaches the Shilek Academy, I shall be the first to know. Li Changge pondered to himself that after teaching these individuals a lesson, he intended to stroll through Soto City before returning to the cave to await the inevitable capture of Yu Xiaogan. However, there remained one crucial figure missing: Zhao Wuji. Li Changge was determined not to let him escape. Turning to Lu Qibin, she spoke with a calm demeanor. You have half an hour to summon Zhao Wuji. Should you fail to do so, it would indicate your inefficiency, and as a consequence, your legs shall be donated to those in need. Although Li Changge's tone was unremarkable, Lu Qibin felt as if the king of hell himself was beckoning him, causing a sudden chill to run through him. Yes, I will retrieve Xiao Wu immediately. Please, senior. Grant me a moment. I shall return post-haste. Lu Qibin replied with utmost respect. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of this formidable figure, he dared not defy her. Your attitude pleases me, Li Changge remarked. However, I must caution you against any treachery. Should you attempt to flee, the repercussions upon your capture are not something I need to elaborate on. You know precisely what must be done. Li Changge spoke coldly, having issued 4 threats. He implanted a mark within Lu Qibin's body, ensuring that he had no fear of him fleeing. I understand. Please rest assured, senior. I shall undoubtedly accomplish the task entrusted to me, Lu Qibin assured. Li Changge expressed satisfaction with his demeanor. Go, he commanded with a wave of his hand, urging him to proceed swiftly. Yes. Lu Qibin immediately set off to search for Xiao Wu. After Lu Qibin departed, Li Changge cast a calm glance around the crowd. The kick I delivered just now could aid you all in advancing further in your future cultivation endeavors. Is there no one here to express gratitude for my efforts? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a low voice. To kick someone and expect gratitude in return. It must be said that Li Changge had a remarkable talent for tormenting others. He harbored no fondness for the Shilai Academy and held a deep disdain for its members. Thus, he chose to bestow upon them such treatment. Flinder, Oscar, Daimubai, and the others, having already endured great pain from the kick, now found themselves compelled to express gratitude to Li Changge, which only deepened their discomfort. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, senior. Flinder gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he spoke. Thank you as well, senior. Daimubai painfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Thank you for your generous bestowal. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others all strained to muster smiles, offering their thanks to Li Changge. Li Changge was unconcerned with the sincerity of their gratitude. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he spoke. Excellent, I am quite pleased. Do continue in this manner. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present soured, as though they had tasted something foul. If thoughts could kill. The collective disdain of Flinder, Daimubai, and the others would have been sufficient to rend Li Changge into 1,000 pieces, condemning him to hell 1,000,000 times over. Alas, such thoughts bore no lethal power. Their grievances had to remain bottled within. Observing the discomfort etched on Flinder and the others' faces brought Li Changge a sense of comfort. Indeed, happiness often flourishes at the expense of others' suffering. Subsequently, he paid no further mind to Flinder and the others, instead focusing on the surveillance mark to monitor Lu Qibin's movements in real time. Within the realm of his consciousness, Li Changge spotted Lu Qibin as he arrived at a bustling street. Xiao Wu, exuding arrogance, sat beside the thoroughfare with a bowl placed before him. In front of the bowl lay a large sheet of paper, inscribed with the words, Soul Saint Cultivation, 1 gold soul coin, guidance for cultivation once. Honest and fair to all. The futility of such a solicitation was evident. After an entire day, the bowl remained empty, devoid of even a single gold soul coin. Clearly, Xiao Wu was not genuinely intent on begging. Rather, he was adhering to Flander's advice and scheme, intending to deceive Li Changge. At that moment, Xiao Wu wore a frown, appearing disgruntled, as if someone owed him 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 79. Lu Qibin contemplates withdrawal from school. Xiao Wu was acutely aware that amassing 100,000 gold soul coins through begging, and subsequently receiving treatment from Li Changge, was an impossible endeavor. From this point onward, regardless of the efforts of 3 generations, the request for 100,000 gold soul coins through begging could not be fulfilled. Consequently, Xiao Wu resigned himself to failure. After completing his day's charade of begging, he planned to let another individual take over the next day. Li Changge observed this scene and inwardly remarked, Indeed, Flanders is as cunning as ever, a true merchant of deceit. However, in this life, the outcome lies in my hands. In the face of absolute power, no matter how sly you may be, it is of no consequence. Li Changge wore an expression of indifference. Meanwhile, Lu Qibin appeared flustered as he approached Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Lu Qibin's arrival, Xiao Wu's excitement surged as he exclaimed, Old Lu, have you come to take my place? However, the moment he noticed the troubled look on Lu Qibin's face, Xiao Wu's enthusiasm waned, replaced by an unsettling gravity. Take your place in what? Lu Qibin responded. Something has happened. We must return at once. Xiao Wu's body trembled as he replied, It can't be that Li Changge has returned to our Shilai Academy, can it? Did he do this to your face? Observing Lu Qibin's disheveled appearance, Xiao Wu surmised that this predicament was most likely orchestrated by Li Changge, sending a wave of dread through him. Furthermore, Lu Qibin's insistence on leaving with him indicated that this formidable figure, Li Changge, was specifically seeking to punish him. With a heavy sigh, Lu Qibin cautioned, Do not speak his name so casually. If you attract his wrath, you will regret it. That esteemed individual has graced our Shilai Academy with his presence, delivering a kick of retribution to each of us. Do you see the scars on my face? They are the result of that esteemed one's gift. Alas, you are the only one left. We must hurry back, or we shall all face dire consequences. He made it clear, whoever does not return will suffer. At this point, Lu Qibin was filled with trepidation. He had never encountered anyone so unreasonable, a true tyrant, not to be trifled with. Moreover, Lu Qibin was determined to bring Flander back, or his fate would be sealed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned ashen. He found himself with no choice, as he was inextricably linked to Xiaowu Academy and could not escape. Very well, old Lu, I shall return with you. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and declared. He then began to gather his belongings to accompany Lu Qibing back. As they traveled, Zhao Wuji, unable to contain his frustration, vented his anger at Lu Qibing, saying, damn it, that Li Changge is nothing short of a scoundrel. Old Lu, do not fear him. After all, he is not here. What harm is there in venting a few curses? Li Changge, you wretched scoundrel, may you be damned. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I shall tear you to shreds. Zhao Wuji raged, his face a mask of fury. He believed that since Li Changge was not present, he could freely voice his disdain without consequence. Surely, Li Changge could not have such all-encompassing reach as to hear his words while within the confines of Xiaowu Academy. Yet unbeknownst to him, through the monitoring mark, Li Changge overheard Zhao Wuji's vitriol and furrowed his brow in anger. Ah, Zhao Wuji. How dare you speak ill of me in private? To insult me is one thing, but to have it reach my ears is another. Very well, indeed. Li Changge was filled with rage, contemplating how to make Zhao Wuji truly comprehend the meaning of better dead than alive upon his return. Besides Zhao Wuji, Lu Qibing listened to his words with a sense of foreboding. Enough, Zhao Wuji. Cease your tirade. What purpose does it serve? This outcome is immutable. It would be wiser to accept our fate. Moreover, should that elder overhear, we would both suffer the consequences. Lu Qibing, having witnessed Li Changge's formidable prowess, was acutely aware of the peril of offending him, even in private. He felt that words could lead to calamity and had no desire to emulate Zhao Wuji's reckless candor in denouncing Li Changge. Frankly speaking, if Li Changge happened to overhear, Zhao Wuji's demise would be inevitable. In response to Lu Qibing's admonition, Zhao Wuji scoffed. He won't hear me anyway. If I curse him a bit, it is merely a compliment to him. Why have you become so cowardly, old Lu? Just because we cannot match him in strength. Does that mean we cannot speak our minds? If I am forbidden from expressing my disdain, then let him refrain from committing such despicable acts. It infuriates me. Old Lu, join me in cursing Li Changge, or I shall sever our friendship. Zhao Wuji's unreasonable demands incensed Lu Qibing. He valued his limbs too much to risk provoking Li Changge. The thought of losing his arms or legs was unbearable. Furthermore, the prospect of Zhao Wuji's betrayal leading to his own maiming was a dire concern. Zhao Wuji, cease your foolishness. Lu Qibing retorted angrily. If you continue this reckless behavior, I will report you to the elder. You will face the consequences alone, while I shall take my leave from Xiaowu Academy and escape this torment. In truth, Lu Qibing had been contemplating departure from Xiaowu Academy for days. Having offended the powerful Title Douluo, Li Changge, the academy was now in a state of ruin, its vitality severely diminished. Lu Qibing resolved to extricate himself while he still retained his physical integrity, unwilling to sacrifice his future for the academy and endure a life of suffering. The thought of becoming a beggar after losing his limbs was a profound humiliation. Initially uncertain, Lu Qibing's resolve solidified upon witnessing Li Changge's might and Zhao Wuji's absurdity. He silently vowed to resign from Xiaowu Academy as soon as Li Changge departed, prioritizing self-preservation. Upon hearing Lu Qibing's declaration, Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Old Lu, how can you be so disloyal? You wish to abandon Xiaowu Academy? We can share in fortune, but not in adversity? I disdain you. Furthermore, you intend to betray me, do you not? In that moment, Zhao Wuji's fury intensified as he began to berate Lu Qibing. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qibing replied, I have been more than patient in caring for you these past days. It was you who instigated trouble. Why should I suffer the loss of my limbs for your follies? I merely sought to advise you to return to Xiaowu Academy. You may ignore my counsel, but I shall witness how you fare. I could remain silent about your insults toward the elder, Lu Qibing continued. But you have no right to accuse me of being heartless. You are recklessly courting disaster, persistently insulting the elder. Should he become aware, you will bear the brunt of it. Yet here you are, urging me to join in your folly, dragging me down to your level. Your intentions are nefarious, and I hold you in contempt. Lu Qibing's anger flared, perceiving Zhao Wuji's selfishness and attempting to ensnare him in his predicament. Zhao Wuji blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, old Lu, I was merely indulging in some venting. Life is already filled with discontent. Am I forbidden from expressing my grievances against Li Changge? I have already stated, he won't hear us. We can speak freely. If you won't join me, I shall vent my frustrations alone. Then do so at your own peril. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Qibing replied coldly, proceeding on his path. Observing this, Zhao Wuji subdued his demeanor and followed closely behind. At that moment, although Zhao Wuji had suffered a severe injury to his leg, he could still channel his soul power to maintain mobility, albeit with reduced grace and speed. Much like Tang Hao in the original tale, despite having sacrificed a limb, he could still utilize soul power to navigate freely. Li Changong, through the surveillance mark on Lu Qibing, overheard the conversation between the two. To his surprise, Lu Qibing displayed a certain level of discernment that he had not anticipated. Very well, then, Lu Qibing, I shall refrain from punishing you. As for you, Zhao Wuji, while you may escape the punishment of the living, the death penalty is inescapable. Truly, you deserve to perish. Li Changge was profoundly enraged, and it seemed he was prepared to deliver a severe lesson to Zhao Wuji. This scoundrel had been rendered a cripple by his actions. Yet he still persisted in his disgraceful behavior, insulting Li Changge in private. Not only did he insult him, but he also conspired to rally others, attempting to involve Lu Qibin in a verbal assault against Li Changge. Xiao Wuji was clearly courting his own demise. Beside Li Changge stood three captivating beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who immediately sensed something amiss with his demeanor. They paused momentarily, feeling that Li Changge was on the brink of explosive rage, poised to commit some frightful act. What could have provoked such fury in their esteemed elder? Ning Rongrong furrowed her delicate brows, pondering silently. She observed intently, striving to uncover the cause of Li Changge's ire. Why would he be angry? Was it due to Lu Qibin's prolonged absence? Surely that must be it. Zhu Zhuqing mused, suspecting that perhaps Li Changge had grown impatient. Xiaowu felt a surge of fear and instinctively shrank back. Ever since their first encounter, during which Li Changge had delivered a harsh reprimand, she had developed an aversion to provoking his wrath. Each time he displayed anger, an inexplicable dread washed over her. Elder Changge is truly terrifying, Xiao Wu thought to herself, increasingly hesitant to confront him directly. The three beauties were well acquainted with Li Changge. Having spent a considerable time together in a secluded cave, they enjoyed an intimately joyful existence, fostering a deep understanding of one another. Thus, they were quick to perceive the intensity of Li Changge's fury. As time passed, Lu Qibin and Xiao Wuji soon returned, the entire episode lasting no more than half an hour. Elder, I have brought Xiao Wuji back, Lu Qibin said respectfully. Very well, kneel to the side. Li Changge replied coolly. Understood. Lu Qibin did not dare to resist and promptly returned to his original position, kneeling down. Inwardly, he lamented, what a world this is. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji had quelled his earlier anger and indignation, his face now adorned with a mask of respect as he ingratiatingly exclaimed, I pay my respects, Elder. I heard from old Lu that you intended to bestow upon me a kick to aid my enlightenment and elevate my cultivation. I have hastily returned to express my gratitude for your generosity. Please, bestow your favor upon me. Xiao Wuji spoke with the fervor of a sycophant, showering Li Changge with flattery. If not for Lu Qibin's earlier revelations revealing Xiao Wuji's repugnant nature, one might have been deceived by his obsequious demeanor. Li Changge might very well fall for his deceitful words. However, upon uncovering Xiao Wuji's true nature, she resolved not to let him off easily. Meanwhile, Lu Qibin, after listening to Xiao Wuji's words, mused inwardly, this Xiao Wuji, though seemingly carefree, possesses both audacity and meticulousness. It is surprising how adept he is at acting, leaving no trace of flaw. It appears he will escape unscathed. At that moment, however, Lu Qibin heard a thunderous sound emanating from the room, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread that left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Humph. Xiao Wuji, are you aware of your crimes? Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression devoid of warmth, spoke in a low yet resonant voice. His words, infused with the power of his cultivation, carried an overwhelming sense of pressure and authority. At that moment, Xiao Wuji's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart racing with alarm as he inwardly pondered. Could it be that he has learned of my disparaging remarks along the way? Impossible. How could he possibly know? I cannot concede to this. The surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by Xiao Wuji's apparent transgression. Meanwhile, Lu Qibin trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he mused. Could it be that the esteemed elder Li Changge possesses such far-reaching insight, that he is aware of Xiao Wuji's conduct on the road? In this tense atmosphere, Xiao Wuji feigned innocence, dropping to his knees with a thud, theatrically proclaiming, esteemed elder, I beg your forgiveness. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have dallied and wasted your precious time by failing to return promptly. I implore you to pardon me. I assure you, I shall not err again. Xiao Wuji hastily chose a relatively minor fault to attribute to himself. Li Changge let out a cold laugh and said, Heh. Have you forgotten what you discussed with Lu Qibin on your way here? As he spoke, Li Changge's gaze fell upon Lu Qibin, and he continued. This Xiao Wuji is merely pretending. Why don't you help him recall the events and reveal the truth? Li Changge's words caused Lu Qibin's body to tremble, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? How did this senior know about Xiao Wuji's foul language on the road? The truth he spoke must have been about this matter. Lu Qibin thought to himself, filled with incredulity. It was important to note that Xiao Wuji had insulted Li Changge precisely because he was within the confines of the Shillake Academy, where he could not hear him. Hence, Xiao Wuji had brazenly hurled insults at Li Changge without restraint. Yet now, Li Changge seemed to know everything that transpired. Aware of Xiao Wuji's slander and preparing to confront him, Lu Qibin was astounded, realizing just how terrifying Li Changge truly was. Although he was within the academy, his eyes and ears extended hundreds of miles away, capable of capturing every action between himself and Xiao Wuji. Such a person was indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji felt a heavy weight in his heart, as though struck by a hammer. His complexion darkened, and his heart skipped a beat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was hundreds of miles away when I insulted Li Changge. How could he possibly know? Li Changge must be deceiving Lu Qibin, Xiao Wuji thought, convinced that his insults were so perfectly executed that Li Changge could not have possibly detected them. Thus, he internally concluded that this was a scheme devised by Li Changge. Meanwhile, the three enchanting women beside Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Xiao Wuji would engage in such disgraceful behavior, which had been noticed by the esteemed Li Changge. Truly, Li Changge was remarkable. The individuals from Xiaowu Academy seemed entirely subdued by him. Impressive. I have learned much. Ning Rongrong mused, realizing she could glean valuable insights from Li Changge. In the future, if she faced disobedient spirit masters, she would know how to manage them. As the cherished jewel of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, if Ning Rongrong were to acquire the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, she would undoubtedly succeed the 7-treasure glazed tile school, becoming the next sect leader. Therefore, she felt it was essential to learn the art of subduing others. What foolishness had Xiao Wuji committed? How dare he provoke such a senior? He truly deserved his fate. Yet, Li Changge was incredibly formidable. It seemed that no one's minor transgressions could escape his keen perception. Zhu Zhuqing thought, harboring immense admiration for Li Changge. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate for not having joined Xiaowu Academy. Had she been subjected to such treatment by Li Changge, her life would have been irrevocably ruined, much like Dai Mubai, who had lost a leg and an arm, destined to live as a cripple. To restore his health, he would have to beg on the streets. How tragic. Dai Mubai had already struggled against Davis. Now, as a disabled person, he stood even less chance of overcoming him. Zhu Zhuqing felt she had been quite lucky. Moreover, there were countless male spirit masters in this world eager to take advantage of her. She could not even count them on 10 fingers. Rather than allow others to benefit, why not choose to dedicate herself to Li Changge? After all, he was immensely powerful and treated her with kindness, guiding her in her training and promising to help her avenge her family. Every time she thought of this, Zhu Zhuqing's resolve to choose Li Changge grew stronger. Nearby, Xiao Wu observed the unfortunate state of those from Xiaowu Academy and felt a sense of relief, thinking, thankfully, I am a very cute and obedient rabbit. Otherwise, I too could have become a cripple. Xiao Wu had no desire to become disabled. She reflected that rather than be subjected to the whims of other powerful Title Douluos, it was far more comfortable to remain by Li Changge's side. This man was simply too strong and dependable. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Flinder exchanged glances, perplexed by Xiao Wuji's apparent misdeeds. However, they understood that Li Changge was exceedingly angry, and the consequences would be dire. Oh dear, senior, what have I done wrong? Please criticize me, and I shall certainly amend my ways, Xiao Wuji said, his tone pitiful. At the same time, he gestured to Lu Qibin to withstand the pressure and refrain from revealing the truth. Yet Li Changge merely chuckled coldly and spoke. Xiao Wuji? Do you think me easily deceived? Lu Qibin, I will give you 3 seconds to speak. If you do not, your fate will be the same as Xiao Wuji's. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Li Changge, and Lu Qibin felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, leaving him gasping for breath. He glanced at Xiao Wuji and then at his colleagues and students, all of whom were left in a pitiful state. I will speak, Lu Qibin declared without hesitation, choosing to confess. On the road, he had already warned Xiao Wuji not to indulge in his foul tongue to avoid attracting trouble. But Xiao Wuji had ignored his counsel and even lashed out at him. For someone so intent on self-destruction, Lu Qibin felt there was no need to lie in an attempt to protect Xiao Wuji. Such a person was beyond saving. Besides, lying would only lead to his own downfall. Xiao Wuji's eyes bulged in panic as he desperately signaled Lu Qibin to remain silent. Xiao Wuji, are you waiting for me to dig your eyes out? Li Changge mocked. No, senior, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Wuji immediately shut his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Qibin boldly declared, Senior, I confess, this Xiao Wuji harbored ill intentions, continuously insulting you on the road. At that moment, I could not bear to listen and urged Xiao Wuji to cease his insults. However, he refused to heed my advice and even attempted to incite me to join him in mocking you, claiming you could not hear it anyway. I rebuked him fiercely and vowed never to be complicit in his wrongdoing. Senior, I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me. If I insulted you even once or uttered a falsehood, may I be struck by lightning, and may my place of relief befall illness. Senior, I speak only the truth. Please see it clearly. Lu Qibin spoke earnestly, recounting the entire incident. Xiao Wuji's expression was ghastly, akin to someone who had consumed excrement, his face ashen, unable to articulate his feelings. Meanwhile, Flinder, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others were filled with disbelief. They had not expected Xiao Wuji to be so foolish as to insult Li Changge on the road. Nonetheless, no one doubted the veracity of the incident. Chapter 82, Blame Xiao Wuji. Simply because this fool Xiao Wuji was indeed capable of such foolish actions. Through observing Xiao Wuji's expression, it became evident that he was the perpetrator of this incident. He exhibited no inclination to refute the accusation, merely kneeling in place, his demeanor reflecting an inability to accept this reality. Xiao Wuji, you foolish man, in your quest for mere verbal amusement, you have dared to insult Li Changge on the road. You are doomed. Who could possibly come to your aid now? Flander wore a troubled expression, appearing aged by a decade in an instant. Xiao Wuji and he shared a long-standing friendship, and Flander harbored no desire to see his old friend suffer. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others were engulfed by a wave of sorrow, for they sensed they were on the verge of losing a mentor. Ah, splendid. Lu Qibin, you have performed admirably. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon Xiao Wuji, and she said indifferently, Xiao Wuji, do you have anything to say? Do not think that just because you are several hundred kilometers away, I am unaware of your actions. My reach extends far and wide. I possess the ability to see thousands of miles and hear even farther. If you choose to act, do not fear my knowledge of it. Do you plead guilty? During Li Changge's address, he particularly emphasized his remarkable abilities, the far-seeing eye and the keen ear. If he could inspire the three enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu to unleash their imaginations, he might consequently acquire these two extraordinary powers. Li Changge felt quite content, even in the face of unattainable aspirations. He maintained a positive mindset, not overly entangled in his thoughts. If there were reasons for joy, he welcomed them. If absent, he simply encouraged himself. Meanwhile, the three exquisite beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, took note of Li Changge's remarkable abilities. This esteemed senior, remarkably powerful, possessed the ability of distant sight and keen hearing, enabling him to perceive events occurring miles away. How astonishing! How was this feat accomplished? Ning Rongrong's curiosity piqued as she pondered deeply. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing shared similar sentiments. Secretly contemplating, how did my esteemed senior cultivate such extraordinary powers of distant sight and keen hearing? Could it be that he practiced some unique technique? If only my esteemed senior could impart this skill to me. Zhu Zhuqing harbored a desire to learn these abilities. If Li Changge were willing to teach her, she would gladly address him as father 100 times over. Xiao Wu, taken aback, mused. So, my senior also possesses such extraordinary capabilities. No wonder he was aware of my presence within the Shilek Academy and came to rescue me. Xiao Wu believed that her detection by Li Changge was due to her entering his line of sight, where every action of hers was under his scrutiny. Unbeknownst to them, Li Changge's knowledge of Xiao Wuji's every move was not merely due to his extraordinary abilities, but rather a consequence of the mark he had implanted within Lu Qibin's body. Perhaps, the beauties would reconsider. Perhaps Li Changge truly possessed such capabilities. Xiao Wuji's expression darkened severely as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head with a resounding thud. He spoke, I was wrong. I shall not err again. Please, esteemed senior, grant me your forgiveness this once. I truly repent. In the past, I felt aggrieved by the loss of my arm and leg at your hands, leading to some indiscreet remarks. But I have come to recognize my folly. I truly do not dare to repeat such mistakes. I implore you to pardon me. I promise to amend my ways. And should I encounter anyone who insults you in the future, I will certainly stand up for you and teach them a lesson. I beg you, esteemed senior. Forgive me this once. Xiao Wuji, in a frenzy of bows, pleaded for mercy, gripped by intense fear and trepidation at the thought of Li Changge's remorseless cruelty. Li Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at Xiao Wuji. He then spoke, Xiao Wuji, it is not that you have erred. Rather, you are acutely aware of your impending demise. What kind of person are you to truly recognize your faults? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wuji's expression darkened further as he pounded his forehead against the ground with increasing fervor. Despite the blood streaming down and his skin being torn, he showed no intention of ceasing. I was wrong. I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Please, grant me one chance for mercy. Xiao Wuji persistently pleaded. Meanwhile, Flander, Daimubai, and the others refrained from interceding, fearful of attracting peril upon themselves. Li Changge spoke calmly. While the death penalty may be averted, the punishment of living cannot be escaped. I must instill in you a sense of awareness, otherwise, you will continue to show me disrespect. Upon hearing that he would not face death, Xiao Wuji did not feel any relief. He was acutely aware that he was about to encounter an exceedingly brutal retribution. Indeed, moments later, Xiao Wuji felt his body ensnared by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, his already impaired physique was thrust into the hands of Li Changge, with a series of ominous cracks. The sound of shattering bones began to resonate. Li Changge began to torment Xiao Wuji in a manner reminiscent of his previous treatment of Tang San. He methodically shattered all of Xiao Wuji's bones and then employed the unparalleled healing abilities of the 10-heart begonia martial spirit to mend the damage. This cycle of relentless torment and healing continued, with Xiao Wuji's anguished cries reverberating throughout the confines of the small room. The atmosphere within the Shrek Academy grew heavy with dread as its members stood frozen in fear, their hair standing on end. From that moment forth, no one within the academy would dare to speak ill of Li Changge again. After subjecting Xiao Wuji to 99 rounds of suffering, Li Changge finally ceased his torment. He then rendered Xiao Wuji's arms and one leg useless, leaving him in a state of perpetual disability before discarding him on the ground. Xiao Wuji, he declared, this is the retribution for your insults towards me. I hope you will learn from this experience and refrain from disrespecting me in the future. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to cripple your other leg as well. Li Changge spoke in a deep voice. Moreover, I hereby declare that your Shilek Academy must beg for 150,000 golden soul coins, which must be presented to me. Only then will I employ the 10-hearted begonia martial soul to heal you. Do you understand? Li Changge wore a stern expression and continued. Was it not 100,000 gold soul coins? How did it escalate to 150,000? Flandra's countenance appeared bitter. Why, do you still not comprehend? Li Changge exclaimed in anger. This Xiao Wuji shows such disrespect towards me, and you are inextricably linked to this matter. If you must place blame, Direct it towards Zhao Wuji for his lack of respect and for instigating trouble. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful October. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 83. The foolish Ma Hongjun Li Chang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no deference to Flander. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened considerably. He cast a glance at Zhao Wuji, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and a hint of sympathy. Flander dared not offend Li Chang. Thus he refrained from further remarks and conceded, "Very well, this indeed should be attributed to Zhao Wuji." With that, Flander let out a sigh. The look on his face was exceedingly grim, making him appear as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. Li Changge's expression was one of indifference, showing no sympathy for Flinder and the others. After all, the dire circumstances faced by Flinder and Zhao Wuji were entirely of their own making. When Li Changge initially arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy, it was solely to seek out the three beauties, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Li Yusong denied him the opportunity to speak and even attempted to drive them away. Li Changge naturally retaliated, injuring Li Yusong. Subsequently, Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and others approached, intending to subdue Li Changge through violent means. However, at that time, Li Changge had already attained the rank of Title Douluo, effortlessly overpowering Flinder and Zhao Wuji. They underestimated Li Changge due to his youthful appearance, brazenly trampling upon his dignity. Consequently, Zhao Wuji, Flinder, and the others all faced Li Changge's retribution. Fortunately, Li Changge possessed the strength to protect himself and simultaneously exact punishment upon the entire Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, the fate of Bulu was rather dire. Merely because Bulu and Ma Hongjun were entangled with a girl from a chicken coop, Bulu was rendered crippled by Shrek Academy, doomed to a life devoid of joy. Lacking the strength to voice his grievances or retaliate, Bulu suffered in silence. In stark contrast, Li Changge struck back decisively, delivering a lesson in return. The ethos of Shrek Academy, encapsulated in their motto, "Students who do not dare to cause trouble are not good students," fostered a prevailing atmosphere of hostility among both students and teachers, who sought to discipline those they deemed unsatisfactory. Thus, they unwittingly dug their own graves, ultimately leading to their own demise. Li Changge, while reprimanding Zhao Wuji, had already implanted a surveillance mark within his body. At this moment, all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy had been marked by Li Changge, rendering them unable to escape his watchful gaze. Li Changge felt it was nearly time to depart. However, before taking his leave, he had one final matter to address. "Flander, Zhao Wuji, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. I sincerely hope that you will remember it. Should you fail to do so, I shall return and have all your ears severed." Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference. "Please, senior, enlighten us." "We shall remember it well." Flander managed to muster a respectful expression and replied, "The students of Shrek Academy possess considerable talent, which I greatly admire. Particularly, Ma Hongjun and Oscar are on the verge of breaking through to the 30th level. Once they achieve the rank of level 30, I hope you will refrain from immediately procuring soul rings for these two children. At that time, I shall personally descend upon Shrek Academy to assist them in acquiring exceptionally powerful soul rings. This is a stroke of fortune for you. Do you understand?" Li Changge spoke calmly. Oscar possessed an innate soul power of level 10 and achieved the title of God of Food in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, was of considerable quality as well. Li Changge felt an unease within, contemplating the necessity of assisting them in fusing a powerful one-year blue-silver grass soul beast soul ring. Upon hearing this, Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each displaying a peculiar expression. Li Changge intends to assist Ma Hongjun and Oscar in acquiring their third formidable soul ring, a notion that is utterly astonishing. On one hand, Li Changge has rendered them incapacitated. On the other, he is poised to aid them in securing a powerful soul ring. For a fleeting moment, Flinder pondered whether Li Changge had succumbed to a split personality, capable of such extreme actions. Nevertheless, he respectfully stated, "Please rest assured, esteemed senior, that these two children will not recklessly fuse their third soul ring upon reaching level 30. When you arrive, grant them an opportunity to obtain a suitable and potent third soul ring. As the principal of Shrek Academy, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance." Flinder expressed his gratitude with utmost reverence, no longer daring to defy Li Changge. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances, for they were well aware of the true nature of Li Changge's intentions. The senior was rather mischievous, intending to provide Ma Hongjun and Oscar with a blue-silver grass soul ring that would cost them a year of cultivation. How foolish Flinder was to still be thanking Li Changge. Could he genuinely believe that Li Changge would assist him in obtaining a soul ring? What a simpleton! Ning Rongrong thought to herself, regarding Flinder with the gaze one might reserve for a fool. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shared similar sentiments. Perceiving the faculty and students of Shrek Academy as rather naive, Oscar and Ma Hongjun found themselves utterly bewildered. Li Changge expressed his intention to assist them in obtaining formidable soul rings. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were uncertain whether this was genuine or merely a ruse. However, they dared not oppose him and could only comply silently. Could it be that Li Changgong has truly recognized my martial soul talent? I recall the dean once telling me that I am a phoenix risen from the ashes of a chicken coop, exceedingly formidable. Could it be that this esteemed senior has taken a liking to my martial soul talent and genuinely wishes to cultivate my abilities? If so, might he eventually heal my crippled arm and leg? Ma Hongjun mused inwardly, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. He had always been somewhat narcissistic, perceiving himself as a phoenix rather than a mere hen. Thus, he harbored a sliver of optimism, convinced that Li Changgong genuinely admired his martial soul talent, which filled him with delight. Consequently, Ma Hongjun proactively expressed his gratitude, stating, "Senior Changgong, rest assured, I, Ma Hongjun, shall dedicate myself to diligent training and will not disappoint your expectations. In your absence, I will strive to reach level 30. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, exuding an air of confidence. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's display of loyalty, Ning Rongrong's expression grew more peculiar. Foolish oaf, she thought, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. Chapter 84, Gratitude to Senior Li. Ning Rongrong was aware that the powerful soul ring bestowed upon Ma Hongjun by Senior Li Changgong was the blue silvergrass with a 1-year cultivation limit. Yet, Ma Hongjun was fervently expressing gratitude and appeared eager to train diligently. To Ning Rongrong, this seemed utterly foolish. Nearby, Oscar observed the scene and, emulating Ma Hongjun, began to speak enthusiastically. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. In your absence, I will train diligently alongside Hongjun, striving to reach level 30. Our third soul ring shall be hunted solely by you, esteemed Senior. We are immensely grateful. Oscar also expressed his gratitude to Li Changgong, repeatedly assuring that he would train earnestly. Haha, another simpleton. The sooner they reach level 30 and fuse with the 1-year cultivation blue silvergrass, the better. They are also eager to fuse with a formidable soul ring, aren't they? Ning Rongrong thought, finding the situation quite amusing. Li Changge clasped his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he spoke. Excellent, Ma Hongjun. Oscar, you two children exhibit great enthusiasm and ambition. I am immensely pleased with your performance. When the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first endure trials of the heart and mind. Thus, your future prospects are boundless. I have high hopes for you both. Li Changge articulated some words laced with sarcasm. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar failed to discern their true meaning, their faces brimming with excitement at that moment. Indeed, Senior, your words resonate profoundly. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit and resolve. Ma Hongjun declared earnestly, his plump face flushed with enthusiasm. He was oblivious to the underlying implications of Li Changge's remarks, feeling only that the esteemed elder held high hopes for him, which filled him with elation. Influenced by Ma Hongjun's fervor, Oscar too became invigorated, proclaiming, I shall also strive to excel and cultivate diligently. Simultaneously, he seemed to ponder Li Changge's assertion that when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility, it must first temper one's spirit and resolve. This phrase echoed in Oscar's mind, lingering long after it was spoken. He found it profoundly insightful. This elder is truly gifted. The articulation of such wisdom is remarkable. It perfectly aligns with my current circumstances. Though my body may be frail, my spirit remains unbroken. I will diligently cultivate my abilities to prove my worth, earn the elder's favor, endure this trial, and ultimately acquire the third spirit ring that the elder seeks. Oscar mused inwardly, his determination ignited. It must be noted that the Douluo continent's reverence for martial prowess has regrettably resulted in a generally low cultural standard. Thus, when Li Changge proclaimed, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit and resolve, it astonished many. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all wore expressions of disbelief, captivated by the profundity of the statement. They cherished those words. Indeed, before one can become a great talent and shoulder significant responsibilities, they must endure hardships. Before inheriting the 7-treasure glazed tile school, my time spent learning alongside Elder Li Changge can be considered a form of hardship, albeit not entirely so. The elder, despite a slight flaw in character, has treated me well and imparted cultivation techniques, which at times felt rather joyful. Ning Rongrong pondered, her emotions somewhat complex. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing found the elder's words particularly resonant with her own experiences. To survive the fierce competition within her family in the royal court, she traversed 2 great empires, enduring numerous hardships and nearly perishing in the Stardow forest. Now, Zhu Zhuqing, in her quest to acquire techniques from Li Changge, willingly serves him and heeds his guidance. In a certain sense, she too has experienced suffering. From Li Changge's statement, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. This hardship is but temporary. She is destined to ascend, gradually reaching the pinnacle of spirit masters and becoming a figure of reverence among many. Furthermore, she will eventually raise her voice against the unjust fate imposed by her family in the royal court. As for Xiao Wu, she is currently consumed by fear of the formidable spirit masters, dreading capture and transformation into spirit rings and bones. Constantly evading danger, Xiao Wu endures her own trials. The words spoken by Li Changge, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it will first sharpen their mind and spirit, serve as a profound source of inspiration for Xiao Wu. They compel her to confront adversity, paving the way for a brighter future. The trio of enchanting beauties Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu find their impressions of Li Changge subtly enhanced. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly casual remarks he uttered have stirred significant ripples within the hearts of these individuals. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke, "Very well. Seeing your dedication brings me great reassurance." After saying this, he fixed his gaze upon Dai Mubai and continued, "Dai Mubai, I have high hopes for you. Strive to cultivate to level 40, and I shall personally assist you in acquiring a formidable fourth spirit ring." Currently, Dai Mubai faced significant challenges due to his physical disability, and reaching level 40 would be an arduous task, likely consuming many years of effort. However, should he endure countless hardships and eventually attain that level, Li Changge would not hesitate to invest some of his personal time to help Dai Mubai fuse with a powerful spirit ring of the blue silver grass with a 1-year cultivation period. Dai Mubai trembled at the mention of his name, surprised that Li Changge acknowledged him. Moments earlier, he had felt a pang of envy when Li Changge spoke of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Now that he found himself included, joy flooded his heart, and he respectfully replied, "Rest assured, senior, I will diligently cultivate and strive to reach level 40. Dai Mubai repeatedly assured himself that he would not disappoint Li Changge's expectations. In Dai Mubai's eyes, winning Li Changge's favor and becoming a disciple of such a powerful elder might lead to the healing of his injured arm and leg. Moreover, he envisioned gaining invaluable knowledge of cultivation, advancing his own abilities. These thoughts filled him with excitement. His hopeful mindset was largely influenced by Ma Hongjun and Oscar. As others began to express their gratitude towards Li Changge, Dai Mubai felt compelled to join in. Observing Dai Mubai's demeanor, Li Changge chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious facade, saying, "Excellent, Dai Mubai. Apply yourself, for I have faith in your capabilities." Chapter 85. Lu Qibin resigns. Dai Mubai, like Ma Hongjun and Oscar, was blissfully naive. They mistakenly believed that Li Changge was genuinely kind-hearted and would assist them in obtaining powerful spirit rings. Little did they know, a 1-year cultivation period blue silver grass spirit ring awaited Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. "Yes, senior, I will strive earnestly. Thank you for your praise," Dai Mubai replied, exhilarated, feeling as though he had attached himself to a wealthy benefactor. Nearby, Ning Rongrong observed Dai Mubai's expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking how foolish he was. He was already being taken advantage of and remained blissfully unaware. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing felt increasingly disdainful of him. At the same time, she was grateful not to have been deceived by Dai Mubai's flattery, avoiding the fate of entrusting herself to him. Otherwise, her already bleak life would have become even more dismal. Dai Mubai paled in comparison to Li Changge, lacking even the merit to shine his shoes. Zhu Zhuqing thought that if she were to offer herself to anyone, it would be Li Changge, as he could provide her with strength and countless benefits. Contemplating this, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly glanced at Li Changge, finding him increasingly appealing and handsome. This realization caused a blush to creep onto her cheeks, and she discovered that she was becoming more receptive to the esteemed elder, Li Changge. Li Changge glanced around and, having concluded his matters, finally said, "Very well. You may now attend to your own affairs. I shall return to visit you in due time." With that, he finished speaking. Li Changge approached the locations of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, his expression softening. He spoke, "All right, the matters have been settled, let us depart." The three beauties replied in unison. Suddenly, Li Changge unleashed a surge of soul power, enveloping the three lovely figures. With an embrace on either side, he channeled his soul energy, and in a flash, they vanished from Shrek Academy. After leaving Shrek Academy, Li Changge, accompanied by three enchanting beauties, made his way through the bustling streets of Soto City to procure essential supplies. During this period, they resided in a cave outside the city, making the shopping trip utterly indispensable. Meanwhile, with Li Changge's departure, the teachers and students of Xiaowu Academy collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though a colossal weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They relaxed, taking deep breaths of the fresh air that accompanied their newfound freedom. Xiao Wuji cast a reproachful glance at Lu Qibin, exclaiming, "Old Lu, you are truly heartless. It was because you divulged my actions that I lost an arm. I thought we were good brothers, and yet you could not keep a secret, instead betraying me to save your own skin. I despise you." Xiao Wuji unleashed his pent-up fury upon Lu Qibin, blaming him entirely for his plight. Lu Qibin responded with a scoff, saying, "Xiao Wuji, you are crossing the line. The elder has eyes that span thousands of miles and ears that catch the faintest whispers. Whatever you have done, the elder is already aware. What do you mean by slandering me? Besides, this predicament is of your own making. I warned you on the way, but did you heed my counsel?" Lu Qibin retorted angrily, feeling the urgent need to distance himself from Xiaowu Academy, fearing that remaining there would inevitably lead to his own demise. He had no desire to become a cripple. "What?" Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly believe everything the elder says? How could he possess such abilities? You have been deceived." Xiao Wuji dismissed the elder's purported powers as mere fabrications concocted by Li Changge. Upon hearing this, Lu Qibin laughed heartily. "Huh? Well then, Xiao Wuji, If you are so bold, continue to insult the elder right here. Do you believe that as soon as you finish your tirade, the elder one T come and cripple your other leg? Lu Qibin had quite the knack for banter. Xiao Wu, without discernment, laid all blame at Lu Qibin's feet, which left Lu Qibin feeling quite disgruntled. Xiao Wu blinked, at a loss for words. Enough, let us cease this discussion, Flander interjected sternly. Since the events have transpired, let us all be mindful of our words moving forward. We must not invite further trouble for ourselves or for others, understood? This incident, where Xiao Wu had insulted Li Changge, had resulted in a harsh reprimand for the entire faculty and student body. Moreover, Li Changge had escalated the treatment fees from the original 100,000 gold soul coins to a staggering 150,000. Flander and those around him harbored deep grievances. Xiao Wu, his gaze heavy, fell silent. He had lost both arms and a leg to Li Changge, and his cultivation had plummeted to a mere soul sage level of 71. Flander fared little better, with his own cultivation reduced to a level 73 soul sage. Their spirits were exceedingly low. Seizing the moment, Lu Qibin spoke up. Director Flander, I am grateful for your care over the years. However, I have decided to resign. Remaining at Xiaowu Academy will only lead to my downfall. I wish you all the best on your journeys ahead. With a respectful gesture, he turned to leave. What? Old Lu? Flander gasped, his body trembling. Please, do not go. Our academy is in dire straits and needs your assistance. I cannot help you, Lu Qibin replied resolutely. If I continue, I will only meet the same fate as you. Becoming disabled. You ask for my help, but who will assist me? I refuse to become a cripple, nor do I wish to face the elder's wrath. Lu Qibin was no fool. Sacrificing himself for others was an act of utter folly. Thus, he made his exit, quickening his pace, ignoring Flander's calls. Both Flander and Xiao Wu, now incapacitated, could not pursue him, allowing Lu Qibin to depart unchallenged. After Lu Qibin's exit, Flander angrily addressed Xiao Wu. Look at the chaos you've caused. You've driven old Lu away. Xiao Wu's expression darkened. Those who wish to leave cannot be retained, even without my involvement. Old Lu would have chosen to depart. Sighing, Flander lamented. Well, it has happened. Blaming you now serves no purpose. Indeed, Flander, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiaoxian made a resolute decision. He stood up and declared, Director Flander, Vice Director Xiao Wu, and everyone else, I am deeply grateful for your care over the years. However, with the elder targeting Xiaowu Academy, we are powerless to resist. I have resolved to follow old Lu's path and leave the academy. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. With that, Xiaoxian hastily exited, fearing he might be forcibly retained by Flander and Xiao Wu. What? Xiaoxian? You two wish to leave? Flander exclaimed in disbelief. We are friends. How can you abandon us? I do not wish to become a cripple like old Lu. Xiaoxian replied, not looking back as he quickly departed. After Xiaoxian's words, he stood outside the room, witnessing Lu Qibin and Xiaoxian leave in succession. Flander sighed heavily, his expression turning grave. Alas, another teacher has departed. Is Xiaowu Academy destined for oblivion? Established by Flander himself. The thought of disbanding the academy weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, Ma Hongjun spoke up. Director, do not despair. The departure of Lu Qibin and Xiaoxian is a loss for them. Why do you say that? Flander inquired, perplexed. To him, given the current perilous state of Xiaowu Academy, it was entirely reasonable for the two intact teachers to wish to leave. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and replied. The elder has promised that as long as we diligently cultivate to level 30, he will assist us in acquiring powerful third soul rings. This indicates that the senior values our innate martial spirit talents. As long as we perform admirably and seize this opportunity, we may earn the senior's favor. During this period, let us remain humble and compliant to the senior's guidance. When the senior is in good spirits, he may heal all of our injuries. Ma Hongjun expressed his optimistic thoughts, believing that Li Changge would recognize his martial spirit talent and, by extension, extend his benevolence to those around him. Oscar concurred, stating, I believe Hongjun is correct. Our good fortune is just around the corner. Let us diligently cultivate our skills and demonstrate our capabilities to win the senior's favor. There is still a chance for us to turn the tide. Influenced by Ma Hongjun's enthusiasm, Oscar too envisioned a bright future. Believing that there was a possibility of winning Li Changge's favor and thus being healed, Daimubai remained silent, neither agreeing nor disputing, yet he found himself somewhat convinced. Upon hearing this, Flandre nodded and remarked, Indeed, this presents an opportunity. Since the senior has instructed you to focus on your cultivation, I shall oversee your training during this time, striving to help you reach the 30th level as soon as possible. Perhaps then, circumstances will truly shift in our favor. Flandre could only place his hopes upon this notion. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, if that is the case, then that would be splendid. Hey, Xiaowu, Hongjun, and Mubai, focus on your training and perform well. Strive to catch the attention of that senior and be accepted as his disciples. If that happens, your futures will be limitless, and the crisis facing Shrek Academy will be averted. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Ma Hongjun nodded, declaring, once I reach level 30, I am certain I will gain the senior's favor. At that point, both Teacher Xiao and Teacher Lu will undoubtedly regret their decisions. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Daimubai, Flandre, Xiao Wu and others were all lost in fantasies of winning Li Changge's favor and receiving healing, thereby restoring their health. Little did they know, Li Changge had no intention of offering them any treatment. If only Ma Hongjun and Oscar had cultivated to level 30 sooner, they would merely have integrated the powerful one-year cultivation period of the blue-silver grass spirit ring earlier. Time swiftly passed by. Li Changge, accompanied by 3 beautiful companions, swiftly completed their shopping excursion and made their way back to the cave's location. Along the journey, Li Changge utilized a surveillance mark to observe the recent activities of the Xiaowu Academy. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, Lu Qibin and Xiao Xian had unexpectedly withdrawn from the academy. This was an unforeseen development for Li Changge. He had not anticipated that Lu Qibin and Xiao Xian would exhibit such discernment, opting to leave the academy rather than endure further hardships. It was indeed a most judicious decision. Li Changge silently acknowledged to himself, nodding in affirmation. Lu Qibin and Xiao Xian had neither offended him nor insulted him with their words. Thus, he chose to spare them, harboring no intentions of tormenting them. Subsequently, Li Changge utilized the surveillance mark to glance at Tang San's location. Through this mark, he observed Tang San meditating beside a grand tree, diligently cultivating. Despite having integrated 4 one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass spirit rings, he did not neglect his training. Instead, he persisted in his efforts. At present, the desire for revenge fueled Li Changge's will to survive and propelled his actions forward. This young man, Tang San, is surprisingly industrious. I wonder if, given his current martial spirit aptitude, he has a chance to reach level 40. If he does have such an opportunity, I shall return to assist him in acquiring 2 formidable one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass spirit rings. Li Changge contemplated inwardly, a sharp glimmer flashing through his deep, dark eyes. Subsequently, he withdrew his thoughts, focusing intently on accompanying the enchanting beauty as they journeyed forth. Before long, they returned to the cave. Under the warm embrace of sunlight, the 4 of them began their cultivation together. Chapter 87. Xiaowu acquires a powerful third soul skill now. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong, 3 exquisite beauties, had all mastered the technique of gaining strength through sunbathing. With Li Changge's assistance, they diligently practiced. And the harmonious pairing of men and women made their efforts feel less burdensome. As Li Changge and the 3 enchanting beauties engaged in their cultivation, they felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, they sensed that time was slipping away all too swiftly, as if a day had vanished in an instant, leaving them wishing for a slower passage of time. It was reminiscent of a first date with one's first love, where every moment feels fleeting and ephemeral. Before they knew it, 2 days had elapsed. Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation level had ascended to the 29th rank, while Zhu Zhuqing herself had reached the 28th. As for Xiaowu, her level remained at 30. Today, Xiaowu took the initiative to speak. Senior Changge, I believe my foundational cultivation is solid, and it is time to condense my 3rd spirit ring. Indeed, Li Changge nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged curious glances, their attention drawn to Xiaowu. They were both eager to witness the manifestation of Xiaowu's 3rd spirit ring. Ning Rongrong gently encouraged, Xiaowu, do your best to condense a powerful 3rd spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing joined in the encouragement, stating, Xiaowu, I am confident that you will be able to condense a formidable 3rd spirit ring. Go for it, Xiaowu. Rest assured, I will support you, Li Changge said with warmth. With the encouragement of her sisters and her senior, Xiaowu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. In truth, she possessed considerable experience and was far from anxious. With a slight smile, she responded, Thank you, everyone. I will certainly work diligently to condense my 3rd spirit ring. Afterward, Li Changge, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing observed from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Xiaowu found a spacious spot, settled down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Entering the state of consolidating her 3rd spirit ring, waves of pink spirit light surged around her. Soon after, some rabbit-like features emerged upon her form, giving her a delightfully fluffy appearance. Particularly striking were the pair of adorable pink rabbit ears atop her head, which evoked an irresistible desire to touch. Surrounding Xiaowu's graceful figure were 2 yellow spirit rings. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Changge and the others marveled as the 3rd purple spirit ring began to materialize. Its initially faint purple glow intensifying in richness. It was the first time Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed the condensation of a spirit ring from a 100,000-year spirit beast, and they found it utterly enchanting. This was also a first for Li Changge, who felt his visual senses gratified by the experience. Xiaowu's process of consolidating her 3rd spirit ring proceeded remarkably smoothly. After 2.5 hours, a sudden tremor coursed through her delicate form, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that stirred up clouds of dust. Slowly, Xiaowu opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with brilliance as they blinked. At that moment, 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, encircled her. The 3rd spirit ring appeared exceptionally vibrant, indicating that Xiaowu had acquired a formidable 3rd soul skill, which was truly commendable. Xiaowu, you did it, Li Changge expressed with a smile. Indeed, Xiaowu is incredible, Ning Rongrong praised, giving a thumbs up. The spirit ring has successfully condensed. Xiaowu is truly impressive. Zhu Zhuqing also generously complimented her. As Xiaowu sensed her newfound strength and heard the praises of her companions, joy radiated from her face, which blossomed into a smile even more beautiful than flowers. Kiki, My third spirit ring has successfully condensed, and my cultivation level has reached level 32. Xiaowu exuberantly shared her inner delight with everyone. Congratulations, Xiaowu. You are truly remarkable. Well done, Xiaowu. Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong all extended their heartfelt congratulations to Xiaowu. Listening to her companions, Xiaowu felt a surge of happiness. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, inquired. By the way, Xiaowu, what is your third soul skill? Her question echoed Zhu Zhuqing's own intrigue, as she too was eager to know. Li Changge, having read the original work, was already aware of Xiaowu's third soul skill. At that moment, seizing the opportunity to showcase his formidable strength would be quite fitting. Thus, with a subtle smile, Li Changge remarked, I am well aware of Xiaowu's third soul skill. Li Changge's words instantly captivated the attention of the three enchanting ladies. Xiaowu had initially intended to speak but paused, her beautiful gaze now fixed upon Li Changge. She inquired, so, esteemed Changge, what would you say my third soul skill is? Ning Rongrong added, Changge, you are so formidable. Can you truly deduce another's soul skills simply by observing their soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but interject, esteemed Changge, as Rongrong mentioned, is it indeed possible for you to discern another's soul skills through their soul rings? What secrets lie within this ability? Li Changge smiled faintly and spoke, there exists a technique known as the Eye of Insight. It grants the ability to perceive the cultivation level of others, as well as information regarding their soul skills. Moreover, it enables one to discern the age and abilities of certain soul beasts. Through the Eye of Insight, I can perceive the current third soul skill of Xiaowu. Do you believe it? Li Changge, with a tongue full of deceit, began to weave a web of persuasion around the three enchanting maidens, though his words were mere fabrications. Once Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing embraced this so-called lie and allowed their imaginations to take flight, Li Changge could indeed possess such abilities. In essence, the so-called lie would metamorphose into a tangible reality. In a certain sense, one could argue that Li Changge was not lying at all. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement and spoke. I believe you, for Senior Changge is truly formidable. Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly before adding, I too have faith. Xiaowu chimed in, Senior Changge, I trust you as well. However, you must reveal my soul skill to see if you're indeed correct. Hiki. Xiaowu sought to test whether Li Changge's knowledge was genuine or merely an illusion. Li Changge, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with unwavering composure. Xiaowu, your third soul skill is named teleportation. Within 100 meters, you can freely teleport, executing position exchanges to launch unexpected assaults on your adversaries. Am I correct, Xiaowu? Li Changge exuded an air of confidence, appearing remarkably self-assured. Having read the original text, he was well aware of Xiaowu's soul abilities and could articulate them with utmost precision. Only when he possessed complete certainty would Li Changge voice his thoughts. Otherwise, a single falsehood, once unraveled, could jeopardize his future attempts to deceive these enchanting ladies. Thus, regarding the matter of Xiaowu's third soul skill, it was precisely because he was thoroughly convinced that he chose to present himself in such a manner and skillfully mislead them. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both directed their gazes toward Xiaowu. Xiaowu, is what Senior Changge said accurate? Ning Rongrong inquired, seeking validation. Xiaowu, is that true? Zhu Zhuqing also asked, her curiosity piqued by the outcome. Xiaowu, her face awash with disbelief, nodded and spoke. Zhuqing, Rongrong, Senior Changge is truly remarkable. He is absolutely correct. My third soul skill is indeed named instantaneous movement, allowing me to teleport within 100 meters, proving invaluable in both combat and retreat. Xiaowu was genuinely astonished that, without her having unleashed her soul skill, Senior Changge could discern its nature with just a glance, articulating it flawlessly. This demonstrated that Li Changge was indeed extraordinarily powerful, possessing a keen insight that enabled him to perceive the cultivation levels and skills of soul masters, as well as the age and abilities of soul beasts. In her heart, Xiaowu had already affirmed the truth of Li Changge's earlier statements. Consequently, her gaze toward him was infused with even greater reverence. Meanwhile, Li Changge himself felt as though he was beginning to harness a peculiar power, imperceptibly gaining mastery over it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but exclaim, Senior Changge truly possesses the Eye of Insight. It's astounding. Ning Rongrong raised her thumb in admiration, praising, Senior Changge is simply extraordinary. The two lovely ladies, convinced of Li Changge's possession of this Eye of Insight technique, believed that this falsehood was indeed a tangible reality and began to envision its implications. Li Changge suddenly felt that he had acquired the ability of the Eye of Insight. This revelation filled him with immense satisfaction and excitement. However, on the surface, Li Changge remained utterly indifferent, concealing his emotions with remarkable composure. A truly adept master of deception must, after spinning a web of lies, remain unperturbed in the face of adversity, even if the other party is swayed by your deceit. One must not exhibit any overt emotions, not even a fleeting expression. In this regard, Li Changge excelled remarkably. Li Changge spoke, I have always been formidable. Choosing to follow me is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your lives, and it shall remain an indelible memory. Upon hearing this, the three beauties nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Indeed, the experience of accompanying Li Changge is truly unforgettable. It is likely that even in their old age, they will reminisce about this moment. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she boldly inquired, Father, could you teach me this technique? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's flushed and alluring visage, one could not help but be captivated. Changge found her utterly charming. He extended his large hand and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "In due time, I shall teach you. For now, Zhuqing, focus on enhancing your cultivation. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Progress must be made step by step. Rest assured, I am quite pleased with your performance. I will spare no effort in passing on all that I have learned throughout my life. Continue to excel." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing grasped a vital lesson. When seeking favor from Changge, one must adopt a humble demeanor and address him as daddy. This approach would surely lead to the fulfillment of her desires. Indeed, this strategy proved to be remarkably effective, as Changge had already resolved to impart the technique of the Eye of Insight to her, albeit after some time. Zhu Zhuqing felt that without Changge, she would have nowhere to turn. Thus, she was willing to wait, and remaining by his side was quite pleasant, as each day was filled with purpose. Blushing, Zhu Zhuqing shyly declared, "I will strive to perform well." Upon hearing her address, Changge felt a delightful shiver run through him, a sensation of warmth and ease. Gazing at the alluring figure before him, particularly her exquisite form and fair skin, he couldn't resist pulling Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, his hand gently caressing her soft, enticing face, his expression one of tender affection. "Senior Changge, I wish to learn as well," Ning Rongrong interjected, eager to acquire the Eye of Insight technique. Mastering this skill would enable her to glean information about her adversaries during battles. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in countless encounters. With knowledge of their foes, one can devise specific strategies tailored to exploit their weaknesses, thus guaranteeing triumph. If Zhu Zhuqing could learn the Eye of Insight, Ning Rongrong believed she too deserved the opportunity. As she spoke, she proudly lifted her well-developed chest and approached Changge, offering to massage his hands and shoulders in a bid for his favor. "I want to learn too," Xiaowu chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. She joined Changge's side, beginning to knead his shoulders and attend to him. All three beauties were eager to acquire rare techniques and genuine skills from him. Observing the three increasingly familiar and friendly ladies, Changge felt a swell of satisfaction. Changge expressed his satisfaction and spoke, "Very well, in due time, I shall teach you all. However, during this period, you must demonstrate exemplary behavior to please me. Otherwise, I shall withhold my teachings. Do you understand?" "Understood," the three enchanting ladies replied. Eager to acquire the powerful techniques from Changge, they exerted themselves fully, attending to him with attentive care and affection. Consequently, Changge enjoyed a delightful experience, feeling that life was quite splendid. Amidst this enjoyment, Changge's consciousness stirred as he utilized the eye of surveillance to observe Tang San's situation. At that moment, Tang San leaned against a grand tree at the base of a precipice, ensnared by thick black vines around his neck, resembling a dog tethered to the tree. Evoking a sense of profound pity, Tang San was currently in a state of meditation, yet he was not engaging in spiritual cultivation. Rather, he was mentally devising intricate designs for concealed weaponry, contemplating how to refine these weapons to enhance their potency. With his martial soul rendered ineffective, Tang San found himself at a crossroads. The first path involved crafting exceptionally powerful concealed weapons, thereby elevating the reputation of the Tang sect's armaments and using these formidable tools to exact revenge upon Changge. The second path led to oblivion, a deliberate choice of death, liberating himself from the torment of body and soul. In a previous life, Tang San had clandestinely studied the art of concealed weapons within the Tang sect, only to be discovered by the elders, with no avenue for retreat. He understood that capture would entail unspeakable punishment, a fate worse than death. The Tang sect was notorious, a place where individuals were devoured whole, nurturing a cadre of ruthless assassins. These assassins, not only adept in martial arts and various concealed weapons, possessed profound expertise in toxins. Those who transgressed within the Tang sect faced dire consequences, as the poisons employed were capable of inducing unbearable agony. Thus, in his previous existence, Tang San had chosen the path of the cliff's edge. In this life, however, Tang San perceived a glimmer of hope for survival, a chance to evade death. Moreover, his body remained unscathed, not a crippled shell. He felt a renewed opportunity to turn the tables on Changge and avenge himself. Consequently, Tang San fervently immersed himself in the design and optimization of concealed weaponry, all with the singular purpose of bringing about Changge's demise. Unbeknownst to Changge, Tang San was engrossed in his weaponry schematics. He was merely aware of Tang San's dire plight, unaware that should Tang San succeed in his endeavors, the outcome could be drastically altered. Changge was unperturbed. After all, a surveillance mark had been implanted within Tang San's body, allowing Changge to monitor his every move. Should Tang San indeed embark on the creation of hidden weapons, the entire process would inevitably be revealed to Changge. When the time came for Tang San to complete his contraptions, Changge would appear without delay, intercepting his creations. If, at that moment, Changge's emotions were tinged with anger, he would not hesitate to activate the hidden weapons, allowing Tang San to experience firsthand the potency of his own inventions. Such a minor character held no significance in Changge's eyes. At this juncture, Changge withdrew his thoughts and cast a glance at the three beauties, feeling elated. He began to relax, casting aside distractions, and indulged in the moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration surged through his mind, leading him to conceive an intriguing scheme. Indeed, what if, In the future, he could charm these lovely ladies into believing that as long as they provided him with diligent massages, he would grow stronger. If he could successfully entice them and ignite their imaginations, he could bask in the delightful experience of daily massages while simultaneously enhancing his soul power. This ability would allow him to grow stronger while reclining in comfort. How blissful! Changge mused to himself, contemplating these advantages. He felt a surge of excitement within and resolved to begin his persuasion. However, directly revealing this to the three enchanting beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, would evidently yield poor results. Thus, Changge opted to alter his strategy. At this moment, he lay in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. While she gently massaged his forehead with her soft hands, Rongrong sat nearby, attending to her own hands with a soothing massage. As for Xiao Wu, she lightly tapped on Changge's thigh, providing a gentle massage to promote relaxation. As Changge indulged in the moment, he began to subtly emanate a faint aura of cultivation, creating an impression that he was gradually growing stronger. This burgeoning presence was exceedingly subtle, making it difficult for others to discern. However, given enough time in Changge's company, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong would inevitably start to sense it, allowing their imaginations to wander and their speculations to arise. Time flowed on. For days later, Zhu Zhuqing began to detect something amiss with the cultivation aura surrounding Changge. Yet she chose to remain silent, continuing to attentively massage his forehead. Meanwhile, Changge persistently engaged in his daily ruse, skillfully deceiving the three enchanting ladies. At that moment, he was utilizing a monitoring mark to observe the situation on Flinder's side. Today, it was Flinder's turn to solicit gold soul coins. Flinder channeled his soul power into his right leg and left hand, using the influence of this energy to enable his normal movement. Although Flinder's cultivation level had seen a decline, he was still a commendable soul sage at level 72. Infusing soul power into his arms and thighs to regain mobility was indeed a most prudent approach. Changge silently acknowledged the operation of Flander, offering his affirmation. Subsequently, Changge observed Flandra, who wore a stern expression as he approached the entrance of Xiaowu Academy, intending to venture outside to beg. However, as fate would have it, a carriage came to a halt at the very entrance of the academy. Shortly thereafter, a man with a buzz cut and a face marked by determination surveyed the surroundings of Xiaowu Academy before slowly making his way inside. Coincidentally, Flandra encountered this buzz-cut man, and both their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment, their eyes quivering slightly at the corners. Could it be this man as Yu Xiaojing? Changge was instantly invigorated. Having read the original work, he naturally recognized the crew-cut man standing before Flander. Although this was Changge's first encounter with the true form of Yu Xiaojing in the Douluo continent, the image of Yu Xiaojing was so iconic that Changge immediately identified him. Aha! Yu Xiaojing, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you with great anticipation. Changge was in excellent spirits. He was awaiting Yu Xiaojing's arrival at Shrek Academy, eager to send his student Tang San over. Now that Yu Xiaojing had arrived, Changge could commence with his plan. However, he was in no rush to head to Shrek Academy. He wished to eavesdrop on the conversation between Flander and Yu Xiaojing. Should Flander allow Yu Xiaojing to escape during their discussion, Changge would intervene immediately to subdue him, ensuring he had no chance to flee. Meanwhile, Flander was visibly shaken, his emotions a complex tapestry. All the teachers and students at Shrek Academy were now disabled, a situation heavily linked to Yu Xiaojing's endorsement of Tang San. Flander truly did not wish to meet Yu Xiaojing in such a desolate state. Ah, Xiaojing, you've come, Flander sighed, initiating the conversation. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brows, sensing Flander's lack of enthusiasm. Flander, what's the matter? I traveled all the way from Notting City, not to find you sighing. My old friend. It has been many years since we last met. You have aged considerably, Yu Xiaojing remarked with a hint of nostalgia, recalling their glory days as the Golden Iron Triangle, renowned across the Douluo continent. Yet now, Flander's visage bore the weight of years, his once vibrant eyes now devoid of spirit. In truth, more than 2 weeks prior, Flander's eyes had still sparkled with light, until Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy and inadvertently attracted Changge's attention. Since that moment, the light in Flander's eyes had faded. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojing, Flander lamented, "You should not have come, Xiaojing." What? Yu Xiaojing's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of anger in his voice. Why should I not be here? After years apart, you greet me with such despondency. Oh, I see. Flander, are you merely putting on a show? You must have met my student, Tang San, and found him quite likable. Are you hoping to keep him close as your pupil, to teach him alone? I must warn you, this child is my validation. He will prove that I am not a failure and redeem my name among soul masters. As Yu Xiaojing spoke passionately, Flander's expression grew more forlorn. Xiaojing, it pleases me that you are here, but there have been troubling developments at Shrek Academy. I would prefer you leave. I am not in the mood to see you. Xiaojing, please return home. Let us pretend we have not met today. Flander's face was etched with sorrow. He had no desire to see Yu Xiaojing, and he issued a gentle but firm dismissal, hoping to protect him from the impending chaos. Even Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin, the two teachers in good health, had fled Shrek Academy, fearing disability. Yu Xiaojing's arrival felt akin to courting disaster. However, having endured a long journey from Notting City, he would not be so easily dismissed. Flander, what has befallen you? Why do you appear so dejected? I came all this way, I will not leave. Tang San is inside the academy, my student. If you do not wish to see me, at least allow me a few words with him. What is going on in the academy? You must share the burden with me, old friend. We ought to share both joys and hardships, should we not? Rest assured. Although I am only at level 29, I can help shoulder many responsibilities. Do not forget, I am the strategist of our golden iron triangle. Yu Xiaojiang's urgency was palpable. His emotions running high. Flanders' insistence that he leave fell on deaf ears. Yu Xiaojiang had sensed something was amiss. Intuition telling him that serious troubles were brewing at Shrek Academy. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's determination to remain and share in his troubles, Flanders' expression turned even more complicated. Xiaojiang, come with me to a private office. I will explain the situation. But you must leave the academy afterward. It is for your own good. You must listen, or you too may find yourself in peril. Come, let us go. As Flander turned and walked towards the office, Yu Xiaojiang followed closely behind. Very well, Flander. I will listen to you. But rest assured, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Even in the face of hardship, I shall share your burdens. Yu Xiaojiang's unwavering loyalty shone through, yet Flander remained unmoved, his voice rising in frustration. Enough, Yu Xiaojiang. Cease this talk of sharing burdens. I do not require your companionship in hardship. Do you understand? Flander was truly exasperated. This Yu Xiaojiang was willing to share in his tribulations, which meant that his arms and legs would be rendered useless, reducing him to a state of disability. Yu Xiaojiang's innate martial spirit was already abysmal, with a wasteful martial spirit known as Luo Sanpao. If he were to become disabled, Flander could hardly fathom the dismal future that awaited Yu Xiaojiang. Moreover, Tang San had already been taken away by the esteemed Li Changge. The so-called proof that Yu Xiaojiang spoke of might have already been nullified. If Yu Xiaojiang also succumbed to disability, it was likely that he would fall into a deep depression, unable to muster a smile. At that moment, Flander felt that Yu Xiaojiang would be the most pitiable, rather than himself. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by Flander's outburst. However, this only served to solidify his resolve. His gaze was unwavering as he proclaimed, Boss Flander, please do not say another word. Regardless of the difficulties faced by Shrek Academy, I will not abandon you. You have assisted me immensely in the past, and from now on, I shall aid you. Even if it means death, I shall not flinch. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, his tone resolute. Flander momentarily faltered, nearly stumbling to the ground. He fell silent, for he recognized that Yu Xiaojiang was quite stubborn. He was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Once Flander conveyed the seriousness of the matter, he was certain that Yu Xiaojiang would not utter such irrational words again. Without responding to Yu Xiaojiang, Flander continued onward, with Yu Xiaojiang trailing closely behind. As they walked, Yu Xiaojiang sensed something was amiss with Flander. How strange. Why does Flander's gait seem so off? Moreover, why is there such a strong fluctuation of soul power emanating from him, as if he were perpetually releasing it? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang noticed the oddities surrounding Flander. However, Flander hurried ahead, leaving Yu Xiaojiang with no opportunity to inquire further. He resolved to discuss it with Flander once they reached the office. Soon, they arrived at the office, where Flander locked the door, his expression one of vigilance. After observing along the way, Yu Xiaojiang finally discerned the discrepancies. Boss Flander, what has happened to your right foot and left hand? They appear injured. Yu Xiaojiang inquired with genuine concern, moving closer to inspect Flander's arm. Yet, Flander, looking grim, took several steps back. Undeterred, Yu Xiaojiang pressed on, cornering Flander against the wall. In a decisive motion, Yu Xiaojiang grasped Flander's left hand, noticing its pallor and the purple discoloration of the flesh, as well as the chilling sensation, akin to a lifeless limb. He then reached out to touch Flander's right leg, finding it similarly lifeless. What? Boss Flander? What has happened? Which scoundrel dared to render your arms and legs useless? How despicable! Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. At that moment, he finally understood why Flander had been so secretive, concealing his injuries. Furthermore, after not seeing each other for a long time, Flander showed no joy upon their reunion, confirming Yu Xiaojiang's suspicion that something was amiss. Raging with anger, he yearned to exact vengeance upon the one who had harmed Flander. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang insult Li Changge, Flander was taken aback. Silence. Flander interjected, covering Yu Xiaojiang's mouth with his right hand. Yu Xiaojiang, unable to utter a word, struggled against Flander's grip. You do not wish to end up like me, do you? Flander warned in a low voice. Be quiet and refrain from uttering insults towards that esteemed individual. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a similarly tragic state. Do you understand? Not if you comprehend. And I shall release you. In that moment, Flander took control, pressing Yu Xiaojiang against the wall, firmly silencing him. Flander feared that Yu Xiaojiang might speak ill of Li Changge and inadvertently draw his ire. If that were to happen, Yu Xiaojiang could end up as pitiable as Zhao Wu. Having witnessed Zhao Wu's fate, Flander was determined to prevent Yu Xiaojiang from making such a grave mistake. With Flander's cultivation at the level of a soul sage and Yu Xiaojiang at the level of a soul master, Yu Xiaojiang was utterly powerless against Flander's grip. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang absorbed Flander's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that a powerful predecessor could have incapacitated Flander. Moreover, Flander was evidently fearful of this individual, refraining from any derogatory remarks even in the privacy of this closed office. After a brief pause, Yu Xiaojiang nodded to indicate his understanding. Upon seeing this, Flander released his hand from Yu Xiaojiang's mouth. Boss Flander, is that individual truly so formidable? We are in a closed office. Surely they cannot hear us? Is such caution truly necessary? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, still bewildered. Flander sighed and replied, alas, caution is imperative. Just a few days ago, Xiao Wu suffered the loss of an arm after publicly insulting that esteemed individual. Therefore, Xiaojiang, if you do not wish to become disabled, refrain from mentioning or insulting that predecessor. Otherwise, your life will be most miserable. Flander, as a true friend, earnestly cautioned Yu Xiaojiang, hoping to prevent him from making a foolish mistake. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened as he nodded, stating, I understand. Boss Flander, please tell me what has transpired. Flander, appearing as a pale elder, settled into a large chair. Observing this, Yu Xiaojiang promptly sat beside Flander, eager to hear the explanation. Xiaojiang, Flander began. Did you invite your proof to come and study at my Shrek Academy? Yes. What of it? Yu Xiaojiang asked, by the way, where is Tang-san? Why haven't I seen him? Could it be that something has happened to him as well? When Yu Xiaojiang mentioned Tang-san, a sudden jolt of anxiety gripped him, and his expression darkened considerably. His instincts warned him that something terrible must have happened to Tang-san. This realization caused Yu Xiaojiang's heart to skip a beat. Tang-san was not merely a student. He was the embodiment of Yu Xiaojiang's years of relentless effort, a testament to his dedication. With his dual martial souls, Tang-san was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. At that time, Yu Xiaojiang would be celebrated as the mentor of this formidable dual soul warrior, garnering fame across the world. The thought of anything happening to Tang-san was unbearable for Yu Xiaojiang. No, that couldn't be. Behind Tang-san stood his father, Tang Hao. Therefore, it was reasonable to believe that Tang-san would be unharmed, that Title Douluo was not one to tolerate any harm coming to his child. Yu Xiaojiang reassured himself, easing the turmoil within his heart. Xiaogang, do you realize that your decision to bring your prodigy to my academy has led to the ruin of my entire Shrek Academy? Because of that so-called prodigy, every teacher and student at Shrek Academy has been rendered disabled. Flinder, filled with both anger and sorrow, spoke in a low voice, glaring at Yu Xiaojiang like a fierce beast. It was precisely due to Yu Xiaojiang's actions that Shrek Academy had suffered so grievously. Flinder felt a deep-seated resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang, wishing to avoid him altogether. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression soured, and he asked, Flinder, why do you say such things? Tang-san is a child of dual martial souls. His talent is extraordinary, a true prodigy. At only 12 years of age, he has mastered his primary martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, and has already reached level 29. Moreover, this Tang-san possesses a powerful second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. In the future, once he attains the rank of Title Douluo, he will be able to bestow formidable soul rings upon his second martial soul. At that point, even the current Pope of the Spirit Hall may not stand a chance against him. Tang-san is a prodigy. Where else could he possibly go if not to Shrek Academy? Is this not a place that welcomes prodigies? Yu Xiaojiang vehemently countered, though he could not shake off the feeling of trepidation as he caught a glimpse of Flinder's ominous gaze. Xiaogang, your ambitions are truly excessive. It is not my intention to discourage you, but as a mere rank 29 Great Soul Master, what right do you have to teach a student with dual martial souls? And how will you protect such a gifted student? Throughout history, students with such extraordinary martial soul talents have always been coveted by major powers. If this child does not align with any faction, he will inevitably become a target, snuffed out before he has a chance to flourish. No faction would allow such a child to grow unhindered. They would pursue Tang-san relentlessly. Flinder's voice dripped with disdain as he continued, the greater your capabilities, the greater your responsibilities. It is because of the prodigy you speak of that all the teachers and students of my Shrek Academy have been rendered disabled, and your so-called prodigy has been taken away by a powerful Title Douluo. Look at the chaos you have caused. Flinder's frustration poured forth as he vented his pent-up emotions toward Yu Xiaojiang. Shrek Academy was situated in a remote village outside of Soto City, where soul masters rarely ventured. Yet, the arrival of Tang-san had attracted Changge, leading to the downfall of every teacher and student in Shrek Academy. Who could accept such a grim reality? Flinder placed the blame squarely on Yu Xiaojiang and Tang-san. Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing these accusations, momentarily froze, his expression turning ghastly. He had not anticipated that a powerful figure would track down Tang-san, abduct him, and leave the teachers and students of Shrek Academy incapacitated. How could this be possible? Yu Xiaojiang's mind buzzed, and his face contorted in disbelief, struggling to accept the harsh truth. How could it not be possible? The evidence is before you, Xiaogang. Your naivety is astounding. Flinder sighed, shaking his head. In his eyes, Yu Xiaojiang, being only a rank 29 soul master, was foolishly attempting to take on a student with dual martial souls, a reckless endeavor leading only to his own demise. No. Flinder, you may not understand. Tang-san's background is from the Haotian sect. His father is the renowned Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang protested defiantly. Flinder laughed coldly. Haotian? That is merely a name associated with a man who is now a hunted dog, fleeing from the spirit hall. You dare to insult the Haotian Douluo? Yu Xiaojiang sprang to his feet, his twisted face reflecting his fury. Am I wrong? Flinder retorted icily, I have encountered Tang Hao. He is not a match for the existence you believe him to be. Without even a fight, he surrendered, watching helplessly as Tang San was taken away by that elder. And Xiao Gang, you are truly foolish. How much do you really know about the prodigy you speak of? Flinder remained seated, his demeanor stern, no longer affording Yu Xiaojiang any semblance of respect. He realized that Yu Xiaojiang was obstinate, unwilling to heed advice. His lofty ambitions had led to the downfall of his close friend. Therefore, Flinder felt compelled to teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson, resulting in his harsh words. Each of Flinder's remarks pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart like daggers, leaving him in profound discomfort. Meanwhile, in another location, within a cavern, as Li Changge luxuriated in the exquisite massage provided by the beautiful attendant, he simultaneously eavesdropped on the conversation between Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang through the surveillance mark. Listening intently to their exchange, Li Changge found the situation rather amusing, particularly the interaction involving Yu Xiaojiang, who was incessantly berated by Flinder. Appearing as though he had ingested something foul, his face a ghastly yellow hue. Initially, Li Changge intended to intervene and return Tang San to Flinder. However, he soon realized that listening to their dialogue was quite entertaining, especially during Flinder's furious tirades against Yu Xiaojiang, which evoked a sense of exhilaration. Flinder demonstrated considerable discernment, recognizing that Tang San was indeed a source of trouble. In the original narrative, had Tang San not encountered fortuitous circumstances, he would have been obliterated by the Spirit Hall long ago. Furthermore, the entire Shrek Academy might have faced dire repercussions. Alas, the efficiency of the Spirit Hall was lamentably inadequate, with their grasp of the situation woefully insufficient. When the time came to eliminate Tang San, they either underestimated his capabilities or fell prey to his deceptions, displaying a notable lack of wisdom. Thus, in this lifetime, I have decisively intervened, leaving no room for Tang San to grow. Li Changge pondered silently, conducting a brief analysis. At present, he immersed himself entirely in eavesdropping on the conversation between Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, with a composed demeanor, spoke. Boss Flanders, events have transpired, and I can see that you possess a certain degree of rationale. However, when confronted with a child of twin martial souls, would you not desire to take him under your wing as a student? It can only be said that these formidable beings are excessively cunning, their methods are astoundingly sophisticated, and we are utterly defenseless against them. Moreover, their jealousy is overwhelmingly potent. They cannot tolerate the slightest grain of sand in their eyes, truly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Flanders let out a cold laugh and responded, Xiaojiang, you are indulging in a naive fantasy. Before your so-called proof has matured, should we not eliminate it? Are we to wait for Tang San to grow and subsequently overturn those powerful beings? If your standing were under threat, would you hesitate to eliminate those talented yet disobedient children? I believe you would. Xiaojiang, you must awaken to the reality. Chapter 93. Yu Xiaojiang, depart. Flanders' words pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart like sharp daggers. His expression darkened as he nodded and admitted, Boss Flanders, you are indeed correct. I cannot protect Tang San. Alas. With that, Yu Xiaojiang sighed repeatedly, his countenance aging by 2 decades in an instant. Then, Yu Xiaojiang inquired, by the way, Boss Flanders, you mentioned that I do not understand Tang San? What do you mean by that? I have been with Tang San for 6 whole years. How could I not understand him? Frowning slightly, he sensed that there were hidden truths unknown to him. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang hastily questioned Flanders further. Flanders, with a stern expression, explained, the Tang San you speak of is, in fact, a middle-aged soul master who has employed some malevolent means to usurp this child's body. To put it simply, the body belongs to Tang San, but the soul does not. Once Tang Hao became aware of this, he left immediately and ceased to involve himself with Tang San. Do you comprehend? Flanders unveiled the truth, reiterating what Li Changge had previously disclosed. What? Yu Xiaojiang could no longer remain seated. He sprang up with astonishment etched across his face. How is this possible? A child's body has been overtaken by another soul. He murmured to himself, now deep in thought. He began to recall the years spent with Tang San, noting that the child was remarkably mature and insightful. Often, when conversing with Tang San, it felt as though he were engaging with a peer, fostering this illusion. Until now, Yu Xiaojiang had merely perceived Tang San as someone with a mature mindset. Reflecting further, he realized that a child with limited experience exhibiting such extraordinary emotional intelligence was, in itself, an anomaly. Additionally, Yu Xiaojiang recalled the first time they hunted the mana snake together. That beast, over 400 years old, nearly brought about his demise. In that critical moment, it was as if Tang San had intervened, slaying the mana snake. A mere 6-year-old child possessed such formidable combat prowess. As he reminisced, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, awakening a realization that Tang San indeed harbored significant issues. This Tang San, there is something amiss. He is far too mature, handling everything without my concern. Moreover, Tang San possesses some unique attack methods that seem inexplicable, leaving me puzzled as to their origin. Flanders continued. I have heard from an elder that this middle-aged soul master hails from a place known as Tang Min, which specializes in hidden weapons. I am not entirely informed. But one thing is certain, Xiaojiang, the proof you speak of is fraught with immense complications. It is precisely due to this proof that all the faculty and students of our Shrek Academy have been rendered disabled. Xiaojang, you cannot lay the blame solely on me. In truth, I harbor great resentment towards you. Why did you not seek my consent before sending such a child to Shrek Academy? Flanders' countenance darkened ominously, reminiscent of storm clouds. He detested Yu Xiaojang's actions. The letter Yu Xiaojang had sent to Shrek Academy arrived several days after Tang San had already been admitted. Why did Yu Xiaojang choose to act without prior discussion, instead of informing him before bringing Tang San? Flanders seethed with anger, feeling betrayed by his brother. Yu Xiaojang sighed. It is simply because I wish for this child to gain admission to your Shrek Academy based on his own merit, rather than receiving preferential treatment due to my correspondence. Do you understand? Boss Flanders, I acknowledge my misstep in this matter, and I apologize to you. Flanders scoffed coldly. Apologies bear no weight. The situation has escalated beyond redemption. Yu Xiaojang's expression soured as he replied, in truth, it is all the fault of that elder you mentioned. Had he not been envious, none of this would have transpired. Even if Tang San's soul is that of a middle-aged soul master, his martial soul talent is genuine. Under my tutelage, Tang San is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. That elder you speak of will be no match for him. Yu Xiaojang struggled to accept the reality. He believed that even if Tang San's soul was not original, it was inconsequential. As long as he remained loyal, a good student by his side, that was sufficient. Flanders, however, countered, Xiaojang, are you not concerned that once Tang San matures, he may cast you aside as his teacher? Furthermore, that elder is exceedingly powerful, surpassing even Tang San's martial soul talent. Yu Xiaojang replied resolutely, Tang San has stated that once a teacher, always a father. I trust in his character. That elder may possess formidable martial soul talent, but can he surpass Tang San? Tang San wields the blue silver grass in his right hand and the Haotian hammer in his left. Once he augments the Haotian hammer with 9 10,000-year soul rings, he shall become invincible. At that point, not even that elder you mentioned, nor the Pope of the Spirit Hall, could contend with Tang San. Yu Xiaojang held unwavering faith in Tang San, believing in his martial soul talent and strength. Upon hearing this, Flanders' brow furrowed deeply as he remarked, Xiaojang, you are truly obstinate. Despite my numerous explanations, you remain impervious to reason. Your unfounded hopes for Tang San have already led us astray and may ultimately lead to your demise. That esteemed elder possesses a dual martial soul, whose innate talents far surpass those of your Tang San. Even if Tang San were to ascend to the rank of a Title Douluo, he would never stand a chance against that elder. Now, leave at once. I no longer wish to see you. Moreover, if you do not depart now, will you only consider leaving after becoming disabled? Flender issued an eviction notice, demanding Yu Xiaojang vacate the Shrek Academy. Listening to Flender's words, Yu Xiaojang remained seated, his expression dark and silent. He had not anticipated that the elder Flender spoke of also possessed a dual martial soul. This was utterly terrifying. Those who share the same extraordinary talent naturally cannot bear to see others flourish, as it poses a threat to their own status. Chapter 94. Li Changge masters the art of strengthening through massage. Yu Xiaojang began to understand why Li Changge had taken Tang San away. He spoke up. Is it possible to bring Xiao San back after he has been taken? I wish to retrieve Xiao San and then leave this place. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. Flender replied sternly. Meanwhile, within the cave, as Li Changge indulged in an exquisite massage, he listened to the conversation between Yu Xiaojang and Flander. Yu Xiaojang, truly obstinate in his ways. If you desire your mistress, then I shall return her to you. Furthermore, you just insulted me. I shall settle this score with you shortly. Li Changge secretly contemplated the idea of imparting some wisdom to Yu Xiaojang. Subsequently, Li Changge subtly stretched his body and remarked, Ah, how delightful. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Rong. Your massages are truly exceptional. I feel utterly at ease. As Li Changong spoke, he affectionately patted the heads of the 3 enchanting beauties, his face radiating warmth and indulgence. Ning Rong, with a beaming smile, remarked, Senior, as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Hee. Indeed. By the way, Senior, I have a question. Ning Rong continued, her expression turning serious. While I was massaging you earlier, it seemed as though I could sense your cultivation aura surging dramatically. What could this mean? Is it possible that while we are massaging you, your cultivation is actually being enhanced? Ning Rong's observation was remarkably astute. She had noticed that during her massages, Li Changgong's cultivation aura would indeed rise, becoming increasingly potent. This phenomenon was quite perplexing and intriguing. Ning Rong took the initiative to raise the topic. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing immediately chimed in. I sensed it too. Senior, every time I massage you, I can distinctly feel your cultivation aura elevating. It seems that your prowess has grown even stronger than before. Could it be that you have mastered a technique that allows you to grow stronger whenever we provide you with a massage? Zhu Zhuqing shared her speculation, which closely mirrored Ning Rong's thoughts. Xiao Wu also joined in, saying, I felt it as well. Is this truly the case, Senior Changgong? Upon hearing this, Li Changge paused momentarily, taken aback. He had not anticipated that at this juncture, Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, 3 enchanting beauties, would finally take notice of the matter he had deliberately orchestrated. Indeed, Li Changge had intentionally crafted an atmosphere of heightened cultivation during his indulgent massage sessions. Now, their attention had been drawn to him, and they had brought it up of their own accord. It was now time for Li Changge to showcase his performance. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips, and spoke. Rong, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, I am pleasantly surprised by your keen powers of observation. Yes, I do possess a unique technique that can enhance one's physical constitution and elevate one's cultivation while enjoying a massage, although the effects may not be immediately apparent over time. The cumulative benefits of this practice are indeed remarkable. So, are you three intrigued by this technique of mine? Changge appeared nonchalant as he spoke of the so-called martial arts techniques. The three enchanting ladies, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, listened with rapt attention, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, Senior Changge, you possess an astonishing array of techniques. Would you be willing to teach us? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eagerness palpable. At the same time, her delicate hands rested upon Changge's left shoulder, gently kneading it. As Ning Rongrong applied the slightest pressure, she sensed an ethereal aura of cultivation emanating from Changge, gradually intensifying. This revelation astonished Ning Rongrong, solidifying her belief in the veracity of Changge's words. Changge smiled gently and spoke, very well. In due time, I shall teach you. For now, focus on diligently cultivating under the sun to strengthen your skills. I will grant you half a month, and I firmly believe that Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, both of you can reach level 30. When the time comes, I will take you to hunt for formidable third soul ranks. Upon hearing that Changge was willing to impart this unique technique for enhancement, Ning Rongrong was filled with joy and exclaimed, excellent, Senior Changge. I will definitely practice diligently. When the time comes, please remember to teach me the technique. Indeed. I shall teach you, Changge replied, gently patting Ning Rongrong's head. Observing her obedient demeanor, he felt a surge of fondness. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing, with a blush gracing her cheeks, added, Senior Changge, I too wish to learn this technique. Little Wu chimed in, Senior Changge, I want to learn as well. All of them were eager to acquire Changge's method, for otherwise, what would be the purpose of the massage? Changge smiled gently and spoke. Then all three of you must bestow a kiss upon me, and I shall impart my teachings thereafter. Upon hearing his words, the three enchanting beauties Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong immediately flushed with embarrassment. Typically, it was Changge who initiated the kisses, while they seldom took the initiative to kiss him. However, in pursuit of this profound technique, they resolved to seize the moment, each leaving a fragrant kiss upon Changge's handsome visage. Changge expressed his satisfaction and said, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you three are truly obedient. Haha. Now, focus on your training, and I will choose an opportune moment to teach you thoroughly. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. All right. Zhu Zhuqing gently inclined her head. Absolutely. Xiao Wu puffed out her chest, assuring that she would dedicate herself to her training. Meanwhile, Changge realized that he was gradually beginning to master a new technique. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, let your imagination soar. Changge felt a surge of inspiration within her heart. However, on the surface, Changge, with a serious expression and an air of tranquility, spoke, Zhu Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, I must step out for a while. You may remain here comfortably. Once I have attended to my affairs, I shall return to you without delay. At this moment, Changge planned to accompany Tang San to meet Xiaojiang, while also intending to address certain matters concerning this esteemed minor. Furthermore, Changge aimed to implant a surveillance mark on Xiaojiang to keep a constant watch over his movements. Upon hearing that Changge was leaving, the three lovely ladies expressed no objections. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, inquired, Father, when will you return? Changge gently caressed her face and spoke, I shall return in approximately 2.5 hours, and I will not keep you waiting for long. While I am away, remember to practice diligently. Chapter 95, Tang San, as obedient as a dog recently. Zhu Zhuqing has increasingly taken to addressing Changge as father. This development brought Changge immense satisfaction, and his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing brimmed with affection. As he found himself increasingly enamored with this exquisite young lady, both in form and beauty, Changge couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, some things happen only once, while others occur countless times. When Zhu Zhuqing first called me daddy, it opened a new chapter, and in the future, she will call me daddy countless times. How delightful. What a joy. Changge found immense enjoyment, particularly in the bashful tones of Zhu Zhuqing, whose voice evoked a delightful sensation that rendered him almost enraptured. Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu observed Changge's evident affection for Zhu Zhuqing, and a twinge of jealousy flickered within their hearts. For a fleeting moment, Ning Rongrong even contemplated calling Changge father. However, the thought was quickly dismissed, for Changge had never indicated a desire to adopt her as a daughter. Moreover, with her own father, Ning Fingxi, already in existence, the notion of addressing Changge in such a manner felt rather awkward. Similarly, Xiao Wu harbored the same yearning for such a title. The thought of uttering father and reaping the ensuing rewards was tantalizing. As Xiao Wu pondered this, her cheeks began to flush with embarrassment, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, I understand. Please take care on your journey. I will, Changge replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After exchanging light farewells with the three enchanting women, he took his leave. Changge swiftly departed from the cave, making his way to the location of Tang San. He harbored no fear regarding the departure of the three enchanting maidens. This assurance stemmed from the fact that he had implanted surveillance marks on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Should they attempt to flee, Changge would be alerted instantly. Furthermore, he possessed great confidence, believing that even in the absence of these marks, the trio would not abandon him. During the days they had spent together, a bond had blossomed, teetering on the edge of friendship and unfulfilled romance. Additionally, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were eager to learn martial arts from Changge. If they were to flee, they would forfeit the benefits that his teachings could offer. The three maidens were certainly not so foolish. Changge has truly offered an abundance, perfectly catering to the desires of the three enchanting beauties. For Zhu, he promised to elevate her 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. For Zhu Zhuqing, he imparted martial techniques and vowed to take her back to the Star Luo Empire, where she could demonstrate her strength and liberate herself from familial constraints. As for Xiao Wu, Changge provided her with protection and guidance in her cultivation, allowing her, a soul beast of 100,000 years, to gradually solidify her standing within the realm of soul masters. These three beauties are not foolish. They recognize that accompanying Changge will undoubtedly spare them decades of detours. And thus, they are eager to remain by his side. If it were anyone else, others would surely wish to stay as well. After all, who could resist Changge, who has not only read the original text but also possesses formidable strength, knowing precisely how to win the hearts of these three exquisite maidens? Changge arrived at the foot of the cliff, where he beheld Tang San, tethered beside a grand tree. The thick, dark vines encircling his neck bore no signs of struggle. This indicated that during this time, Tang San had remained remarkably compliant, dutifully guarding this territory without attempting to break free from his vine-like leash. Had it not been for his profound understanding of Tang San's treacherous nature, along with the foreknowledge of his constant desire to eliminate him, Changge might have been tempted to view him as a capable subordinate. However, due to the monitoring seal and his familiarity with the original narrative, Changge was acutely aware of the true essence of Tang San's character. Thus, regardless of Tang San's demeanor, Changge resolved to treat him with no leniency. Sensing Changge's arrival, Tang San quickly rose from the ground. Adopting a posture reminiscent of a dog, his limbs sprawled in submission. "Master, you have come," Tang San proclaimed reverently, an unmistakable excitement flickering in his eyes. It seemed that for him, the mere opportunity to meet Changge was an immense honor. Regrettably, Changge, well aware of Tang San's sinister and terrifying inner self, felt not a trace of affection for him. Changge understood that this outward show of respect was merely a facade crafted by Tang San, a mere protective coloration. Extending his foot, Changge stepped upon Tang San's head and said nonchalantly, "Your master, Master Yu, has arrived. I have decided to return you to his side, reuniting you and your mentor." Changge calmly recounted the matter. Tang San's face was filled with astonishment, and he displayed a reluctant demeanor. "No, Master, I am content to stay by your side. I do not wish to return to you, Xiaojiang. I simply desire to follow you." Tang San shook his head repeatedly, fervently expressing his wish to remain alongside Changge. At this moment, Tang San's innate talent of possessing dual martial souls had been rendered useless. What purpose would it serve to return to Yu Xiaojiang? Without the gift of martial souls, he felt devoid of any worth. Surely, Yu Xiaojiang would not want him. After all, no matter how much Yu Xiaojiang attempted to teach, he could not transform a soul master with a discarded soul ring into a formidable fighter. Conversely, remaining by Changge's side might offer him a fortuitous opportunity, should Changge take a liking to him in the future. Furthermore, Tang San yearned to closely observe Changge's habits and actions, to deepen his understanding of this adversary, as it would provide him the chance to eliminate him one day. Changge spoke in a low voice. "I am not negotiating with you. I am merely informing you of this matter so that you may prepare yourself. As a mere dog, how dare you bargain with me? Do you not wish to live? Tang San, I advise you to clearly understand your position at once. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." Changge's voice resonated with formidable power, akin to a thunderous roar crashing upon Tang San. Tang San's body trembled violently, his face contorted with anguish. His complexion turned remarkably pallid. With great effort, he forced a semblance of respect upon his features, repeatedly bowing his head as he uttered, "Master, I have erred. I shall heed your directives. Whatever you command, I shall dutifully fulfill." In a frenzy, Tang San continued to bow, pledging his unwavering commitment to executing the tasks entrusted to him by Changge. Upon hearing these words, Changge revealed a satisfied smile and spoke, "Indeed, Tang San, you possess the wisdom to recognize the situation. I hold you in high esteem. Upon your return, when you encounter your esteemed mentor, you must stay by his side, diligently learning and cultivating your skills, without allowing yourself to become complacent." Chapter 96, The Collapse of Flender. I firmly believe, Tang San, that with the guidance of the master of martial soul theory, Yu Xiaojiang, you shall undoubtedly shine and rise to the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Tang San, until we meet again at the summit. Changge wore a playful expression as he spoke. This so-called master of martial soul theory, Yu Xiaojiang, claimed to possess the ability to cultivate students into geniuses. Thus, Changge was eager to see whether this Yu Xiaojiang could indeed assist Tang San, who bore a blue silvergrass soul ring fused with a year's worth of cultivation, in achieving greatness. This Yu Xiaojiang, who had not yet comprehended his own path, sought to instruct others. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tang San's 2 lifetimes of experience and his possession of dual martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang would have produced naught but mediocre students. He merely thrived on the fortunate light of Tang San's brilliance. Tang San nodded in agreement, unwilling to defy him, and continued in the same vein as Li Changge, stating, "Master, you're absolutely correct. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my cultivation, even when I reach the pinnacle. You shall always remain my master." Tang San exhibited utmost respect, fully aware of the consequences that awaited those who dared to oppose Li Changge. At this moment, he was not inclined to resist. Li Changge, upon witnessing this, nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Tang San, you have finally grasped the essence. Your words increasingly resonate with my sentiments. I did not expend my efforts on you in vain." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression grew dim. Li Changge certainly did not suffer in vain. Previously, when Tang San was reprimanded by Li Changge, he endured the relentless breaking of his arms and thighs, only to be healed and subjected to the same torment once more. It was indeed excruciating, almost unbearable. Tang San endeavored to maintain a facade of respect as he replied, "Indeed, my master." Li Changge, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Enough of this banter. I shall now take you to attend to serious matters." "Very well, my master." Tang San responded with utmost reverence. As Li Changge spoke, he abruptly placed his large hand upon Tang San's body, lifting him effortlessly as if he were mere refuse. Following this, an immense surge of soul power erupted from Li Changge, enveloping both individuals. In a flash, Li Changge whisked Tang San away from their original location, heading towards Shrek Academy. Suspended in Li Changge's grip, Tang San beheld the rapidly shifting scenery before him, his heart racing with astonishment. Truly, the might of a Title Douluo was formidable. Their strength was exceptionally potent. The journey from this place to Shrek Academy would likely take more than a day on foot. Yet, given Li Changge's cultivation, reaching the academy would probably require no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Tang San pondered, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Simultaneously, he was engulfed in sorrow, for his dual martial soul talent had been rendered useless, fused with 4 strands of 1-year-old blue-silver grass, which signified the end of his training career at the hands of Li Changge. The thought alone caused him great distress. He had once held great promise of ascending to the realm of Title Douluo. Meanwhile, Li Changge paid no heed to Tang San's tumultuous emotions. As he traveled, he simultaneously utilized a surveillance mark to monitor the current situation of Yu Xiaojiang. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's face was etched with fury as he slammed his hand on the table, addressing Flinder with indignation, "This damn scoundrel, where has he taken my Xiao San? If he fears that Tang San poses a threat to his position, I am willing to swear an oath with my martial soul alongside Xiao San, vowing never to be his enemy. Why? Why must he be so envious of others? He is on the path to annihilating the future of the Soul Master world. If everyone harbors such sentiments, how can the Soul Master realm hope to progress?" Yu Xiaojiang raged. Flinder, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression, recognizing the validity of Yu Xiaojiang's words. However, such thoughts were better kept concealed, for speaking them could invite dire consequences. Thus, Flinder hastily urged, "Enough, Xiaojiang. You must temper your words. If you continue, not only will you fail to rescue Xiao San, but you may also find yourself in a state of disability. As your brother, though I harbor resentment towards you, I must advise you to avoid provoking that elder, or your fate will be most tragic. Even discussing this privately is ill-advised. So please, cease your lamentations." As he spoke, Flinder checked the doors and windows, ensuring their surroundings were completely sealed. Feeling a slight sense of relief within, Yu Xiaojiang, with a forlorn expression, lamented, "I have struggled so hard to regain a semblance of life. Yet, before I could even rise again, it appears I am doomed once more. My hope for survival has been snatched away by that narrow-minded scoundrel. Alas." He sighed repeatedly, his face reflecting a sudden age, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Flinder, witnessing this, felt genuine sorrow for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changge, however, let out a cold laugh, inwardly reflecting, "Am I truly the narrow-minded scoundrel you claim? Yu Xiaojiang, it seems you are weary of life. You accuse me of being small-minded, but I cannot accept such an assertion, for my ire is solely directed towards your Shirlai Academy, just as in the original narrative. You have targeted Songhui Academy and the Wuhuan Temple. Is it permissible for you to assault and harm others, yet forbidden for others to retaliate against you? How utterly absurd." Li Changge quickened his pace, his form suddenly flashing as he descended into the Shrek Academy. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entire academy. In an instant, Li Changge pinpointed the locations of Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. With a flicker, he and Tang San materialized within the office. A terrifying aura emanated from Li Changge, causing the very space around them to warp chaotically. The doors and windows of the office shattered explosively, flinging wide open. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander's expressions turned grim in an instant. "Who is it?" Yu Xiaojiang pondered, scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Flander's complexion drained of color, a ghostly pallor overtaking him. He realized that this formidable presence had descended upon Shrek Academy and was now alarmingly close. This terrifying entity had come to reprimand Yu Xiaojiang. The thought sent a chill of despair through Flander. He cast a reproachful glance at Yu Xiaojiang, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, Yu Xiaojiang. I told you not to provoke him. Yet you insisted." Now, it was all over. Flander had never anticipated that immediately after Yu Xiaojiang's tirade against Li Changge, the latter would arrive. Flander felt as though he were teetering on the brink of despair. First Xiao Wu, and now Yu Xiaojang, he felt surrounded by troublesome individuals. A burden that weighed heavily upon him. Kneel. A wave of terrifying soul power suddenly descended, forcefully pressing down upon Flander and Yu Xiaojang. Yu Xiaojang trembled, feeling as if an immense mountain had settled upon him, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he did not kneel. Rather, his body lay flat against the earth. Limbs spread wide. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Changge was truly terrifying, rendering Yu Xiaojang utterly unworthy even to kneel. Flandra let out a cry of despair, feeling as though a colossal weight bore down upon his shoulder, causing him immense discomfort. In an instant, he collapsed to his knees. However, as Yu Xiaojang was already prostrate on the ground, Flandra decided to follow suit, crawling down to join him. Thus, both of these old friends found themselves sprawled on the ground, appearing exceedingly wretched, particularly Yu Xiaojang, whose body trembled slightly under an unprecedented pressure. A pervasive sense of dread enveloped every inch of his skin. It was he. He was the formidable elder that Flandra had spoken of with such reverence. Goodness! How could this oppressive sensation be so overwhelming? It was even more terrifying than Tang Hao. A tempest of shock surged within Yu Xiaojang's heart. He could hardly fathom the immense power of Li Changge, as described by Flandra, merely sensing the aura of his cultivation. Yu Xiaojang could ascertain that Li Changge surpassed his idol, Tang Hao, in strength. Simultaneously, a deep regret began to fester within Yu Xiaojang's heart. He lamented not heeding Flandra's counsel, choosing instead to utter disparaging words about Li Changge. As expected, just as Flandra had warned. This Li Changge had indeed appeared upon hearing his insults. I have wronged Flandra, thought Yu Xiaojang, filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Li Changge stood with his arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon Yu Xiaojang and Flandra. Do you understand your transgressions? Li Changge spoke in a deep tone. His voice, infused with the power of his cultivation, resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air. Both Flander and Yu Xiaojang shivered at the sound. Yu Xiaojang was at a loss for words, hesitating in uncertainty. If he confessed, would it not lead to his demise? Conversely, if he chose to deny his guilt, he would have to concoct some plausible excuse to placate Li Changge. Yet, what rationale could he possibly devise? His mind was still mulling over this quandary. Meanwhile, Flander understood the dire consequences of refusing to admit guilt. He was acutely aware that nothing could escape Li Changge's discerning gaze. Once they began fabricating excuses, both he and Yu Xiaojang would be doomed on the spot, incurring even greater wrath from Li Changge. The most prudent course of action was to concede. Thus, almost immediately after Li Changge uttered the words, "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Flander respectfully and remorsefully replied, "We are guilty, please forgive us." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang trembled, a multitude of question marks appearing above his head. He could not comprehend why Flander had so readily admitted fault. This was not the rebellious nature he had come to expect from Flander. "Bossly, I apologize. Yu Xiaojang is my brother. He hurried here from Notting City solely to see his student, Xiao San. Upon learning that Xiao San had been taken by you, he became quite agitated and spoke some inappropriate words. I have already admonished him, and he has shown some restraint. However, we did not anticipate that this matter would escalate to involve you, esteemed senior. We are truly deserving of death. I beg you, senior. In light of Yu Xiaojang being a first-time offender, please grant him leniency. I implore you, esteemed senior." Flander prostrated himself in a fervent plea for mercy. Li Changge discerned that Flander was brimming with the desire to survive. He was becoming increasingly perceptive, more considerate, and aligning more closely with Li Changge's preferences. At that moment, Flander glanced up, attempting to gauge Li Changge's expression. However, what he beheld was astonishing. Flander's body quivered violently. What? How could this be possible? Tang San had transformed into a dog. Tang San, the son of the Title Douluo, had suffered such an egregious humiliation. Flander was utterly flabbergasted, scarcely able to believe the scene before him. Through Flander's elongated gaze, he observed a figure lying beside the towering form of Li Changge. That figure was none other than Tang San. He was sprawled on the ground like a dog, his neck tethered by a thick, black vine, resembling a leash. The other end of this vine was held firmly in Li Changge's large hand. The image was profoundly shocking. Merely a fleeting glance caused Flander's heart to skip a beat, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Beside him, Yu Xiaojang felt a jolt of disbelief upon hearing Flander's words. This was due to Flander's remarkably sincere admission of fault, as he divulged every detail of the situation without a hint of anger. His contrition was beyond Yu Xiaojang's expectations. Flander, in his confusion, had not even attempted to disguise his feelings or concoct an excuse. Yu Xiaojang's expression darkened, sensing that the end of his world had arrived. At that moment, he instinctively looked up at Li Changge. Upon doing so, he was rendered utterly speechless, his entire being paralyzed. He beheld the true visage of Li Changge, a man of imposing stature, strikingly handsome, with sharp facial features akin to blades, evoking a sense of fear. His eyes, cold to the extreme, resembled two frigid orbs, emanating an overwhelming chill that felt unapproachable, causing tremors. Even more terrifying was the thick black vine in Li Changge's hand, resembling a robust dog leash, which was fastened around Tang San's neck. Tang San lay there like a large dog, obediently crawling on the ground, utterly docile, showing no signs of resistance. Tang San was Yu Xiaojang's cherished disciple. Witnessing Tang San's predicament filled him with profound anguish. Although Flander had informed Yu Xiaojiang that this Tang San was not the genuine article, but rather a vessel possessed by an evil middle-aged soul master. Seeing Tang San in such a state was still unbearable for him. Yu Xiaojiang's heart ached as he realized his own pride was being trampled upon. If given the chance, he longed to strike Li Changge, to rescue Tang San, and defend the dignity between master and disciple. Yet, as a mere rank 29 soul master, he felt helpless. Unable to assist his student in overcoming Li Changge, his heart was in turmoil, as if being torn apart. Oh, Tang San, my beloved Tang San. It is I who have led you to this fate. I should not have allowed you to journey alone to Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang's mind was in disarray. He deeply regretted permitting Tang San and Xiao Wu to accompany each other to Shrek Academy. In his view, as long as Tang San refrained from utilizing his second martial soul, his twin martial soul talent would remain concealed. However, Yu Xiaojiang had gravely underestimated the prowess of a Title Douluo, leading to this calamity. He felt as if he wished for death. If there existed a potion for regret in this world, he would pay any exorbitant price to procure a vial, wishing for a chance to start anew. Alas, such a remedy does not exist. Yu Xiaojiang could not turn back time. The conclusion lay before him, even if he shattered his teeth. He could only swallow the bitter truth along with his blood, painfully accepting this dreadful reality. Li Changge cast a languid glance at Flandre and Yu Xiaojiang. Speaking in a measured tone, Flandre, it seems you are quite eager to admit your mistakes. Very well, Flandre, considering your willingness to take responsibility, I shall refrain from tormenting you. However, your companion here is utterly oblivious. Yu Xiaojiang, you have erred, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Instead compelling Flandre to bear the burden of your faults. TSK, what a disgraceful companion you are. Flandre, rest assured, I shall ensure that this good brother receives a fitting punishment. As Li Changge spoke, his gaze had already fallen upon Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang felt as though he were being scrutinized by the specter of death, engulfed in a profound sense of discomfort and anguish. Meanwhile, Flandre was taken aback. He found himself at a loss, desperately wanting to convey to Li Changge that there was no need for him to take it upon himself to discipline Yu Xiaojiang, that he had appreciated the gesture. Yet, ultimately, Flandre lacked the courage to utter a single word. He was acutely aware that should he voice such sentiments, he would undoubtedly face Li Changge's reprimand, and consequently, he too would suffer the repercussions. This predicament was of Yu Xiaojiang's own making. Let him bear the burden alone. I am growing old. I can no longer assist Yu Xiaojiang in any meaningful way. I have already offered him my counsel. Alas, Yu Xiaojiang's temperament mirrors that of Xiao Wu, stubborn and unyielding. Once they set their minds on something, not even 10 oxen could drag them back. This is their own mess. They must take responsibility for it. I am old, and I cannot be of any help. Flandre sighed inwardly, bowing his head in resignation, choosing not to involve himself in this matter any further. At this juncture, Flandre sought to preserve his own safety, unwilling to invite calamity upon himself. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was stricken with terror, engulfed in fear. He recalled Flandre's warning that to offend Li Changge's dignity could lead to devastating consequences. The mere thought of becoming disabled filled Yu Xiaojiang with profound distress. At that moment, Li Changge coldly remarked, Yu Xiaojiang, you are truly incorrigible. You have affronted my dignity. Yet, even now, you have shown no remorse. Nor have you considered offering me an apology. You are indeed deserving of your fate. Li Changge shook his head, his face a portrait of disappointment directed towards Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang shuddered. Just as he was about to utter a few words, he realized it was already too late. This was due to the fact that Li Changge had swiftly appeared beside him in a mere flicker. Subsequently, Li Changge raised his large hand and reached out towards Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang felt as if he were nothing more than refuse. Ensnared in Li Changge's grasp. Crack. Li Changge did not hesitate and directly rendered Yu Xiaojiang's left arm useless. Ah, it hurts. My arm is in agony. It is utterly ruined. Yu Xiaojiang cried out in pain, his face contorted in anguish. He could distinctly feel that he had lost all connection with his left arm. Unable to move it even slightly, the overwhelming sensation of pain clouded his mind, leaving him only capable of shouting in despair. This left arm was of immense value to Yu Xiaojiang. It was the very appendage that had aided him in achieving his first profound understanding of wisdom in life. Now, every day when he visited the restroom, it was this hand that reached for the toilet paper. The loss of his left arm signified the end of his youth. He grimaced, his expression one of utmost suffering. Thud. Li Changge, with an expression of palpable irritation, cast Yu Xiaojiang to the ground. To show such disrespect towards the title of Douluo and yet remain unpunished is already a profound act of mercy. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare your life. However, I will sever one of your arms, with the hope that this will instill in you a sense of repentance, urging you to remain vigilant and refrain from uttering reckless words, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Li Changge's voice was imbued with an icy indifference. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang lay on the ground, clutching his left hand, wailing in agony. Observing this, Flandre promptly knelt down, fervently expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, esteemed senior. I am deeply grateful for your mercy. This foolish Yu Xiaojiang, as his devoted brother, extends my heartfelt thanks on his behalf. Esteemed senior, I am truly thankful for your guidance. You possess far more understanding than this simple Yu Xiaojiang. Li Changge expressed a compliment. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Flandre promptly responded, displaying a demeanor of gratitude. Subsequently, Li Changge's gaze fell upon Tang San as he calmly remarked, "Tang dog. Go and teach this jade little bastard a lesson. He has violated your master's dignity. Should you not seek to avenge your master?" Li Changge immediately commanded Tang San. Tang San trembled, intimidated by Li Changge's formidable authority. He was akin to a great demon, utterly terrifying. "As you wish, my master." Woof woof woof. Having suffered greatly, Tang San understood his duties. He then lunged forward, baring his teeth as he began to bite at Yu Xiaojiang. "No, no. Little San, what are you doing? Don't come near, Little San. Please, no." Yu Xiaojiang cried out in agony. Chapter 99. Yu Xiaojiang's despair. Tang San relentlessly tore at Yu Xiaojiang, eliciting anguished howls from him. "No, please. Little San, you cannot treat me this way. Don't do this, Little San. Don't bite me," Yu Xiaojiang pleaded, his voice filled with despair and urgency. Yet, Tang San ignored his cries. In Li Changge's eyes, Tang San was a remarkably obedient loyal hound. However, to both Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San resembled a feral beast, indiscriminately attacking, utterly fearsome. Yu Xiaojiang sustained numerous bites. In a desperate struggle, he swung a powerful slap at Tang San's face, causing his head to twist. Nevertheless, Tang San lunged again, seemingly unafraid of injury, like a frenzied dog, a vicious beast. Yu Xiaojiang emitted sharp cries, writhing in pain. Flinder watched this scene unfold, his heart twisting with anguish. The sight only deepened the shadows of dread in both Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang's hearts. They increasingly felt that the elderly Changge was an entity too terrifying to provoke. His methods were truly horrifying. He had turned Tang San into a mad dog, attacking his own mentor, Yu Xiaojiang. Such tormenting tactics could only be conceived by a demon. One must not provoke him. Absolutely, one must not provoke this fiend. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully of Li Changge in the future, I must intervene to defend him. If I cannot do that, I must flee as far away as possible. Flinder silently resolved. Through repeated lessons, he learned how to survive under Li Changge's formidable presence. Watching his dear friend Yu Xiaojiang suffer, Flinder felt paralyzed with fear, unable to move, merely observing in dread. Time passed swiftly. Li Changge felt it was about time and said, "Tang San, that is enough. Cease your actions." Upon receiving Li Changge's command, Tang San immediately halted his behavior and obediently approached Li Changge's side. His demeanor was rather naive, resembling that of a well-behaved dog. The corners of Tang San's mouth were stained with blood, a remnant from the brutal act of tearing apart Yu Xiaojiang, a trophy of his conquest. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang, relieved by Tang San's departure, gasped for fresh air. He truly had not anticipated that Li Changge could be so vile, commanding Tang San to perform such egregious acts. It was even more disheartening to witness Tang San obediently following Li Changge's orders, subjecting himself to such torment. Yu Xiaojiang's heart was filled with profound anguish. "Yu Xiaojiang, are you not yet grateful for the gifts bestowed upon you by this old man? Do you believe that the rewards I have given are insufficient? And wish for me to grant you even more?" Li Changge spoke in a deep voice. The sound, infused with the power of cultivation, resonated like a thunderclap, causing Yu Xiaojiang's body to tremble repeatedly. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was grim. To be reprimanded by another yet still feel compelled to express gratitude was a bitter irony. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Li Changge had the audacity to refer to this lesson as a gift. He even suggested that perhaps Yu Xiaojiang found the gift insufficient and desired more. How could Yu Xiaojiang possibly accept such insolence? He immediately shook his head in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, no, esteemed senior, your gifts are already abundant." After initially rejecting Li Changge's gift, Yu Xiaojiang began to fervently express his gratitude, saying, "Esteemed senior, thank you for your generous gift. I am truly grateful." Yu Xiaojiang had learned his lesson and understood that he must concede, showering Li Changge with fervent expressions of appreciation. Li Changge was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's grievances towards him. However, the latter's outward display of respect was sufficient for him. In this world, how many individuals do not harbor resentment within themselves? Li Changge does not demand their inner respect. It suffices that they show respect in his presence. "Excellent, Yu Xiaojiang. I am exceedingly pleased with your performance." Li Changge revealed a smile of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaojiang came to understand the wisdom in Flander's words, realizing that he ought not to have defied Li Changge. Had he chosen to comply with Li Changge from the outset, adopting a more humble demeanor, he could have spared himself much of the torment he endured. In this regard, it was evident that Flander had navigated the situation exceptionally well. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior," Yu Xiaojiang expressed his gratitude. However, amidst his thanks, he felt a dull ache in his left arm, a discomfort that was quite unbearable. This pain stemmed from Li Changge having rendered his left arm useless. First, his arm was incapacitated, followed by an assault from Tang San. Now, an overwhelming shadow loomed within Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Li Changge stepped forward, deftly placing his foot upon Yu Xiaojiang, swiftly embedding a mark of surveillance within his body. Yu Xiaojiang, perplexed and bewildered, could only stand awkwardly, offering an uneasy laugh. To him, this was a capricious tyrant. Li Changge's ambitions transcended the realm of human imagination. After planting the surveillance mark, he utilized his mental awareness to inspect the mark on Yu Xiaojiang's body. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he turned and returned to Tang San's side. "Very well, Xiao San. Go back to your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang." Originally, I had specifically brought you here today to reunite the two of you. However, it seems that you Xiaojiang, have spoken some disrespectful words towards me. Thus, I deemed it necessary to impart a lesson upon you. Hoping that you will learn from this experience and amend your ways in the future. Changge spoke softly. Having rendered Tang San's martial spirit talent ineffective and given Xiaojiang a severe lesson, it was only natural for Changge to return Tang San to his rightful place, allowing the master and disciple to reunite. Upon hearing Changge's words, Xiaojiang and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating that Changge's purpose for this visit was to orchestrate such a reunion, Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With his left hand rendered useless and having been treated like a dog by Tang San at Changge's behest, the thought of having Tang San return to his side was unbearable. The culmination of these events left Xiaojiang in despair, wishing to escape this world altogether. He found himself at a loss on how to face the young Tang San in the future. Just contemplating the situation left him feeling suffocated and distressed. At that moment, when Xiaojiang was at a loss for words, Flandre hurriedly interjected, "Xiaojiang, what are you daydreaming about? The esteemed senior has already returned your Tang San. You should express your gratitude without delay. Don't just stand there. Quickly thank the senior." Flandre's tone was urgent. Fearing that Xiaojiang might offend Changge again and face dire consequences. While Xiaojiang's suffering was one matter, the potential repercussions for himself were far more concerning. Upon hearing Flandre's words, Xiaojiang promptly snapped back to reality. He nodded vigorously and turned to Changge with a face full of respect, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Esteemed senior. Thank you. Thank you for bringing Tang San back to my side and allowing us to reunite as master and disciple. You were truly wonderful. Thank you, esteemed senior." Xiaojiang fervently expressed his gratitude to Changge. Upon hearing these words, Changge expressed his satisfaction and responded, "Xiaojiang, no need for thanks. It is my duty to assist." With that, his gaze settled upon Tang San as he spoke in a grave tone. "Enough, Tang San, hurry back to your teacher. You must treat him well from now on, do you understand?" Tang San felt a profound bitterness within. Yet he could only muster a smile on the surface as he replied, "Senior, I understand. Rest assured, I shall take good care of my teacher." "Very well, haha." Changge laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You two are quite the amusing duo." With another round of laughter, he departed, vanishing from the sight of Xiaojiang, Flandre, and Tang San. As Changge left, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the office dissipated entirely, and the suffocating feeling vanished into thin air. Flandre, Xiaojiang, and Tang San all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had survived a calamity. Xiaojiang and Flandre were still recovering from the encounter. While Tang San immediately knelt and bowed deeply to Xiaojiang, striking his forehead 3 times on the ground. He apologized earnestly, "I am an unfilial student. Everything I did earlier was out of desperation. Teacher, I am truly sorry. Please forgive me." Tang San's face was filled with sincerity as he sought Xiaojiang's pardon. Xiaojiang's expression darkened. He understood that Tang San had been compelled by circumstances. Sighing deeply, his countenance aged dramatically, as though he had aged 30 years in an instant. "Tang San," he began, "this matter rests upon me. I am to blame. Do not speak of that senior again. Let this matter rest here." Having learned from the recent lesson, Xiaojiang refrained from discussing Changge further, fearing the wrath of such a formidable Title Douluo. Flandre shook his head, reflecting inwardly. This is how people are. Only after experiencing hardship do they learn. I had advised Xiaojiang not to speak ill of Changge, yet he insisted on doing so. Now, after receiving a harsh lesson, he finally understands that some topics should remain unspoken. Indeed, one can teach others, but only experiences truly impart wisdom. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in Flandre's mind, Tang San, having absorbed Xiaojiang's words, chose to refrain from discussing Changge any further. He nodded and replied, "Yes. Teacher, I will not speak of it again." Meanwhile, on the other side, as Changge made his way back to the cave, he discreetly monitored the situation of Tang San, Flandre, and Xiaojiang through the surveillance mark, eavesdropping on their conversation. Noticing that they had become considerably more subdued and ceased their disparaging remarks about him, Changge felt a sense of satisfaction. Believing that his efforts toward the 3 had not been in vain, he continued to observe their interactions. Meanwhile, Xiaojiang expressed his concern, saying, "Child, you have endured much hardship during this time. That esteemed elder did not make things difficult for you, did he? He did not impose any undue burdens upon you?" Initially intending to refer to Changge as a beast, Xiaojiang caught himself mid-sentence and quickly amended his words to esteemed elder. Tang San, wearing a face of deep grievance, replied, "He integrated a soul ring for me." "Wait, he integrated a soul ring for you?" Xiaojiang paused, realizing that this could be a positive development. "Tang San, did he help you break through to the 30th level? What kind of soul ring did he integrate? Is it impressive?" Little did Xiaojiang know. Changge had taken Tang San away solely to assist him in integrating a soul ring, a notion that struck him as utterly absurd. In Xiaojiang's mind, he had expected that Changge would incapacitate Tang San, rendering him disabled. However, Changge had instead aided him in integrating a soul ring, which was quite perplexing. Tang San's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, Xiaojiang pieced together the implications and exclaimed, "Could it be that he integrated a worthless soul ring for you?" The thought nearly caused him to spit blood in frustration. For every soul master, the soul ring is of utmost importance. If a martial soul and innate soul power determine how far a soul master can go, then the soul rings are the very paths they traverse. A poorly chosen soul ring is akin to a misguided journey, leading to a short and ruined life. In Yu Xiaozhang's view, Li Changge had potentially doomed Tang San's future. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in Yu Xiaozhang's heart as he yearned to discover the nature of the soul ring Li Changge had integrated for Tang San. Tang San, his face a picture of despair, replied, "It is a blue silvergrass with a 1-year cultivation period. The esteemed elder integrated a soul ring of only 1 year of cultivation for me." By this point, tears were nearly spilling from Tang San's eyes. Even a 10-year spirit beast would far surpass this meager 1-year blue silvergrass. What? A blue silvergrass with a 1-year cultivation period? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang froze, his body collapsing to the ground in shock. The pain in his heart was unbearable. Tang San was proof of Yu Xiaozhang's own potential, and now, with a soul ring of merely 1 year's cultivation, it felt as though his future was irrevocably shattered. The third soul ring could accommodate rings of 1,000 years or more. Moreover, for a soul master, the third soul ring signifies a definitive path, allowing Tang San to choose between pure control or a blend of offensive abilities. Chapter 101. Flandra and Yu Xiaozhang were both devastated. Now, however, Tang San's third soul ring was a 1-year blue silvergrass. This was utterly futile. Even a 10-year cultivation period of a phoenix manicore would be far superior to a 1-year blue silvergrass. Furthermore, Yu Xiaozhang had originally planned for Tang San's third soul ring to integrate with soul rings related to serpents or spiders, specifically those imbued with poison attributes. Poisonous serpent soul rings could enhance the resilience of the blue silvergrass while imparting a terrifying poison attribute, ensnaring enemies with great force and weakening them. Spider soul rings would increase the quantity and resilience of the blue silvergrass, rendering it as dense as a spider's web, with formidable binding capabilities. Coupled with poison attributes to paralyze foes, this would be a powerful combination. This had been Yu Xiaozhang's original strategy. Yet now, the presence of a 1-year blue silvergrass had utterly shattered his plans, leaving him in profound distress, his face contorted in anguish. Meanwhile, Flandra, upon hearing the news, trembled in disbelief. A 1-year blue silvergrass? How could this esteemed elder allow Tang San to integrate such a worthless soul ring? This was an unprecedented occurrence. In this world, even the most talentless and unprivileged soul master would never opt to integrate such a pathetic soul ring. The blue silvergrass martial soul, combined with a blue silvergrass soul ring, was a recipe for disaster. Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, was utterly ruined. This esteemed elder, Li Changge, was truly a monster, capable of devising such tormenting methods. It was terrifying, an absolute fiend. Flandra inwardly lamented, feeling a profound fear of Li Changge. Throughout his life, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, now he had a newfound fear, Li Changge. This great demon had left an indelible mark on his mind that he could not shake off. In fact, Flandra began to contemplate whether he should dissolve the Shrek Academy and retire to a remote village. Otherwise, if things continued this way, he feared he might depart this beautiful world before many of the elderly. As someone who cherished wealth, he had no desire for an early demise. He wished to live a long life. Suddenly, a critical thought struck Flandra, causing him to shudder again as his slanted eyes began to tremble violently. Could it be that this esteemed elder had also mentioned wanting to ensure that Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai trained diligently? Once they reached the appropriate cultivation level, he would procure powerful soul rings for them. Could it be that these powerful soul rings were also just 1-year blue silvergrass soul rings? At this realization, Flandra stood frozen, his mind buzzing. The thought of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai integrating a 1-year blue silvergrass soul ring, thereby truncating their paths as soul masters, filled his face with sorrow. His already aged visage seemed to age another 20 years in an instant. He felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Yet, was there a way to resolve this predicament? Flandra furrowed his brow deeply, his mind racing to devise a solution. He sought any means to prevent Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai from enduring this fate. However, after racking his brain, Flandra realized he had no viable options. After all, Li Changge had issued a stern warning that Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai must not privately hunt for soul rings until he arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Flandra dared not defy Li Changge's instructions, for the repercussions could be far worse than integrating a 1-year blue silvergrass soul ring. Thus, this time, there is simply no solution. The thought of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, their joyful selves, only deepened the agony in Flandra's heart upon learning the truth. Alas, it is what it is. Ultimately, these trials must be faced. Even if I were to reveal this matter to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, it would not alter the situation. So be it. I shall let them enjoy their days ahead, while I harbor this burden within, keeping it to myself. Flandra resolved to bury this knowledge deep within, to spare everyone from panic and excessive negativity. Disabled and bound to integrate a year's worth of cultivation with blue silvergrass. Oh, the children, how they must suffer. As the principal of Shrek Academy, Flandra felt profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozhang sighed and spoke. Tang San, please unleash your martial soul so that I may observe it. The matter had already been settled. Yu Xiaozhang wished to see what form Tang San's martial soul had taken. All right, Tang San nodded in agreement. There was no choice. One must bow under the eaves. Now that Tang San had returned to Yu Xiaozhang's side, he naturally had to heed his teacher's request. Despite his growing disdain for Yu Xiaozhang and a desire to forge his own path, he complied. First martial soul, blue silver grass. Tang San released his martial soul, and blue soul light surged forth. Soon, a cluster of vibrant blue silver floated above his hand, while 3 soul rings, yellow, and white, encircled him, pulsing gently and emanating soul light. The 2 yellow rings appeared rich in color, while the white ring seemed faint, almost translucent, as if it could vanish into the ether at any moment. Is this the soul ring of a year's cultivation of blue silver grass? How exceedingly feeble! Flandra's pupils widened in shock upon seeing that soul ring, flooded with revulsion. The thought of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai bearing such a worthless soul ring in the future tormented him greatly. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozhang's expression soured considerably. This soul ring was utterly inadequate. Sighing, he longed to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Changge, but when the words reached his lips, they remained unspoken. Ultimately, he swallowed his words, burying them deep within. Yu Xiaozhang understood that if he dared to utter even a single curse at Li Changge, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He simply lacked the courage to do so. With a furrowed brow, he addressed Tang San. Please, release your 3rd soul skill so that I may see it. Yu Xiaozhang was eager to witness the effectiveness of Tang San's soul skill. Teacher, my 3rd soul skill is rather weak. Tang San's expression revealed his reluctance. He felt too embarrassed. Thus, he exhibited resistance towards releasing his soul skill, feeling it was too shameful. Even if it is weak, it must be shown. Allow your teacher to see it. Perhaps there is a chance for redemption. Yu Xiaozhang insisted earnestly. Flandra, instinctively agreeing, added, your teacher is a master of martial soul theory. He may truly have a solution. Upon hearing this, Tang San sighed, realizing he had to place his hope in this. He nodded and said, very well. I will demonstrate my soul skill. Afterward, Tang San's blue eyes gleamed with determination as he began to release his 3rd soul skill. 3rd soul skill, blue silver grass net. He declared, as the 3rd white soul ring vibrated intensely, expanding and shimmering. It emitted a faint white light, barely discernible. Although the 3rd soul ring was pulsating vigorously, it was evident that it was a struggle, akin to a turtle crawling, exerting all its effort, but moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Flandra and Yu Xiaozhang observed intently. Truth be told, they had never witnessed what a year's cultivation of blue silver grass could produce in terms of soul skills. It was as if they had never seen the soul skills unleashed by a 10,000-year soul ring. 1 year and 10,000 years, these were 2 extremes, beyond their experience. Suddenly, Tang San's blue silver grass began to extend, swiftly weaving into a net no larger than an adult's palm, which then flew toward Yu Xiaozhang's head. The blue silver grass net ensnared Yu Xiaozhang, giving him an appearance reminiscent of wearing a green hat, a somewhat comical sight. Yu Xiaozhang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the soul skill of a year's cultivation would prove so dismal. Instinctively, he reached out with his right hand, removing the blue silver grass net from his head. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the net crumbled and fell to the ground. He refrained from using his left hand, as it had been rendered useless by Li Changge. What a weak soul skill! Flandra involuntarily exclaimed. This was a spontaneous reaction. But once the words left his mouth, he realized the gravity of the situation. Speaking such a thing in front of Tang San was deeply hurtful. And with Yu Xiaozhang present, it was even more inappropriate. Flandra quickly covered his mouth with his hand, acting as if nothing had occurred. Tang San had heard. Yet he lacked the courage to admonish Flandra, so he could only silently mourn his fate. Teacher, do you have any means to remedy my 3rd soul skill? Tang San raised his blue eyes, filled with hope, looking toward Yu Xiaozhang. As a master of martial soul theory and the proponent of the top 10 core competitiveness theories of martial souls, Yu Xiaozhang was renowned across the continent. Tang San thought perhaps his teacher truly had a way to salvage his 3rd soul skill. There is no remedy. Yu Xiaozhang shook his head and sighed. Tang San faltered, his expression clouded with despair as he reluctantly withdrew his blue silver grass martial soul. Indeed, having integrated the year's cultivation of the blue silver grass soul ring, he had rendered himself ineffective. The path of a soul master was now closed to him. Tang San felt profound sorrow. Li Changge was observing the real-time movements of Tang San, Yu Xiaozhang, and Flinder through the surveillance mark. Upon witnessing their dejected expressions and Tang San once again unleashing his mother's web soul skill, he could not help but chuckle. Tang San, oh Tang San. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Seeing your misfortune brings me a sense of relief. Haha. My dear brother truly is a scoundrel for devising such a method to torment Tang San. The effect is indeed remarkable. It is a pity, however, that my good brother is no longer in this world. I can only witness this scene on his behalf and share in his joy. My dear brother, may you rest in peace, knowing all. Li Changge murmured a few words, continuing to observe the iconic reunion of the 3 inept characters, Tang San, Yu Xiaozhang, and Flinder. This was a scene meticulously crafted by Li Changge himself. Naturally, he intended to savor the fruits of his labor, much like a criminal who, after committing a crime, returns to the scene of the offense to admire his handiwork. Li Changge was admiring the art he had created. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozhang, Flander, and Tang San appeared quite despondent, their sorrow evident in the multitude of wrinkles that had formed upon the egg. At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration coursed through Yu Xiaozhang's mind, illuminating a matter of great significance. Perhaps this revelation would herald a monumental turning point. As this thought crossed his mind, his breath quickened with anticipation. Xiao San. Indeed. You still possess the Haotian hammer as your martial soul. Yu Xiaojang exclaimed excitedly. Although your blue-silver grass martial soul has been rendered ineffective, this presents an opportunity for you to commence the cultivation of the Haotian hammer. The progress you will make with the Haotian hammer will undoubtedly surpass that of the blue-silver grass. In time, as you cultivate the Haotian hammer to level 90 or above, you will be able to bestow formidable 10,000-year or even 100,000-year spirit rings upon your blue-silver grass martial soul. In such a scenario, your blue-silver grass would no longer be considered obsolete. As for the third spirit ability, it can be disregarded. Once you ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, battles will predominantly utilize higher-level spirit abilities, rendering the third spirit ability unnecessary. Alas, it is regrettable that according to my original plan, you should have cultivated your first martial soul, the blue-silver grass, to level 90 before advancing to the Haotian hammer. Had that been the case, your Haotian hammer would possess unparalleled destructive power, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Yet now, circumstances have shifted, and we must make do with the Haotian hammer as your second martial soul. As Yu Xiaojang spoke, his expression grew animated, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He recalled that aside from the blue-silver grass, Tang San also possessed the Haotian hammer as his second martial soul. Although the blue-silver grass had been rendered ineffective, Tang San could redirect his efforts towards cultivating the Haotian hammer. Should he elevate the Haotian hammer to level 90 before returning to the blue-silver grass, it would shatter this impasse. Li Changge, who had been observing Yu Xiaojang, could not help but chuckle upon hearing these words. Haha, you truly are remarkable, Yu Xiaojang, for devising such a brilliant strategy. However, the thoughts you conceive, I too can fathom with but a fleeting notion. Your Xiao San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, has also assimilated the spirit rings of the blue-silver grass, cultivated over a year. Haha. As Li Changge journeyed along the path, an exuberant laugh erupted from him, resonating with such potency that it echoed through the heavens, causing the leaves around him to tremble and fall. Numerous insects and birds, startled by the raucous laughter, scattered in a frenzy, desperately seeking safety. Amidst this cacophony, Li Changge continued to observe the movements of Yu Xiaojang nearby. After listening to Yu Xiaojang's words, Flander found them quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Xiaojang speaks the truth. Tang San, do you not possess the Haotian hammer as your martial spirit? Although your blue-silver grass martial spirit has been rendered ineffective, you can still cultivate the Haotian hammer. It may require you to endure greater hardships than before, yet it remains a formidable option, surpassing over 90% of soul masters on the continent. Upon hearing Flander and Yu Xiaojang's remarks, Tang San's face contorted with distress. Resembling a withered vegetable, his expression exceedingly grim. With a bitter smile, he replied, Teacher, Dean, my Haotian hammer martial spirit has also been rendered useless. That elder claimed he would procure powerful soul rings for me, but instead, he affixed 3 one-year cultivation period blue-silver grass soul rings to my Haotian hammer. My path to cultivating my martial spirit has been utterly severed. As Tang San recounted his plight, it felt as though 1,000 needles were piercing his heart, leaving him in profound anguish. His innate talent for martial spirits had been squandered, and he recognized that reaching level 40 in this lifetime seemed a daunting challenge. Had the soul rings been successfully fused, he believed he could have achieved level 40 within 2 or 3 years. Now, however, he estimated it would take him at least 6 or 7 years to reach that milestone, and even after attaining level 40. If the wretched Changge does not perish, he will undoubtedly continue to appear by my side, compelling me to assimilate the 4th soul ring of blue-silver grass with a 1-year cultivation limit. Contemplating this, Tang San felt an overwhelming headache, beset by immense agony. Simultaneously, the murderous intent within him swelled ever more fiercely. To obstruct one's path of cultivation is a transgression more grievous than the murder of one's parents. Tang San had already marked Li Changge as a target for elimination in this lifetime, adding him to his personal blacklist for assassination. He remained perpetually on edge, seeking the opportune moment. Should an opportunity arise to eliminate Li Changge, Tang San would act without hesitation. What? Your Haotian hammer martial soul has fused with 3 soul rings of blue-silver grass, each bearing a 1-year cultivation limit? Yu Xiaojang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind buzzing. He could scarcely believe his ears. Although Tang San's voice was soft and low, it reverberated like thunder in Yu Xiaojang's mind, leaving his emotions in tumult for an extended period. What? The Haotian hammer martial soul has also been rendered useless. Flandre gasped in astonishment, his expression one of utter incredulity. He had never anticipated that this formidable adversary, Li Changge, would act with such ruthlessness, effectively obliterating both of Tang San's martial souls. It is essential to understand that once a soul master fuses with a soul ring, they are forever bound to it and cannot opt for the fusion of other soul rings. Li Changge's actions have utterly severed Tang San's path to cultivation. Contemplating this, Flander felt an even deeper fear of Li Changge, perceiving him as a terrifying demon who should not be provoked. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojang's expression had soured to an extreme. He lamented, Heavens! After much effort, I finally recruited a promising student. Yet, why must fate be so cruel to me? My Tang San, my pride, has been rendered useless. How can I face this world anymore? Tears streamed down his resolute face as he reflected on what had transpired. Initially, he had believed he had struck gold with Tang San, envisioning a future where he could shed the label of waste and become a revered master. However, such dreams were fleeting. Li Changge had obliterated Tang San's martial soul talent. What good was a student with dual martial souls if he could not surpass even an ordinary disciple of the Haotian sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Furthermore, in future soul battles, when he released his martial soul, the surrounding white soul rings would likely become the subject of ridicule. He could hardly bear the shame of being a laughingstock. Now, his own student, Tang San, had become a joke as well. Once word spread about the white soul ring configuration, he would be derided as the most useless dual martial soul master in history. With his thoughts spiraling into despair, Yu Xiaojiang was profoundly disheartened. Tang San observed his teacher's expression and sighed. He spoke, "Teacher, a senior has entrusted me with a message for you." "What message?" Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened as he turned to Tang San. Tang San sighed again and articulated, "The senior told me that wherever a monster goes, it remains a monster. A genius will shine brightly no matter where they are and will cultivate to great heights, becoming a formidable force in this world. A true master is defined by their ability to transform waste into genius. Otherwise, their title is merely a hollow facade. Shrek Academy, including you, teacher you, are but empty names. The monstrous students you recruit will become powerful regardless of your guidance. These monsters do not owe their brilliance to your teaching. You once said that there are no wasteful martial souls, only wasteful soul masters. Yet, you are nearing 50 and still only at the 29th rank. Rendering your own words a self-critique. Today, my martial soul talent has been destroyed, and yet you claim to be a master while wallowing in despair. This is truly disappointing." Chapter 104. Tang San terminates the master-disciple relationship. Tang San felt immense disappointment towards Teacher Yu and Shrek Academy. "Today, teacher, I must sever our master-disciple relationship. When I sought you out as my teacher, I vowed that once a teacher, always a father. I was merely 6 years old then, without a father to guide me. My youthful naivety rendered those words ineffective, so today, we share no bond." As he spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly earnest. Using Li Changge's words as a prelude, he unveiled his true intentions. With his martial soul talent now destroyed, Tang San recognized that the path of cultivation was a dead end. Even if he were to strive and reach the 40th rank, Li Changge would inevitably emerge from obscurity to force him into merging with the blue-silver grass, condemning him to remain a waste. Cultivation had become a mere waste of time. Tang San resolved to shift his focus to mastering hidden weapons, which possessed remarkable power, such as the Zhuge crossbow. The current Zhuge crossbow in his possession could slay soul kings above the 50th rank, truly formidable. Having traversed this path in his previous life, he realized that this time around would allow him to bypass decades of detours, ensuring a smooth journey ahead. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he was nothing but a colossal waste. As Li Changge had stated, a genius was a genius, destined to shine like gold wherever they went. Seeing his martial soul talent obliterated, Yu Xiaojiang's absurd tears only served to highlight his incompetence. It was evident that he could not teach Tang San anything worthwhile. Tang San was unwilling to squander any more time with Yu Xiaojiang, especially considering that Yu Xiaojiang's cultivation rank was even lower than his own. Moreover, with Yu Xiaojiang's left arm rendered useless, he was essentially a disabled individual. He could neither teach nor protect Tang San. Instead, Tang San would have to expend considerable effort to safeguard this 29th rank soul master. No, that was incorrect. With Yu Xiaojiang's left arm incapacitated, his cultivation rank would inevitably plummet below the 29th level. This realization further fueled Tang San's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. To continue as his disciple was unthinkable. Severing ties and embracing freedom seemed far more appealing. Upon hearing Tang San's words, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flander wore grim expressions. Clearly, Tang San's remarks were direct accusations against them, insinuating that they were frauds. However, as these words originated from Li Changge, Tang San was merely echoing them. Furthermore, there was a measure of truth in his statements, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Flander at a loss for rebuttal. "Ah, you may leave now. Tang San, go. I can no longer teach you anything." Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor was one of defeat. While he spoke such words, he felt a sense of relief at the prospect of severing ties with Tang San. After all, Tang San's exceptional martial soul talent had drawn the ire of Li Changge. As long as Tang San remained by his side, Yu Xiaojiang risked incurring Li Changge's wrath. To distance himself from Tang San was a wise choice for preserving his life. Moreover, Tang San had become a laughingstock. Becoming a teacher of a joke would only amplify his own ridicule. Additionally, Tang San was eager to end their relationship, making this absurd master-disciple bond a mutually beneficial resolution. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang acquiesce, Tang San clasped his fists and declared, "Very well. Let us part ways here. And may we meet again in the future." With that, he departed without hesitation. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander watched Tang San's retreating figure, their expressions darkening. After Tang San left, Flander scoffed, "Humph. That arrogant fool is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, bringing ruin upon us all. He leaves as if we are desperate for his presence." Tang San's earlier remarks had struck a nerve with Flander. The audacity of saying, "A monster is a monster, regardless of guidance," ignited Flander's ire. He muttered, "Indeed. A monster is a monster, that is true. But I, Flander, am the natural teacher of monsters. Under my guidance, These monsters have become far more formidable than those trained by others. Flinder raised an eyebrow, appearing quite irate. However, he refrained from debating Tang San. Knowing that behind him stood Tang Hao, angering Tang San would inevitably provoke Tang Hao. Having learned from the incident involving Changge, Flinder had become wiser. No longer daring to offend others lightly, Yu Xiaojiang sighed, lamenting the futility of 6 years of effort, which had ultimately left him disabled. A bitter smile crossed his face as he shook his head, his unfortunate countenance making him appear as though he had aged over 30 years. Flinder offered some words of comfort. Xiaojiang, do not be disheartened. The future may hold even greater challenges. Therefore, you must stay vigilant and avoid further mistakes. Otherwise, we shall be in dire straits. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, apologizing. Flinder, I have burdened you with this matter, and I am truly sorry. I did not heed your advice earlier and nearly put you in jeopardy. Flinder responded with a wry smile. There is no need for apologies between us, Xiaojiang. You should focus on your own well-being. Alas, had you listened to me earlier, you might not have lost the use of your left arm. How do you feel now? Previously, Yu Xiaojiang had insisted on verbally insulting Changge, calling him a beast and a scoundrel, despite Flinder's earnest attempts to dissuade him. The outcome was dire. He had lost the function of his left arm. Flinder, having apologized to Changge in time, had escaped unscathed. Yu Xiaojiang grimaced and spoke, that senior's skills are indeed remarkable. Although my arm is rendered useless, the pain has subsided. I sense no feeling in my left arm now. Occasionally, when I wish to use it, I experience a peculiar sensation, but the wound is currently stabilized by my soul power. Flinder suggested, Xiaojiang. Try infusing your soul power throughout your entire arm. This way, you may regain some movement, though you will be unable to lift heavy objects. However, being able to use it at all is better than complete immobility. Flinder encouraged Yu Xiaojiang to attempt infusing his soul power into his injured arm to restore its mobility. Flinder himself had utilized this method when his left arm and right leg were incapacitated, allowing him to appear somewhat normal. Yu Xiaojiang, after trying, sighed, Flinder, this is futile. My soul power level is too low to maintain the infusion. Moreover, with my left arm incapacitated, my cultivation level has diminished. I am no longer at level 29. From this day forth, I am at level 27. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was one of deep bitterness. He never anticipated that he would one day drop below level 29, not due to a breakthrough to level 30, but rather because his soul power had decreased to level 27. Contemplating this, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. Flinder, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression. Level 27. He murmured, recognizing it as a low level. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar surpassed Yu Xiaojiang's cultivation level. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Flinder reassured him. It is all right, Xiaojiang, you have merely lost an arm. The most unfortunate among us in Shrek Academy is Zhao Wu, who has lost both arms and a leg. You should maintain a positive outlook. Optimistic about what? Yu Xiaojiang muttered, revealing his inner turmoil. Flinder chuckled ruefully and asked, what are your plans now? Do you intend to remain at Shrek Academy? Before Yu Xiaojiang had become disabled, Flinder had hoped he would leave the academy to avoid the ensuing chaos. However, with his current state, Flinder saw no harm in staying. After all, the entire faculty and student body were in similar predicaments, rendering the academy a veritable institution for the disabled. Yu Xiaojiang replied, Flinder. It has been a long time since we last met. I never expected our reunion to occur under such unfortunate circumstances. It has been too long. I intend to stay at Shrek Academy and accompany you for a while. Flinder welcomed this sentiment warmly, saying, wonderful. You are most welcome. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his gratitude. And Flinder echoed the sentiment. Their gazes met, igniting a rekindled spark of friendship between them. After a prolonged separation, a few exchanged words restored the camaraderie they once shared. Flinder then remarked, Xiaojiang, you should rest and recuperate here at the academy. Today, it is my turn to beg for soul coins. I shall return to you later this evening, and we shall celebrate together. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. What? Flinder, you are going to beg? Has Shrek Academy fallen to such depths? You, the esteemed headmaster, resorting to begging for survival? His mind reeled at the notion that Flinder would stoop to such a level. A thought he could hardly fathom. Flinder sighed. It is not out of poverty that I am begging. Alas. That senior has mandated all faculty and students of Shrek Academy to beg on the streets for soul coins. Once we gather 150,000 soul coins, he will treat our injuries, restoring us to health and normalcy. Alas, it is all due to that wretched Zhao Wu, who insisted on boasting. Originally, we needed only to beg for 100,000 soul coins, but his insults prompted the senior to impose this greater burden upon us. Flinder spoke with a bitter expression, sighing repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's head buzzed with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Flinder and even Shrek Academy were facing such inhumane circumstances. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiaojiang regretted his decision and contemplated fleeing instead of coming to Shrek Academy. He then spoke, 150,000 gold soul coins? Even if you were to beg until your last breath, you would never acquire such a sum. Each gold soul coin is sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Who possesses such wealth that they would bestow a gold soul coin upon a beggar? It is worth noting that Soto City, situated within the Heaven Do Empire, is by no means a prosperous locale. Everyone's wallets are tightly shut. Receiving even a copper soul coin is quite commendable. A single gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, or 100 copper soul coins. With that in mind, it is clear to me that the task entrusted to Flander by Changge is utterly unattainable. Flander sighed again and replied, "But if we were to defy the Elder's orders, we would all meet our demise. Even if we cannot beg for 150,000 gold soul coins, we must exert every effort to fulfill the Elder's directive. Only then can we survive." Flander remained resolute in his commitment to carrying out Changge's instructions. "Very well." Xiaowu discerned Flander's unwavering determination and realized that disobedience was not an option. "Do I need to accompany you in begging?" he inquired further. "If you're unwilling." "It is of no consequence," Flander replied without insistence. "I am unwilling." Meanwhile, on the other side, Changge, through the observation mark, witnessed everything that transpired within the office. How remarkable! This Flander truly possesses a commendable sense of duty. Whatever tasks I assign him, he dutifully fulfills them, embodying the essence of a loyal companion, ever obedient. Moreover, it seems Tang San has severed his master-apprentice relationship with Xiaowu. How telling it is that in times of great adversity, one must fend for oneself. With his martial soul talent diminished, Tang San no longer requires the guidance of a teacher deemed ineffectual. "Ah, Tang San, I eagerly await to see what your next steps will be," Changge murmured softly, exceedingly pleased with Flander's performance. Chapter 106, Ning Fingji is exasperated. Meanwhile, Changge harbored a keen curiosity regarding Tang San's movements, eager to observe where he would venture after severing his master-apprentice relationship with Xiaowu. With a mere thought, Changge utilized his surveillance mark to ascertain Tang San's location. Upon inspection, he discovered that after departing from the Shilik Academy shop, Tang San was wandering through several blacksmith shops in Soto City. Tang San was in search of a suitable position within these establishments, aiming to earn some money and secure a means of living. Simultaneously, he intended to use this FAAD to mislead Changge, making him believe that Tang San aspired to lead an ordinary life from that moment onward. Searching for employment in a blacksmith shop? Indeed, Tang San's cunning remains as profound as ever. He seeks to find an appropriate blacksmith shop, where he can work while crafting suitable materials for his concealed weapons. TSK, dear Tang San, I shall allow you to toil for a while. In due time, your hidden weapons shall become my own. Changge contemplated to himself. He envisioned that after seizing Tang San's hidden weapons, he would flaunt them before an extraordinarily beautiful woman, skillfully enchanting her. Perhaps, through this act, Changge would acquire the ability to forge formidable soul-guiding devices and potent hidden weapons. With this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Changge's mouth as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Tang San, all your efforts merely serve to adorn my own pursuits." Subsequently, Changge withdrew his awareness, no longer observing Tang San's movements. Although he had the capability to keep an eye on Tang San, he deemed it unwise to squander excessive time on such surveillance. A fleeting glance would suffice. Then, he proceeded. Changge's consciousness shifted as he monitored the imprint, casting a glance towards the location of Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Through Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, Changge beheld her remarkably statuesque figure, one that was so magnificent it obscured her toes from view. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were not engaged in conversation. Rather, they were all seated in a meditative posture beneath the sunlight, fervently cultivating and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. These three young ladies are quite diligent. Indeed, they are seizing every precious moment to enhance their skills. Changge silently contemplated, feeling quite satisfied with their performance. Subsequently, she withdrew her consciousness and made her way to the secret cave to reunite with her three beautiful companions. Meanwhile, in the distant Seven Treasures glazed tile school, within the council hall, Ning Fingji sat upright in a gem-encrusted seat, listening to two silver-robed attendants report news from below. These two attendants were the Soul Kings dispatched to protect Ning Rongrong. At that moment, their faces were pale, displaying an urgent demeanor. Why were they so flustered? Could it be that Rongrong was in trouble? Ning Fingji's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke in a low voice. Despite being a rank 79 auxiliary soul sage, the aura of his cultivation exerted immense pressure on these Soul Kings, leaving them in considerable distress. Ning Fingji had sent these two Soul Kings to safeguard Ning Rongrong's safety, and their return indicated that something might have happened to her. One silver-robed bodyguard, filled with guilt, spoke up. "We beg your pardon, Sect Master. We followed your orders to covertly protect the young lady at Shrek Academy. However, during her enrollment, a terrifying Title Douluo appeared and abducted her." Hearing this report, although Ning Fingji had prepared himself mentally, he could not help but spring from his seat, slamming his palm onto the table in fury. "What? Rongrong has been abducted?" His voice was filled with rage, and his once gentle visage contorted into a fearsome expression. The bodyguard, struggling to suppress his inner fear, continued. "She was taken by a Title Douluo. We were unable to protect her." "A Title Douluo?" Ning Fingji murmured. "Tell me, which Title Douluo was it? What is their title? What is their martial spirit? What is their cultivation level and appearance? Reveal everything." He bombarded them with questions, displaying a visage of acute anxiety. In his life, he had only one daughter, Ning Rongrong, who was exceptionally gifted and possessed the finest martial spirit among all his offspring. Ning Fingji harbored the implicit intention of grooming her as the next sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Moreover, He had previously stated that if anyone from the sect were to awaken the 9-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, it would undoubtedly be Ning Rongrong. This exemplifies how highly he regarded her. Yet now, she had been abducted by a mysterious Title Douluo, and her whereabouts were unknown, leaving her life in jeopardy. This filled Ning Fingxi with an anxiety akin to that of an ant on a hot pan, his thoughts constantly consumed by concern for Ning Rongrong. He suspected that this incident was likely orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had always been at odds with that particular power. Could it be that they employed underhanded tactics against my Rongrong? If so, I shall seek retribution from the Spirit Hall and demand an explanation for my Rongrong. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a terrifying killing intent ignited in his deep-set gaze, reflecting his readiness for vengeance. The bodyguard, trembling, began to report, Sect Master. We do not know the title of this Title Douluo or the force from which he hails. However, he claimed to know you and 2 other supreme elders, stating that you were old friends, and he even injured the 2 elders. Just as the bodyguard was about to reveal the martial spirit of this Title Douluo, the entire council hall suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Fingxi, you will give me an explanation. A fearsome voice echoed, causing the hall to tremble. And dust fell from above. The 2 bodyguard attendants were struck with terror, their knees buckling as they felt unsteady. Shortly thereafter, a burly elder, lacking in muscular bulk yet possessing a broad frame, descended forcefully to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The elder's imposing presence exuded an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast, sending shivers down the spines of the kneeling bodyguards. They averted their gazes, fearing that even a single glance could result in their bodies being torn asunder by this elder. Uncle Gu. Upon seeing Gu Rong's arrival, Ning Fingxi's expression turned bitter. The last person he wished to confront was Gu Rong, along with the sword Douluo Chen Xin. With heavy footsteps, Gu Rong approached Ning Fingxi and sat down nonchalantly. What you fear has come to pass. Just then, a resounding clang of swords echoed, causing the hall to tremble once more. A figure even more formidable than Gu Rong approached, a white-haired elder clad in a white robe, exuding an air of invincibility, embodying a massive sword-like presence. He strode forward, his fierce sword intent making the atmosphere tense and oppressive. This elder was none other than the other guardian elder of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The most powerful one, the sword Douluo Chen Xin. Uncle Jian. Ning Fingxi's expression grew even more pained. Fingxi, you must provide us with an explanation. Rongrong has left our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Where have you secretly arranged for her to go? Chen Xin demanded, his tone laced with fury as he stepped closer to Ning Fingxi, taking a seat beside him. Indeed, Fingxi, where exactly is Rongrong? You must bring her back at once. She has not visited us for several days, and I sensed something was amiss. How could you leave her alone out there? As her father, how could you be at ease? Bring her back quickly, or this matter will not end here. Gu Rong and Chen Xin had just received the distressing news that their precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, had departed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and was now missing. The mastermind behind this troubling event was none other than Ning Fingxi, the very leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, Gu Rong and Chen Xin were incensed by the audacity of such a decision made without their consent. In the original narrative, Ning Fingxi would stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his misjudgment, even going so far as to chastise Gu Rong and Chen Xin for being overly indulgent towards Rongrong, claiming that they had spoiled her. However, in the current predicament, Ning Fingxi dared not voice any criticism towards Chen Xin and Gu Rong. His expression was as grim as if it had been marinated in bitterness for a decade, utterly unappealing. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Ning Fingxi struggled to find his words. Meanwhile, Chen Xin furrowed his brow and continued to express his ire. Fingxi, are you not implying that we have coddled Rongrong and ruined her? Let me clarify. You're mistaken. Rongrong possesses extraordinary talent. At merely 12 years of age, she has already attained the level of a 26th rank soul master. Such a remarkable aptitude for martial soul cultivation is unparalleled across the Douluo continent. Furthermore, she is merely a support-type soul master. Why do you persist in being so harsh with her, Fingxi? With a countenance filled with disappointment, Chen Xin earnestly attempted to reason with Ning Fingxi, wishing only to bring Rongrong back home. As he listened to the words of the sword Douluo, Ning Fingxi's expression darkened even further. He yearned to retrieve Rongrong from the Shrek Academy, yet the dire situation was that she had already been abducted by a mysterious Title Douluo. Where could he possibly go to rescue her? A wave of frustration washed over him, and he felt as though new wrinkles had sprouted upon his brow. He regretted sending Rongrong to Shrek Academy, for now, calamity had struck. If only there were a remedy for regret that would allow him to make a different choice. He would pay any price for it. Alas, such a remedy did not exist, and he was left to dwell in his own remorse and anguish. The 2 bodyguard attendants, upon hearing the elder's discourse, felt their scalps tingle with anxiety. Their bodies trembled violently, akin to a sieve, and despite their efforts to control themselves, they could not cease their shaking. To make matters worse, they felt an odd sensation in their lower bodies, terrified they might lose control. Nevertheless, the 2 attendants endured, unwilling to display any sign of weakness. They knelt upon the ground, nearly prostrate, not daring to lift their heads. Within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was common knowledge that Ning Rongrong was the most cherished granddaughter of the 2 revered elders. Anyone who dared to harm a hair on her head would face the wrath of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, who would not hesitate to punish those who wronged her. Now, the two bodyguard attendants were tasked with secretly protecting Ning Rongrong under Ning Fengxi's orders. Yet they had failed in their duty, resulting in her abduction. This realization filled them with dread. They feared that once the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo learned of this misfortune, they would go mad with rage. The thought of losing their heads in retribution made them feel utterly miserable. Initially, they believed escorting Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy was a prestigious task, as no one would dare harm the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, they had not anticipated that someone would indeed be bold enough to act against her. What was once a seemingly honorable duty had turned into a perilous affair. If given the chance to choose again, they would undoubtedly feign illness to avoid following Ning Fengxi's orders, refusing to escort Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy. Alas, the die was cast, and regret served no purpose now. They could only pray for divine mercy to spare their lives. At this moment, Gu Rong concurred. Uncle Jian speaks the truth. Fengxi, you have mishandled this situation. Hurry and bring Rongrong back. His words were resolute, showing no regard for Ning Fengxi's position. To him, the life of Ning Rongrong was of greater significance than that of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I shall not show mercy either. Chen Xian declared in agreement. The two Title Douluo, as the backbone of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, were irreplaceable. The school could survive without Ning Fengxi, but not without the formidable sword and Bone Douluo. The atmosphere was charged with a terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Xian and Gu Rong, warping the very air around them. Ning Fengxi found himself ensnared in their formidable presence, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. Fengxi, do speak up. Gu Rong, being impatient, urged Ning Fengxi to respond. While Chen Xian was generally more composed, he too displayed signs of urgency concerning Ning Rongrong's predicament. Fengxi, do not think that your silence will make this situation disappear. Speak up and clarify what has transpired. Chen Xian insisted, his tone growing increasingly intense as he pressed Ning Fengxi for the whereabouts of Rongrong. Even if you do not intend to bring Rongrong back, at least explain your rationale for sending her away. We are her grandfathers, and you owe us that much as esteemed elders. Gu Rong interjected, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Fengxi, we deserve an explanation. Neither I nor Uncle Bone are unreasonable men. If you elucidate the circumstances, perhaps we can understand your plight and offer our support. Chen Xian added, his voice sharper than ever. As Ning Fengxi absorbed the urgency in their words, he felt akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion, the tension within him building to a critical point. After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengxi clenched his fists and finally spoke. Rongrong, she has encountered a mishap. Upon uttering these words, Ning Fengxi seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, collapsing into the grand chair of the sect leader. His complexion was ghastly, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. What? Fengxi, what do you mean? Gu Rong suddenly rose, shattering the chair beneath him. A terrifying aura of a beast emanating throughout the council hall. Simultaneously, a fierce rage swelled within his chest, threatening to obliterate everything in existence. Fengxi, Rongrong has encountered a mishap? How did this happen? The chair beneath Ning Fengxi also exploded into splinters. An endless wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the entire assembly hall. Below the platform, two bodyguard attendants were so terrified that they lost control, a puddle of unclean liquid forming beneath them. They trembled violently, pressing their heads to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Ning Fengxi, gazing at the enraged Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, bitterly remarked, yes, you heard correctly. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian. Something has truly happened to Rongrong. His face was etched with guilt. He bore an undeniable responsibility for Ning Rongrong's predicament. Had it not been for Ning Fengxi's excessive confidence and misplaced trust in his arrangements, believing that nothing could go awry, Rongrong would not have found herself in this situation. With a heavy sigh, he appeared as though he were on the brink of collapse. Chen and Gu Rong, recognizing the gravity of the matter, understood that they could not press further when confronted with Ning Fengxi's despondent demeanor. Chen softened his tone, inquiring, Fengxi, please tell us what transpired. What exactly happened to Rongrong? Speak clearly. Even if the sky were to fall, I and Old Bone will support you. Everything will be all right. Chen and Gu Rong, deeply loyal and committed to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would not punish Ning Fengxi for a singular mistake. Instead, they would stand by him, striving to resolve the situation and rescue Ning Rongrong. Fengxi, speak up. Do not delay any longer. Relate the events, and old Jian and I can handle anything that arises. Even if the spirit hall intervenes, we shall not retreat an inch. Gu Rong urged, his voice resolute, encouraging Ning Fengxi to share the details of the ordeal. Ning Fengxi, being the sect leader, maintained a commendable mindset. His earlier display of despair had been a calculated act to help Chen and Gu Rong regain their composure. In a group setting, when adversity strikes, the most despondent individual often prompts others to rally and uplift them. Ning Fengxi's expression turned serious as he began, Uncle Jian. Uncle Bone, this is the situation. I observed that Rongrong has been somewhat reckless lately, so I discreetly arranged for her to study at the Shrek Academy outside Soto City. You must understand, keeping her sheltered within the sect would only foster her arrogance, turning her into a mere ornamental vase, beautiful but fragile, easily shattered. Thus, I encouraged her to venture out for experience. The head of Shrek Academy is Flander, a soul sage of level 78, while the vice principal is Xiao Wu, a soul sage of level 76. I have sent a letter requesting Flander and Xiao Wu to take special care of Rongrong. Additionally, I dispatched 2 level 50 Soul Kings as bodyguards to ensure her safety. This arrangement was foolproof, yet unexpectedly, a Title Douluo appeared and abducted Rongrong. Ning Fingji hastily recounted what he knew. The 2 bodyguard attendants had more to say, but their speech had been interrupted by the sudden arrival of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Qinshin's expressions darkened. A Title Douluo? Which one? And can you provide more details? Gu Rong seethed, his aura radiating a formidable ferocity that sent chills through the air. How dare they target Rongrong? No matter their strength, I shall not let them go unpunished. I and Old Bone vow to rescue Rongrong at all costs. Should this individual dare to harm her, I will ensure that one less Title Douluo exists in this world. Qinshin's sword energy crackled, violently tearing through the very fabric of space. Both he and Gu Rong had expressed their unwavering commitment to save Ning Rongrong, even contemplating the dire measure of eliminating the Title Douluo responsible for her abduction. Ning Fingji interjected, for specifics, we must inquire further. You too, disclose everything you know. Every detail is crucial. The trio's gaze bore down on the 2 bodyguard attendants. Awaiting their account, the attendants trembled under the weight of their scrutiny but steeled themselves to reveal the truth. We do not know the title of the Douluo, but he possesses twin martial souls. At this revelation, the eyes of Ning Fingji, Gu Rong, and Qinshin widened in unison. The image of an unparalleled figure looming in their minds, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She indeed possessed twin martial souls and was immensely powerful. The 3 realized that Bibi Dong herself had intervened to abduct Rongrong. However, the thought of such a grand scheme to capture her seemed excessive. Was the soul master who took Rongrong male or female? Ning Fingji, ever composed, probed further. It was a young male soul master, appearing quite youthful. Yet his strength was terrifying. The bodyguard steward spoke, and upon hearing his words, Ning Fingji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin exchanged glances, each beginning to ponder the identity of the individual in question. In their collective memory, only one Title Douluo with twin martial souls existed on the Douluo continent. That being the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. However, the steward described this individual as a young male soul master, leaving them puzzled. At that moment, the steward continued, the first martial soul of this formidable individual is a blood-red spear, imbued with terrifying attacking power. His second martial soul is a 10-hearted Douluo flower, possessing extraordinary healing capabilities. His strength is formidable. In a single encounter, he incapacitated the 78th ranked soul sage, Dean Flinder. Moreover, he brazenly disabled a young lady before our eyes, only to subsequently heal her using his healing soul technique. This individual is unfathomably powerful, with an exceedingly peculiar disposition that is challenging to gauge. Furthermore, there was a 100,000-year soul beast, transformed into a young girl, which this terrifying figure took away. He even claimed to be acquainted with 2 supreme elders, having sparred with them, and asserted that even united, they were no match for him, having suffered injuries and are presently recuperating. These were the facts known to the 2 bodyguard stewards. They lowered their heads, barely daring to breathe, awaiting inquiries from the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders. A sense of relief washed over the stewards as they discerned that neither the sect leader nor the elders appeared inclined to hold them accountable for their faults. Considering the formidable strength of the individual in question, any resistance on their part would likely result in their inability to report back to the sect. Ning Fingji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xin exchanged looks and began to deliberate. Old swordman, have you sparred with that Title Douluo? Gu Rong queried, perplexed. I have no recollection of such an event. I believe I have only sparred with you. He speaks falsehoods. I have never sparred with him. Chen Xin interjected. That is a lie, likely intended to deceive Rongrong. Ning Fingji asserted, noting that their opponents seemed well prepared and highly informed about the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone. Are you aware of his 2 martial souls? Blood-red spear? 10-hearted Douluo flower? I have only heard of the 9-star Douluo flower, never the 10-hearted variety. Is it perhaps a mutated version of the 9-hearted Douluo flower? Logically, this individual ought to be quite renowned, yet I have never encountered any news of him. Ning Fingji remarked, clearly bewildered, his brow furrowed. He had never heard of any illustrious Title Douluo possessing a blood-red spear and a 10-hearted Douluo flower as their martial souls. However, the 2 bodyguard stewards appeared resolute in their assertions, indicating that the matter was indeed real. Chen Xin frowned and spoke. I too have not heard of him. Perhaps he is an elder who has devoted himself to cultivation, living in obscurity. The stewards had also mentioned the 100,000-year soul beast. It is likely that this entity came seeking the soul beast. Chen Xin shared his speculation. Gu Rong crossed his arms and said, that seems plausible. Taking Rongrong was likely an incidental act. I believe we must act swiftly and head to Shrek Academy to rescue her. Gu Rong's eagerness to embark on the journey to Shrek Academy was palpable, yet Chen Xin expressed his concerns, noting that the distance was great and their adversary might have already fled. Even so, we must proceed. Gu Rong declared resolutely. We need to investigate at Shrek Academy. Following any leads to uncover the perpetrator. How dare they abduct Rongrong? Old swordman, you and I shall collaborate to ensure their defeat. Gu Rong's eyes burned with determination. Perceiving the abduction of Ning Rongrong as a personal affront, he sought to ally with Chen Xin to eliminate Li Changge. Ning Fingji interjected, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone. This situation arose due to me. I shall accompany you both to personally retrieve Rongrong. Ning Fingzhi yearned to join Gu Rong and Chen Xian in their quest to bring his beloved daughter Ning Rongrong back home. However, Chen Xian, furrowing his brows, cautioned, Fingzhi, do not act rashly. You must remain in the sect. There are numerous matters requiring your attention. If you leave, the sect will surely descend into chaos. Rest assured. This matter shall be handled by me and Old Bone. We will surely resolve it. Even if he possesses twin martial souls, my 7-killing sword will vanquish him. Chen Xian expressed his concern for the sect's stability, preferring not to have Ning Fingzhi personally involved. Gu Rong added, indeed, Fingzhi, while this situation was instigated by you. As the sect leader, your prolonged absence could lead to disorder within the sect, which would complicate matters significantly. Fingzhi, please trust in the strength of Uncle's sword and me. We guarantee we will successfully retrieve Rongrong. Gu Rong echoed Chen Xian's sentiments, attempting to dissuade Ning Fingzhi, wary of potential turmoil within the sect. Yet, Ning Fingzhi shook his head, insisting, no, I must accompany Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone on this journey. First and foremost, Rongrong is my daughter. I am responsible for her loss, and as her father, I must bring her back. Furthermore, our adversary is formidable, a Title Douluo with twin martial souls, likely possessing immense strength. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, while your combined might is significant, he wields an exceptionally powerful attack-oriented martial soul alongside a healing martial soul, making him a challenging opponent. Thus, I must accompany you both to provide support. With the aid of my 7-treasure glazed tile, even if he possesses twin martial souls, he shall not prevail against us. Ning Fingzhi's serious demeanor conveyed the urgency of his need to venture to Shrek Academy. He did not underestimate Li Changge's strength, but rather envisioned him as a formidable adversary. Regrettably, Ning Fingzhi was male, not a striking beauty. Otherwise, Li Changge would undoubtedly be thrilled to learn of this situation. Li Changge possesses formidable strength, compelling Ning Fingzhi to ally with both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, as this is the only way to secure a chance of victory. After contemplating for a moment, Chen spoke. Very well, Fingzhi, you shall accompany us on our journey. We shall endeavor to hasten our pace, not only to rescue Rongrong but also to ensure the affairs of the sect are not hindered. Agreed. Ning Fingzhi nodded in affirmation, assuring, rest assured, I shall meticulously arrange the matters of the sect before we embark. Excellent, Fingzhi, do hasten your preparations. Gu Rong urged, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. For not a moment could be squandered. I shall attend to it, Ning Fingzhi replied. Subsequently, he swiftly moved to convene the core elders and stewards of the sect, commencing the briefing on sect affairs. Thus, Ning Fingzhi, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo would unite their efforts to confront Li Changge and rescue Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Li Changge has returned to the cave outside Soto City. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu are diligently immersed in their training. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are training with fervor, driven solely by the desire to swiftly reach level 30. Li Changge remained blissfully unaware that Ning Fingzhi, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo were approaching with the intent to capture him. Upon his return, he enjoyed moments of intimacy with 3 enchanting beauties, embracing them and affectionately ruffling their hair, living a life of utmost contentment. Subsequently, Li Changge joined them in their diligent cultivation. As time swiftly passed, a week had elapsed. During these 7 days, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing dedicated themselves to their training, each achieving a remarkable level of 30. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's cultivation level reached an impressive 33. Xiaowu, you are truly amazing. Your cultivation level has already attained 33. How remarkable. Li Changge raised his thumb in admiration of Xiaowu. Simultaneously, he extended his large hand and gently pinched her delicate, rosy cheek. Yes, Senior Changge. Xiaowu nodded slightly, exuding an air of obedience. As Li Changge playfully squeezed her beautiful face, it began to flush with a rosy hue. And Xiaowu herself felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks not only blushing but also radiating warmth. She lowered her head slightly, embodying a modest demeanor. Yet, within her, there was a profound sense of enjoyment, an indescribable comfort in the gentle caress of her cheek by Li Changge. It was akin to a tender little white rabbit relishing the affection of its master. Subsequently, Li Changge shifted her gaze between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, Zhuqing, you both are quite remarkable. Today, your cultivation levels have reached the impressive rank of level 30. Now, I shall take you 2 sisters to hunt for a suitable 3rd soul ring. I assure you, we will be pursuing a truly formidable soul beast for this 3rd soul ring. Li Changge spoke gently, his face brimming with affection as he caressed the heads of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, with a playful smile, jested, that esteemed Elder Changge, the immensely powerful soul beast soul ring you mentioned, could it possibly be the 1-year cultivation limit blue silver grass soul ring? Previously, Li Changge had procured a 1-year cultivation limit blue silver grass soul ring for Tang San, asserting that it was the most formidable of all soul beast soul rings. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, indeed, esteemed Elder Changge, could it be the 1-year blue silver grass soul ring? With a hearty laugh, Li Changge replied, you are my treasured gems. How could I possibly provide you with a 1-year cultivation limit blue silver grass soul ring? Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you in hunting soul rings suitable for your martial spirits, enabling you to swiftly ascend to the soul ancestor realm and continue your diligent training. Especially you, Zhuqing, exert yourself a bit more. In due time, with your own strength, you shall prove your prowess to your family and the empire. silencing those who look down upon you. As he spoke, his gentle gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, and he tenderly brushed her alluring face. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting visage flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. Fear not, dear father. I shall train earnestly and demonstrate my strength to my family and the empire. The exuberance in Zhu Zhuqing's voice invigorated Li Changge, filling him with fervor. I believe in you, he said, affectionately patting her head. Now, let us set forth together, Xiaowu. Zhu Qing, Rong. Yes. All right. Okay. With an air of dominance, Li Changge drew the three beauties into his embrace, unleashing a surge of formidable soul power that enveloped them. Channeling his soul energy, he led the trio onward, making their way to the Stardow forest. Before long, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow forest. However, Li Changge did not linger there. Instead, he guided the three beauties deeper into the forest. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both sighed in relief upon realizing that their esteemed elder Changge was not leading them to hunt for a one-year cultivation limit blue silvergrass soul beast soul ring. It seemed he genuinely cared for them, intending to assist them in obtaining a powerful third soul ring. Ning Rongrong mused internally, feeling reassured. Esteemed elder Changge. He did not pause at the outskirts of the Stardow forest. This signifies he aims to help us acquire a formidable third soul ring. Changge is indeed quite amiable. Zhu Zhuqing's fondness for Li Changge grew, as she reflected on the stark contrast to how he had treated Tang San, which could only be described as utterly tragic. Li Changge not only bestowed upon Tang San his first martial soul, the blue silvergrass, but also appended a blue silvergrass spirit ring with a cultivation limit of 1 year. Furthermore, he supplemented Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, with 3 blue silvergrass spirit rings, each also limited to 1 year of cultivation. Consequently, Tang San's martial soul talent was utterly rendered ineffectual. In the present moment, Li Changge was wholly engaged with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, genuinely striving to assist them in locating suitable spirit beasts and spirit rings, rather than merely offering empty words. At this moment, Li Changge was employing an immensely powerful mental force, enveloping an expanse of over 10,000 miles within the Stardow forest, diligently searching for the appropriate spirit beasts. Li Changge gently remarked, Zhu Qing, as a master of the Agile Assault spirit class, it is imperative that your third spirit ring harmonizes with a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. In Rongrong, being a great soul master of the supportive class, your first spirit ability enhances strength, while your second augments agility. Therefore, I propose that for your third spirit ability, you hunt soul beasts that are rich in powerful soul energy. This will imbue your third amplification spirit ability with the potential to enhance the soul power of your companions. What are your thoughts on this? Li Changge wore a serious expression, genuinely considering the well-being of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. The two beauties could discern that his intentions were sincere. Ning Rongrong spoke first. That sounds wonderful, Senior Changge. Let us proceed as you suggest. I believe that enhancing soul power with the third soul skill is an excellent choice. However, I wonder which soul beast would be the most suitable to hunt. It seems to me that finding an appropriate soul ring may take considerable time. I shall defer to your arrangements, Senior Changge. Ning Rongrong was not particularly knowledgeable about her third soul ring. In the past, she had relied on Ning Fingxi, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo to assist her in acquiring soul rings. Now that Li Changge was to help her, she felt unable to offer any valuable suggestions and could only trust in his expertise, for she believed that his understanding far surpassed her own. Senior Li Changge will undoubtedly assist in procuring the most suitable spirit ring for himself. Upon hearing this, Li Changge spoke. Rongrong, I understand. Rest assured. Await my return with your soul rings. I guarantee your satisfaction. A little delay is inconsequential. What truly matters is that all of you acquire the appropriate soul rings. Li Changge exhibited a gentle and patient demeanor, leaving Ning Rongrong pleasantly surprised and exceedingly happy. With a slight nod, Ning Rongrong revealed a soft, charming smile and spoke, Indeed. Senior Changge, you are absolutely right. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, For my third spirit ring, it would be ideal to hunt a feline or leopard-type spirit beast. One that possesses swift attack speed, rapid mobility, and formidable explosive power. Zhu Zhuqing had her own specific criteria for her third spirit ring. Moreover, she diligently provided massages to Li Changge, even adorably referring to him as daddy. Now, it was time for Li Changge to reciprocate her efforts. And Zhu Zhuqing was not one to hold back. All right, no problem. Li Changge replied with a faint smile, affectionately patting Zhu Zhuqing on the head. For both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Li Changge was always accommodating, never shying away from their requests. Nearby, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel envious of the two beautiful ladies, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu was capable of manifesting her own spirit ring. Otherwise, she would have sought Li Changge's assistance in procuring a suitable third spirit ring for herself. With a surge of boundless mental energy, Li Changge swiftly began his search. Before long, he noticed an ancient tree brimming with vibrant life force. A life tree? This spirit beast would be an excellent match for Ning Rongrong. Li Changge silently resolved to focus his spiritual energy on the ancient tree of life. This magnificent tree, encircled by 9 individuals, stood tall and imposing, its trunk reaching towards the heavens. Not only was it vast in size, but its lush foliage was imbued with an extraordinary vitality and soul force. More importantly, this ancient tree of life boasted a cultivation age of approximately 2,000 years. The typical limit for soul masters to acquire their third soul ring hovers around 1,750 years. However, Ning Rongrong, having cultivated her unique method of strengthening through sun exposure, possessed a solid foundation and profound heritage. Additionally, her innate talent for martial souls was commendable, as she wielded the Seven Treasures glazed tower. Thus, Changge firmly believed that Ning Rongrong could seamlessly integrate this ancient tree of life with a cultivation age of 2,000 years. Simultaneously, he speculated that if Ning Rongrong succeeded in merging with this tree, the third soul skill she would acquire would encompass two enhancement effects, the first being an augmentation of vitality and the second an enhancement of soul force. Excellent. You are the one. Changge contemplated silently, having made up his mind. Subsequently, he spoke. Rongrong, fortune smiles upon you. I have discovered a soul beast that suits you perfectly. Let us proceed to hunt it down, allowing you to merge with it. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, her delicate form shuddering as an ominous feeling stirred within her heart. She sensed that Changge's speed in locating the soul beast was exceedingly swift, leading her to suspect that he had not genuinely searched for it, but had rather carelessly selected a worthless creature to deceive her. Chapter 112, Xiao Wu. Do not act this way. Ning Rongrong feared being duped, causing her enchanting eyes to widen and her expression to darken. She inquired, Senior Changge, what manner of soul beast is it? How could you find one so swiftly? In the past, when I accompanied my father to the Stardow forest to hunt soul beasts, it would often take us a fortnight. Yet we have only been within the Stardow forest for a mere 2 hours. This seems excessive. Ning Rongrong asked with great detail, hoping to avoid being misled by Changge. Changge treats himself well, a fact that Ning Rongrong is aware of. However, with Tang San as a cautionary tale, Ning Rongrong remains apprehensive. After all, Changge had previously exhibited a rather favorable disposition towards Tang San, seemingly intent on cultivating him as a prominent subordinate. Yet, what was the outcome? In the blink of an eye, under Tang San's blissful anticipation, Changge bestowed upon him 4 soul rings of blue silver grass, each possessing a year of cultivation, adorned with the euphemistic title of powerful soul rings. Changge's temperament is as unpredictable as the shifting winds, leaving others grappling to comprehend his nature. He embodies the essence of a tyrant, akin to a dark sorcerer. One moment he may be jesting and smiling, and the next he can unleash a tempest of fury upon you. This volatility is truly alarming. It is precisely this inscrutability that causes Ning Rongrong to harbor concerns. You will understand once you arrive, Changge remarked with a subtle smile. Indeed, Ning Rongrong replied, nodding slightly, resigned to follow her senior, Changge, to observe the unfolding events. Should the soul ring fail to meet her expectations, she would voice her discontent. Subsequently, Changge guided the 3 enchanting women, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, to the location of the ancient tree of life. This venerable tree emanated a remarkably gentle aura of vitality, surrounded by numerous soul beasts lounging lazily in its vicinity. It appeared that these creatures absorbed the life force radiating from the ancient tree, which seemed to be immensely beneficial to their well-being. Upon approaching, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were invigorated by the fresh essence, feeling an unparalleled surge of mental clarity and vitality. However, Changge's formidable presence proved overwhelming. The powerful aura he emitted sent the surrounding soul beasts scattering in haste, seeking refuge elsewhere. The ancient tree of life, sensing Changge's existence, recoiled in surprise. Yet, devoid of any offensive capability, it remained rooted in place. Much like a support-type soul master, the ancient tree possessed no inherent aggressiveness. Nevertheless, the aura it exuded instilled a sense of comfort and warmth in the soul beasts, promoting their health and well-being. Consequently, these creatures seldom posed a threat to the ancient tree. As time progressed, the ancient tree's cultivation deepened correspondingly. Rongrong, this is the soul beast soul ring I have prepared for you. Behold this ancient tree of life. Changge spoke, gesturing towards the ancient tree brimming with vibrant life. Ning Rongrong, the treasure jewel of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, recognized its worth, understanding that this ancient tree of life was certainly no ordinary specimen. Should she successfully merge with it, she would undoubtedly acquire a formidable third spirit ring, an ancient tree of life. Such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. To her astonishment, her fortune was exceptional. With the assistance of Senior Changge, she had discovered a powerful spirit beast perfectly suited to her. Thank you so much, Senior Changge. Also, I must apologize for my earlier thoughts. I doubted you in my heart, thinking you might lead me to fuse with some worthless spirit rings, much like Tang San. I am truly sorry, Senior Changge. As Ning Rongrong expressed her gratitude, she also conveyed her remorse to Changge. Realizing her misunderstanding, she approached Changge, filled with contrition, and rose on her toes to gently kiss his cheek as a gesture of thanks and apology. Upon hearing this, Changge revealed a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. He then spoke, silly girl, how could I possibly treat you in the same manner as Tang San? He brought his suffering upon himself, which is why I chose to torment him. However, Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, you are both so obedient, always by my side. I have assured you that I would never harm you. Instead, I will provide you with benefits and help you avoid unnecessary detours in your cultivation. Therefore, feel free to accompany me and remain by my side. You shall not regret it. Changge's words are indeed heartfelt. He employs formidable measures against his enemies, while generously bestowing benefits upon those close to him, ensuring they are not wronged. Listening to Li Changge, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are profoundly moved, their admiration for him growing even stronger. I apologize for my previous misunderstandings, Senior Changge. I shall no longer misinterpret your intentions. I will trust you forever. Ning Rongrong said sweetly. Haha, splendid. Li Changge replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat conflicted. She then spoke up. Senior Changge, I have an uncharacteristic request. This ancient tree of life has caused no harm. It neither attacks soul beasts nor soul masters. Could we spare it? Xiao Wu said, her fingers curling nervously, her expression filled with hesitation. Her kind-hearted nature prevents her from wishing to harm the ancient tree of life, while it may be described as benevolence. One could also argue that it borders on excessive compassion. Li Changge harbors a distinct aversion towards those who exhibit an overly compassionate disposition. This particular trait of Xiao Wu's does not sit well with him. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who share a good rapport with Xiao Wu, found their expressions somewhat disconcerted upon hearing her words, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Wu is a soul beast, having existed for 100,000 years. As a soul beast, she possesses her own principles, allowing her the choice to abstain from hunting her kind. However, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, as soul masters, are bound by their duty to pursue soul beasts, a task deemed entirely justifiable in their realm. Consequently, Li Changge's countenance turned serious as he firmly stated, Xiao Wu, cease your folly. Every individual possesses the right to hunt soul beasts. You may choose not to partake in this act, but Rongrong and Zhuqing, as soul masters, must engage in hunting to strengthen themselves. Furthermore, they do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. They only hunt soul beasts when in need of acquiring spirit rings. Their hands are scarcely stained with the blood of these creatures. If you truly wish to persuade someone, direct your words towards me. I am known as a harbinger of death, with countless soul beasts perishing at my hands. The combined total of soul beasts hunted by Rongrong and Zhuqing barely amounts to a fraction of what I have claimed. Therefore, Xiao Wu, why bring this matter to Ning Rongrong, only to cause her discomfort? Please, do not behave in this manner. Li Changge sternly criticized Xiao Wu, deeming her remarks exceedingly ungracious. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Xiao Wu implored Tang San not to hunt soul beasts. However, Tang San, having ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, proceeded to decimate all soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, each over 50,000 years old, in order to bestow soul rings upon his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. He concocted a lofty justification, ensuring that Xiao Wu would not scrutinize his actions too closely. Even in the original tale, the skill-invincible golden body wielded by Tang San would inflict harm upon Xiao Wu. While he verbally assured her that he would refrain from using it, he continued to do so. Under the pretext of facing peril, Tang San ensnared Xiao Wu in a web of deception, leading her to believe and support him unconditionally. In contrast, Li Changge was not Tang San. He sought not to deceive Xiao Wu, but rather to candidly convey the truth, urging her to alter her perspective. In a world teeming with soul beasts, by what criteria should one evaluate the worth of a soul beast? Xiao Wu was not a specialist in the study of soul beasts. What could she truly comprehend? After being reproached by Li Changge, Xiao Wu paused momentarily, realizing that her earlier statements were indeed somewhat shameful. While she might choose not to hunt soul beasts, she lacked the authority to impede others from doing so, and had no right to occupy a moral high ground to coerce others. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were equally taken aback, surprised by Li Changge's vehement response. As they observed Xiao Wu momentarily at a loss for words, Li Changge spoke. Thus, Xiao Wu, I hope you can comprehend the words I have imparted to you. Xiao Wu remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Yes, I understand. Ultimately, Xiao Wu chose not to speak further. She recognized that, although she possessed her own justifications, they did not constitute a valid reason to impose her will upon others. In the future, when she had acquired sufficient strength, she might be able to prevent soul masters from hunting soul beasts. However, at present, her lack of power rendered her unworthy of such discourse. Moreover, had it not been for the benevolence of her esteemed senior, Li Changge, who spared her life, it was likely that she would have already become a 10,000-year soul ring and a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. To have preserved her own life was a considerable fortune. Xiao Wu reflected on her recent foolishness in contemplating the rescue of other soul beasts. Observing her contemplation, Li Changge chose not to press the matter further. Rongrong, I shall exert my soul power to subdue this ancient life tree. You are to eliminate it, and then assimilate the soul ring. Li Changge turned to Ning Rongrong and spoke. At the same time, he deftly flipped his right hand, retrieving a sharp spear from his storage soul guide ring and casting it onto the ground. As a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong could only rely on weapons to initiate ordinary attacks against soul beasts. She picked up the spear before her and nodded, responding, all right, Senior Changge. Subsequently, she turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, Senior Changge's words hold merit. Furthermore, aside from when Zhu Zhuqing and I are hunting for soul rings, we rarely engage in the hunting of soul beasts. Therefore, do not take it too much to heart. Moreover, Xiao Wu, as you traverse the Stardow Forest, do you not fear the soul beasts that may wish to hunt you? These creatures are inexhaustible. Our realm of soul masters has already established regulations to protect these soul beasts, although this is to our advantage. It is virtually unheard of for a soul master to recklessly slaughter soul beasts to the point of extinction. Xiaowu, your considerations in this matter are somewhat flawed. Perhaps you should reflect further on it. Ning Rongrong supported Li Changge's perspective and gently admonished Xiaowu. She felt that Li Changge's assertions were quite valid. Xiaowu, being a 100,000-year soul beast, harbored a distaste for witnessing the slaughter of her kin, while Xiaowu herself could choose not to hunt soul beasts. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed soul masters, with their combined hunts amounting to a mere handful throughout their lives. Xiaowu's sentiments, when applied to them, seemed utterly absurd. Xiaowu lowered her head slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, regretting her earlier words. Upon reflection, she recognized her own impulsiveness. Li Changge gazed at Xiaowu and said, Xiaowu, your intention to protect the soul beasts is commendable. However, you must possess the requisite strength to do so. When you eventually stand at the pinnacle, the manner in which you choose to safeguard the soul beast will be your prerogative. Yet, at this moment, you cannot leverage your status as our friend to demand that we forego hunting soul beasts in favor of your ideals. Do you understand? Li Changge reiterated his seriousness once more. He hoped that Xiaowu could alter her erroneous beliefs. Xiaowu lowered her head, gently nodded, and softly replied, I understand. Subsequently, Xiaowu fell silent. Li Changge realized that it might take Xiaowu several days to regain her spirits. Had he known, he would not have brought her along on the expedition to hunt soul beasts. Li Changge pondered inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he not brought Xiaowu along, he could have spared himself considerable trouble. Simultaneously, he resolved silently that if Xiaowu were to disregard his guidance, allowing her emotions to overwhelm her, especially if she were to harbor resentment for bringing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to hunt soul beasts and soul rings, then he would have no qualms in transforming her into a soul ring and soul bone. At present, Li Changge's second martial soul, the 10-heart begonia, boasted only 8 black 10,000-year soul rings, leaving him in need of one more 100,000-year soul ring. Xiaowu could conveniently fulfill that void. With no thoughts of women clouding his mind, he wielded his sword with clarity, although his heart held no place for women. He found himself surrounded by them, relishing the vibrant life that accompanied their presence. Yet, should any of these women cause him harm or bear grudges against him, Li Changge would cast them aside. Since others harbor resentment towards you, why should you continue to show them kindness? Each individual has but a single lifetime. Why not treat oneself with a bit more kindness? Rongrong, take action, Li Changge declared. Very well. Ning Rongrong nodded, her beautiful eyes glinting with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Li Changge exerted an immense pressure upon the ancient tree of life, which immediately felt as if it were being inundated with molten lead, rendering it utterly immobile. Furthermore, the ancient tree of life possessed no offensive capabilities, leaving it to helplessly witness Ning Rongrong wielding her sharp spear, relentlessly slashing and stabbing at its form. Green liquid began to flow incessantly from the ancient tree. Chapter 114. Ning Rongrong conquers the ancient tree of life. Ning Rongrong gripped her sharp spear, attacking the ancient tree with fervor. After a while, the ancient tree of life collapsed with a resounding thud, sending plumes of dust into the air. A circle of purple soul rings began to float upwards from the fallen tree, radiating a rich purple glow. This was a soul ring with an age of 2,000 years. The typical soul master can usually fuse a third soul ring with a maximum age of around 1,750 years. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, glancing at Li Changge. Senior Changge, if I fuse with it, will my body truly not explode? Rest assured, Li Changge replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. I possess the 10-heart begonia martial soul. No matter how grievously you're injured, I can heal you. Moreover, Rongrong, you must have a bit more faith in yourself. During this time, as you practice my techniques, not only has your soul power increased, but your physical attributes have improved as well. Believe that you can achieve this. Li Changge inspired a fervor within Ning Rongrong, who immediately felt invigorated. With a gentle nod of her head, she spoke, All right, esteemed Changge, I comprehend. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. She summoned her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, which emanated a soft and ethereal glow, rendering her appearance akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Above her delicate form hovered 2 yellow soul rings, gently pulsating and radiating a warm, golden light. Ning Rongrong approached the purple soul ring, extending her graceful hand toward it, and unleashed a surge of soul power with fervor. The purple soul ring established a connection with her soul power, swiftly retracting and merging seamlessly with her being. Following this, Ning Rongrong gracefully settled onto the ground, embarking on the fusion process. Zhu Zhuqing cast a concerned glance at Ning Rongrong, apprehensive that she might not withstand the strain and could potentially perish. Xiaowu, noticing the slight contortion of Ning Rongrong's expression as she immersed herself in the fusion, began to worry for her dear friend. Ning Rongrong had always been kind to Xiaowu. They were close companions who often chatted and played together. Despite Ning Rongrong's recent hunt of the ancient life tree, it was a justifiable act. Hence, Xiaowu bore no resentment and instead found herself cheering for Ning Rongrong silently, thinking, Go for it, Rongrong. Xiaowu was a girl riddled with inner conflicts and contradictions, sometimes lacking in discernment, which made her susceptible to Tang San's manipulations. Ultimately, she even became the sheath of the Shura sword, assisting Tang San in attaining dual divine status. One might ponder why Tang San did not choose to sacrifice himself to become the sheath, thereby allowing Xiaowu to ascend to dual divinity instead. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, occasionally emitting sounds of distress. It was evident that she was enduring immense pressure as she fused with the 2,000-year-old soul ring. Upon witnessing the situation, Changge promptly unleashed his second martial soul, the 10-heart sea pearl flower. Ultimate healing. Comprehensive enhancement. Changge uttered a low exclamation. And a gentle radiance suddenly erupted from the 10-heart sea tang flowers, enveloping Ning Rongrong. Under the influence of this soft glow, Ning Rongrong immediately felt a sense of ease throughout her body, her aura rising significantly, and her overall attributes receiving an exceptional enhancement. In truth, when merging soul rings, support-type soul masters possess the ability to unleash certain auxiliary soul skills to aid these soul ring integrators in their fusion process. However, most soul masters simply lack the necessary conditions to do so. As a formidable warrior of the class of 97, Changge possesses the extraordinary healing martial soul, the 10-heart sea begonia. Naturally, he is capable of assisting Ning Rongrong in the fusion of her soul ring. Indeed, with Changge's aid, Ning Rongrong's journey of soul ring integration became significantly smoother. At this moment, Ning Rongrong herself felt the amplifying effect of her senior, filling her heart with renewed confidence as she endeavored to conquer the 2,000-year-old soul ring from the ancient life tree. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the intervention of Senior Changge, it appeared that Ning Rongrong's fusion with this 2,000-year soul ring was assured. Zhu Zhuqing mused to herself. Subsequently, she cast a glance at Changge, noting that he appeared particularly handsome at this moment. Young women are invariably drawn to exceptional individuals, especially on the Douluo continent, where female soul masters are often enamored with outstanding male counterparts. Changge was indeed quite charming. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing had already developed a fondness for Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, although Xiao Wu had just been reprimanded by Changge, she felt that the criticism was quite justified and that she indeed needed to reflect on her actions. Stealing glances at Changge, Xiao Wu found him irresistibly captivating. As time passed, Ning Rongrong swiftly absorbed the 2,000-year spirit ring, conquering the ancient tree of life. At that moment, a third purple spirit ring began to emanate a gentle lavender glow from her delicate form, pulsating softly and radiating a mesmerizing aura. Her spirit ring configuration was yellow, purple. From this day forth, Ning Rongrong would be recognized as a 32-level spirit master. Rising from the ground, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her beautiful eyes, and her aura transformed, exuding a palpable sense of newfound strength. With a radiant smile, Ning Rongrong joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Senior Changge, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. I have successfully fused this 2,000-year spirit ring. I have acquired a remarkable third spirit ability." Ning Rongrong was filled with elation as she celebrated her achievement. This fusion of the spirit ring left her thoroughly satisfied, further affirming that following Senior Changge was an exceedingly wise choice. Had it not been for him, she might still be at the Shrek Academy, training alongside those inept individuals, her cultivation level still trapped below level 30. Yet now, she had obtained a 2,000-year spirit ring and achieved the status of a 32-level spirit master. This rate of advancement was astonishing within the realm of support spirit masters. Even her father, Ning Fingxi, had not reached such heights at her age. Very well, Rongrong, you are truly exceptional. I have always believed in your potential. Did I not tell you that you would succeed? Changge smiled gently and spoke, raising his thumb in generous praise of Ning Rongrong. Thank you, Senior Changge. Your spirit's assistance was immensely helpful to me just now. Without it, I would not have been able to fuse so smoothly. It would have taken considerably more time and encountered numerous difficulties. Once we return, I will give you a proper massage, Senior Changge. Ning Rongrong's face beamed with joy, planning to treat Changge to a massage upon their return to the cave, simply because she cherished this spirit ring dearly. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Rongrong, congratulations on acquiring such a remarkable third spirit ring. What is the ability of your third spirit skill?" Zhu Zhuqing expressed her curiosity regarding Ning Rongrong's new spirit skill. Changge and Xiao Wu cast curious glances towards Ning Rongrong. The quality of this ancient life tree is remarkably high. What soul skill could it possibly bestow upon Ning Rongrong? Everyone was eager to find out. Noticing their interest, Ning Rongrong smiled and spoke. My third soul skill is called Life and Soul. Life and Soul? Changge paused momentarily upon hearing this. He recalled that in the original story, Ning Rongrong's third soul skill was named Soul, which, when released, could amplify the soul power of her teammates. Now, however, her third soul skill was titled Life and Soul. This implied that upon releasing her soul skill, Ning Rongrong could enhance both the life force and soul power of her companions. What specific effects does it have? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, upon activating my third soul skill, I can enhance the life force and soul power of my teammates. Allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong immediately unleashed her third soul skill. 7 treasures, third, life and soul, she proclaimed. Her delicate form radiated with energy as the third purple soul ring began to pulse, expand, and shimmer. Subsequently, a soft glow erupted from the 7 treasures glazed tower she held, cascading over Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Changge. Under the enhancement of this third soul skill, the three felt their vitality and soul power significantly increase, becoming stronger. Wow, Rongrong, your third soul skill possesses an astonishing amplification effect. This skill is remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but praise. She felt that with Ning Rongrong's support, she would undoubtedly be an invincible presence within the same realm. Xiao Wu, having recovered somewhat from her earlier discomfort, no longer wore a somber expression. She chimed in, "Indeed, Rongrong, the amplification effect of your third soul skill is excellent. Congratulations." A radiant smile graced Ning Rongrong's face, filling her with joy. She believed that her father would be immensely pleased to learn of her soul skill. After spending some time with the esteemed Changge, she was certain that a profound transformation awaited her. When the time came, her father and two grandfathers would undoubtedly be left astonished, their jaws agape. Changge observed with satisfaction that Ning Rongrong had acquired an impressive third soul ring, which brought him a sense of relief. His greatest fear had always been the possibility of well-intentioned actions yielding adverse outcomes. However, it was evident that Changge had handled the situation adeptly, resulting not only in his own contentment but also in the delight of the three enchanting ladies, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The bonds among them had deepened considerably. Now, with Rongrong having secured her third soul ring, only Zhuqing remained. I shall assist Zhuqing in obtaining a formidable third soul ring. Let us embark on our journey to seek the next soul ring. Changge spoke up. He was a man of action, one who acted decisively, reveling in authenticity and never procrastinating in his endeavors. All right, let's go. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu followed closely behind, their steps light as they trailed after Changge. Thus, their party set forth on their journey. In search of the next suitable soul ring, Changge unleashed his formidable spiritual power, enveloping a vast expanse within the starry forest. Here, Changge swiftly began his search. As he sought the soul beasts, Changge beheld a pair of tiger beasts, engaged in the momentous task of bequeathing their lineage. Additionally, there were several couples of soul masters attending to matters in the secluded corners of the Douluo forest. This sight made Changge's lips twitch in envy. Ah, how enviable! Changge mused silently to himself. Subsequently, he realized that he was accompanied by three enchanting beauties, and he felt a profound sense of contentment. Envy was utterly unwarranted. Shifting his thoughts, Changge resumed his quest for a suitable soul beast. Time gradually slipped away, akin to the morning sun dissipating the thin mist. Quietly and imperceptibly. Before he knew it, daylight had vanished. Now, the sun hung low in the west, painting the sky with hues of crimson. And soon the curtain of night would descend. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Changge spoke, "Zhuqing, we were unable to find a suitable soul ring for you today. Therefore, everyone, we shall set up camp within the Douluo forest and continue our search for an appropriate soul beast tomorrow." Within the Douluo forest, although numerous soul beasts abound, the endeavor for each soul master to procure a soul ring that complements them is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, a rather arduous task. Some soul masters have spent months in the Douluo forest in pursuit of a fitting soul ring. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that a single day's time could not suffice for Zhu Zhuqing to acquire her suitable third soul ring. However, with Changge's assistance, it is anticipated that within a week, Zhu Zhuqing will successfully obtain her third soul ring. Upon hearing Changge's words, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "It's all right, Father Changge. When I was hunting for my second soul ring, it took me over a month. The quest for an appropriate soul ring is indeed quite challenging. We can take our time." Zhu Zhuqing demonstrated her understanding nature, and notably, she has increasingly referred to Changge as father lately. Frankly, hearing those two words brought Changge an unusual sense of comfort. Changge smiled gently and said, "Take your time, there is no rush. Before we acquire the third soul ring, Zhuqing, you can take this opportunity to solidify your cultivation." Zhu Zhuqing obediently nodded, demonstrating her compliance. "Let us begin selecting a location and setting up the camp. We shall spend the night here," Changge declared. The mere thought of passing the night in the Douluo forest alongside three beautiful women filled him with excitement and joy. He envisioned a single tent where Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would serve as delightful pillows for him to embrace, allowing him to enjoy a blissful slumber. How delightful that would be. Chapter 116. Joyous moments with the three beauties in this fleeting existence. Life is but a brief sojourn. Therefore, when one has the chance to revel, it is imperative to savor every moment. However, this does not imply a mere indulgence or descent into hedonism. Changge often finds himself contemplating ways to enhance his strength through the ability of imagined empowerment. It is only during his leisure time that he indulges in the simple joys of life. Moreover, cultivating good relationships with enchanting figures such as Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu is advantageous for further developing his imagined empowerment abilities, allowing him to charm these three beauties and acquire even more for himself. "Very well, esteemed Changge. We shall assist you in erecting a tent," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. "I shall take charge of setting up the sleeping tent." "One tent, you say?" At this point, a blush crept onto Ning Rongrong's cheeks. If a single tent were to be constructed, it would mean that she, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu would all have to share the same space with Changge. "Rongrong, are you asking this out of genuine curiosity?" Changge replied, "One tent will suffice. We must conserve our materials." "Understood." Ning Rongrong nodded obediently, her demeanor reflecting her comprehension. Xiao Wu chimed in, "Then I shall arrange the fencing and prepare the insect repellent." Zhu Zhuqing added, "I will clear away the weeds and debris from the campsite." The three beauties quickly delineated their tasks with clarity and purpose. "Very well," Changge said. I shall gather some timber and drive away any soul beasts in the vicinity. Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu swiftly allocated their respective tasks. Subsequently, they commenced their endeavors. As time flowed, an hour elapsed. A cozy campsite had been established, encompassing an expansive area of over 150 square meters. It featured tents, fences, a resting area, and a barbecue zone, among other essential facilities. At this moment, Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu gathered around the crackling campfire, savoring the roasted wild boar and bison meat as they indulged in their evening meal. After finishing their dinner, Li Changge began his journey into the cultivation of Tai Chi during this period, influenced by the imaginations of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. His practice of Tai Chi enabled him to significantly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Through the training of Tai Chi and the Sun technique, Li Changge continuously elevated his soul power, becoming increasingly formidable. He sensed that he had approached the bottleneck of the 97th level. Once he transcended this threshold, his cultivation would ascend to the 98th level, bringing him one step closer to the ultimate threshold of 99, the pinnacle of Douluo. Li Changge was not in a hurry. This was primarily because he still possessed 3 formidable trump cards yet to be utilized. The first trump card allowed him to fuse a soul ring of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years worth with his second martial soul, the 10 Heart Sea Pear Blossom, which would undoubtedly elevate his soul power significantly. The second trump card lay in a peculiar location within the Sunset Forest, known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, where countless celestial herbs and flowers thrived. Consuming these would surely cause a dramatic surge in his soul power. The third trump card involved the potential fusion of 6 soul bones, which would likewise enhance his cultivation. Therefore, for Li Changge, the ascent to level 99 seemed exceedingly simple, leaving him entirely unperturbed. The true challenge, however, was ascending to godhood. Currently, Li Changge contemplated 3 avenues toward divinity. The first involved journeying to Sea God Island to undertake the Sea God's 9 trials, thereby directly achieving the status of Sea God. The second path led him to the City of Slaughter, where he could acquire the domain of Slaughter and seek the recognition of the Shura God to inherit his powers. The third option entailed leveraging his ability to strengthen through imagination, meticulously crafting a new pathway to forge his own unique divine position. The road to godhood remained distant, and furthermore, no force in this world could vanquish Li Changge. Thus, he felt no urgency to hasten his cultivation. Moreover, once he attained godhood, he would have to ascend to the divine realm, leaving behind the earthly pleasures and companionship of beautiful women. Although his heart held no attachment to any woman, Li Changge still yearned for the company of more women to share moments of joy and carefree indulgence, ensuring his journey was not in vain. As Li Changge diligently practiced the art of Tai Chi within the vast expanse of the starry forest, a continuous surge of primordial energy cascaded upon him. The 3 enchanting beauties, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, stood mesmerized by his extraordinary cultivation technique, yearning to learn it themselves. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with desire, eager to absorb the wisdom of this formidable martial art. However, Li Changge had previously indicated that he would only impart the knowledge of Tai Chi at a later time. For now, Ning Rongrong understood that she must demonstrate her dedication and attentively serve Li Changge. She envisioned a future where, having mastered these techniques, she could return to teach her father, Ning Fingji, and her 2 grandfathers, enabling them to cultivate alongside her and grow stronger together. In her father's eyes, she was merely a playful child, yet she longed to prove her capabilities, to show him that she was more than just a mere girl. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were equally captivated, sharing the same fervent desire to learn. However, they had only scratched the surface of the sunbathing technique, and mastery eluded them for the time being. Once they had fully grasped the art of gaining strength from sunlight, Li Changge promised to instruct them in the profound ways of Tai Chi in a state of earnest concentration. Li Changge exuded an irresistible charm, drawing the admiration of the 3 beauties even further. As the night enveloped the forest, their fondness for him deepened, and their impressions of him grew increasingly favorable. Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong all donned soft, lightweight pajamas as they entered the tent. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Senior Changge, since we are all resting inside the tent, shouldn't we assign someone to guard the camp? What if a soul beast comes to attack us in the middle of the night?" There was a hint of concern in her voice. In her past visits to the Stardow Forest, there had always been numerous guards patrolling outside the camp to prevent any soul beast assaults. Li Changge waved his hand gently, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "The encampment we have established is situated in an area seldom traversed by spirit beasts. Moreover, with my presence, those creatures would not dare to act recklessly. I continuously emanate a subtle aura of mastery, instilling fear in those spirit beasts, ensuring they do not approach." Li Changge is a formidable warrior of the 97th rank, a title equivalent to that of a Douluo. Should any soul beast dare to invade, it would be tantamount to courting death. Even if a soul beast of 10,000 years were to approach, Li Changge would effortlessly slay it on the spot, transforming that ancient creature into a soul ring and soul bone. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She nodded and replied, "Very well, Senior Changge, we shall heed your guidance." With a playful smile, she added, "In any case, if powerful soul beasts approach, we would stand no chance and can only rely on you." Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong realized that this evening, they would be cradled in the embrace of senior Li Changge. Much like cherished pillows. The thought caused her cheeks to flush. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shared a similar sentiment. Haha. Li Changge revealed a faint smile and assured. Rest assured, no formidable soul beast will approach. Subsequently, he embraced his companions and entered the spacious, cozy tent to begin his respite. In truth, having reached Li Changge's level of cultivation, his vitality was exceedingly abundant. Even without sleep, he would not feel fatigued. It was akin to how an ordinary person requires approximately 8 hours of slumber to ensure a day filled with vigor. For Li Changge, however, an 8-hour rest might allow him to remain energized for an entire month. Nevertheless, with a woman beside him, and having grown accustomed to the earthly rhythms of life, he adhered to his belief that one should savor life while living. Why postpone enjoyment for afterlife? Thus, Li Changge contentedly drifted into sleep, resting his head upon Zhu Zhuqing's delicate arm, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu massaged his shoulders nearby. A delightful experience indeed. Time flowed by swiftly. The dawn of the next day arrived in no time. Having enjoyed a restful night, Li Changge awoke feeling invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm. Soon after, he, along with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, arose, refreshed themselves, and set forth once more in search of soul beasts. Meanwhile, their campsite remained undisturbed. For if they had not captured a suitable soul beast by nightfall, they would return to it. Li Changge would once again return to this place, accompanied by 3 exquisite beauties, to rest. This arrangement would spare them the time and effort required to set up and dismantle a campsite. However, 2 concerns lingered in the air. The first was the possibility of soul beasts invading the campsite, which could lead to its destruction. The second worry revolved around the potential for soul masters to infiltrate the camp, seize control, or even lie in ambush, committing acts of theft and depravity. For Li Changge, these threats held little weight. Should an intruder dare to encroach, he would promptly send them to their demise. Moreover, if fate were to spare them from any incursions, not having to construct a new campsite would indeed be quite delightful. On the road, Li Chang's formidable spiritual power enveloped a vast territory of 10,000 miles. Initiating a search for soul beasts. The soul beasts of a cultivation level reaching 1,750 years must be sought at the boundary points between the outer and middle regions of the Star Douluo forest. Thus, Li Chang, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu encircled the nucleus of this area, commencing their circular exploration. Along their journey, they encountered several soul masters, equally intent on hunting soul beasts, capturing the attention of many. These soul masters gazed enviously at the 4 beautiful women surrounding Li Chang. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, they all retracted, abandoning their intentions. Yet, there were still a few undeterred souls who set their sights on Li Chang. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Under the vast sweep of Li Chang's spiritual force, he discerned 3 figures trailing behind him. These were 3 robust men, appearing to be in their 30s, all possessing formidable physiques and exuding a primal aura. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, occasionally licking their lips, embodying an insatiable thirst. Have they set their sights on Zhuqing, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu? In the depths of his heart, Li Changge felt a surge of murderous intent flicker in his profound black eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were the women by his side. It was only natural for some to covet and others to lust after them. One may indulge in fantasies, yet should one take action, it would be their folly. At that moment, Li Changge would personally intervene and cast them into the abyss. Ignoring the 3 burly men, Li Changge continued his search for soul beasts with his 3 enchanting companions. Zhu Zhuqing, a sensitive and agile soul master, keenly sensed something amiss. She swiftly approached Li Changge, lowering her voice. Father Changge, what is wrong? Li Changge gently inquired. There are soul masters trailing us from behind. It seems they intend us harm, Zhu Zhuqing said, her face etched with caution. Oh, but it's a trivial matter, Zhuqing, Li Changge replied with a slight smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen. Should they dare to act, I shall send them to the netherworld. I had noticed them long ago. I simply couldn't be bothered to take action. If they choose to follow and depart, then this matter is settled. I harbor no desire to spill blood. This is merely an opportunity for them. Should they fail to comprehend and leave, they shall not blame me. Li Changge shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. When he spoke of eliminating the 3 wrongdoers, it was as if he were discussing an ordinary matter, akin to crushing 3 insignificant ants, remarkably effortless. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a jolt of surprise, yet simultaneously acknowledged the validity of Li Changge's words. Well then, that is reassuring, she thought, allowing a smile to grace her lips. Within the Star Douluo forest, one must remain vigilant not only against spirit beasts but also against certain spirit masters. After all, the law and order in the Star Douluo forest is woefully inadequate. Acts of murder, arson, and robbery often go unnoticed here. Consequently, many nefarious spirit masters band together to engage in acts of pillaging within the forest. Those spirit masters possessing wealth or attractive female spirit masters frequently become targets of these malevolent individuals. However, with his cultivation at level 97, Li Changge felt no trepidation in the face of such threats. Li Changge continued his search for the soul beasts, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Behind him, the 3 imposing men who had been tailing him remained undeterred. Driven by their desires, they were unwilling to relent until they had vented their frustrations. As they arrived in a clearing surrounded by dense foliage, the trio shed their disguises and charged forth, unleashing their martial spirits. The surge of soul power erupted through the forest, painting it in vibrant hues of light. Chapter 118. Disrespecting Li Changge? Death. The three men brandished their martial spirits, encircling Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu in a triangular formation. The four stood their ground, casting cold glances at the hulking figures before them. The first man, whose martial spirit took the form of a gigantic bear, appeared menacing and formidable, his claws seemingly capable of rending anything apart. He was adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple, signifying his status as a formidable soul master of over level 40. The second man wielded a massive cleaver, sharp and domineering, as if it could slice through any defense. He too bore 4 soul rings of yellow and purple, boasting an optimal configuration for a soul master. The final man brandished a colossal black spear, with a soul ring distribution of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, marking him as a soul king of over level 50. Their faces were twisted with malice, their eyes glinting with a sinister light as they advanced slowly. The Stardow forest is perilous, the man of over 50 levels taunted, a malevolent chuckle escaping his lips as his spear buzzed ominously. He approached Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze lingering on her form, which he found most alluring. Despite her youthful appearance, her physique surpassed that of many mature women. Her stunning figure, coupled with her youthful and seductive visage, rendered her a veritable enchantress. Yet, her icy demeanor extinguished the man's enthusiasm, akin to a bucket of cold water. Nevertheless, Lin Jin licked his lips, contemplating. This woman appears challenging to tame, yet she evokes a potent desire for conquest. Indeed, I find her intriguing. Nearby, the bear-wielding soul master approached Xiao Wu with a gleeful expression. Little beauty, despite your youth, your legs are impressively long. Come home with me. I shall marry you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I am Zhao Weiqiang, 32 years old. I am quite adept at caring for others. Zhao Weiqiang's gaze was filled with wicked intent as he admired Xiao Wu's legs, his blood surging with excitement. Initially, his interest had been in Zhu Zhuqing, but seeing that she had already caught Lin Jin's eye, he opted for the alluring Xiao Wu instead. Meanwhile, the man with the cleaver, Xie Hongping, turned his attention to Ning Rongrong, remarking, "Little girl, you possess a delightful aura. Though your figure is unremarkable, I am quite fond of your charm. Come home with me and bear my children. What do you say? I, Xie Hongping, shall treat you well," he cackled, brandishing his cleaver menacingly as if to threaten her compliance. Though Lin Jin, Xie Hongping, and Zhao Weiqiang had yet to defeat Li Changge, they had already allocated their desired companions among themselves, envisioning a future filled with bliss. Li Changge, however, was overlooked amidst their scheming. Little fellow. Lin Jin jeered at Li Changge, a mocking grin plastered on his face. I know you're in distress. How about this? Kneel and bow to us, and we shall spare your life. He considered Li Changge far too young, presuming that even if his martial spirit was of good quality, his cultivation level could not be high. This led him to believe that he could easily overpower Li Changge. With a soul king of over 50 levels and 2 soul masters of over 40 levels uniting, they had no fear of these youngsters. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu's expressions turned grim upon hearing the crude, despicable words of the 3 men, their beautiful faces marred by anger. It was utterly unacceptable for these villains to utter such foul language. However, they were aware of the disparity in cultivation levels. All 3 men were formidable, being above level 40 or 50, while Xiao Wu was only at level 33, leaving her unable to contend with them. Yet, Li Changge was present in the fray. Senior Li Changge possesses a cultivation level of 97. Although he appears youthful, his strength is truly formidable. Even Ning Rongrong believes that both her protective grandfather, Sword Douluo Qinshin, and Bone Douluo Gu Rong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are no match for Li Changge. These 3 villains are so audacious as to utter such excessive words. Just wait, and they will soon face the consequences. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, silently approaching Li Changge's side. Li Changge spread his arms wide, embracing 3 enchanting beauties in his embrace, exuding an air of defiance and charm. Ha ha, you rascal, quite bold of you. Today, I shall ensure your hands and feet are severed, then cast you into this desolate wilderness, allowing you to witness your own gradual consumption by the soul beasts. Lin Jin bellowed with fury. With a roar, he unleashed his 5th soul skill. The dragon emerges from the lance. The 5th black soul ring upon him blazed to life, pulsating with wild energy, expanding and radiating a dazzling aura. He pointed his spear at Li Changge, and a dark soul light coalesced into a black dragon, entwining itself around the lance. Gripping the spear firmly, Lin Jin took a bold step forward, charging into battle. He dares to provoke the boss. He is doomed. Zhao Weiqiang sneered. In his eyes, his leader Lin Jin, a soul king at level 55, wielded immense power, and the 5th soul skill he unleashed was incredibly formidable. This young Li Changge was likely to meet his end at once. Damn it, that arrogant brat was insufferable just now. Once the boss defeats him, I shall carve off his ears and nose. Xie Hongping exclaimed in anger, already concocting ways to punish Li Changge. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, coldly observing Lin Jin as he charged forward. A spear? How amusing, they thought. Li Changge let out a cold laugh. Subsequently, he bellowed, kneel. This command, imbued with the formidable power of his 97th level Soul Douluo strength, resonated like a thunderous roar, striking Lin Jin with immense force. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure cascaded down upon Lin Jin, akin to a colossal wave crashing upon the shore. Wah! After taking merely 2 steps, Lin Jin felt his body weaken, losing all strength and balance, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Chapter 119. How you treat me, I shall return in kind. Lin Jin was pinned to the ground by Li Changge's formidable soul power, resembling a lifeless mass of clay, utterly devoid of sensation. Simultaneously, the black spear in his hand fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Weiqiang and Xie Hongping were overtaken by fear. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. Both Zhao Weiqiang and Xie Hongping felt their soul energy surge, preparing to unleash their martial souls in an attempt to confront Li Changge. However, Li Changge merely snorted coldly, commanding, "Kneel." A wave of terrifying power erupted forth. Zhao Weiqiang and Xie Hongping trembled, their bodies quaking, as they found themselves utterly devoid of strength. Consequently, the souls emanating from them dissipated into nothingness. Thud, thud. Zhao Weiqiang and Xie Hongping also succumbed, prostrating on the ground like mere lumps of mud. It is you, Lin Jin, was it? You just attempted to sever my limbs and cast me into the Star Douluo forest to be devoured by soul beasts, did you? Heh. And you would have watched yourself be consumed bit by those beasts. Very well. Li Changge revealed a wicked smile. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he appeared beside Lin Jin. Since you choose to treat me this way, I shall reciprocate in kind. Li Changge naturally replied, moreover. Is your long spear martial soul truly remarkable? Very well, allow me to show you what the progenitor of spear martial souls truly is. Li Changge let out a low growl. Immediately, he flipped his right hand, revealing a blood-red spear. An overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from him. Lin Jin could not help but shudder, feeling as though he had plunged into the depths of hell, where everything around him turned exceedingly frigid. The man before him appeared like a deity of death, instilling a profound terror within him. Lin Jin trembled incessantly, his body quaking uncontrollably. Li Changge remained impassive, wielding a blood-colored spear imbued with an overwhelming aura of death. Surrounding him were 9 terrifying soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the Star Douluo forest in a splendid glow. Hiss. Lin Jin gasped, his gaze abruptly narrowing. A Title Douluo. The crown of Douluo. Lin Jin was taken aback, realizing he had attempted to rob a team led by a Title Douluo. This was truly courting death. Had he known of Li Changge's formidable strength, he would never have dared to confront him, nor would he have considered laying a hand on the women by his side. At this moment, Lin Jin, Zhao Weiqiang, and Xie Hongping had come to their senses. They understood why 3 enchanting beauties surrounded Li Changge, and the confidence they exuded made it evident they were unafraid of robbery or assault. A Title Douluo is a figure of immense power, a guardian of their domain, and an epitome of excellence. To attain the status of Title Douluo is the aspiration of every soul master. Lin Jin's expression turned grim, as if he had consumed something foul. He was filled with regret, unable to fathom why he had been foolish enough to provoke such a fearsome presence as Li Changge. Moreover, he recognized the blood-red spear in Li Changge's grasp, the god-slaying spear, a weapon of terrifying prowess, far more formidable than his own black spear. How had he entangled himself with such a person? His fortune was truly dismal. Lin Jin felt on the brink of despair. If given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly steer clear of Li Changge and refrain from coveting the 3 beauties, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and Lin Jin could not turn back time. Not far away, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong observed the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Li Changge, each shuddering at the sight. They rarely witnessed Li Changge in action, but whenever he did, it was always a spectacle of elegance and strength, instilling fear in their hearts. Father Changge is truly remarkable. With his protection, I need not worry about the threats from the Star Luo Empire or the Zhu family. I believe I can swiftly return to the Zhu family, prove my worth, and teach those who look down upon me a lesson. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, her conviction strengthened by witnessing Li Changge's prowess. Senior Changge is exceptional. Thankfully, he harbors no intent to hunt me down. Otherwise, I would have long since become a 10,000-year soul ring, and a fragment of a soul bone would have emerged from me, Zhu Zhuqing mused, feeling secure in her training up to the 90th level under his guardianship. Xiao Wu felt a surge of fortune for having crossed paths with Li Changge. Had it not been for him, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, might have already posed a threat to her. The thought of being killed and transformed into Tang San's soul ring and soul bone filled her with rage. The deceit she endured for 6 years from that old man, who pretended to be youthful, was infuriating. As Xiao Wu reflected on Tang San, her anger flared. Her sincerity had been met with his guardedness. As a dual soul wielder, he had concealed vital truths from her, employing various hidden weapons without ever revealing their source. She later learned that Tang Hao had seen through her true nature long ago. The most egregious betrayal was that Tang San's soul was not truly his own, rendering the situation profoundly unsettling. Deceived by the Tang father and son, Xiao Wu felt herself on the verge of exploding with rage. Realizing that the world of soul masters was fraught with danger, it was far safer to remain by Li Changge's side, where she could train without worry. Moreover, Senior Changge was exceedingly fond of her. Nearby, Ning Rongrong observed the blood-colored spear and the arrangement of Li Changge's soul rings, feeling the imposing aura he exuded. Senior Changge is indeed powerful. He surpasses even my grandfather Jian and my grandfather Gil. Neither of them possesses a 10,000-year red soul ring, yet Senior Changge does. How formidable. She contemplated, recognizing the value of her association with him. Chapter 120, Punishing the Evil Soul Masters, Camp Occupied? Fortunately, Senior Changge is inherently good. Being by his side has allowed me to acquire certain skills, which is far better than languishing at Shrek Academy. Moreover, forging a friendship with Senior Changge equates to securing a reliable and formidable ally for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If anyone dares to threaten our sect, I'm certain Senior Changge will come to my aid, Ning Rongrong thought, planning for the future. Meanwhile, Li Changge remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling among the three beauties as he coldly regarded Lin Jian, who lay prostrate on the ground like a broken puppet. You three have long perpetrated evil within the Stardow Forest, robbing and terrorizing the innocent. Today, I shall eradicate you, serving justice for the people. Li Changge spoke with an air of indifference. Subsequently, he wielded the god-slaying spear, rendering Lin Jian's limbs utterly useless. Moreover, he severed his nose and ears entirely. This was merely a retribution for the methods employed against him by Lin Jian, Zhao Weiqiang, and Xia Hongping. I am dying. It hurts so much. Lin Jian cried out in anguish, his voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of fear, huddled together. Following this, Li Changge executed the same fate upon the malevolent soul masters, Zhao Weiqiang and Xia Hongping. Once they were incapacitated, he withdrew his martial spirit and returned to the side of the three enchanting beauties. You shall remain here, witnessing your own demise at the hands of the soul beasts. Li Changge spoke with an icy indifference, reminiscent of the chilling decree of the King of Hell. It hurts. It hurts so much. Woo. Lin Jian, Zhao Weiqiang, and Xia Hongping cried out in anguish. Yet, Li Changge, accompanied by the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, departed without a trace of regret. Unwilling to squander a moment on these malevolent soul masters, their limbs, along with their noses and ears, had all been severed, rendering them devoid of combat prowess and the ability to sustain life. Even if they were not devoured by beasts, their existence would gradually wither away, leading to a slow demise. Thus, Li Changge felt no compulsion to intervene. Of course, had Li Changge chosen to wield the 10-heart sea begonia martial spirit, the outcome might have been different. Li Changge could indeed heal them and restore their health. However, these three malevolent soul masters have committed numerous atrocities, inflicting suffering upon countless male and female soul masters. To save them would be tantamount to endangering even more soul masters. Moreover, should Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu venture into the Stardow Forest alone in the future, without their own protection, encountering Lin Jian, Zhao Weiqiang, and Xia Hongping again would place these three beauties in peril. It is Li Changge's unwavering duty to eradicate the scourge for the sake of the people. After departing, Li Changge continued to harness his formidable spiritual power, searching for a suitable soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring. Simultaneously, he engaged in conversation with the three enchanting beauties Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, discussing his actions and decisions. Elder Changge, I believe your choices are entirely justified. Had it not been for your immense strength, all four of us would have faced dire consequences. Those three deserve their fate, Ning Rongrong asserted, wholeheartedly endorsing Li Changge's approach. Li Changge smiled gently and said, Rongrong, you are absolutely right. My thoughts align with yours. As she spoke, Li Changge affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, appreciating her sound values that resonated with her own. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also engaged in this discussion, expressing their support for Li Changge's approach. Time passed, and after a full day of searching, Li Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, all four of them, were unable to locate a suitable spirit beast. At this moment, dusk had begun to fall. Thus, the quartet decided to return home, retracing their steps to the site where they had initially set up their camp. As they made their way back, Li Changge and the others glanced at the location where Lin Jian, Zhao Weiqiang, and Xia Hongping had previously received their lesson. Upon arrival, they observed a pool of dried blood on the ground, accompanied by a chaotic array of animal tracks and the remnants left by beasts feasting on fresh meat. It was evident that these three malevolent spirit masters had been entirely consumed by wild animals. Deservedly so, Li Changge remarked. Indeed, they deserve their fate, Ning Rongrong added. They truly had it coming, Xiao Wu chimed in. Such a fitting end. Zhu Zhuqing concurred. The three enchanting ladies unanimously felt that the malevolent spirit masters had met their just demise, and they found solace in the thought. This was due to the fact that these spirit masters had initially intended to eliminate Li Changge and abduct the three of them, even arrogantly allocating the beauties among themselves. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were filled with indignation, believing that their demise was wholly warranted. Let us continue our journey back, Li Changge suggested. Agreed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly. With that, Li Changge led Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu towards the direction of their camp. Along the way, Li Changge's formidable spiritual energy continued to envelop the surrounding area for miles. Li Changge was not only in search of a suitable soul beast but was also vigilant of the movements of nearby soul masters to avert any potential attacks from either soul beasts or soul masters. However, the journey had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of both suitable soul beasts and any assaults. Upon nearing the camp, Changge discovered that it had been brazenly occupied by 5 soul masters. These intruders were audaciously utilizing the various tools within the camp, even going so far as to expand the premises, treating it as if it were their own home. This incited great anger in Changge. Yet he refrained from voicing his feelings and instead led the 3 enchanting companions back. Soon thereafter, Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiaowu returned to the site of their camp. They were greeted by the sight of a blazing campfire and the silhouettes of people bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiaowu furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed in anger, "Someone has taken over our camp. This is utterly outrageous. How preposterous." Xiaowu, equally incensed, added, "After all the effort I put into setting up that tent, it has been usurped." Zhu Zhuqing's expression was frosty as she remarked, "Before we left the camp, we had clearly left a note inside, requesting that any visiting soul masters refrain from disturbing our belongings. It is truly shocking that they disregarded our message and proceeded to occupy our camp. Such behavior is exceedingly rude." The trio of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiaowu were incensed. They were appalled by the blatant disrespect displayed by these soul masters, who had audaciously claimed their camp as their own. Who wouldn't be furious at having their hard work stolen? What was most disheartening was that Changge and his companions had already made their presence known by leaving a note in the camp. Yet these individuals chose to ignore it, displaying an utter lack of civility. They beheld the furious expressions of the 3 beautiful women. Changge reassured them. The note clearly states that if anyone dares to trespass even a single step, they will face immediate execution. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, do not worry. I shall take care of the remaining matters. The dignity of the Title Douluo is inviolable. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, they shall pay with their blood. Indeed. Senior Changge, we leave it to you, Xiaowu said, her expression earnest. She had faith that with Changge's intervention, those soul masters intruding upon their camp would undoubtedly provide a reasonable explanation. Go, Changge Papa. Zhu Zhuqing shyly encouraged, offering her support to Changge. Xiaowu chimed in. Senior Changge, let them pay the price. Very well. Changge responded with a gentle smile. Subsequently, he led the 3 beauties towards the camp. Inside, 5 male soul masters had already taken notice of their arrival. These 5 soul masters were imposing figures, their expressions dark and foreboding, exuding an air of danger as if they lived on the edge of a knife. Any ordinary soul master would be rendered speechless in the presence of such brutes. However, Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others maintained their composure, unperturbed by the intimidating figures before them. The 5 soul masters drew closer, murmuring amongst themselves. Could this camp truly belong to that little brat? I think it might. And what was that about mercilessly killing intruders? Has this little one grown so fierce? Goodness. Does this boy have a formidable background? The 3 girls by his side are indeed stunning. They are indeed beautiful, but alas, there are only 3 of them, not enough to share among the 5 of us. If there isn't enough to go around, then we shall take them all at once. Heh. 3 lovely women serving just this one young master? That simply cannot stand. They must serve us as well. Changge listened to their conversation, his brows slightly furrowed. The 5 soul masters formed a hunting team known as the Dream Team, dedicated to hunting soul beasts within the Star Doe Forest. Their purpose in hunting these beasts was not only to procure some of the flesh for sale but primarily to obtain a soul bone. In the early years, the Dream Team had enjoyed a stroke of luck, successfully acquiring a 500-year-old soul bone from a ghost leopard's carcass, which fetched them a handsome sum of gold spirit coins. This hunting team had grown accustomed to a life on the edge of danger. As they passed by Changge's campsite, they noticed it was unguarded and spotted some audacious notes left behind. The notes clearly stated that the campsite was off limits, with a warning that trespassers would pay with their lives. The hunting team scoffed at this and resolved to challenge the authority of the note's author, curious to see how the campsite's owner would enforce such a dire consequence. Among the 5, 4 were soul kings above level 50, accompanied by a soul emperor exceeding level 60, all boasting considerable combat prowess and a belief that they feared nothing, even if they were outmatched. They felt confident in their ability to flee. Thus, the Dream Team brazenly claimed the campsite and awaited the return of Changge and his companions. Upon the arrival of Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiaowu, the hunting team members revealed their disdain upon confirming that these 4 were the campsite's owners. They even entertained malicious thoughts towards Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiaowu, having not encountered women in the forest for quite some time. Upon seeing the beautiful women, their minds wandered. The leader of the team, a bald man, bore a friendly demeanor, yet the scars on his chest emanated a palpable aura of intimidation. Is this campsite yours, little ones? He inquired. Indeed, replied Changge, his tone unfazed. The bald captain spat on the ground, then drew a sharp dagger, running his fingers over its blade. I shall ask you once more, whose campsite is this? He pressed, irritation evident in his voice, his dagger glinting ominously as if he were poised to strike. It belongs to us, Changge responded coldly, an ominous glint of murderous intent flickering in his dark eyes. The captain paused, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of Changge's gaze. He sensed that this young man was not to be underestimated, despite his youth. He exuded a fearsome aura, indicative of having taken many lives, both human and beast. Yet, the bald man dismissed the thought, for youth also implied a lack of experience. Thus, he approached with a frigid demeanor, toying with his dagger. Little brat, I will grant you one chance to rephrase your words. Otherwise, I shall slice off your tongue and roast it for a meal. And those kidneys of yours, I bet they would make a delicious dish. The bald captain's face twisted into a sinister smile as he brandished the dagger before Changge. The 4 soul masters behind him erupted in laughter. One of them jeered. You little brat, be off with you. Leave these 3 lovely maidens behind, and we may spare your life. Yes, these 3 beautiful maidens must remain to serve us. Your life can be spared. The bald man sneered. Did you hear that? My brothers and I have taken a liking to your maidens. I advise you to hand them over peacefully, or you shall not see the light of tomorrow. The bald captain's arrogance was palpable, as he believed Changge, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning and Xiao Wu to be far too young, and thus easy prey. Consequently, he spoke with brazen disdain, his words dripping with arrogance and filth. Changge said lightly, What are your names? I never slay nameless spirits. Changge's words elicited uproarious laughter from the 5 soul masters of the Dream Team, as if they had encountered an exceedingly grand joke. Chapter 122, Damn the Dream Team, kill. Haha. You've utterly cracked me up, claiming you won't kill the nameless ghost. Little brat, you know nothing of our strength. Do you truly believe you can defeat the 5 of us? Are you aware of our captain's cultivation level? Captain, reveal your cultivation for him to see. What harm is there in telling you our names? Little brat, today you shall witness the might of a powerful soul master. The 5 soul masters of the Dream Team let out raucous cries. Subsequently, the bald captain sheathed his dagger and taunted, Listen well, I am Yiming Yang, a level 65 powerful attack-type soul emperor. As he spoke, Yiming Yang unleashed his martial spirit, a black-haired wild boar, emanating an aura of primal ferocity and danger. The black wild boar floated above Yiming Yang's head, while 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, hovered around him, pulsating with soul light. Let me show you my martial spirit, Zhang. Don't be scared, little brat. A frail soul master stepped forward, his expression brimming with arrogance as his soul light surged. He then revealed his martial spirit, a seemingly frail monkey with elongated limbs and razor-sharp claws. Surrounding Zhang were 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, indicating a soul king of over level 50. Behold the prowess of my martial spirit, Changge. A stout soul master stepped forth. Showcasing his martial spirit, a brown-haired wild boar with menacing, sharp tusks capable of breaching any defense. He too bore 5 soul rings, perfectly aligned for a soul king's cultivation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Tianle, a powerful attack-type soul king. A slender soul master approached, revealing his martial spirit. A fierce-looking hound with prominent fangs that deterred any would-be challengers. Gao Tianle's soul rings matched the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, signifying his soul king status. Finally, the last soul master, a corpulent figure with poor skin, sneered, My name is Wu Haqing. You dare claim you won't kill the nameless ghost? You need to understand your place. Will it be your death or ours? As Wu Haqing spoke, he summoned his martial spirit, a massive, muscular ancient ape, terrifying in its presence, with fists the size of sandbags. He too was adorned with 5 perfectly matched soul rings. At the forefront was Yiming Yang, flanked by Zhang, Chen, Gao Tianle, and Wu Haqing, encircling Changge. Their martial spirits radiated a terrifying pressure that enveloped Changge. The dazzling glow of their soul rings transformed the entire star forest into a kaleidoscope of colors. Once their martial spirits were unleashed, the 5 exuded an air of arrogance, intending to compel Zhu Zhuqing, Ning and Xiao Wu to abandon their resistance and submit to them. To Yiming Yang and his companions, Changge was merely a jester. Although they feigned intentions to let him leave, they had already resolved to kill him, as plundering the beautiful maidens around him would tarnish their reputation. If word spread, the Dream Team would face dire consequences, perhaps even pursuit. Yiming Yang and his companions were not fools. They would not allow Changge to escape. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning and Xiao Wu observed the unfolding scene in silence. Changge stood unfazed, exuding an air of calmness amidst the intimidation of the 5 formidable figures. Xiao Wu, witnessing this, thought to herself, according to Tang San, these 5 have already sealed their fates. Soon, Senior Changge will likely take lives. She regarded the 5 soul masters of the Dream Team as if they were already deceased. The dignity of a Title Douluo is inviolable. These 5 are destined to perish. Ning aware that Changge had resolved to kill, knew that these 5 soul masters would not survive. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Changge's icy gaze. Realizing that he had indeed embraced the intent to kill, throughout her acquaintance with him, she had never witnessed Changge suffer defeat. Anyone who dared to challenge his authority met a tragic end. Changge gazed calmly at the 5 individuals before him and inquired, Do you have any final words to share? Final words? Yiming Yang, filled with fury, retorted, Final words signify your demise. In a fit of rage, he swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and lunged towards Changge's heart. In his view, eliminating this young brat required no invocation of soul techniques. Humph. All of you, kneel. Changge let out a cold snort, merging his terrifying aura akin to that of a Title Douluo of the 97th rank. It descended upon the 5 soul masters like a series of colossal, fearsome thunderbolts. Yiming Yang, Zhang, and the others trembled, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Simultaneously, they felt as if the strength within them had been siphoned away, causing their limbs to weaken, particularly for Yi Mingyang, who, with a dagger in hand, intended to plunge it into Li Changge's heart, found his arm unresponsive, abruptly going numb and causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The most terrifying aspect was the intangible aura enveloping Li Changge, rendering Yi Mingyang's assault impotent. A pressure as vast as the ocean surged forth from Li Changge, distorting the very fabric of the space around them. Plop, plop, plop. The 5 soul masters, their faces contorted with dread, succumbed to the overwhelming force. Collapsing to the ground as if reduced to mere paper, pressed tightly against the earth, Li Changge cast a disdainful glance at the 5 soul masters. A look of contempt etched upon his face. The first martial soul, the god-slaying spear, with a swift motion of his right hand, Li Changge summoned a blood-red spear imbued with an aura of formidable slaughter. Grasping the god-layer spear, he became enveloped in 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. The terrifying radiance of his soul illuminated the once opaque night, transforming it into a spectacle of brilliance. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Changge distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space, like a deity of death descending upon the earth. His presence instilled a tremor in the bodies of Yi Mingyang, Zhan Zhangbiao, and the other 3 soul masters, rendering them as shaky as autumn leaves in a tempest. Moments ago, who dared to call me a mere child? Who sought to demonstrate the essence of a soul master? Who attempted to abduct the beauty by my side? Li Changge's gaze was icy, emanating a chilling inquiry akin to death itself. Ah, it is not us. Yi Mingyang and the others bowed their heads, burying their faces in the ground, too fearful to meet Li Changge's eyes. They had not anticipated that this young child possessed such terrifying prowess. With 9 soul rings, he had already attained the level of a Title Douluo. Furthermore, the 9th soul ring was of the red grade, a 100,000-year soul ring. The most daunting aspect was his god-slaying spear, a martial spirit so fearsome that it rendered one unable to gaze upon it directly. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as the 5 previously arrogant soul masters had become mute, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, 3 enchanting beauties, observed these soul masters with cold indifference. They realized that since their arrival in the Star Dough Forest, encounters with nefarious individuals had become all too frequent. Indeed, they appeared youthful and seemingly weaker, prompting these self-assured soul masters to entertain malicious thoughts, coveting the beauty of Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others. Now, these 5 brazen ruffians had been completely subdued. According to Li Changge's nature, he would undoubtedly ensure their swift departure from this beautiful world. In this regard, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing did not wish to intervene, for they understood the futility of obstruction. Moreover, these 5 individuals were truly deserving of their fate. Allowing them to live would only invite further calamity upon other soul masters. Li Changge cast a final glance at the 5 individuals and spoke. Just now, you sought my demise. Particularly you, Yi Mingyang. The manner in which you have treated me, I shall reciprocate in kind. Li Changge emitted a voice filled with fury and despair. Subsequently, he raised the god-slaying spear in his hand and severed the hands, feet, ears, and nose of the malevolent soul master Yi Mingyang. Ah, it hurts. I am dying. Yi Mingyang screamed in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Alas, the pain was so excruciating that it kept him alert, unable to succumb to the darkness. When confronting an evil soul master, one ought to employ equally nefarious means. Only through such measures can they truly learn their lesson. No, there is no need for them to learn. May they embrace kindness in their next lives and become virtuous individuals. Please, do not treat me this way. I was wrong. I apologize for coveting your woman and for uttering words that insulted your dignity. Esteemed senior, I implore you to spare me. The corpulent Qin Jiannan began to plead, retreating slightly in fear. At that moment, Li Changge noticed a pool of filthy liquid beneath Qin Jiannan, clearly indicating that he had soiled himself in terror. This scoundrel had never considered the psychological impact of his actions upon others. Yet now, with justice and retribution looming over him, he was gripped by the fear of death. If one fears death, one ought not to commit wicked deeds. Do you think a few words will earn my forgiveness? What are the soul masters you have harmed in the past? Li Changge let out a cold snort, his gaze as frigid as ice. Without hesitation, he unleashed the god-slaying spear in his hand. Ah! Qin Jiannan screamed in agony as his limbs were severed, writhing in pain like a dying pig, emitting wretched cries. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhan Zhangbiao's complexion turned ghastly, his face ashen. Do not kill me. I am willing to reform and cease my wicked ways. I am prepared to become your subordinate and heed your commands. I implore you, spare my life. Zhan Yongbu began to plead for mercy, even expressing a desire to serve as Li Changge's underling. I have no need for such a subordinate. Li Changge shook his head, showing no mercy as he brandished the god-slaying spear with a flourish. The once formidable Zhan Yongbu was reduced to a mere shell of a man, discarded carelessly to the side. I will give you all my treasures. Please, do not kill me. Wu Haqing pleaded desperately, removing the soul guiding ring from his finger and placing it before Li Changge. Inside, it contained a wealth of gold soul coins and various materials for weapon crafting. Please, do not harm me, will you? Wu Haqing begged frantically, his fear of death consuming him. In his desperation, He sought to bargain for his life with his gold soul coins and precious items. Let these riches serve as your burial goods. Perhaps Yama will refuse to accept you, allowing you to return to the mortal realm. Li Changge spoke coldly. Subsequently, the god-slaying spear in his hand swept through the air, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. Wu Haqing let out a heart-wrenching scream as his hands and feet were severed from his body. In the end, only Gao Tianla remained. Your name is Gao Tianla, is it not? You, who wishes for Zhu Zhuqing, Rong, and Xiaowu to serve you together. You are truly despicable. Li Changge spoke coldly. No, not me. It is they. I dare not. How could I dare? I beg your mercy. I am willing to become a better person. Gao Tianla hurriedly pleaded for mercy, his words tinged with a sob. Death. Li Changge remained unmoved, mercilessly crippling his limbs. It hurts so much. I am dying. Gao Tianla cried out in agony. Li Changge's demeanor was exceedingly indifferent. In dealing with these individuals, he could not afford to show them any leniency. These malevolent spirit masters, upon seizing Li Changge's camp, were blissfully unaware of their transgressions. They perceived Li Changge's youthful appearance as a sign of vulnerability, emboldening them to overstep their bounds with brazen arrogance, oblivious to their misdeeds. It was only when Li Changge unleashed the god-slaying spear that the 5 wicked spirit masters comprehended their grave error. They did not realize their wrongdoing. Rather, they recognized the impending threat to their lives and hastily pleaded for mercy. Had Li Changge's strength been lacking, it could very well have been him lying on the ground, rendered powerless and incapacitated. Chapter 124. The arrival of Qin Ming and the Imperial Battle Team. Consequently, Li Changge has never shown mercy towards these malevolent spirit masters. Yi Mingyang and the other 4 were all thoroughly incapacitated. Li Changge cast a glance at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, observing the 3 enchanting beauties with their indifferent expressions, silently endorsing the endeavors he undertook. Li Changge spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, were you frightened? Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at the 5 inept individuals, shook her head, and replied, No, I was not frightened. When confronting evil, one must employ methods as fierce as thunder. Just as one should not face darkness with gentleness, but rather with flames. These individuals deserve to perish. It is conceivable that had Li Changge not been present today, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, these 3 beauties would undoubtedly have been subdued by those scoundrel soul masters, facing unspeakable horrors. The very thought evokes terror. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. Rongrong speaks the truth. We must show no mercy to these malevolent soul masters. If we let them go now, they will surely return to harm other soul masters in the future. Our actions would be tantamount to assisting others, which is indeed a noble deed. Ning Rongrong supported Zhu Zhuqing's sentiment, believing that Li Changge's actions were entirely justified. Xiao Wu added, These individuals are akin to wicked soul beasts that have committed numerous atrocities. They all deserve death. We have already left a note, yet they disregard it and continue to act arrogantly. They deserve to perish, despite being a soul beast herself. Xiao Wu possesses a keen sense of right and wrong, understanding the distinction between good and evil. Li Changge felt reassured. Well, if that is what you think, then it is good. I shall take care of these 5 individuals, casting them into the path of the beasts, allowing them to witness their own demise, piece by piece. As they are devoured by the creatures, Li Changge spoke coldly, All right. With a swift motion, he seized Yu Mingyang and was about to depart from the spot. At that moment, however, Li Changge keenly sensed the approach of a soul master, as an overwhelming force of mental energy unfurled around him. Li Changge immediately noticed a total of 8 soul masters approaching his camp. Among them were both men and women, accompanied by a leader who appeared to be a teacher. 7 of them were students, while 1 seemed to take charge. They quickly drew near, and even without the aid of overwhelming spiritual power, Li Changge could perceive these incoming soul masters. Indeed, the leader was a strikingly handsome male teacher, followed by 7 students who were all quite presentable. Among these students, 5 were male and 2 were female. The male soul master students exuded a charming appearance, while the female soul master students were not only beautiful but also possessed an exquisite figure and remarkable poise. They emanated an air of nobility, distinctly different from that of ordinary commoners. What brings you here? You have committed murder, the leading teacher exclaimed with a voice filled with anger and suspicion. Beside him, a burly young man clad in blue attire revealed a stormy glint in his deep-set eyes. Teacher, they have indeed murdered. These individuals are not of good character. We have subdued them and intend to deliver them to the Martial Soul Hall's enforcement hall in Soto City, the robust young man declared, cracking his knuckles as if preparing for a confrontation. Tianting, this individual, was utterly terrifying. He had severed all 4 limbs of the 5 soul masters before him, and even their noses and ears had been brutally removed. Such acts were horrifying. I shall assist you, chimed in a lithe female soul master. This woman possessed a strikingly unique exotic beauty. Although captivating, her green eyes exuded an aura of danger. Indeed, the burly young man nodded, as a surge of electricity began to dance around his right arm. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the 3 beautiful women, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, standing before him. So beautiful, he mused inwardly, astonished to find 3 lovely female students in this place. Observing the trio alongside a cold, indifferent young man who was holding a severed body, The burly youth speculated that these enchanting female soul masters must have been captives. Do not be afraid, retreat to the back, and avoid the fray. Soon, we shall rescue you. The burly young man spoke kindly as the thunder surrounding his arm grew more radiant. He was intent on saving Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing his words, the expressions on the faces of the three women transformed into something peculiar. They were not captives of Changge. But wait. Initially, they had indeed been captured by him. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong now willingly followed Changge, desiring to remain by his side for the time being. This was due to the kindness he had shown them, imparting cultivation techniques that significantly shortened their training journey. Although Changge harbored desires for their physical forms, the benefits he provided were far too substantial for them to feel exploited. In fact, they felt they had gained from the situation. Tianhing, Yanyan, Lingling, all of you attack together. 7 against 1. With mutual cooperation, you should be able to subdue this individual. I will oversee your efforts. If you find yourselves unable to prevail, retreat, the teacher instructed, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity behind his glasses. Having been in the teaching profession for many years, this teacher was witnessing such ruthless heartlessness in a soul master for the first time. To inflict such harm, crippling a person's limbs, nose, and ears upon first contact, was beyond comprehension. These soul masters would undoubtedly face a grim fate, suffering far more than if they were simply killed. Regardless of right or wrong, the teacher deemed Changge's actions profoundly terrifying and psychologically dark. Such a person must be subdued and controlled without delay. Changge gazed upon the 7 students before him, along with their leading instructor, and felt an uncanny familiarity in their appearance, as if he had encountered them before. A moment of reflection in his mind led him to the realization of their identities. The teacher was none other than Qin Ming. The robust young man clad in blue was Yu Tianheng. The soul master with striking green eyes was Du Guyan. This seemingly innocent young lady must be Yi Lingling. Furthermore, there were Yu Feng and Osro, alongside the enigmatic figures of Shimo and Shimo. Changge and his entourage of 8 consisted entirely of elites from the Royal Combat Academy. The leading instructor, Qin Ming, was guiding 7 distinguished students from the academy towards Soto City for their practical training. Based on Changge's understanding of the original narrative, it was anticipated that the Royal Combat Academy, under Qin Ming's leadership, would achieve an impressive series of consecutive victories in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, ultimately culminating in a fierce clash against the Shrek Academy. However, in the original tale, the victor of the soul battles between the 2 academies was the Shrek Academy. Yet, in this lifetime, Changge had traversed to the Douluo continent, where the Shrek Academy had become a mere shadow of its former self, its members now rendered incapable. The enchanting trio of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu remained by Changge's side, signifying that the renowned 7 monsters had ceased to exist, making any confrontation with the Royal Combat team impossible. To his surprise, encountering these individuals was indeed a fortuitous twist of fate. The alluring Du Guyan, a testament to her romantic past, exuded an elegant charm that was unmistakable. Indeed, she was quite appealing. As for Yi Lingling, her physique, comparable to Ning Rongrong's, was equally captivating. A worthy choice. Changge secretly resolved to capture Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, intending to surround himself with more beauties and thus activate their imaginations. This way, Changge would become stronger. While he had no women in his heart, it was essential for him to be surrounded by many beautiful women. Everyone, forward, commanded teacher Qin Ming from behind. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the battlefield and prepared to intervene. Should Changge prove too formidable for his 7 students, he, as their safety net, would step in to subdue Changge and protect his students. However, teacher Qin Ming believed his 7 students could certainly overpower Changge alone, as each of them possessed substantial strength, all boasting soul ranks exceeding 30. Furthermore, their teamwork could form formations capable of contending with soul kings of over 50 ranks. Regrettably, teacher Qin Ming underestimated Changge, assuming that his youth implied a lack of formidable power, unaware that Changge's true strength was that of a Title Douluo. The might of a Title Douluo was truly terrifying, far beyond what a soul master of merely 30 ranks could confront. Even 100 captains from the Royal Douluo Academy would not stand a chance against Changge. Form ranks, bellowed Yu Tianheng, the captain, as he began directing his team. The Shi brothers immediately stepped to the front. Shi Mo and Shi Mo tore off their shirts, revealing their granite-like muscular bodies. Their soul power shimmered as they summoned their martial souls. The energy surged and coalesced into a massive dark yellow turtle shell that enveloped their bodies. With the emergence of the colossal shell, their skeletal structure morphed, allowing them to adapt to the immense, rigid armor. Moreover, a gigantic special symbol appeared on the shell. Around the brothers, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, began to orbit rhythmically. Martial soul, blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Positioned behind Shi Mo and Shi Mo, a dazzling blue light radiated from his forehead, swiftly expanding and enveloping every inch of his skin. The light transformed into blue and purple arcs of electricity, bursting forth like small serpents. A lightning emblem appeared on his forehead, and his right arm swelled, becoming immensely robust, covered in blue and purple scales, transforming his hand into a sharp dragon claw. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, the optimal configuration for a soul master. did not cling to Yu Tianheng's body like those of the Shi brothers, but instead circled around his dragon arm, exuding an intimidating aura of soul power. Behind Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan activated her martial soul. Martial soul, emerald lizard. A verdant glow enveloped Du Guyan's elegant form. Simultaneously, her legs vanished, merging into a thick serpentine tail that supported her body as it swayed. Rich yellow, and purple soul rings spiraled around her. Du Guyan's emerald eyes glinted coldly, emanating an aura of terror. She and Yu Tianheng coordinated their efforts to follow the Shi brothers in launching an assault. Beside her, Osro unleashed his martial soul, a remarkably agile black panther radiating fierce beastly instincts that deterred direct gazes. Osro was also adorned with 3 soul rings representing the optimal configuration for a soul master. In the background, Yufeng activated his martial soul, the wind bell bird. His arms transformed into colossal wings, allowing him to soar into the air, surrounded by 3 yellow, and purple soul rings. As a formidable agile soul master exceeding 30 ranks, his potential was boundless. Most striking of all was Yu Lingling. Martial soul, 9-heart begonia. Yu Lingling held a resplendent flower that appeared utterly pure and radiant with shimmering light. A gentle aura emanated from the 9-heart begonia, instilling a sense of warmth and beauty in life. Upon witnessing Yu Lingling's martial soul, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu momentarily froze. They felt a sense of familiarity with Yu Lingling's martial soul, as if they had seen it before with Li Changge. However, they recognized that Yu Lingling's martial soul paled in comparison to Li Changge's. The 9-heart begonia was indeed that martial soul, yet the one possessed by their senior, Li Changge, was the 10-heart begonia, far superior to the 9-heart variant. Chapter 126, Audacious Words, Li Changge Takes Action. Ning Rongrong, the cherished jewel of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, quickly recognized Yu Lingling's martial soul. She recalled having seen Li Changge's martial soul before, which he had described as a mutated variant named 10-heart begonia, possessing unparalleled healing abilities and enhancing overall attributes. Thus, Ning Rongrong understood that Li Changge's 10-heart begonia was far more formidable than Yu Lingling's 9-heart begonia. What surprised her was the unexpected encounter between the 10-heart begonia and the 9-heart begonia today. This was indeed intriguing. Standing behind Li Changge, Ning Rongrong quietly observed the unfolding events. Although these students each possessed soul ranks exceeding 30, it was impossible for them to harm Li Changge. Even brushing against his cold hair would be an exceedingly challenging feat after all, while Li Changge appeared youthful, resembling a teenager. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of a Title Douluo at level 97, capable of instilling fear even in the most ancient and powerful beings. Even her sword grandfathers would not necessarily be able to contend with Li Changge, let alone these 7 younglings. Their attempts to form ranks were merely comical. Nearby, Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the 7 individuals before her. They were all soul masters. To Xiao Wu's astonishment, the 7 soul masters before her had all attained the rank of soul sovereign, while her own cultivation was merely at that same level. She pondered that if she were to confront these 7 soul sovereigns, she could at most contend against 2. Facing all 7 was an insurmountable challenge. Her gaze shifted to Li Changge, internally reflecting on his remarkable prowess, acknowledging that he could effortlessly take on 7 adversaries. She harbored a fervent desire to grow stronger, aspiring to emulate the formidable strength of her senior, Li Changge. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes igniting with a palpable sense of battle spirit. Indeed, there were always those who surpassed others, and the realization that all these individuals had reached the soul sovereign level struck her deeply. In contrast, her own cultivation was still a mere 30 levels, without even possessing a soul ring. It became imperative for her to elevate her cultivation level forthwith. Presently, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing had likely already surpassed the 30-level threshold, striving towards the soul sect realm. Once she acquired a suitable 3rd soul ring, she vowed to cherish the time and devote herself to rigorous training. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts were filled with determination. Witnessing others' strength invigorated her resolve to hasten her progress and become even more formidable. Particularly, she considered Davis and Zhu Zhuqing far away in the Star Luo Empire, feeling a sense of pressure and fear of falling behind. In truth, her concerns were unfounded. With Li Changge by her side, she would undoubtedly surpass Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, even many of the elders within the Zhu family. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the trio of beauties behind Li Changge, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. He had previously thought that Du Guyan and Yu Lingling were stunning, yet he was unprepared for the existence of even more exquisite beauties in the world, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose alluring figure was utterly captivating. The mere thought of winning Zhu Zhuqing's affection filled him with a sense of happiness and fulfillment. A glance at Xiao Wu revealed her long, graceful legs, which made his heart race with desire. Yu Tianheng mused that if he could win over both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, he would undoubtedly be a victor in life. After all, which man does not appreciate beauty? Even the oldest of men are drawn to enchanting maidens. In a bid to leave a favorable impression before the ladies, Yu Tianheng called out, "Ladies, please retreat to a safe place. We shall rescue you momentarily." However, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu remained unmoved, disregarding his pleas, which caused Yu Tianheng's brow to furrow with irritation. Ignoring his words would have consequences. Should they be injured, he would ensure their treatment. "Kill!" shouted the Shi brothers as they charged forward with incredible speed, their first yellow soul ring illuminating. Their massive turtle shells erupted with brilliance. Behind them, Yu Tianheng's right arm, adorned with a third purple soul ring, began to gleam, pulsating and expanding in a wild display. The terrifying thunder engulfed his arm, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Changge observed their approach with an expression of profound indifference. Very well. Dare to lay hands upon this old man? You shall come to regret it. Changge let out a cold snort. Regret? The one who should feel regret is you. Yu Tianheng chuckled derisively. From his right hand, a colossal thunder dragon materialized. And with a firm step, he began to launch an assault on Changge. The brilliant soul light illuminated the entirety of the starry forest. Changge appeared considerably diminished in presence due to his failure to unleash his martial soul. How boastful. Humph. Changge let out a cold snort. Then, the overwhelming crimson aura surrounding him suddenly blazed with brilliance. With a swift grasp of his right hand, Changge summoned a blood-red spear, its presence materializing in an instant. A terrifying aura of death emanated from him, swiftly enveloping a vast expanse of miles around. Changge's pair of deep, pitch-black eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, while his strands of ebony hair morphed into a striking crimson, each one radiating a terrifying aura of lethal intent. Most alarming of all, on Changge's physique, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, began to levitate, rhythmically encircling him. Under the influence of Changge's god-slaying spear and the 9 soul rings, the entire realm commenced a frenzied distortion. I am eager to witness whom you intend to doom. Changge let out a cold snort. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, pressing down upon the 7 individuals before him. The Xiaowu brothers, at the forefront, suddenly felt as if a massive and terrifying mountain had been placed upon their backs, rendering them immobile. Ah, it hurts. My body, it aches terribly. I am doomed. They cried out in despair, losing their balance and crashing to the ground, their bodies pressed firmly against the earth. Chapter 127. The terrifying existence of Dugu Yin. The Xiaowu brothers now resembled 2 turtles, lying flat on the ground, stripped of their combat abilities. They lifted their heads and, with their slightly reddened eyes, beheld the 9 soul rings adorning Changge, along with the fearsome blood-red spear, and could not help but gasp in shock. 9 soul rings. A Title Douluo. The blood-red spear, a terrifying weapon spirit. It was over for them. The expressions on the faces of the Xiaowu brothers turned ashen. At that moment, Changge radiated an aura of invincibility. They understood that all 7 of them, along with their teacher, totaling 8 individuals, were destined to perish here. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Ah, how can this be? You possess 9 soul rings, you are a Title Douluo. No, this must be an illusion. It cannot be real. Yu Tianheng roared, his expression twisted with disbelief. He could hardly fathom the scene before him. To Yu Tianheng, Changge appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps even a year or 2 younger than himself. Yet, Changge possessed 9 soul rings, 6 more than his own 3. And one of them was even of the 100,000 year level. Such prowess surpassed even that of the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, to which Yu Tianheng belonged. In disbelief, Yu Tianheng attempted to stabilize his resolve with his roar, striving to shatter the illusion. However, the only response was the terrifying and relentless pressure emanating from Changge. This pressure was formidable, akin to the weight of Mount Tai crashing down upon him. Ah, Yu Tianheng felt an unimaginable weight crushing down on him, his blood surging, his legs weakening, and he fell to his knees, collapsing onto the ground. The lightning mark on his forehead, along with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon emblem on his right arm, and the 3 vibrant soul rings, vanished in an instant. Suppressed to the ground, Yu Tianheng felt as if he had been filled with lead, utterly immobilized. At that moment, he realized that Changge truly possessed the terrifying strength of a Title Douluo. This man was utterly fearsome, surpassing even his own sect leader. Yu Tianheng's eyes trembled, unable to accept this reality. Tianheng, no, this is impossible. How can this be a Title Douluo? He is even more formidable than my grandfather. Dugu Yin, in disbelief, wore an expression of astonishment on her alluring face. Dugu Yin had a grandfather named Dugubo, renowned as a master of poison. Yet, she could distinctly sense that the young man before her, wielding a blood-red spear and possessing the strength of a Title Douluo, was even more powerful than her grandfather. Dugu Yin was momentarily dazed, struggling to grasp this truth. As her serpent tail swayed, she approached Yu Tianheng, but a terrifying wave of pressure descended upon her. Ah, I can't take it. Dugu Yin felt her body weaken, overwhelmed by the pressure, and she fell to the ground, pressed against it. Now was not the time for compassion. And Changge showed no mercy. His gaze swept towards Osro. Osro's martial spirit was that of a ghost leopard, appearing majestic and imposing. However, upon witnessing his comrades, especially his captain and vice-captain, all subdued and lying on the ground, Osro felt an immense blow to his morale. Even without engaging in combat, Changge had already defeated both the captain, Yu Tianheng, and the vice-captain, Dugu Yin. At this moment, Osro was devoid of any desire to fight. His deep black eyes filled with despair. Submit. Bow down. Changge let out a low growl, and an overwhelming aura of terror descended upon Osro. Burdened by an immense weight, Osro screamed. Ah. Then, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. In that moment, Osro truly comprehended the extent of the horror embodied by the man wielding the blood-red spear before him. A glance at the pitiable state of Yu Mingyang and the other soul masters sent a jolt of fear through him. This was a merciless and formidable presence. We have wronged him. This terrifying figure might very well sever our hands, feet, noses, and ears. How frightening. A sense of despair engulfed Osro as he envisioned such brutal fates befalling him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, a sensation akin to losing control of his bladder. Defeat was something Osro could accept, but becoming a mere shell of a person, gradually witnessing his own demise, was utterly intolerable. This is bad. I must flee. I have offended an immensely terrifying overlord. The Wind Rider, soaring high above, was suddenly startled. He flapped his wings, attempting to escape the scene. However, before he could ascend, he felt as though lead had been poured into his enormous wings, rendering them unbearably heavy and immobile. The inability to flap his colossal wings caused the Wind Rider to plummet straight down, crashing hard onto the ground. Ah, it hurts. My body, it hurts so much. The Wind Rider cried out, feeling an excruciating pain unlike any other. He was the most miserable being present, having fallen directly from the sky, leaving him severely injured. Yet, Changge felt no sympathy whatsoever. How dare he attempt to flee from my grasp? Let him suffer more. The Wind Rider trembled on the ground, wailing in agony. Changge ignored him entirely, his blood-red gaze settling upon Yulingling. When Yulingling met Changge's gaze, she felt as though she had drawn the attention of the Grim Reaper, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. Sensing the boundless aura of slaughter emanating from Changge, a chill ran through her, compelling her to lower her head and fix her beautiful eyes upon the ground, too fearful to meet his gaze. Yulingling? TSK. She possesses a rather innocent appearance. However, she has developed quite well. Though not quite as exquisite as Zhu Zhuqing, she is nonetheless of high quality. Quite impressive. Changge pondered to himself, nodding inwardly. Considering Yulingling's beauty, he believed she possessed a score exceeding 90, undoubtedly meeting the system's criteria for a stunning woman. Not only Yulingling, but also Du Guyan certainly qualified. After casting a glance at Yulingling, Changge turned his gaze towards Du Guyan, who was currently prostrated on the ground. Chapter 128. Yulingling startled. Qin Ming crumbled at this moment. Du Guyan lay on the ground, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to endure the terrifying pressure emanating from Changge's formidable cultivation. Changge has always been a person who treats everyone equally, striving to ensure that beauties receive their fair share. Since Du Guyan is lying on the ground, he too has no mercy in dealing with Yulingling. Yulingling? Come here, lie down. With a low shout, Changge unleashed a terrifying aura of mastery that descended upon the exquisitely beautiful figure of Yulingling. The 9 hearts begonia flower in Yulingling's hand, sensing the overwhelming pressure, instinctively folded its petals, ultimately vanishing from sight. Yulingling felt her body tremble and, rendered weak, lost her balance, collapsing onto the ground. Her face was etched with profound shock. This individual was utterly fearsome. His strength was beyond anything she could challenge. Such a young Title Douluo was a rarity on the Douluo continent. Encountering him today, she feared for her fate. How tragic it would be for the lineage of the 9 hearts begonia to come to an end with her generation. Yulingling's heart was heavy with despair. The 9 hearts begonia martial soul was a rare inheritance, scarcely found on the continent. She worried that if she were to perish, the legacy of the 9 hearts begonia would be lost, marking her as a historical sinner. Had Changge been aware of Yulingling's plight, he would have undoubtedly taken it upon himself to assist her in alleviating this burden. In an instant, all 7 students of the Royal Combat Academy were subdued by Changge. They lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies in painful contact with the earth, embodying a scene of torment. Changge's gaze swept over the 7 students from the Royal Combat Academy, ultimately settling on Qin Ming with an intensity that brimmed with an inexhaustible murderous intent. Under the weight of Changge's stare, Qin Ming involuntarily shuddered. At that moment, his complexion had darkened to an extreme. He had earlier boasted that if his student were to be defeated, he would personally intervene to subdue Changge. Yet now, witnessing the terrifying god-slaying spear in Changge's right hand, coupled with the 9 formidable soul rings adorning his body, all traces of fighting spirit vanished from Qin Ming, leaving only despair in his eyes. With merely a cultivation level of over 50, how could he possibly contend against Changge? Changge, however, exhibited no urgency to suppress Qin Ming, instead observing him with a bemused interest. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, the 3 enchanting beauties, gazed in astonishment as Changge effortlessly subdued the 7 soul ancestors who had dared to challenge him. Senior Changge remains as formidable as ever, they mused. He had once again subdued those who dared to offend him with such ease. Furthermore, it was evident that Senior Changge showed no mercy, employing severe measures against any woman who defied him. Xiaowu pondered silently, both enamored and fearful of Changge. Early in their acquaintance, she had been quite rebellious, aligning herself with Tang Sand and hurling verbal jabs at Changge, which resulted in him crippling her right leg. However, she later learned to comply, and in return, Changge restored her leg and taught her the method of basking in the sun to grow stronger. Since then, Xiaowu had refrained from defying him. Observing the plight of the soul masters now, her conviction solidified. Opposing Changge was ill-advised. Senior Changge is truly impressive. Once I reach his level of cultivation, no one shall dare to show me disrespect. Zhu Zhuqing secretly envied Changge's formidable prowess, yearning to attain a similar strength. Ning Rongrong, meanwhile, recognized the familiar appearance of the students' martial souls and noted their uniforms, which bore the insignia of the Royal Combat Academy from Heaven-Do City. These individuals are certainly noteworthy, she mused. As the daughter of Ningfengxi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who maintained close ties with the Heaven-Do Empire, Ning Rongrong often visited Heaven-Do City and was well acquainted with the Royal Combat Academy. Thus, upon seeing Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, and Yi Lingling, she felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity. Ning Rongrong surmised that they hailed from the Royal Combat Academy, suggesting they possessed considerable backgrounds. This implied that by offending them, Senior Changge had potentially antagonized several influential forces. However, given Senior Changge's undeniable strength, it was clear he would not be intimidated by such powers. After all, he had taken her captive without hesitation. Perhaps he even knew these individuals, she speculated, her keen mind quickly piecing together the puzzle. Ning Rongrong's gaze flitted between Du Guyin and Yi Lingling, both of whom possessed beauty that rivaled her own. It seems likely that Senior Changge may take a liking to them and draw them closer, she thought, recognizing a crucial point. She had come to understand that Li Changge had a fondness for beautiful women, and the more, the merrier. Du Guyin and Yi Lingling, with their appealing looks, figures, and youth, would certainly captivate any man, including herself. It appears I shall be gaining 2 more sisters, she mused, feeling no jealousy but rather a sense of relief at the prospect of shared companionship. Meanwhile, Li Changge's attention returned to Qin Ming, a playful smile gracing his lips. Qin Ming, he taunted, you spoke with such bravado earlier, threatening to take action against me. Why not unleash your martial soul and come at me? Li Changge spoke coldly, gazing at Qin Ming, eager to observe his reaction. At that moment, Qin Ming's expression was utterly grim, resembling someone who had tasted something foul. He appeared profoundly distressed. For a time, he found himself at a loss for words. Initially, Qin Ming had assumed that Li Changge, given his youthful appearance, would not possess a cultivation level exceeding level 40, believing his students could easily manage. However, he was taken aback to discover that Li Changge's cultivation level was, in fact, over 90, placing him among the ranks of Title Douluo. Moreover, Li Changge's martial spirit, the god-slaying spear, exuded an aura of formidable strength, seemingly surpassing even the legendary Haoyan hammer. In that moment, Li Changge emanated an air of invincibility, which rendered Qin Ming's countenance exceedingly grim. If given the chance to choose again, Qin Ming would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Li Changge. Yet now, it appeared he had irrevocably offended him, leaving him with no options. Sighing repeatedly in his heart, Qin Ming wore a troubled expression, and the wrinkles upon his forehead seemed to multiply without him noticing. The surrounding environment was quite perilous, being the Star-Do forest where any danger encountered could go unnoticed, with no one to avenge them. In essence, should Li Changge decide to take their lives, he could do so with impunity, as no one would dare confront him. This realization was profoundly unsettling. Observing Li Changge, Qin Ming feigned a respectful demeanor and began to apologize. Senior, I sincerely apologize. We inadvertently offended you earlier. That was our fault. Please allow me to express my contrition. We hail from the Royal Combat Academy of Heaven-Do City, and I am Qin Ming, the leading instructor of one of the battle teams. Senior, I am truly sorry. I humbly request your forgiveness, and if you have the time, you are most welcome to visit us at the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, where I shall personally host you and ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality. Qin Ming hastily offered his apologies, his tone imbued with sincerity. In the presence of such a powerful individual, an apology was imperative. Li Changge is exceptionally formidable, surpassing even the president of their esteemed Royal Academy of Fighting. When Qin Ming offered his apology, he mentioned his own influential background. With the support of the Tiando Royal Academy as his backing, Qin Ming believed that the esteemed elder before him would certainly weigh the consequences before taking action. In fact, he speculated that in the end, this elder might even spare himself and his students. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Qin Ming's words of apology, mused to herself, indeed, he hails from the Tiando Royal Academy. Teacher Qin Ming? He appears to be quite renowned within that institution. She recalled her father mentioning him on a few occasions. As Ning Rongrong contemplated this, she felt that the students led by teacher Qin Ming were undoubtedly extraordinary and possessed significant connections. Meanwhile, Li Changge cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Ming, thinking to himself, students emerging from the Shirlaiku Academy are all cut from the same cloth. This Qin Ming, being a student of Flender, has evidently inherited his mentor's tendencies. Is a good soul master one who avoids trouble? When faced with challenges, they must provoke a confrontation. If they can prevail, they act as if they are lords. If not, they seek to apologize and invoke their background. TSK, Flender, you have truly raised some remarkable students. Li Changge secretly scoffed at Qin Ming. Just moments ago, Qin Ming, upon noticing Li Changge's youth, had the audacity to summon his 7 students to take the stage, boldly proclaiming their commitment to uphold justice. This Qin Ming even boasted that he would take responsibility should his students falter in battle. Yet now, faced with Li Changge's overwhelming strength, he immediately tucked his tail between his legs, not daring to utter a word, completely devoid of the earlier bravado. Qin Ming? Are not these students the prodigies of the Tiando Royal Academy? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the Emerald Serpent, the Nine Hearts Begonia, the Wind Chime Bird, how remarkable their martial souls are. Their backgrounds must surely be formidable, one would assume. Li Changge spoke softly. Upon noticing that Li Changge recognized these martial souls, Qin nodded and said, Senior, you truly possess remarkable discernment. These students are all the elite from our Tiando Royal Academy. Look at you Tianheng. He hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and is the nephew of the sect leader. As for Duguyin, her grandfather is the renowned Poison Douluo de Gobo, famous throughout the continent. Then there is Yi Lingling, who possesses the Nine-Heart Begonia, a support martial soul of considerable prestige on the continent. Indeed, these children are exceptional. The pride of our Tiando Royal Academy. Senior, we did not intend to offend you. Might you show us mercy? Qin pleaded repeatedly, hoping that Li Changge would grant them clemency. Meanwhile, Qin realized that Li Changge was knowledgeable, familiar with the Tiando Royal Academy, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Poison Douluo. This awareness might cause Li Changge to exercise caution and refrain from taking lethal action. This was indeed promising news. Li Changge nodded slightly and then exclaimed, I am indeed targeting the proud son of heaven. Upon hearing Li Changge's words, Qin was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Targeting the proud son of heaven? Qin heart trembled, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Senior, what do you mean? Qin asked, his expression fraught with bitterness and tentative inquiry. The literal meaning came the reply. Li Changge spoke with an air of indifference. You have offended my dignity. And yet you dare to tell me that you are genius soul masters, elite individuals with formidable backgrounds? You believe that these claims are sufficient for me to forgive you? Do you truly think me so easygoing? Qin, I shall inform you that even if you Yunjin and Dugubo were to arrive, they would still need to kneel and apologize to me. You think that mere words can turn the tide of this matter? You are dreaming. Li Changge spoke coldly, emanating a chilling aura that felt as though it had been unleashed from the depths of the abyss, evoking an intense discomfort. Abyss. Qin expression darkened to the utmost. He had not anticipated that Li Changge would be so arrogant as to disregard both Yu Yunjin and Dugubo. It is crucial to note that Yu Yunjin is the esteemed leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which ranks as the second among the 7 major sects of the Douluo continent. The first, the Haotian sect, has now secluded itself. Thus the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect subtly trends towards becoming the preeminent sect in the realm. Moreover, Dugubo is recognized as the foremost master of poison on the Douluo continent. Li Changge now surprisingly disregards both Yu Yunjin and Dugubo, which has left Qin utterly astonished. Then, Senior, what do you intend to do? Qin inquired, his expression grim. It is quite simple. I shall sever one of your arms and one of your legs, and then grant you your freedom. It is as straightforward as that. Li Changge spoke calmly. Senior, this is utterly unacceptable. If we were to lose an arm and a leg, we would all be rendered incapacitated. Chapter 130. Duguyin and Yi Lingling remain, while the others may depart. Especially the young ones like Yu Tianheng, Duguyin, and Yi Lingling, who are still just children. Should they suffer the loss of an arm or a leg, their future in cultivation would be irrevocably shattered. At that point, if Sect Master Yu and Lord Dugu were to learn of this, their wrath would be unimaginable, and they would undoubtedly place the blame upon us. Why not? Senior, you may take my arm and leg instead. I implore you to spare these students. Qin interjected, willing to trade his own limbs for the well-being of the children. In truth, this was not merely an act of valor on Qin part. Rather, he understood that if these students were to be harmed and rendered useless, he, despite his unscathed body, would ultimately face the ire of Yu Yunjin, Dugubo, and others, leading to his demise or severe torment. Thus, it was far more prudent for him to willingly take on the burden of blame, subjecting himself to suffering alone. This way, the children could return safely to the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, Qin would not only evade blame but might even be handsomely rewarded. In such a scenario, he would live without worry, and even if he were to become disabled, he could still lead a secure life. However, if anything were to befall the children, his days of comfort would be over. Qin, you are indeed astute. No wonder you are a student of Flander. You have mastered all his mercantile strategies. Even in adversity, you can swiftly carve out a path that favors you. Unfortunately, I am no fool. How could I possibly act according to your wishes? Today, I shall inform you that of the 8 of you, aside from Duguyin and Yi Lingling, all others shall have one arm and one leg severed. Following your bodily impairment, you will be required to beg for 100,000 gold soul coins. If you can procure this sum, I may consider providing you with medical assistance. Li Changge's face was devoid of emotion as he spoke, leaving no room for negotiation with Qin. This caused Qin considerable discomfort. Simultaneously, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Changge was well acquainted with his background, including the fact that his mentor was Flander. This indicated that Li Changge had investigated him thoroughly and was familiar with everything pertaining to the Tiando Royal Academy. Given that Li Changge had attained the rank of Title Douluo, it was indeed quite effortless for him to gather information about various factions. Senior, your actions are rather inappropriate. Moreover, Duguyin is already in a relationship with Yu Tianheng. Should you take her away, it would tarnish his reputation and set you against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Additionally, Yi Lingling remains pure. If you were to take her, it would ruin her virtue as well. Consequently, the entire 9-Heart-Sea butterfly lineage might become your adversaries. Furthermore, both Yi Lingling and Duguyin are students of the Tiando Royal Academy. If anything were to happen to them, you would find yourself at odds with the entire Tiando Empire. Qin Ming hastily interjected. He noticed the enchanting figures of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu behind Li Changge, and it dawned on him that Li Changge was indeed a lecherous man. It was clear that he had set his sights on Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, intending to seize them, even if only for a day. It seemed likely that both beauties would lose their virtue, an outcome that could not be permitted. Thus, Qin Ming urgently sought to intervene. However, his words only served to further excite Li Changge. Good, splendid. Haha. Qin Ming, your remarks only heighten my interest in these two young ladies. Fear not, under my guidance, they will undoubtedly become renowned soul masters across the continent. Li Changge revealed a faint smile and spoke. You. Qin Ming nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Witnessing Qin Ming's furious expression, Li Changge wore a satisfied grin. Qin Ming, a student of Flandre, was known for his upright character. However, every member of the Shilik Academy had fallen under Li Changge's influence. Even Flandre himself had been rendered powerless by Li Changge. Were Qin Ming to learn of this, he would undoubtedly go mad in pursuit of vengeance against Li Changge. Moreover, having just offended Li Changge, Qin Ming had now become his adversary. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Life is but a fleeting journey. Li Changge, following her own desires, naturally prioritized her own happiness, rendering it inconceivable for her to consider Qin Ming's feelings and consequently engage in actions that might cause herself harm. Thus, in a swift motion, Li Changge appeared directly before Qin Ming. Subsequently, her formidable aura erupted, firmly pressing down upon him. In that instant, Qin Ming found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move a single muscle. Then, Li Changge extended her hand. Crack, crack. Li Changge mercilessly rendered both of Qin Ming's left hand and right foot utterly incapacitated. Ah, the agony. My arm has succumbed to necrosis. I am unable to move. The pain is excruciating. Qin Ming let out a heart-rending scream, resembling a soul on the brink of demise. His countenance twisted in sheer torment. The intense pain radiating from his left hand and right foot made him feel as though he were departing from this beautiful world. He yearned to faint. Yet the relentless agony in his arm prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Changge's expression was one of indifference as he spoke softly. All of this is entirely of your own making. You have brought this upon yourself. Had you not provoked me, I would not have taken action against you. Qin Ming, baring his teeth in anger, retorted, Nonsense. It is you who has committed heinous acts, severing the bodies of these 5 soul masters, intent on allowing them to perish within the Stardow forest. Your actions are exceedingly malicious. It is precisely because of this that I compelled my students to restrain you. Are you not the one in the wrong? Qin Ming's tone was nearly a roar. With his left hand and right foot rendered useless, he had lost all semblance of reason, unable to contain his emotions any longer as he unleashed his fury upon Li Changge. Li Changge let out a cold laugh and said, Do these 5 soul masters appear to you as virtuous individuals? They have seized the campsite I established. The women in my company have caught their eye. Were it not for my strength, what you would witness now would be me and the women beside me, imprisoned and subjected to humiliation. They seek my life, yet I have merely incapacitated their limbs. Is there any wrongdoing in that? Qin Ming, you act without discernment and strike at me. You believe you are justified, do you not? Li Changsong was truly infuriated. Chapter 131, The Unfeeling Li Changsong. Du Guyan relented. Li Changge found himself at a loss for words. His methods of dealing with the 5 soul masters, including Yi Mingyang, Chen Jiannan, and Zhang Yangbiao, were indeed somewhat ruthless. However, all of this was a consequence of their own actions. They had invaded Li Changge's camp and had cast their eyes upon his woman. Were it not for Li Changge's formidable strength, he would have perished long ago. And perhaps the 3 beautiful women by his side would have already suffered at the hands of these 5 brutes. When others are cruel to oneself, must one respond with kindness? Would that not be an act of self-harm? As he listened to Li Changge's eloquent tirade, Qin Ming felt a sudden jolt within. He suddenly realized that he had indeed been overly reckless in this matter. If these 5 soul masters were truly wicked, then they certainly deserved their fate. At that moment, Li Changge's voice resonated once more. Qin Ming, you are excessively arrogant. I harbor a deep disdain for individuals like you, who, upon possessing a modicum of talent, act with reckless abandon and show no regard for the feelings of others. Did you consult me before you acted just now? I, with my Title Douluo cultivation and formidable weapon soul, have never exhibited such brazen disregard for reason as you have. The consequences you now face are solely of your own making. Li Changge's voice was profoundly indifferent. As he spoke, he extended his large foot and delivered a fierce kick to Qin Ming. Furthermore, Li Changge implanted a mark of surveillance within his body. Forgive me, esteemed senior. Qin Ming uttered with a bitter expression, ultimately managing only a single word of apology. Silence. There is no forgiveness. Li Changge's demeanor remained exceedingly aloof. After all, Qin Ming was his adversary. Li Changge would never treat him kindly. Subsequently, Li Changge's gaze shifted to Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng? Have you set your sights on Rongrong, Qing, and Xiaowu? They are my women. What nonsense are you thinking? Li Changge approached Yu Tianheng and spoke coldly. Subsequently, Li Changge extended his arms, and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu came forward, willingly embracing him. These are my women. They follow me and are truly happy. They require no assistance from you, nor do they need saving. What you just said was utterly ridiculous. Do you not realize that? Li Changge spoke coldly. He harbored a disdain for individuals like Yu Tianheng, who, hailing from noble lineage, often regarded others with contempt. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon Li Changge with scorn. Yet, the tables had turned. They were now subdued by him, rendered powerless to even rise. Yu Tianheng's expression was exceedingly grim, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, reflecting utter distaste. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Do not lay a hand on us, or I shall have my grandfather poison you, declared the indignant Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Her emerald green eyes brimmed with fury, as though she were capable of murder, if mere glances could kill. It is possible that Li Changge would have already met his demise at the hands of Zhu Zhuqing. A woman with spirit, how delightful. I find it most appealing. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. Zhu Zhuqing was incensed by Li Changge's words. She sensed the flippant undertone in his speech. Moreover, it seemed that if she continued speaking, Li Changge would resort to actions detrimental to her, and this would unfold before everyone. The thought of losing face filled Zhu Zhuqing with a mix of shame and anger. If you dare to harm me, my grandfather will not let you off. My grandfather is the renowned poison Douluo, Dugubo. Surely, you are aware of this. Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to invoke her grandfather's name in an attempt to intimidate Li Changge. Do you think I would be afraid? Just look at my martial soul and the ratio of my soul rings. Do you think your grandfather could defeat me? If your grandfather were to come, he too would be vanquished and would kneel before me. Li Changge shrugged nonchalantly, an expression of indifference adorning his face. As he spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's proud chest heaved with anger. You. Zhu Zhuqing was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Enough of this banter. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling will remain. As for the rest of you, I shall only sever one arm and one leg, and then you may leave. Is there anyone who dares to contest this? If you have any objections, speak now. I shall promptly break another leg to fulfill your every demand. Li Changge revealed a chilling smile and spoke. His voice was as frigid as the depths of the netherworld, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. It was this singular utterance from Li Changge that compelled everyone to instinctively fall silent, while dissent may have lingered in their hearts. The price of speaking out was steep, a sacrifice of a limb, an exorbitant cost indeed. Thus, Yu Tianheng, Sure Mo, and the others were rendered mute, unwilling to voice their thoughts, including Teacher Qin Ming. In that moment, Teacher Qin found himself at a loss for words, his expression etched with bitterness. He understood the formidable strength and resolute nature of Li Changge. Even if he were to shout until his throat bled, Li Changge's convictions would remain unshaken. Moreover, Li Changge had just ruthlessly incapacitated the limbs, as well as the nose and ears, of 5 malevolent soul masters, a testament to his merciless resolve. It was evident that Li Changge was a man of his word. When he vowed to cripple the arms and thighs of others, he would follow through without a trace of mercy. As silence enveloped the room, the weight of his presence loomed large. Li Changge revealed a satisfied smile. I have arrived. Are you all prepared mentally? Li Changge spoke up. Subsequently, he withdrew his large hand, releasing the 3 beauties in his embrace, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Then,